let it ready. Let it down, down, down.
Tenerife all'ultima dia del League of Legends. I'm your host, Eefje Supporter, here to guide you through an awesome day of League of Legends matches. But before we get things started, please welcome my co-host who's been by my side the whole time we've been here, Edgar Medina Rodriguez, aka Riot Meatroid.
Bienvenidos una vez más a Tenerife. Nos encontramos ya en nuestro último día de League of Legends y nosotros estaremos aquí para guiaros en los partidos que están aún por llegar.
And it's not just our time here in beautiful Tenerife that's coming to an end. In just a few minutes, we'll be bringing you the conclusion of the European Challenger Tournament. And from there on, we move on to 4 matches from the pros, whose season is far from over.
No es lo único que está terminando en la increíble isla de Tenerife. En tan solo unos minutos os traeremos el final del torneo europeo aspirante y de ahí nos moveremos a ver 4 partidos con los profesionales, jugando en la LCS, cuya temporada está aún lejos de terminar.
And the first of those LCS matches is Fnatic versus Gambit, followed by SK and Ninjas in Pajamas. Up third is EG as they take on MYM, and then Alternate and Lemon Dogs face off for our last game in Spain. But we kick things off with the European Challenger Tournament final between TCM Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves. Both teams looked impressive in the semis where they denied their opponents a single win. So we can expect an epic battle when they fight for $30,000 and a coveted spot in the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament.
Pero antes de nada, comenzamos con la final del torneo europeo aspirante, que enfrentará a TCM Gaming contra Copenhagen Wolves. Ambos equipos han jugado de manera increíble en las semifinales, no dejándoles al oponente ni siquiera una victoria, por lo que podemos esperar una batalla épica, sabiendo que luchan por $30,000 y un hueco del torneo promocional de primavera en 2014.
You won't want to miss it, so settle in while we take a short break.
This tournament in Tenerife has been a very great experience for myself and the entire team.
The venue is awesome. The stage is like bigger than I expected.
We have played TCM a lot of times, and both of the teams know each other.
The Copenhagen Wolves, we take them really serious. Reckless is a very strong AD carry, but I think also Shukal too is a really strong jungler.
It's very tough to tell if TCM is going to be a really rough opponent for us. We did face them in a tournament last weekend in Gfinity London, where we had a really close game. We were behind almost the entire time, but we made a comeback. So it's really difficult to say what they're going to bring for us.
I would say JWoww is a really strong top laner. He's really good at carrying games.
Reckless is really good, and we're ready to show him who's boss.
We really want to win today, and but if we don't, like worst case scenario, we probably go to Gamescom and try to get the slot there through the challenger teams.
The match today will be really interesting. If we are at our top level, we will be outperforming them overall.
Welcome back to the final day of games here in beautiful Tenerife. We're starting the day with the final round of the Challenger tournament. Keep an eye out on these teams because you might be seeing one of them in Season 4 of the LCS.
Bienvenidos de vuelta al último día de partidos aquí en la maravillosa isla de Tenerife. Comenzaremos el día con la final del torneo aspirante. Fijaos bien en estos equipos, pues quizás veáis a uno de ellos en la temporada 4 de la LCS.
Let's give them a warm welcome. First off, on the blue side, they dominated their opponents yesterday. Give it up for the Copenhagen Wolves. And on the red side, with two Spaniards in their lineup, put your heads together for TCM Gaming. The teams are in place. Let's head over to our casters, Joe and Jason for the English stream and Quintin y Gilligan for the Spanish.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. We're about to get underway with the grand final of the Tenerife Challenger tournament between TCM and the Copenhagen Wolves. So, let's have a look straight down the two teams, starting on the blue side with the Copenhagen Wolves, of course, the biggest favourite coming into this tournament without a doubt. They are, of course, Youngbuck in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Cowtard in the middle lane, Reckless the AD carry, and Unlimited the support.
Of course, over for TCM, who will be on the red side. Actually, as you heard Youngbuck in that little interview, he said they were ahead of them for majority of the game, so it's going to see happen this time, but JWoww in that top lane, Naruto Adore in the jungle, Belgian Beast in the middle lane, and Matraco as AD carry with Barney D as support.
So let's have a look how these two teams compare up against each other. Yesterday, the Copenhagen Wolves recorded an incredibly strong 2-0 victory against ESC Icybox to get them into this grand final. Reckless, of course, managed 14 kills with his Tristana, including a double kill for First Blood. And then Shook's Evelyn in game number 2 was their real rock.
Yeah, just like you said, the Wolves are the heavy favorites, but the only real surprise we saw out of them yesterday was that Icybox gave them as much trouble as they really did. But one thing that I really loved about the Wolves that we saw was their ability to adapt their strategy mid-game. In game number 2, they actually had Reckless getting camped quite a bit, which they kind of expect, but the thing is they changed up their strategy. They had Shook come around with a lot of ganks towards that middle lane and really kind of snowball it from there, and they didn't really need Reckless to finish that game off because they had that strong middle laner, they had the strong jungler.
Well, their opponents here, of course, TCM won on day 1 with a 2-0 win over Plain Ducks. Copenhagen Wolves will be their toughest opponents of the entire tournament, though, and you have to wonder if TCM's good form here in Tenerife is going to be enough to take out the hottest challenger circuit team right now, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, but we have to keep in mind, these two teams did play last week at Gfinity in London, and the Wolves ended up taking that one, but the thing is, TCM, with that time, they get to just sit there, figure out what they did wrong, come up with a new plan. But in day number 1 here in Tenerife, we did see Belgian Beast though come out swinging in game number 1 against the Playing Ducks. His Karthus was ridiculous with a score of 6-1 and 6, and then we saw JWoww playing Elise in game number 2 going 8-0 and 10. And if they can maybe secure these champions, they might get that revenge they're looking for.
Well, we heard there that Elise, obviously, with JWoww, we heard Copenhagen Wolves saying that, or Reckless in particular, saying that JWoww is a player that can carry TCM to victory. So we'll see if he gets that Elise like he did yesterday. And I can tell you now, as a sneak peek, he's not going to get it because we are going into the bans and the picks. Elise and Lissandra banned out for Copenhagen Wolves. Lee Sin, Twisted Fate for TCM.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have quite a bit of history together, so they know exactly what to ban out. Not to mention, seeing what they played yesterday gives them that advantage to look at what they wanted to pick, what they were comfortable with, and kind of take that away. And the Elise, it might put JWoww a little bit behind since he played those in both games, so we're going to see maybe a new champion on him here, but the rest of the bans do come in.
Yeah, Draven banned out there against Matroco. We actually saw a sign there in the audience that said, "Welcome to the League of Matroco." Not going to get the Draven today, though. Nunu going to be banned out here as well by TCM. And first pick was very quick there, actually, coming out as Zyra. Now, this is Copenhagen Wolves. This is Coulthard, who has played Zyra in that middle lane. He played it when Copenhagen Wolves, who are now NIP, in the spring split, when, you know, it's a bit of a confusing one, but I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about here. Coulthard, of course, played for the Copenhagen Wolves, now NIP, when Bjergsen wasn't old enough. He played Zyra in the mid back then. We've seen him play it already here. TCM going to go in for a Twitch Thresh bottom lane instantly, though. Okay,
so let's touch on the Zyra real quick before we get right into that Twitch Thresh, because we actually did see that yesterday, is that the Zyra pick, it can go on Coulthard, definitely. We know him for playing that champion, but also you can use it as a mind game. Maybe your support will play it. Maybe Unlimited will take that one. So, I mean, TCM not really 100% sure where that will go necessarily, but the Twitch and the Thresh we did see yesterday with Evil Geniuses, it's a pretty strong combo, and I'm really curious to see how well they make that work. Barney D with the Thresh hooks, it doesn't matter how many you throw, as long as you hit that crucial one to really lock down a kill and really create an opportunity for your team. And didn't play it, actually no, he did not play it in their game. He played Janna and Zyra here, so it's going to be a new one for him.
So Evelyn's going to come out now. Shook yesterday. Is Evelyn in game 2 in particular was frightening, actually. And we are going to see Nami locked in there, which tells us that Zyra is going to be in the mid lane. Kind of surprised me that Copenhagen Wolves did that there, that they put Nami in as the 3rd pick when TCM haven't picked a mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Barney use Zyra as support in day number 1, but it's not necessarily something you want to pick in right away unless you do want to take it away from the Wolves. But the Nami, we've seen Unlimited play it now, the 3rd game in the row here, and we have seen Shook. He went 6-1 and 8 on that Evelyn yesterday in game number 2, so he's really strong to do it. It's really hard. The thing is, he's more of that mid-game kind of carry, mid-game kind of jungler, so it's going to see how that's actually going to work out here. But we do see that Copenhagen Wolves going to have the next 2 picks here, but I'm going to touch on the Karthus and Kha'Zix real quick. So the Karthus, we saw Belgian Beast play it, like we said before, 6-1 and 6 in that game number 1, was phenomenal with it, and he's playing a comfort champion, which really makes things easier when you're playing on a stage like this, when you don't have a lot of experience. And then the Kha'Zix, it's a very heavy assassin, so JWoww is going to be busting that one instead of Elise, which Elise is kind of the same role, maybe a little bit of assassin heavy, and I want to see how well he's going to interact with that at the top lane. However, that always could be in the jungle. It really could. It's been kind of played with and toyed around with in 3.8.
So it looks like Copenhagen Wolves could be finishing off with a Tristana, who is Reckles' go-to AD carry right now. We saw him play Ezreal in game number 2 yesterday, which honestly wasn't as impressive as his Tristana, which kind of surprised me that they went that way. He wasn't banned out. And Youngbok going to be having Malphite. That is, again, another comfort pick for Youngbok.
Yeah, that's the 3rd time he's going to be playing it every game so far. I mean, if it's not Malphite, it'd probably be Renekton, because that's what he's really well known for. So it's kind of hard to ban him out, but the thing is, do you want to ban out Youngbok? And the answer is really no, because you have a lot more threats to really worry about. So Reckless, maybe he'll go for an early double kill like he did in game number 1 yesterday against ESC Icebox with that Tristana, but a very strong lane, and we have to give credit to Unlimited in that whole bottom lane combo. His Aqua Prisons were phenomenal. Like, every time would land them perfectly, even on an Ezreal, which is like the hardest thing to do since he can Arcane Shift away, obviously. So we're going to see how well it's going to work out in that bottom lane.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Teemo, as much as we'd like to see that. Jarvan, on the other hand, is definitely a more reasonable champion coming into this one. Obviously, they have that bottom lane in there. They've got the top lane Kha'Zix. They've got Karthus for that mid lane. Obviously, they could end up switching around depending on what's going on. But it looks like we will be having that Jarvan here for the jungle for TCM.
And I kind of like that whole lineup they have. So they have like a triple threat with Twitch, with Karthus, with Kha'Zix. So it's pretty much...
Or Nocturne.
It still works out, because obviously the ultimate from him, you can use it to take away vision, but the whole, you have 3 high priority targets you need to kill. And the burst that Copenhagen Wolves has right now isn't that high, so they're not going to be able to burst someone target down right away, but there's so much damage coming out of the lineup at TCM, so Naruto is going to have to pretty much go straight tank just to kind of sustain and really soak up that damage he needs to.
See, one thing for me that is somewhat worrying from my point of view is that TCM have got the likes of Kha'Zix, Karthus, Nocturne. They're all going to dive straight in there with that one. But on the other side, you've got Unstoppable Force, you've got Stranglethorns, you've got the Nami Wave, you've got the Bubble. That's a lot of CC to stop them really doing anything once they go in there.
Right. Yeah, so Copenhagen Wolves, they want more of like a late game composition with the Malphite, with the Tristana, and the Evelynn, who obviously is strong from mid to late game. But then TCM, they want to get kills right away. I mean, with that Nocturne, they don't want to let Copenhagen Wolves get strong somewhat, just kind of really snowball that Kha'Zix, really snowball the Karthus and even Twitch here. So you're going to see if they can be able to do that. But I'm pretty sure Copenhagen Wolves are prepared for that and might try to prevent that from happening.
Well, we can see there on your screen the crowd here in Tenerife, final day, and they want to see all the action from this one. TCM, you know, a couple of Spaniards in the lineup, which unsurprisingly the Spanish crowd like. We saw a lot of fans there for Matroco, who he kind of lost his support player with from the Wizards. Of course, they didn't quite get through the promotion. They lost to Alternate in the end, but they were together. Mithy now, though, in the LCS, got himself that spot on the Lemon Dogs. And who knows, Matroco, you know, if TCM win this one, they're going to be within arm's reach almost of the next season.
Yeah, I mean, that promo series that these teams are really looking for, they want to have that chance to be an LCS, to be on the main stage for everyone to watch here. And I mean, Matroco, I gotta feel bad for him, or you know, even good, because obviously, like you said, his support Mithy did get in, and now it's the pressure's on him. Can he qualify again and get into there and join him yet again, and then of course battle it out maybe if Lemon Dogs do requalify?
So we're going to be getting into game here in just a second. As you said, Copenhagen Wolves, the probably overwhelming favourite from this one. The form that they've been in recently, winning the tournaments that they have, the fact that they beat TCM at Gfinity, although a slightly different TCM, of course, last week at Gfinity. That was before the whole incident with Firelox, who obviously then they were withdrawn from the tournament. But we are going to get into game then. It's game number 1 of our grand final of the Challenger tournament here in Tenerife. Copenhagen Wolves versus TCM. Jason, take us through level 1, because you know, the likes of Zyra, Nami in there, on the other side, you know, the hook from Thresh. This could be explosive at level 1.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, well, there's not a lot of CC out of the Wolves, but there's enough CC to lock down the enemy team at TCM. But I think TCM just has too much upfront damage. If you do land that hook on someone, that target will most likely die, or at least will have to blow that flash to get away. And just taking a look at Runes and Masters real quick, Barney T's actually running 1% crit on that Thresh, so it's really interesting to see if he can maybe get that crit just to give him a little bit of an early advantage. It's a little bit of a RNG factor, but it could work out in their favor.
Oh, we see the pink ward put down there by Unlimited, just wanting to get away that vision that TCM had placed in there early. Actually, TCM starting here with 2 pink wards as well, so they may well have the opportunity to have a go at something. And I say 2 pink wards, there's actually 3, because there's one already down there from them on that bottom side of the river. So it's a lot of pink wards early on. You can kind of expect that when you've got an Evelynn on the opposite team, though. And we were watching a little bit of OGN earlier. Yeah. We saw about 3,000 pink wards in the top side to counter the Evelynn from that one. So a similar kind of thing to expect here. As Copenhagen Wolves come in from the side, Belgian Beast actually off to the side of this one. He's backed away just in time, but Copenhagen Wolves got good vision down on this top side now by the red.
Yeah, it's really hard to ward out an Evelynn here. So TCM, I mean, there's no point investing heavily into green wards unless you just want to ward up the jungle, see where Evelynn currently is at. And with all those pinks going down, it looks like Shook will be starting his own side of the jungle here. So just kind of wants that safe little start. And in the meantime, Rutador going to be starting as blue. So we might see that patented level 3 gank at that top lane.
Shook going to go pretty low from this one, though, that's for sure. And have to be burning through those pots. And see, using his smite early on to make sure that he can get that red buff away. Head up then onto the blue side. Barnady already using a pink ward here in the tri-bush. Clears out the vision, but leaving that there to make sure that Evelynn can't come down through that bottom tri-bush.
Okay, so looking at these lane stops we have coming on, as we do see Nurtzorch actually going for an invade here, but the red isn't going to be there unfortunately for him. So that's going to be a little bit of wasted time. And we did have Copenhagen Wolves spotting that, so they might be able to counter it and take away the red buff. However, as we see, Shook doesn't have that smite available to really take it. So yeah, with the lane swaps though that are coming in, I would have to say Copenhagen Wolves really benefit from this quite well. So you keep JWoww, you keep that presence of his assassination really down low, so he won't be able to get fed, won't be able to get a lot of farm. And then on the flip side, that Young Buck, if he does get hit by Matroco, that means Matraco can't harass him under turret again, because that means he's going to be taking turret aggro with that poison. So Wolves, I think they're going to benefit quite heavily from this. And now Copenhagen Wolves are going for invade here onto Naruto-Dor. Shook doesn't have his smite up just yet, but Naruto-Dor does.
Not just yet, as we are going to see him go in there. Shook going to get in for that one. Naruto-Dor picks that one up, but can he get away from this? He's going to put the fear down, but is it going to be enough? One more hit needed there. One more auto attack would have taken Naruto-Dor down for first blood, but he flashes last second away from it. He saw Belgian Beast actually go up to that red with Naruto-Dor there, just to make sure that Evelyn wasn't there. In the end, it still backfired for them.
Yeah, and luckily though for Naruto-Dor, he did get that red, so he was able to get it, able to get away, and he still blew the flash out of Shook. So in the end, pretty even trade, but obviously having Naruto-Dor having to back away this early on doesn't help him too easily or too well. He won't be able to gank as early on as he expected to. But JWoww is already having a tough time here in this top lane, as Copenhagen Wolves are actually going for a 3-man dive here.
Yeah, JWoww in all kinds of trouble. Actually going to dive on towards Shook here. The damage is coming in high. Heal comes down. Bubble will actually land. Reckless is going to go underneath the turret. He needs to swap out the aggro here. And here comes Nocturne around the corner. This could be really bad for the Copenhagen Wolves. Reckless has already used his jump. There's Kautar grasping roots. Gonna be not landing just about there. The spell shield was up anyway, so he would have got away from that one. And now they go back in. The question is, will they risk diving here, knowing that Naruto-Dor is there?
Well, they know he doesn't have his barrier up this time, and if he had that ignite, he might have been able to pick up that kill on the Shook and the double buffs, but they're just going to kind of sit here and farm. Naruto-Dor just going to protect JWoww, and that's a great reaction out of Wolves, actually by both teams, to really get towards that top lane right away to prevent any first blood from going down.
Crazy start to this one. And now we finally see Kautar head back down in towards that middle lane. See, he's falling behind now on the CS to Belgian Beast, but we saw him yesterday, you know, in their second game when he played the Zyra against Twisted Fate, and that Zyra puts out a lot of damage. I think we sometimes overlook it because we don't see that AP Zyra all that much, certainly compared to the amount we see her in the support role.
Yeah, he was very, very bursty, and it actually caught them off guard. Icebox a little bit, as you could tell. And Twisted Fate was forced to build a little bit defensive, just with like a twin shadows here. And now Shook, he's just sitting here just trying to protect this bottom lane. And looking at the laners in terms of how CS has been going so far, it's pretty dead even across the board. And this shows how good both teams are and how equal these teams are.
We'll see if they can push on for an early turret. Obviously that 3-man gank attempt in the top lane to get first blood didn't quite work out for the Copenhagen Wolves. And Evelyn actually sitting down in this bottom lane for quite a while right now, wanting to make sure that one stays safe and a bit of experience with it as well. Copenhagen Wolves doing well now on that top side, as Youngbuck in the bottom did go low, but we can see that Nocturne is coming to this top side as we are going to go on towards Unlimited. Question is, can they finish him off? As Reckless he's going to jump away, and look at the bubble coming in on towards JWoww. He's now going to be forced to back off from this one, and they can chase down somewhat here.
Yeah, they're going to get a little bit of damage onto Naruto-Dor, it looks like, and still a great job by Copenhagen Wolves to get away, and also a great Auga person out of Unlimited. We talked about it a little bit early on as Youngbuck getting very low, being forced to flash, but he should be able to escape here, and that's with the 2v2 lane he was getting harassed that much.
Yeah, you saw him early on, you know, he was flashing that entire time, his portrait, and needs to be really, really careful. It's going to mean that Shook sticks around in this bottom lane even longer now for the start of this. As I say that, of course, we do have the teleport on Youngbuck, so he can get himself back in there. Both turrets here in these 2v1 lanes, or 2v2 lanes, funnily enough, as they both seem to have turned out with a jungler on both sides, is going to go down first here on the top side. That was a good shield from Naruto-Dor to stop him getting bubbled up as well.
It's a good job by Wolves just to take that first turret, get a little bit of an early gold advantage, and now maybe we're going to see those lane swaps happen, so Youngbuck might just stay going head-to-head against JWoww. We might see Unlimited and Reckless go head-to-head, but we do see some damage going down middle here. Kautar very low.
Oh,
Belgian's level 6.
He's level 6. He's actually getting behind his turret now so that he can go for the Requiem, and Kautar not going to be able to escape this one. Belgian Beast picks up first blood for TCM.
I like how Kautar just stood there like, all right, I know I'm dead.
2.
Oh, he got 2. What?
I somehow missed that one completely. I didn't even see that Evelyn was actually low. She was
attacking double
in
golems.
the jungle doing the golems here, and the Requiem comes down and gets the double kill there for Belgian Beast.
Wow. He could not be happier with that.
Well, he had no idea that that was going to happen for him.
Hilarious about it.
That is one of the most happy feelings in the world, where you think, okay, I've definitely got first blood, I'm really happy right now, and then the second one pops up, and you even wonder yourself, well, bit of luck involved with that one, but he'll take that one any day in a grand final.
He might be sitting there saying to his team, that was calculated, guys. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, but I mean, you saw Kautar, he realized he was dead. He actually tried to get a little bit more farm before he went away, but now, Belgian Beast, we saw him in game number 1 against Playing Ducks, with that Karthus going 6-1 and 6. The thing is, if a Karthus gets snowball and gets rolling, as we saw yesterday with SK versus Gambit, it could be so deadly as the game goes on.
So, first dragon of the game coming out here for the Copenhagen Wolves. All 5 men in there, plural version. And that's not going to be challenged whatsoever by TCM. So, now despite losing first blood, despite it being a double kill as well, that's certainly a bonus coming out there for the Wolves. Obviously, have the turret lead as well. Looks like TCM want to try and get in there and steal this blue buff away, though.
Yeah, they might be able to lock this one down. If they do, that'd be so great for Belgian Beast. You look over right now on the Cow-Tard, he doesn't have really any mana regen items besides that door or the Doran's rings. But now with the tier, with the cows on a Belgian Beast, Naruto has blue buff as well. Actually, that was his own blue buff, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to be so much stronger in lane, and now you're going to see Shook. Like, if anything, he has to camp that middle lane. They need to shut Belgian Beast down. They need to make it so Cow-Tard can kind of catch up here and maybe take away that blue off of him.
Yeah, a little bit behind. The funny thing is the AD carries there, despite the fact that they were both in that 2v1 lane, obviously, so they kind of have that free farm going on. They're bang on even right now in the farm. We are going to see them coming head-to-head in this bottom lane, and that's where we're really going to see how reckless and unlimited go about this, because in the 2v2 that they had when they played that Tristan in game number 1, yes, against ESC, they did very, very well. Shook is coming in from the side. We see Naruto coming around the side, but Cow-Tard will get the kill. Cow-Tard then feared back off towards the enemy turret as Naruto has to flash. Shook going underneath the turret. It's going to be a double kill for Naruto. How did he even survive that one in the first place? He got hit by the Zyra passive. He managed to lure Shook in there underneath the turret. Not for the first time this game, I have to say, that Shook fell into that kind of trap. And that will be another double kill coming down, this time for the jungler. Great awareness out of him as well, just to realize that Shook, he's going to be ganking middle. He actually sat in that Wraith camp for quite a while, expecting that to come down just so he could ulti into the backside. Ended up working out well for them. Belgian Beast picked up 2 assists off on top of it. I mean, he's still pulling a Reckless, but he's a Tristana. He can jump away. Yeah, I think he was in turret range there as well, so didn't want to follow in with that one, end up underneath the turret getting bobbled. That's a similar trap to what we've just described early in that little engagement in the mid lane. Let's have a look at the top, because JWoww had a little bit of time whilst Youngbuck was away here to gain himself a 10 CS lead. Youngbuck, though, starting out with that Doran shield, got the rejuve bead in there, plus that chain vest as well. There's not really that much that JWoww is going to be able to do to kill him. And if you notice, JWoww hasn't gone tier yet. So on Kha'Zix, I mean, you can typically still go him, even though you level up, or you kind of evolve that Q a little bit earlier right now, or actually you do evolve it, first of all. The thing is, if he does end up going for a tier, he's going to be so slow at stacking it up, so the power that he might have is just going to be diminished until a lot later in the game, and that's a great job by Copenhagen Wolves to kind of keep that away from him. You know, keep him away from that item, so now he won't be able to harass that Will, won't be able to just dive in and do a lot of damage. So despite that 4-1 kill lead, it's bang even on gold here. Copenhagen Wolves got a slight advantage there, ticking over just that little bit faster. And that's the control that they've had, you know, taking that dragon, taking down that first turret from this one. And we see it often, you know. Think back to a prime example in the last weeks is the Gambit versus Lemon Dogs game, where Lemon Dogs took turrets very, very early on, but you know, Gambit, they just stuck to that plan, and it didn't really make that much of a difference than the fact that they fell behind at that stage. So it's still a very, very even game here. 4-1 in kills. That can change in the drop of a hat. Yeah, it really could, especially with the whole Malphite, Evelynn, Zyra ult combo, even mixing with Nami right there. You're going to keep the entire team there for quite a while. It's just about how farmed up your APs are to really kind of lock them down and just kind of blow them up overall. So Belgian Beast, like, he has to build that Rod of Ages, which he's going for, because he's going to be focused on quite quickly. And Copenhagen Wolves, as we saw yesterday, they have some pretty good teamfight mechanics and synergy. They might be able to pull it off yet again. So Hex Drinker now done here for JWoww. He's going to be clearing out plenty on that top lane as Youngbuck starts to wander down to bottom. He's level 8 now, has got Unstoppable Force and Teleport and Flash available here. And he isn't going to be spotted. There's the Unstoppable Force. Belgian Beast flashes away from it. And Youngbuck probably just shakes his head and wonders, how does that happen to him twice in 2 days? Yeah, the reaction time count at Belgian was pretty crazy because he didn't know Malphite was there. He didn't know Youngbuck was coming in from the side. He might have had a little bit of an inkling, but not that guarantee of knowing where he is with that ward. And great escape by him, and still gonna be able to, actually he does go back instead, so he is gonna work towards that Rod of Ages, almost pick it up, and he does have a pink ward because he realizes he's still a threat, and Shook might be coming around, who Shook's been quite quiet lately. Yeah, I mean, he's died twice from this one, and he'll probably feel that he shouldn't have died both times, I guess. Obviously, there was the Karthus ultimate, which just came up, and he's like, well, great. That's just great timing. But also, you know, the second one, he got baited almost into that flash by Naruto to go underneath the turret and end up dying for a double kill on that front as well. So he's probably a little bit unhappy with how this game is going for him at this stage, but we've seen how good Shook is, and there's certainly time for him to change it around. Yeah,
definitely, and he's also sitting there at level 8, so he's been working towards that level 2 ultimate. Right now we have Naruto, he's sticking towards the top, so they want to go in for a kill on the Youngbuck, but like you were saying before, he has his flash available still. There's a huge minion wave, and I don't really think they can kill him under tower because they don't have an ignite.
No, that's the problem there, I think. Really struggle to actually be locking him down. Good damage coming out there from Youngbuck, though.
They're baiting Shook in because JWest pushed up so far. Now they want to bait him in, then Naruto just to completely turn that around, but Shook's nowhere in the vicinity to really make that happen, so they're just kind of wasting their time up there.
Yeah, not going to work out. You see Youngbuck there just going to recall right underneath the tower as Kautard takes that blue buff. He's actually going to have to go up to this top lane just to stop that one being pushed with both Naruto and JWoww in there as well. There go the grasping roots on towards JWoww. Actually going to go with the strangled thorns, which, well, Kha'Zix just jumped straight away from.
Luckily, he did have that blue buff though, so the cooldown not going to be as long as usual. But remember, every time Kautard leaves that middle lane, Belgian Beast should be getting a big CS advantage over him by constantly farming, taking race over and over. And actually, right now, he's pushing that turret up a little bit more. And look at the amount of pink wards that TCM's invested into this game so far. You see one towards the top, one covering, or actually two covering middle, technically. And right now, Shook, he will be spotted here, trying to come in the middle, maybe even trying to go for a blue steal.
Well, they're going to go for Dragon. That just spawning in from this one. See the timing there for Copenhagen Wolves down to the second. And, well, this Dragon is going to once again probably be spotted by the Lantern of Barney D, who then has to back away somewhat. Dragon going very low here. Shook going to finish that one off as they manage to catch Switch inside of the bubble, but they decide not to follow on with that one. Kautard does have flash here and is going to be forced to use it to get out of the Dragon pit, but crucially they've taken that Dragon and got out without losing lives.
And that's what's keeping them ahead in gold currently, is just the fact that they've been controlling their objectives really well, even though they did have their own blue buff stolen away once. I think Kautard was able to take it this time, and right now you see Youngbuck, he's still on the top side, he's still pushing that wave up, and with how strong he is right now, with how weak JWoww is right now, there's really no chance that he can kill him, so he can just sit there and keep pushing that lane over and over, and when that Sunfire Cape's done, then that he's going to become a real threat.
That blood, not blood, there's a Brutalizer up till now, added in on top of the Hex string for JWoww. This bottom lane, look at the CS there, just a 2 difference between the two AD carries, and there's not been all that much action going on that side either. It's been a big farm game for both of them.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind what the stakes are for this best of 3 is the fact that it's $30,000 and a place in the promotion tournament for season 4. So there's a lot at stake, and these teams are being very hesitant, not playing as carelessly as they would in a normal game. And right now, JWoww trying to surprise Youngbuck, but still doesn't really have that damage. Right now, Shook's heading towards the top side here. He's going to cross over a pink ward, and JWoww is probably just going to run away after this.
Yeah, catch him by surprise, but the surprise being that, I don't actually really do anything to him whatsoever with that giant spell now in there for Youngbuck. The pink ward actually just timed out here on the top lane, so probably going to see JWoww being a little bit more defensive and more cautious about things. Obviously, does have his flash and can jump away from that one as well if needed. Naruto is also headed towards his top lane, so they're expecting that Evelyn is still there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Naruto, it's really hard to kind of counter gank an Evelyn. I mean, he did it very well earlier on as he got that double kill, but it's really hard to do that unless you don't have vision somewhat. And he's been wasting a lot of time trying to do that. But luckily for him, he's keeping up in CS, he's keeping up in levels, so really, he's not falling that far behind.
Yeah, we can see that JWoww is 30 CS ahead right now. We've got a Sunfire Cape in for Youngbuck, which is going to make him, again, at this stage, I think impossible for JWoww to kill without the help of someone else. But he's going to be able to push those lanes out a lot faster, and he's already got it multiple times onto that inner turret itself, those waves, so they need to make sure that they're defending that one. You can see that so Copenhagen Wolves here just waiting out in that bottom rush, but a very pensive game as we are going to see them diving on towards Kautard. He puts the Stranglethorns down, but Belgian Beast gets the kill. TCM losing hardly any health from that one whatsoever. Solid kill again.
That was just general game awareness. They knew Kautard flashed out of that Dragon pit at the Dragon a little bit earlier on, so like, all right, we can just flash on top of him, exhaust him, and just gank him easily. So they pick up another kill over to Belgian Beast, who's now 3-1 and 2, and they should be able to apply some pressure on this middle turret here.
And living up to his name here. He's playing Beastly, and he's from Belgium. So filling both criteria of this one. So Shook having to cover up this middle lane once again. just to make sure that they don't lose too much health on that one. But, you know, no turrets down for TCM, just a single one for Copenhagen Wolves. We're 17 minutes into this, and you know, it's quite a low-scoring game, and I think quite indicative that this is the first game of a best-of-3 of a grand final.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mind games that comes into best-of-3s, where in the first game you don't need to do anything really special. You don't really need to kind of surprise them. Or on the other side of that, you expect, or teams might expect you to not do anything special, and you can catch them off guard. But we didn't see any crazy level 1 invades like we saw yesterday with Meteor Makers versus Fnatic. And both teams, I mean, just trying to play their own game here. And right now, I think Copenhagen Wolves are really the ones doing it, because they've limited TCM to, I mean, yeah, it's 5 kills, but they've kept JWoww kind of behind. He hasn't been involved in anything just yet. So all they really need to worry about is Belgian Beast and Matrako, who's been farming up quite well.
Well, speaking of Matrako, got that Blade of the Ruin King now added in with a Berserker Greaves and a pickaxe we just picked up. On the other side, again, Reckless did this actually in their first game yesterday, where he got ahead really early on. He picked up an early BF sword, then he went towards the Cutlass, then the pickaxe, and kind of built both a Blade of the Ruin King up towards that Trinity Force, not Trinity Force, the Infinity Edge, pretty much at the same time there.
Yeah, I mean, you can never really underestimate how strong the slow on the Bilgewater Cutlass is. I mean, you obviously have the jump as Tristan, you have the knockaway, but you know, if you get 3 or 4 man gank, the slow's going to come in and give you that extra opportunity to escape. Also for chasing. You know, Tristan is a little bit slow. You can jump on top of him slow, but then if you get the Bilgewater Cutlass on top of that, it gives you really good potential to pick up some kills here. And right now, Matrako's left alone here, and they don't actually know that Barney D has left yet.
No, Ward there, obviously a TCM one, and Copenhagen Wolves are just going to back away from this one. I'm guessing that Reckless actually got decent amounts of cash to spend, and of course, as I say that, they decide, you know what, is he still here? Is he not? We've not actually seen him here for a while, so let's stay around for another couple of ways. 1,400 gold to spend here for Reckless, 1,450 to spend as well for Coutard in the mid lane, who's having a very different game to that than we saw yesterday when he played against the Twisted Fate of ESC.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get focused as much by the enemy jungler by ESC, just like you're saying, and this time he's been forced back quite a bit. He has 3 deaths. Narutador's been sitting in that lane a little bit, just making sure that he gets held back, because the damage coming out of him is part of their whole burst combo with the whole Malphite, Evelyn, and Zyra thing that they want to pull off in these fights. So they're keeping him down, but right now Reckless, he has a lead over his counterpart in the bottom lane with 6,900 gold to 6,400. And we know how strong Reckless is. We know how good he is. And if he gets some sort of lead against you, he can keep it and extend it.
Well, he's just finished off his Infinity Edge. So going down that route first, got the Berserker Greaves in there, obviously, and that Cutlass to work up towards the Blade of the Ruin King later. And this is Youngbuck. We talked about Youngbuck earlier on, and the fact that that Sunfire Cape was now done. The thing that he's got here in his arsenal as well is that teleport. So they know when Dragon's coming up, Youngbuck can teleport down and they can challenge for this one.
I don't even think they're going to try to challenge it here, because they can just let him push that top lane and push. Oh, they steal it!
Stolen away by Coutard there from the back. And that Zyra swag walk away, you know, like, yeah, I just stole that. All good. But brilliantly done by Copenhagen Wolves. They said they had the timing down perfectly, and, well, stealing it. Probably the most painful way for it to go there for TCM.
Especially when you don't even use the smite as the jungler, and it's really unfortunate because now the top turn's very low, but they're going for a gank on Youngbuck here, but he doesn't stop with Force Away.
Yeah, but look at that. Naruto actually keeping the tether up there onto him with the flash at the same time. He's going to flash then away from it. Going to get slowed down by JWoww. Here comes Shook from the side. Where's the ultimate? There he goes. Put down from him. Youngbuck is actually walking away. They turn around on towards Shook, but here comes Coutard. There are the grasping roots. Naruto is going to go down. The ulti comes out of Karthus. That's a double kill, as we didn't quite see Youngbuck there at the back. He couldn't recall in time. He falls down, and another double from the Requiem.
And you can never forget about that global presence of that Karthus, who could just sit in lane, keep farming, and pop that R and pick up free kills, as Belgian Beast has been able to do quite a few times this game so far. So they're going to get the bottom turret, they're going to get the middle turret as well, so they're going to get quite a bit of gold. Even though they lost that dragon, they're able to come back from that.
Yeah, you're totally right though, and that's always the Karthus thing, where you kind of put it out of your mind until the next time he comes up, as Reckless actually going to get hooked into this one. Flay, but there is a tidal wave, and it looks like they want to try and turn this one around. There's a flash away from the bubble, but Matrako gets caught up. Exhaust put down. There's the box. Reckless jumps over. Ulti's on. Barney D is dead. Great pick up there for Reckless, who can jump across again. Youngbuck's got no flash, no unstoppable force. He's not going to be able to get in there as he gets slowed, but Copenhagen Wolves with a brilliant turnaround in this bottom lane.
And that's all due to that Infinity Edge. They was able to finish up. Look at the difference in items that they currently do have, and with that kill, it's going to get even further. But in the meantime, right now, JWoww's pushing up this turret here. Shook's going to be able to defend it. And that's a good sign for Copenhagen Wolves. If Reckless has a strong early game, has a strong mid game, just think of how powerful he's going to be in that late game.
Coutard himself has finished off that Rabadon's death cap, so going straight up to the mega damage that he wants to get in there with Zyron. Certainly working out in terms of damage at least. Obviously not being able to pick up quite as many kills as he may have hoped for right now. On the other side, Karthus, Rod of Ages in there for a while already. Rabadon's for him, and that tier must be pretty close to being filled up there as well. We've also seen JWoww picking up the last Whisper to add into his Hex Drinker and Brutalizer.
All right, so he's definitely straying away from the tier completely here, just trying to burst someone down and hope he has enough mana to keep jumping and keep getting the kills. Karthus with the death cap, I mean, Reckless is pretty far ahead, but that is a lot of damage coming out of him. The ultimate, which he's now level 16, he's going to have rank 3, is going to just tear through the Wolves. And we do see a Runic Bulwark done for Narutador, so the kind of double AP that Evelyn kind of acts as with the Zyra combo is going to be mitigated quite a bit. But you don't see an Aegis coming out of Copenhagen Wolves.
No, not at all. Not even close to that at this point. We'll see if that... So that we actually go on in this one. Blade of the Ruin King, by the way, now added into that Infinity Edge as well for Reckless. So he's getting there, and he's getting there quickly. We saw in that last fight that Twitch just can't really trade with him. The Nami bubble's really causing problems with the tidal wave as well. And right now, Copenhagen Wolves, they've bunched up around this mid lane and wondering what they're trying to go for here. As we see wards going down towards the Baron, blue buff is available. And it looks like it was just a bit of a tour across the map. Obviously, that bottom turrets are both down now, so they were maybe thinking, okay, see if we can get any opportunities in that mid lane. Didn't quite work out for them. The supports here just going to be getting rid of wards. Unlimited does have that Oracle, so he's a bit of a target for TCM.
See, I think the Wolves might want to start going for some 5-on-5 team fights. They have a lot of major items completed. Like
it makes sense now, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have the IE Blade of the Rune King onto Reckless. They have the Rabadon's Death Cap and the Void Staff done for Coutard. You have a Sunfire Cape done on Youngbuck, which is pretty much the only core item you ever need on a Malphite. And then you have the AoE out of Shook, who doesn't have his Landry's just yet, but he's still going to put out a lot of pain. And with how kind of weak Matraco is, with how kind of weak JWoww is right now, they can win these fights quite easily.
Well, let's see what TCM plan to do from this one. Barney D just going to be heading himself back home. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Oracle be coming out of him, knowing that Unlimited himself has one, and there is the Oracle pickup from Barney D. So they're going to try and fight for a little bit of ward control. We are 25 minutes into the game, so pretty average time, I'd say, to be picking up Oracles.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, it's going to benefit him even more just for the fact that you're against an Evelyn, and you don't want to let Shook get up behind you. You don't want to allow him to flank you and set up the entire team fight for his team here. But obviously, you do have a Malphite, so he can be the one to set it up as well. So starting to group up middle here, starting to go for a push of this turret. And remember, Youngbuck, he does have teleport, currently not up just yet. And the thing is, JWoww's been having a tough time just 1v1ing him.
Yeah, but the thing is, JWoww has, again, continued to build that lead when it comes to the CS. You know, 50 that he's in the lead right now. And yeah, it's taken him a while, but he's slowly but surely getting to a position where he is going to be a big threat as TCM. They've got a blue buff Karthus. Yeah, they can take this one down quickly. They've got Tristanna's in the bottom lane. That's the problem here. Reckless is absolutely nowhere near him. Doesn't matter if he's got 5 Infinity Edges by now. If he's not in the fight, he can't do anything about it. As we see the tidal wave coming across, Barney D taking a lot of damage. As we see Twitch coming from the side, Matraco blasting down Coutard as Narutador has gone very deep in there. He gets rooted in place. Well, here comes the Requiem. Who's he going to take down? He gets them the help onto 1 kill. Belgian Beast actually still alive here as Reckless comes into the fight when he gets absolutely smashed by JWoww. Triple kill coming in, and that will be a 4-for-3 in favor of TCM.
A 4-for-3, but wow. I mean, you saw Reckless, he jumped in, he actually shot Belgian Beast into his own team, and then he got exploded by JWoww. I did not expect him to put that much damage down, but with that evolved Q out of him, with the armor pen that he currently has, it's pretty much like he's hitting him for true damage here. They take them 3-for-4, or 4-for-3, and they get a turret off of that. And all they lost were 3 members, where Belgian Beast still picked up all the assists. So did Narutador.
Yeah, and if you see the player cam down there on the bottom left-hand side, Reckless pretty much just giving out a big sigh and putting his head down after that one. That is not the way they envisaged that going. That's what it said, you know, Tristana was in the bottom lane. They started fighting before Reckless was anywhere near, and by the time he comes there, he's really easy to isolate and pick out in the middle of all that chaos. TCM here going to be picking up a Dragon. That's their first Dragon of the game. Should have probably been their second if Naruto would have smited the last one, which was stolen away by Kautard, though.
Look how items have kind of developed, though, over time now for TCM. So they have the Infinity Edge done onto Matraka, so he pretty much matches Reckless in damage here, though Reckless does have that Zeal. And you see Belgian Beast, his tier is done, but he just hasn't really built it into the next item, into the Archangel Staff, into Seraph Embrace. But the Black Cleaver now done for JWoww, so whoever he's hitting, if you do see Matraka pair that in, it's going to hurt, but Reckless, he gets pulled here.
Oh, he's going to get hooked from this one. Barney D not chasing through as Reckless goes in a flay and a flash away from Barney D, but he might not be able to escape this one. In the end, they see that there's man over the side. There's Belgian Beast gets singled out by Kautard over on the right-hand side, and certainly got the damage here as Zyra to be picking off and finishing that Karthus. Will they be able to get a turret for it, though? I'm not sure that they will, especially with JWoww there as well, being a constant threat. Actually, TCM are going to back away.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, okay, so with the new Kha'Zix, you don't evolve your W, so you don't have a great wave clear.
Yeah.
So they're unfortunately not able to really take that wave out. There's no point in getting into a 5-on-4 fight when Youngbuck has that ultimate available to start it off, so they don't want to lose any advantage they've built up from that last Baron fight here, but Copenhagen Wolves, with that pink ward, they've actually taken away the vision onto Baron here, and they're baiting in a fight.
Oh, Barney actually going to get caught. Here comes the jump. They're over the wall. Kautard is on a killing spree, and they're not done.
Oh!
There's an unstoppable force. Take 3 men from TCM up in the air. Can they finish off? Reckless actually knocks Naruto away. He's not going to be able to finish off that kill just now. They let him back off, but they may turn and just go beelining for Baron.
And with the items that they have, with that Blade of the Rune King, with how strong Reckless is, they can easily take it. However, we've seen how hard it is for people to smite so far in this game, so we might have Naruto come in for something, or we might have JWoww come in and just try to just burst it down. But here comes Belgian Beast. He can just sit in the pit.
Kha'Zix on the top side. Indeed, Belgian Beast can just get himself straight into that one. Actually, he's going to get rooted up here. And look at the damage coming in.
Wow.
There's the bubble. Taken down before he gets near the Baron. Here comes that Requiem out, though. The Baron is actually shredding away at the Copenhagen Wolves, and Matraka is right there on top of him as well. He's going to have to flash out from Strangled Thorns. Gets himself one. Taken down by the Zyra passive, and Copenhagen Wolves here picking up a 2-for-1 in the end. Sorry, a 2-for-2 because Reckless, Kautard had obviously gone down, but his passive not gone. And they stopped the Baron.
And in the meantime, Naruto, he got very low because he got pushed away by Reckless, who was able to stay alive. He just pushed that bottom turret down for free. So in the end, TCM coming out ahead in that, and that's what Baron can kind of do to you. I mean, we saw TCM trying to solo it, then they ended up losing 3 members, and or 4 members, and Copenhagen Wolves lost 3. But the thing is, it's such a new magnet. It's always been called, it always will be here, but both these teams, I mean, they want to win the game out with that Baron buff, and they want to be sneaky, but unfortunately for both of them, it hasn't worked out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it made sense there. The fact that they got the advantage to go towards Baron, to take it down in time. They got Belgian Beast rooted and killed before he could get anywhere near the Baron pit, so technically they were doing well in that one, but the fact is that they weren't able to mop up those kills. Naruto didn't die when Reckless knocked him away, and with that, he actually got the turret. Yeah, that should not have happened to them.
And it all comes back to what we said earlier in the pregame, the triple threat out of TCM. So, yeah, you killed Belgian Beast, but Matraka was hammering away. JWoww was pushing out Reckless himself. Actually, eventually even did kill him. And the thing is, you can burst one down, but they still got 2 such strong members, and actually Fed members right now, to just tear you down with. So Copenhagen Wolves start to pick their fight a little bit differently next time. And they do have an Oracle Unlimited here, so they might actually try to set up for Baron yet again.
Well, let's see a couple of wards going. Reckless actually just headed back. What's he going to be picking up? Phantom Dancer. Got the money for that one. Obviously had that Zeal and the Crit Cloak a little bit earlier on. So that's going to be coming in there. Obviously, Zhonya's Waltz picked up earlier by Kautard as well. And that could be pretty instrumental in these next fights coming up into that. Karthus still doing a lot of damage, but if you can control him like that, if you can stop him getting into the team, or if Reckless doesn't actually fire him into the middle of the team, that'll be a bonus as well. Barney D just checking there with the hook, actually draws the aggro from Baron on towards Unlimited for a shot or 2. But we move into a somewhat quieter period of the time, at least for now, where neither team want to make any foolish moves.
Yeah, it's that point in the game, 32 minutes in, when you die, you're dead for quite a while, like 40, 50 seconds, and you can lose a lot of objectives in that time. So no one wants to really go in for that major team fight, because if they do, they realize they might lose that game 1, and they might be 1 game away from being knocked out of this and not getting into the summer, or at least get into, guaranteed, the Season 4 promotion tournament. But right now, Wolves still kind of a lot of wards here, and TCM, I mean, they're just sticking around. They do get a pull on Unlimited, but I don't think they're going to engage upon that.
All the pain went down. Look at the lay waste there. Absolutely destroying Unlimited. But still, they decide not to follow through. And I think a good decision from Barney D in the end. I think he would have been locked down too quick by that Zyra. He was just off towards the backside. As Naruto here going in on towards Jungkook is going to fear him. Keeps walking away there, but he's kind of like, yeah, what are you trying to do exactly to me? He's not going to be able to kill me. That Runic Bulwark in there for him now as well as a second Giant's Belt plus the Sunfire Cape. There's the bubble. Lands on towards Barney D, grasping roots. Not quite landing. They were off to the side.
Oh, we do see the flashlight Belgian Beast, though.
He's going to go straight into this one as the tidal wave does come down. Can he get on top of him? Naruto has dove straight into the backside. We're going to see Requiem coming out here. Let's see how much damage it can do. Unlimited almost finished off by that one, but TCM, they're a little bit split onto where they're going to be going from this one. Matroko chasing Unlimited now. Can he get the finisher? Barney D comes in, but Matroko does get that kill, and that will be Kautard going down as well. It's JWoww that's causing all kinds of problems on that top side. Reckless had to back away extremely low, and that will be a 2-for-1 for TCM. Now they think they can do Baron.
But there's an Evelyn on the team. Currently we have the teleport coming in at a Youngbuck right now, so they're looking to stop this here. They see the teleport, and TCM, they could lose the game right here if they don't do this very carefully. Barney's trying to zone out Youngbuck, but here they go.
He's got the Unstoppable Force. He's waiting for that box to finish. There's the Unstoppable Force. He goes onto Naruto, and I'm not sure that's the target that he will have wanted to get. He would have wanted more as Reckless comes in from the side. Has he got the damage to finish off more? He's now exhausted, has to jump away, and that will just be more kills for TCM.
Yeah, and in the end, it was a 1 death for TCM, but 4 kills, and now they're pretty much guaranteed to get this Baron here. Because you look at the bottom lane, that wave is completely pushed up, and TCM, they should be taking up to juggle this around without anyone dying, but Reckless, he has something to say about this, but if he can pull this off, this would be huge for the Wolves.
Baron down to 2,600, they turn around, Reckless jumps away, JWoww jumps in. Oh, nicely done, there's a stealth up with the ulti, but Reckless comes in for one final pop, but TCM picking up Baron here, that's the important thing for them.
Yeah, able to lock that one down, and they also stalled long enough for Belgian Beast to pick it up. So he's able to get that buff, he's able to be an extreme threat in these fights, and JWoww, he just picked up a Guardian Angel, so you see him, Naruto, he's been diving into the complete back lines of Copenhagen Wolves all by himself, and with JWoww having that GA available on top of that, he might be able to join him here finally and pick off some of the squishier targets, but unluckily for him, Kautard does have that GA, and Reckless, he's been pretty much keeping his distance away from him quite well. I mean, with his ultimate, with obviously his Blade of the Rune King, with his jump, he's been definitely keeping the ability of JWoww to kill him just nullified.
So, Dragon being done here by the Wolves. Welcome bit of gold for them. So, obviously, Dragon number 4 in this game. Sorry, 3. 3, 4,
no, it's number 4 for Wolves, but TCM got 1.
It's the 5th Dragon of the game, of course, and the 4th for Copenhagen Wolves. Yeah. There we go. It's 35 minutes in. We've seen quite a few Dragons at this point. Well, as I said, welcome bit of gold there. 4,000 behind right now. 17 to 12 behind in kills. Who do you fancy, Jason? I mean, if Copenhagen Wolves can weather the storm of this Baron buff here, have they got the power when it comes to the late game with the likes of that Tristana to win the match?
It's really, I think it comes down to position, how each of these teams play the fight out. Because with the way the Wolves have been doing it so far, it obviously hasn't been working in their favor, as TCM does have the lead completely. But TCM, like, they have the damage to burst someone down, and with the GA on JWoww now, like, the person that Copenhagen Wolves are going to burst down, it changes, like, their target. Obviously, they still want to kill Belgian if they have an exhaust, just to prevent the damage earlier on, and then the death of him, obviously, they want to try to cut away from. But if they can land their combo, that's all the Wolves have to do. They're going to kill someone, then they're going to have the advantageous fight in a 5-on-4. But the Baron buff, like you were saying before, it's going to be really tricky. They need to defend an inhibitor. They cannot really afford to lose something like that. And TCM, they don't have an amazing team to dive with, and Wolves have a decent team to defend with that AP Zyra and with that Tristana, so they should be able to hold on to this turret.
Well, let's see. I'm going to push that minion wave in there for this one. Karthus lay waste. We already saw earlier on that the likes of Nami, he absolutely rips through it. See, Rabadon's Death Cap with the Rod of Aegis and the Saracen Blaze. Already got another blasting wand in there as well. And you already see Grasping Roots coming out. Barney D managing to dodge that one, but the plants giving him a real tough time as he throws the hook out there. Goes straight down the middle of 2. And as you said, they're holding off these waves quickly.
And the thing is, with the Oracle on Unlimited, he's able to clear anything, or the Oracle on Unlimited, without any wards going over the wall for TCM. They can't see where Youngbuck is. They can't necessarily see where Shook is, so they can completely engage upon them and just kill them even with that Baron buff, so they have to be very careful. They're actually sending JWoww off to split push here. That's a smart move, but TCM still has to be very careful because that unstoppable force can catch a team off guard.
Got the Rando and Zoman in there as well for Nocturne. Dive straight onto Tristana, pop the Randuins and see what you can do with that as the bubble does come around. Belgian Beast has gone right in there, and we are going to see Naruto on the top of them. Here comes Requiem as well as Reckless and JWoww going to be diving in to each other. JWoww's at the backside, and he's doing a lot of damage to Shook right now. Does get Bubble to get away, but that's going to be 2 kills coming out already. They're going to go for Youngbuck now for number 3. He's a tanky man, but he's not lasting long enough. Double kill for JWoww. He jumps now onto the bottom side. TCM looking for the inhib.
Out of that entire fight, I didn't expect Belgian Beast to just flash into the enemy team of Wolves, and I don't think they expected it either, because he just completely caught them off guard. They're able to take Counter Art completely. And the thing is, Reckless, he did a great job. He shot Belgian Beast away with his ultimate, but Belgian obviously can still participate with that Requiem, and getting that first inhibitor down, they should be able to pick up a number 2 here, because they still have 20 seconds left on 3 members of the Wolves.
Yeah, that is the definition of a big engage then. Just flashing us Karthus and saying, what up? Let's fight.
Whoever thought that was a hard engage?
Just jumping straight in there with that one. I mean, they've got then Kha'Zix. You saw the problems that JWoww caused when he jumped straight in there on top of him. Reckless trying his best to get out. Didn't quite work for them. He's added now, though, a Last Whisper plus a Giant's Belt into the 3 main items that he had before. Twitch also got that Last Whisper in there. We'll see where that's going to leave them in the end. JWoww going to head back. He's now 8-1-4 with that Kha'Zix.
Yeah, so I mean, considering how shut down he got earlier in the game, when he lost his first turret, he had a 3-man gank come up towards the top side. He was able to escape that one, and he was really hindered in CS. He's done a phenomenal job of getting back in the game with farming, because look at the lead he has over Youngbuck right now. That's a hefty lead. And they think about all the kills he's been participating in. He's been in there at the right moments, only 1 death, picking up 8 kills, and him paired up with Belgian Beast, they've done a phenomenal job of just keeping TCM in this game and actually giving them the advantage. And we think back to what Reckless said in the video right before we start this game. He says JWoww is a person you have to look out for, and he's proved it this game.
I said it earlier on, he is slowly but surely going to get up there and catch up with that. So he's certainly a problem at this stage of the match for the Copenhagen Wolves, who right now are actually pushing, and they can do that here with the likes of that Zyra, but if they get caught by one hook, or if Naruto just decides to engage, they could be in trouble, but he's gone a little bit too deep. Reckless picks up that kill. JWoww going to be focused here. Reckless switches over, knocks the Karthus away from the team. That's a brilliant move from them. We are going to see Requiem coming out. That's going to get a double, and look how low the rest of them have gone. Reckless goes down. JWoww going to try and clean up from this one. Last seconds Zhonya's. JWoww gets another one, and that will be an ace coming out for TCM. A brilliant turnaround again in the fight.
And that should be the game completely, because they have Super Brains in the bottom lane. They're just trying to heal up, and they need to go down and push that bottom wave, but a great job, because that was a fight on the Copenhagen Wolves' terms. You saw in the back line, Naruto just came flying in, trying to pick up the kills, and he ended up dying first. And then you had Youngbuck actually go into the backside of the TCM and actually kept them pretty much preoccupied, but the damage coming out of TCM with that triad of damage was just unstoppable.
30 seconds or 20 seconds, it doesn't matter how many seconds until this spawn. They're not going to be up quick enough here. And TCM on the red side going to pick up game number 1 of the grand final here. The 2 Spanish players being applauded by the fans, and you can see what it means to them. But it's not over yet, guys. It's a best of 3. You've got 1 game in the lead. They need to keep the composure. They need to keep the focus, because a team like the Copenhagen Wolves will jump on an opportunity like that to come back.
And you have to keep in mind what that game meant to them. I mean, yeah, they're playing for the $30,000 and a spot in the promotion tournament, but they lost just last week to them at the Gfinity in London in 2013. So they wanted that revenge, and they got it, and they are so thrilled about it.
Well, this is a new team, technically, TCM. They've had those changes after the drama that happened over in London, so amazing play coming out from them in that short turnaround time. We're going to head over to the analysis desk where Demon and Freak are going to break down that great performance out of TCM.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe and Jason. What a great performance, as you just said there. Somewhat surprising, maybe surprised themselves. You even saw it in the video, the opening video. You heard TCM say, well, if we don't win here, we can always maybe get through at Gamescom. So they weren't even quite confident in their own usage, but they played brilliantly there, and it worked very well for them. Overall, as a team, the team fights, you said when we were watching, it was like, Copenhagen Wolves have great initiation.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, TCM's is a little bit wonky. They have to make things work, and I guess a flash Karthus is what makes it work.
Exactly. It was interesting because when they clicked the Jarvan in the in Champs, like I was like, yeah, there's the hard engage. You need to start a fight out and kind of, you can lock them all in an area, so Twitch can spray and pray, and Karthus can use Defile, and it should be wonderful. It should be really, really easy. And they went for Nocturne, and I was like, huh, it's interesting. But it actually worked out, because here's a couple things in the team comp. So one, they want to wreak a lot of havoc. When things aren't dying fast and everything's going crazy, Karthus does well, Twitch does well, and Kha'Zix does well. All three of those guys do really well when the fight just is out of control and you can't really focus anyone down, because they all do really good damage output overall and whatnot. And AoE just lets you get more resets on the Kha'Zix. And what ended up happening here in the replay I want to show is actually it's one of the endgame team fights where, as you said, they just kind of force the issue. It's a flash Karthus, it's a Nocturne diving in there, they wreak a bunch of havoc, and they get to assassinate from there by getting rid of the back line.
So let's check that replay out on your screens, of course. As you mentioned, it was just Karthus. He kind of caught Joe and Jason off guard as well. He's just like, well, he's just flashed in.
Yeah, so look at this, right? So Karthus and Naruto go right in, and they both go towards Cowtard and Reckless, who are isolated off on this side. The Stranglethorns keeps the rest of the team from following up. So you can see JWoww, Barney, D, and Matraco, they can't do much here, and they're kind of stuck against the heavy initiation combo. There's the Nami, there's the Malphite, there's the Evelynn. But these guys get into the back line. Let's play it out, watch what happens. We'll go at half speed. They jump in, Cowtard pops Zhonya's, right? They initiate, and look at that. They get rid of the Karthus. He gets knocked back, he gets killed by the Malphite ultimate, they blow him up. But Naruto is here onto Reckless, and Reckless doesn't actually rocket jump away from the Terrify. He actually has it up and never uses it and gets feared up, and he's just outside of Karthus. There's one lay waste. There's the Requiem. There's the flash initiate in from JWoww, actually cues him in midair and explodes the AD carry. Cowtard forced to run, already popped his ultimate, has not much else to say. Shuka's come in, but the reset comes in from JWoww. He can keep pushing down the rest of the team. Matraco, of course, has no one to screw with him, right? All the initiation was spent on killing Karthus, so the Twitch can run into the back lines and kill everyone as well, and everyone from TCM is now here ready to fight and continue on and kill the base. And so really an incredibly well played fight. You dive in, you force the initiation on the Karthus, who can still fight after death, and it leaves everyone else open.
And to pick on the superstar, you know, we sing his praises all the time, but this time I think it's fair that we give him criticism, because there was a number of times in that, around the Baron fights, that he was jumping into the fight. He was separating himself, and for JWoww and Kha'Zix, he's like, this is my birthday.
Exactly. I guess you could say that Reckless was being a little not careful enough in those games, because he jumped into a Kha'Zix multiple times, right? Or didn't jump away from the Nocturne. And he normally did a very good job of initiating fights back in the prior semifinal, and even some of the fights here in this game. But when you always choose aggression on Tristana, sometimes it doesn't work out.
Doesn't work out. Of course, it is the best of 3 in the finals. We will be back after the break for Game 2.
That
Well, welcome back, guys, to Tenerife, and we are about to get underway with game number 2 of the Challenger Tournament Grand Final. TCM picking up game number 1 against the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, I don't think a lot of people have expected that. I almost wish we had the fan vote up for this, because it'd be really interesting to see what percentage of people actually thought TCM were going to win that game.
Yeah, I think Demon actually mentioned this. Everyone seems to follow the reckless hype train that's going on for them, and TCM was able to shut them down. I mean, JWoww did a phenomenal job with that Kazakhs. Got held behind in the beginning, was able to get, was able to get enough damage later on to really be a threat. Yeah. Then we saw Belgium Beast in the beginning. He kind of got him through the early game, which is kind of weird for a Karthus, because usually you're the one that does it really well mid to late game. But with the double kills he got, the double kill that Naruto got on his middle turret, they just did a phenomenal job of controlling TCM, not TCM, but the Wolves. But the thing was, Reckless, he didn't seem to be playing like he did yesterday. He played Tristan and got 14 kills.
Yeah,
in that first game.
It was kind of summed up with that fight at Baron, right? When he was at the bottom side, he went in there, he ultied Karthus back into the rest of the team that was still alive, and you saw it, I pointed it out on the player camera, he kind of just shook his head and did this, like, he didn't, for me, it looked like he was not in his comfort zone from that one. And, we're talking about a kid who's not 17 just yet. He's got a guaranteed place on the Spring Split Champions roster. He's already obviously played for them before that, when you look obviously back to IPL, where they did so incredibly well with him. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders here to perform, and whilst he's not a full-time Copenhagen Wolves player, I think this would mean a lot to him if he can at least steer the Copenhagen Wolves, towards next season's LCS.
He's playing for Pride as well. Like you said, he's already pretty much guaranteed to be on Fnatic for LCS. But if he loses here, a lot of people will be saying, yeah, but you're on Fnatic, but you lost in the amateur tournament here. But I don't know, there's a lot of pressure, but I feel like he's the type of person that can handle it. Maybe that first game was just like a little bit of a warm up for him here, and he'll be able to play the second game a lot better. But you look across the board, Youngbuck, he had a very strong game on that Malphite. He was unstoppable in that top lane. He just kept pushing all day long. You saw Kautard, he had some really good kills. Unfortunately, he got camped a little bit hard earlier on. And Shook, he wasn't as impactful in that last game like we saw him in game number 2 against ESC Icybox, but he still did a great job.
Well, he wasn't that impactful in game 1 against the Icybox, so maybe that's it. Maybe game 2 is where he likes to shine. We'll have to find out as we get into the bans and the picks from this one. TCM, though, 1-0 up in the best of 3. They've got 2 opportunities here to take this one and the cash and the spot in the promotion tournament, which is, of course, the real big deal from this one. But we are going to get into the bans and the picks, and we can see already Lee Sin and Twisted Fate taken out for the blue side of TCM. Elise and Draven on the other side. Looks like we're going to see identical bans to game 1.
Yeah, let's see if the last one does come in here on Youngbuck's side, but they don't want to play against that Elise. We saw how strong JWoww can be on it, but then again, we saw how strong he can be on Kazakhs. The Draven, Chaco, unfortunately, not going to be able to play that this time. The Lee Sin ban, I'm kind of surprised at a little bit. Shook obviously does play Lee Sin quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess TCM's just not really comfortable playing against that champion necessarily here. So last ban going to come in. Oh!
Karthus ban. Well, it makes sense. Belgian Beast was incredible with it in game number 1. The fact is that Copenhagen Wolves have got last pick, so they could have always just waited for that Karthus to come out and gone for something that, can dominate him. But obviously just like, no, we just don't want it. That's the thing. That's the one ban that was left open now, that there was banned in game number 1 by Copenhagen Wolves, was that Lissandra, and they're going to pick it up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if that's actually going to be middle or top lane, because she's kind of like a mage assassin to me, at least, because she can get in there and blow someone up instantly. But Wolves, now they have the opportunity to pick up Zyra for Kautard if they want, if they feel comfortable enough, which they are currently hovering over. And then, of course, they have that other pick, which I'm not sure exactly where they want to go with it, but they're going to look like go with Thresh yet again. So, Limited. Or no, it wasn't Limited, so it was Barney. He had some pretty good hooks in last game. He got cut out every once in a while, but still, he was still that really big threat that TCM needed as a support in the lane. Reckless should have, well, he wasn't able to get a CS lead over Matraco, which we typically see out of him, so you got to give a lot of credit to Barney for that one.
So we are going to be seeing Kautard once again playing that Zyra in the middle lane. I think he's pretty much the only player who's played Zyra in the mid lane in the LCS in Europe. I may be wrong on that one. There may be someone who snuck through as well, but it was pretty much mostly him.
Yeah, oh yeah, it definitely was. I think Extra might have once, but that's about it from Giants. But yeah, he definitely is like the only one that plays it. And that gives him a huge advantage because you typically don't play against that champion in the middle lane, so you're kind of unsure of exactly how to play against her here. But we do see, looks like Nami and Twitch are going to be sat on here for TCM yet again. It worked out pretty well for him last game. We weren't able to get like a big lead, but still, Narutador late game was just dominating with that spray and pray. He wasn't even effective because the rest of Copenhagen Wolves were focusing on that front line at TCM.
Yeah, and Barney, you know, getting the bubbles out pretty much constantly in that one as well. Did a great job on that front. So see what they go for here, the Copenhagen Wolves. Will they go for Tristana again or the Ezreal? Now, that's the funny thing, that Reckless did this yesterday, except it was kind of different because he went 14-2-2, I think it was, with Tristana in the first game, and then he switched over to Ezreal where it wasn't really that impressive. And for me, Reckless, he is a player that is proven time and time again that on the likes of Tristana, that if he gets ahead and he's able to carry a game, he's an absolute beast. And I'm not sure if Ezreal fits him quite as well as the Tristana does.
Yeah, I definitely agree that in that game yesterday, he just could not get off the ground. Like, he just could not get started. But maybe this time he's going to feel a little bit more confident. Maybe he'll do just like he did in game number 1 versus Icy Bucks. But we do see a Shen coming in, so it looks like, I don't want to say it's guaranteed to be Young Buck, but he does play a lot of tanky kind of champions in the top lane, so most likely it would be going over to him. But still, the Evelynn is available right now for Copenhagen Wolves if they do want to pick it up as their last pick.
Well, let's see. It looks like we could see another Kha'Zix coming out for JWoww, which would pretty much guarantee us that Belgian Beast will be taking Lissandra, and also Xin Shao for Narutador, and he played that in their first semi-final all the way back on Thursday, and was incredible with it as well.
Yeah, so I like TCM is going pretty much with the same lineup they did last time. They have a triple threat again with the whole Lissandra, Twitch, and Kha'Zix combo. And then they just have an Initiate out of Barney just to get in there with an Audacious Charge. You have the Nami Tidal Wave to follow up, just kind of knock them up. But it's pretty much Copenhagen Wolves. Who are you going to kill first? Most likely it's going to be Lissandra unless she ults herself. And then that means the rest of TCM is just going to be trailing through you with all their damage. And it's really hard to deal with that.
Now, I feel like Lissandra feels a little bit similar to Karthus to play, you know, get in there and stay in there, do all your damage, as we see from that one. So I'm sure Belgian Beast ready for this challenge coming on. Let's have a look then what Copenhagen Wolves are going to finish off with. Will that be the Shen in the top lane? Thinking it will be, because Shook has been taking more those damage deal, fast clear champions in the jungle, and well, it's going to be Evelynn again.
Yeah, I was trying to think, does that fit in with their combo really well? And
it's an invisible Shen somewhere. That's a good thing.
That is true. So if you can make use of that mid game, you can be really powerful. But in terms of like their late game fights, if the Evelynn doesn't get kind of fed a little bit early on, just get a little bit strong, you can't get into the back line of TCM. You'll be locked down completely just by a bubble potentially, a Tidal Wave, knock up out of Xin Zhao, or just the CC out of Lissandra. So it's going to be very hard for Shook to get in and out. Not to mention, ganking middle, if Belgian Beast is anywhere near his own turret, is going to be very dangerous, which Snoopy from Evil Jesus unfortunately found out against NIP 2 weeks ago, ganking Extinct on Lissandra.
Yeah, we'll find out about that one here, because now TCM, they're in the driving seat. They've got the first game, the all-important first game here in the best of 3. They move over onto the blue side now, and Copenhagen Wolves probably feeling a little bit of pressure from this one. They didn't perform like they'd have hoped to from that first game, and we heard it in the video at the start, where I think TCM kind of conceded to the fact that Copenhagen Wolves are the big favorites in this one. And now, if we don't win this time around, oh well, we still maybe gonna have a chance later on. So now, with that 1-0, we saw just after the last game what it meant to TCM to actually get that victory. They were hugging each other after one game in a best of 3, which just shows me how happy they are that they've managed to pick up that first victory. But question is, can they lock it out 2-0?
Yeah, that's the real challenge. Can you do it twice in a row, or at least pick up 2 out of the 3 here? And it's going to be very difficult for them to do it, but they have a very strong lineup. They're playing, it seems like, a comfort kind of composition. And Wolves, they have a long road ahead of them. Even if they do pick up this first victory, they still have one more to go right behind that. And right now, I mean, I really just can't wait to see how this game kind of develops, because it's all going to come down to that early game for me with the champions that TCM has.
Well, we're going to be getting started here in just a second. TCM, certainly the crowd favorite of these 2 teams here, obviously with the 2 Spanish players in their roster, Narutador and Matroco. And there you see the Copenhagen Wolves, and they're now surely feeling the pressure under these lights. It's somehow a little bit warmer today. Now the sun started to shine through the clouds from earlier on. I'm even managing to pick up some kind of strange accent. I've been in Tenerife that long. The sun is shining, everybody. Let's get into game. TCM versus Copenhagen Wolves. Game number 2. Jason, like usual, let's go through level 1 here. And again, bubbles and hooks.
So there's potentially a lot of control out of the Wolves because you have that grasping roots, you have the hook, you have that shadow dash if you do want to land it because you are a Shen in the top lane, so you can afford to go for something like that very early on. But TCM, they do have a lot of damage. Belgian Beast is going to have a lot of AoE damage, assuming that Copenhagen Wolves will really line up here. Not to mention JWoww will hurt quite a bit. So I think both teams are just going to play a little safe here. And I was thinking to myself, you know, it's the second game of a best of 3. Do you need to go for anything risky when you're the team up 1 game? Should you play a game that you're comfortable with, play what you know how to play? Do you want to try to catch Copenhagen Wolves off guard, or maybe that's something you want to save till game 3? And it looks like they went for, you know, the more of a comfort game.
Yeah, there's no real right answer to that, I think, because it's just very situational. I think most of the times the team that are up will choose to play it safer.
Yeah.
I mean, they've won last time with a very similar team to this one. Why really change anything? And they just hope that they're just going to have to play better, to be honest, than the Copenhagen Wolves. And this could be really interesting right now. Wolves moving through from their tri-bush. They're going to come down towards the blue buff. There were 5 TCM men there. Now there are only 3, but they're coming back up. This could be a 5-man welcome party waiting for the Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to be waiting this one out as Belgian Beast going to put down the damage. They wanted to get away. Naruto though actually going to get caught up. Gets taunted as well. He's in a lot of trouble. Flashes away, but he's burning. First blood comes down for Kauton. Perfect start for the Wolves, but can they get any more? Belgian Beast being chased down. He will flash away to avoid Shen's taunt, and that is a brilliant start. Kauton, the mid laner, picking up first blood.
And he called it, Joe. The hooks coming in, the grass roots coming in. They were able to lock him down, able to pretty much keep him out of jungle for quite a while, and now they have that opportunity to take 3 buffs and keep Naruto down to 1, which keep him really far behind, and that might have been the start that Shook really wanted, that he didn't unfortunately get last game, because remember, he actually invaded, he went back, started his own red buff, and was forced to smite it right away.
Just saw Thresh coming up there. I think he realized, hang on a minute, I've got no vision there and no one to help me in case they're actually just waiting for me. So he took the long way around from that
this
one.
Is risky. Rizador, he was thinking about going over there, but it would have been spotted by that ward, so he will be limited to 1 buff here, it looks like. Because that is, I believe, a regular ward down there. Yes, it is. And right now, it's not a great start for Naruto, but the thing is, he can always sit in a lane for quite a while to make sure. Since there's lane swaps, he'll be able to farm up a little bit of XP. He'll be able to keep up in terms of levels, but his gank potential will obviously just drop, since Shook won't have to do that necessarily.
So let's talk about they're going to have the easier time in this one. Kha'Zix and Shen in these 1v2s.
Well, I mean, like we saw last game, we had JWoww in that 1v2 situation. He got shut down quite well. Obviously, it was against a little bit of a different lineup. It had a Tristana. So I'd imagine that he'd have a little bit of a tough time here because Ezreal does a lot more damage earlier on in the game than a Tristana does. But over on towards the top side, with that Twitch yet again, it's hard to harass a Shen under turret when you have that poison taken on him. You cannot get in range. And it looks like Shook actually will sit up here on the top side just to make sure Youngbuck doesn't get pushed out. Level 1, they do go for the taunt.
Oh, taunt coming in there. Youngbuck actually walking straight back under his towers. Matroco falling low from that one. Shook obviously shouldn't be in any danger of really going for him right now, but everything's always a danger. Press W and just beeline for someone. You don't expect that a lot of the time. So Barney D going to have to be ready on the bubble finger for that one to make sure that no one comes charging down them. But it looks like a similar scenario here in this bottom lane as well, minus the fact that Naruto is actually on the top side of the bottom jungle, so it's going to take him a while to get down.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to do some good harass to this turret, and you can already see how that level 1 actions really developed. As the Limiter taking a lot of turret hits here, it's gonna back away, but you can see how that level 1 fight really worked out in the Wolves' favor, because look at the CS disparity in the middle lane. Because Belgian Beast doesn't have a flash to get away, because Couchard has a lot of CC, as you do see the taunt on the top lane, Barney D gonna get low.
Barney D in trouble, gonna have to use a flash on this one. Shook gonna be exhausted, then he flashes in. There's the bubble that I was talking about, but Youngbuck is still chasing down from this one. Barney D survives. There's the expunge from Matroco. Both Youngbuck and Shook below half HP. Question is, does Shook stay around for this one and go in again? And for that matter, do TCM stick around for this?
It looks like they are going to do that, actually. But they don't really have any words to spot where Shook is. And to see Belgian Beast without that flash because of level 1, Coutard's been able to get a hefty lead over him in CS.
Yeah, double the CS right now, 15 to 30. And that is not good news from AD carries. Same as last game, actually, staying very, very even up until now. Kazi's got a slight lead from that early start. Obviously, with that Crystalline Flask and pots as well, it's going to be easy for him to actually stay in that lane.
Yeah, so I'm going to assume he's actually not going to build the tier like he did, or like he didn't do last time. He's going to keep with that same kind of build, and that means for him, as long as he makes it towards that late game, as long as he can keep up in CS a little bit, he'll be able to be a powerhouse later on. But they still have to deal with Kautar somehow. Nerdstore hasn't gone for a gank on him just yet. The Belgian's Beast Flash will be available, so he should be a little bit safer now. Should be feeling a little bit more confident that he can go for some CS. But right now, Nerdstore, he's sticking towards his top side. He knows Youngbuck does not have Flash. They want to go for the skill here, but it all depends if R&D can land that bubble.
Matroko has to stay away from there with that poison on as well. He constantly draws the aggro if he goes too close to that turret, so he's got to stay out of range from that. Naruto is still there. They're waiting to go in as Barney D once again takes a turret hit. Matroko goes in for another one, but as pesky minions just out of range as they are going to pull JWoww back. The Flay comes out as well, but JWoww not really in too much danger from that one. We saw the Ignite used by Unlimited, but you can see he's just healing straight back up with that Crystalline Flask.
Yeah, I mean, that's likely for him is that he hasn't sustained from the W on top of that, so he's going to have the regen to stay there, and we do have Shook coming up towards his top side again. This might have been the moment Naruto has been waiting for, or maybe it's unfortunately not the moment because they are going to be diving Youngbuck under this turret. Shook is level 5. He should be close to level 6 since he does have the 3 buffs for himself. He actually is very close, so if he can hit level 6 here on this gank, they're going to turn it around 2v3.
This could be bad news. Naruto has been there for what feels like 2 minutes by now. Not quite that long, obviously, in reality, but he has spent a lot of time up on that top side. They know that he's there. The entire time he's sat there, they know exactly. They know that he's at least come through into this second brush. They may be thinking, okay, has he recalled by now?
Oh, here they go, Shook 6.
Yeah, they're going to go in for that one. There is Naruto coming around Matroko. Good bubbles actually coming out there. Shook going quite low. Then he's going to have to back away, actually poison up the expunge comes through. Matroko is flashed in there. He's going to have to use the barrier. Youngbuck tries to lock him up once again, and in the end, a lot of summoners burnt there in that top lane, but no deaths.
Yeah, really surprising that nothing really happened in the end from that, and Naruto waiting around long enough ended up working out for them. They blew Flash out of Shook, they blew the Flash and Ignite out of Youngbuck again, and right now they're just going to back away and buy up here. But in the meantime, Wolves did pick up that bottom turret, so they're able to get the first turret of the game like they did last time here, but are they going to be able to play this one maybe a little bit different? And if Copenhagen Wolves do send their AD carry support against this Matroko Barn D lane, are they going to be able to outfarm him this time?
Well, JWoww is headed up towards that mid, which tells me he may squeeze off towards the top side. And the AD carrying support, yep, coming down towards the bottom there. So that's how that one's all going to work out for now. Kautar actually coming down. Looks like they could go for the first dragon of the game here.
They did that last time, and they're going to be able to take this again. I mean, there is a ward currently down that did spot him heading over towards it, but right now with the way TSM is set up, they're not really going to try to stop it here. And honestly, that's giving Copenhagen Wolves a pretty good start, considering that they got double killed at level 6 when we had Belgian Beast hit 6 on that Karthus. They ended up picking the dragon just to keep the gold even, but now they've actually been able to take a nice lead.
Oh, Youngbuck here going to walk through, puts the ward down, sees Naruto who picks up that red buff, but look at the damage already here coming out towards Naruto. Here comes Kautar, flash over the side there from Xinjiao. Ward's going down, will have just spotted him going into that brush, so they know that he's hanging around there. They know that JWoww is in the tri-bush as well. He's going to have to try and kill himself or recall. I don't think he's going to be able to recall. There comes a true shot barrage across. Has he timed this one right? Yes, he has.
All right, so he escapes with the red buff, getting the experience, but doesn't give it over to anyone, doesn't give the kill over to anyone, and also it gave Belgian Beast a little bit of free time to farm in this middle lane, so he's closed that gap to under 10 now. And I mean, great job by Naruto just to kind of get back in it, because some junglers or some players have a really hard time kind of getting back into a game when something goes wrong or doesn't go the way they want it to. But Shook, he's already waiting here towards this blue buff. It is respawning. Belgian Beast is going to be spotted by a ward here, but Belgian Beast is there perfectly, or at the perfect time to stop him from being, or stop him from being stolen. And it's just as I say that, Shook keeps going on it.
Yeah. Funny, Belgian Beast just like, you know what? No one's here to help me. I've got no idea where Kautar is, so I'm just going to run away from it. I'm just going to let him have this one. Let's give it up. Better than actually dying in the end to it. So, nice pick up for Copenhagen Wolves. Certainly their first 10 minutes of this game have been a lot more promising than what we saw in that last one as well. So, let's see if they can keep that one going. Red buff here being done by Naruto. Obviously did steal away the enemy one, but lost it to the turret, didn't give it over to anyone, which is the key part of that one. This top lane, Shen versus Kha'Zix. Youngbuck got the lead in that one now, 43-37.
Yes, he does, and it looks like he will be going for that Sunfire cape, so JWoww won't be able to do as much damage to him, just like last game when he was on that Malphite.
Yep.
So it's all about kind of keeping him under-farmed as much as possible, but then maybe forcing the fights a little bit earlier for Copenhagen Wolves, but fights that they know they can win that are a little bit more advantageous. But Shook, I mean, he's level 7, he's actually almost level 8, and Narutador just hit level 6, so he has that nice gap between them, which means obviously his smite's going to be stronger, and his damage is going to be quite high, but he hasn't really been able to make anything happen off of it just yet.
Yeah, he's done really well on that side of it. I mean, if you compare his levels over towards the enemy team, he's pretty much up there with the solo laners at this point as well, so can certainly contend, but it's about getting in there. Look at the pink ward coverage as Youngbuck here in the top lane. Goes head-to-head with JWoww, but neither of them want to commit. And yeah, back to the pink ward point. 2 on the top side of the map, 2 on the bottom side. It makes it so hard for Evelyn to actually do anything right now on the map.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job just shutting him down both games right now, which unfortunately, it didn't really happen with the ESC Icybucks. They weren't able to do that in the second game, and he was able to have a heyday with that, able to pick up plenty of kills. But right now, I mean, with all that money invested, you're not really making any plays happen off it. They haven't gotten a turret, they haven't gotten a kill, so you're investing all this money, and right now, if you look at the supports, Barney has a Ruby Crystal, but Unlimited has a Sightstone already.
Yeah, so there's the real problem that they're having. As they fall behind in the game, they're putting a lot of money into pink wards. At some point, those funds kind of dry up, or you slow yourself, down so much with those pink wards that in the end, you're too far behind in items anyway. So whilst not making the biggest impact on the lanes maybe so much here, Shook, he's actually forcing things in the game with just the fact that he's playing the Evelyn.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting it in his favor just from choosing that, but the tidal wave does come out. Narutador almost gets blown up by Belgian Beast engages.
He's going to go in there for this one. We are going to see Shen coming into this fight as well. Kautar actually going really low from that one. Actually, Youngbuck is there on the top. Where is Youngbuck? I've got no idea. He's on the bottom side here. He went in towards Unlimited. 2 of them going low. Matroko was low as well, but no kills coming from that one, so a lot burnt in that fight, but again, no kills coming down. It remains 1-0 for the Wolves.
And JWoww, unfortunately, missed that jump over that wall. It might have been a little bit different. He might have been able to pick up a kill from that, but obviously, hindsight's 20/20, and Copenhagen Wolves able to get out of that fight without losing anyone, which is really important at this stage in the game when TCM, they want to win early on, and they want to kind of use that power to kind of have it run off into the mid and late game here. But Matroko, in the meantime, just sitting down here farming, and he actually is a little bit behind in CS.
Yep, 109-96. Not a massive amount for the Twitch, but certainly won't want to be falling any further in there. Maybe able to push up towards this turret, although Reckless and Unlimited are now coming back towards this bottom lane. He's got Narutador to give him a bit of backup as well, but it looks like they will recall, spend up what they've got, because we've got Reckless coming back into that lane, got himself the BF sword and also that Vamp Scepter as well now.
Yeah, so he's going to go for that Bloodthirster, it looks like, as his first major item. Go for that heavy poke damage off of Ezreal.
Well, we say that, but in the last games, he's also gone BF Sword first and then the Vamp Scepter into Cutlass, so...
He could go... Actually, I believe he did go Infinity Edge, now that I think about it, in the second game versus ESC Icybucks, so I think you're definitely right there. And that's still going to put out quite a bit of damage, going to give him that escape mechanism on top of his Arcane Shift. And his build, I mean, it's pretty far ahead considering where it is in this game right now. JWoww has a Hex Drinker as his first item, doesn't have a Brutalizer like he built first last time, because he really wants to avoid the damage out of Kautar, who just destroyed him.
So, he's got a 10 CS lead at this point. Boost of mobility coming in as well for Narutador, and I think that's going to be an important point for him, as well as we are going to see the Strangle Thorns go there by Kautar, using them pretty defensively. Already stings a little bit with those plants, got that needlessly large rod in there as well, but well, if you have to use those ultimates defensively, they're not always going to be there when you actually need them for a big team fight. We are going to have Dragon coming up here in just 5 seconds' time. There are a lot of wards down on that bottom side of the river. So let's see who's able to get in there and have themselves a Dragon.
Yeah, it was speaking of team fight, one's about to come up here with this Dragon, and they...
Maybe.
Yeah, it's true, maybe. And right now, Copenhagen Wolves, without that String of Thorn up, without the Stand United up for Youngbuck, they're a little bit hesitant to go for it, but actually you might see Reckless Unlimited 2-mana here with that pink ward. They do have that vision control over it, and Narutador is trying to go for that red buff again, but he has been spotted.
He's being spotted here, and Shook actually going to go chasing in, and there's an early flash from Narutador. He wants no part of that one, and he's just going to hand straight away from that one. And Copenhagen Wolves, what are they going to do? They're actually bunching up onto that mid lane. they need to be careful that they don't go down to Dragon and lose their mid turret from that positional disadvantage that you automatically put yourself in.
Yeah, it looks like instead they're like, all right, well, listen to Joe, we'll go back to Dragon instead. We're not going to go for the turret. And they should be able to take this one, but we have seen steals happen in the previous game. It's going to be a little bit harder on Anami this time.
Yeah, I think so. Naruto may decide to try and get away, but obviously has no flash from this one. Tidal Wave comes across, and Shook going to pick that one up. Now they go in for the fight here. Shenny's coming down to the bottom as well, as Shook will finish off Belgian Beast. Who's the next one? Naruto going very, very low, being chased down, actually dashing away there onto the minions. Shook not actually got really much mana here to be following up, as Barney D is coming around the corner, and Naruto ignores him and says, nope, I'm going north here. I'm running completely towards my turret from this one. Chuck is still running after him.
A lot of time to chase, considering you could just be pushing middle right now.
Yeah, it is. They have done that as well, though, so I suppose we can't really say too much about that one. But Naruto managing to actually survive, and now Copenhagen Wolves going to use this opportunity to clear out the enemy jungle and start to strangle.
Now Reckless, he's heading up towards that top side. He wants this kill on Naruto. He does go in for it with the Arcane Shift, but Naruto just runs north up to pretty much get away from him. But this will be another turret that they should be able to pick up off that.
Well, Naruto,
they really want blood.
He's a good runner. Let's put it that way. Although now he's going to get locked down, but he's still going, bless him. Does get finished off by Youngbuck in the end, and they're going to lose this turret here. Cowtard getting the killing blow, and that one that puts the Wolves up 3-0 in turrets, 3-0 in kills, and it's quite a big gold lead now, 6,000 gold.
Yeah, they're looking completely different like we saw from last game. It seems like they're just needed that little bit of a warm-up game, or maybe it was a little bit of nerves, and they've been able to shake that, and we do see some big items coming in, as we do have the Bilgewater Cutlass coming in, just like you said, Joe. Definitely right on Reckless right there. And we do have the Death Cap done for Cowtard, so he's definitely going for that big bursty damage, and as we saw a little bit earlier on against Matraco, took him down to half health with just a String of Thorns and a Q, I believe that was, and that is a lot of damage. If you can burst down a Twitch like that, it sets you up really well in these team fights, but unfortunately for JWoww, actually, no, he's sitting on 600 gold. I was going to say, unfortunately, he doesn't have any items, but he's sitting on a lot of gold right now. When he does back, he can pick up pretty much anything he wants.
Yeah, I think Brutalize is where he went after the Hex Drinker last time in here, so expect the same from him. Why change a winning formula? It's certainly worked out for him in that last game. Huh?
That's Reckless's motto.
Yeah, apparently so. He's going exactly the same way as well. Alessandra here got that Haunting Guys in there, and that Seeker's Arm Guard, so going up towards a Zonya. And what else have we gotten? Now, it's great to see that Cowtard is not scared of just going straight in there for damage. Like, nope, don't need any resist, don't need any mana, just get the damage. Let's just get the power in there and pick up those kills, which now has worked out really nicely for him.
And then, well, on the flip side, that last game, at the end, it kind of worked out against him. I mean, he did have the Zonias luckily for him, so he was able to escape, but I mean, you're definitely right. He's like one of those players that I just want to kill you. I don't care about, you know, surviving the fight. I don't care about, you know, regenerating in lane. I just want to beat you straight up, and with the items he has, he currently can do that to quite a few members of TCM. And right now, JWoww is catching Youngbuck, but doesn't really do too much damage. And Copenhagen Wolves, where are they going to go next? Because they do have that nice, well, pretty much 5,000 gold lead right now. And it looks like they're going to actually push down middle here. Stand United will be up very shortly, so they can go for that split push strategy.
Yep, and that Brutalizer was picked up there, as well as they are going to both root and hook Barney D, but no one wanted to follow in. Oh, they were under the turret and the 3 men there from TCM, so you can kind of understand why they wouldn't want to follow in directly on that one, having the exact same amount of men there as well. They've got Youngbuck split pushing with Stand United available. That's going to draw Kha'Zix and Xin Zhao away from this one. They want to stop Youngbuck in his tracks here and maybe try and finish him off. Youngbuck just like, I'm going to have to flash because my Shadow Dash didn't quite get me over the wall there from that one. He will be chased down from this one. Not going to escape JWoww. That's a valuable kill back as the Strangle Thorns come across. True Shot Barrage not quite finishing off Barney D. And TCM, after all that, pick up a 1-for-0.
I actually think Naruto's 3-prong strike actually knocked him out of his taunt over the wall. That was ridiculous. I'm not sure if that was intended, but I'm sure he's going to say that definitely was out of him.
Yeah, intended, I'm not quite so sure. Little bit of a stroke of luck on that one we're going to go for. Well, he had his flash anyway, but, well, they flashed over after him as well, so didn't really gain him too much from that. And Youngbuck taken down for the first time in this game. Right now, TCM being chased in their own jungle here. Shook actually coming in, gets locked up by Belgian Beast. The hook not quite landing, but you can see the ward coverage that they're starting to put in there. They want to strangle the entire jungle away from TCM and stop them having any of those any of the buffs in the camps.
Yeah, I mean, we look back at last game, and we're looking back to how this game started. All the pink wards invested by TCM in last game, because they had the advantage, were able to spot exactly where Shook was going. And at the beginning of this game, you saw them put down 2 pink wards towards the top, 2 pink wards towards the bottom, and because of that, it seems like they've run out of funds. They haven't been able to put very many down, and Shook's been having free reign over the jungle right now, and that really can't come back to haunt them.
Yeah, and it's a hard one to weigh up, I think, economically. How much can you safely spend into that vision for an Evelynn who, quite frankly, didn't have that big of an impact in the early game anyway? I mean, it'd probably be better to have that right now rather than before, but obviously it's so hard to even call that kind of scenario to to really weigh things up. We can see there the gold difference between the supports, currently 500 in the favor of Unlimited, as you'd expect with that 6,000, almost 7,000 gold lead, or almost 5,000 gold lead. Joe Miller mathematical skills once again, they're always coming into play.
Don't worry, I'm pretty terrible at math too, but you're definitely right. I mean, he has 2 assists out of the 3 kills so far. It shows that it's been pretty much based around where Reckless has been, as you do see where the kills necessarily are, but Unlimited, I mean, that 500 gold, that 600 or 500 to 600 gold, like that's a lot of pink wards that could go down. That's an Oracle, which he currently has over Barney D right now, and he's clearing out the vision. Youngbuck is going to spot JWoww here, but he should be fine. He does have a turret to escape too.
Well, there is the Shadow Dash coming in, and they're going to go straight in for him. He gets knocked up. He's like, whoa, Stan United, I'm out of here. And will just about get away with that one. Straight down to Dragon, says, well, I'm just going to help out with this one while I'm here then. Question is, can it be stolen away? And, well, the bubble comes in just a little bit too late.
But we do see TCM pick up a turret off of that, and they're not stopping. They're still pushing down this top side, but I think if Copenhagen Wolves want to, they can push down middle because no one is in position to stop this.
I think they might lose that.
They definitely might. We do see Copenhagen Wolves heading towards the top side to stop it, and right now, no one's in the vicinity to make it happen, so they will be able to get that turret. But they might lose both people for it, so actually, yeah, they're going to back away instead. Yeah,
they're going to back away from this one, and they need to hope that they can recall before any of that happens. JWoww just throwing the void spikes out there, will jump away to the top side. They're not done chasing just yet. There's no tower behind TCM here, so they're in all kinds of trouble. You can see Naruto was like, please, please, please don't check it. Please don't check it. He's actually going to be able to escape from that one. JWoww's not quite going to be so lucky with this one. Actually using his barrier there, which almost surprises me because I think the chances of him escaping from Zyra and a Thresh, and with the Evelynn doing the damage there, pretty much non-existent. But in the end, he will die. Naruto does survive though. A big point for TCM.
Good guy JWoww, did not lure him into that bush to get him killed too. I mean, he's like, all right, fine, I'll let you escape and I'll take the death for this one. But in all honesty, that might have been better having Naruto die, because he's already 0-3 with 1 assist, and you need JWoww to keep getting farmed up. You don't need the tankiness, you need the damage right now to deal with Copenhagen Wolves. But hindsight's always 20/20, and we do see the Infinity Edge now done for Reckless. Still almost has the Blade of the Rune King done, where currently Matraco only has that Blade done.
Yeah, and exactly the same build here for Reckless, that BF Sword into Cutlass, then to finish off the Infinity Edge, and then into Blade of the Rune King. Same on the other side for JWoww as well. His last Whisper going to be coming up next. That's exactly the way he went for game number 1.
All right, so we do see, it looks like the Zhonya's coming out of Kautard, because I believe we're going to have a little bit of a lull in the action, so we can go over items a little bit. So he's going to get that defensive item to deal with, maybe JWoww jumping on top for maybe Belgian Beast, who hasn't bought in quite a while. He's sitting on 1,300 gold. He wants to finish that Zhonya's, but just hasn't really been able to farm up too much. You see the Sunfire Cave's done on Youngbuck. He has the random ones almost finished as well, so he's going to be very hard to deal with, especially for Matraco, who hasn't really built any armor pen just yet, and even JWoww, who, well, not even JWoww, the opposite of that, because JWoww does have that last Whisper in the Brutalizer, so we're going to see how it's really going to pan out.
So Wolves here just sweeping Baron. All wards that TCM had put down now taken away. And they themselves know that they need to be careful. The Copenhagen Wolves not scared of getting involved when it comes to making Baron attempts. But we're going to have a bit of a dance around there by the looks of things. Meanwhile, Youngbuck is pushing the bottom lane. He has Stan United, and TCM know now that they have to start moving to this. Otherwise, it's going to be too late to react to that inner turret.
I mean, we see what happened last time with TCM with the surprise engages out of Karthus on Belgian Beast, but with Lissandra, doesn't feel too confident this time just yet, and it looks like they're not going to go for a push here. They're just going to head bottom, try to stop Youngbuck, and what are the Wolves going to do to pretty much take advantage of this?
Well, the thing is, they couldn't even challenge if they wanted to there on that outer middle turret 5v4, so we are going to see Shook coming from the backside. True Shot Barrage comes through as well, and Youngbuck says, I'm going back to that one, but my point, they couldn't have even gone 5v4 to that middle turret there. I think with the likes of Kautard, who can just throw everything at the wrists of the hook of Shen, then joining the fight afterwards, just can't do it. Wolves clear out Baron again. Youngbuck now attacking that inner turret on the bottom lane.
And Copenhagen Wolves were able to kill Barney, who had the Oracle on him. So he's already down in gold. It's going to be very hard for him to pick up another one, but Naruto, he might get caught here.
Oh, there's the hook. He's going to land in onto him. Chances of getting away from this one are pretty slim as he flashes over, but Shook's in there with him. This is going to be another kill for the Evelyn. And just about, it was actually Kautard that picked it up there right in the very last second of things. And there, oh wow, Belgian Beast jumping out. Oh, look at the damage as well. He's managed to strip one of them completely out of it. But is he going to be able to get any more? There goes JWoww jumping in. Gets himself one, pops his ultimate in as well. He jumps over to the next, but he is finished off by Kautard. And in the end, that will be a 3 for 2 in favor of Copenhagen Wolves.
Wow, so he wanted to save his claw to being able to maybe escape, and he didn't want to be spotted as he flashed on top of him, and that zone is just now going to be completed. But look at the trade. I mean, 2 for 3 in the end for Copenhagen Wolves, going to come out ahead in that fight and pick up quite a few kills. And you look at Kautard, who last game he was camped quite a bit, 0-3 out of the laning phase, but now he's 3-0-4. You see Shook is 4-0-3, so we're pretty much seeing exactly what happened with the Wolves back in Game 2 versus ESC Icybox.
A big turnaround. Let's see if the Wolves here are going to push things out. I mean, they've got a 7,000 gold lead. Youngbuck is doing what Shen does best, which is constantly causing pressure all over the map. And obviously, in that bottom lane, the last time we saw it, that inner turret did take a bit of damage. I think he got down to about half before Youngbuck decided he was going to back away. He's now got that Randuin's Omen in there as well, which is going to make it even harder for the likes of, well, pretty much everyone outside of Lissandra to be doing too much to it.
And I think right now, with Reckless farming up towards his top side, he's going to have the money to pick up that Blade of the Rune King, and that might be the time that Copenhagen Wolves says, hey, let's fight. I mean, we feel more confident. We have a lot more items completed than you do.
But they looked for it last game as well. As soon as he picked up Infinity Edge Blade of the Rune King, and he knew that he was ahead of Matroko's item build on Twitch, they went for it.
Yeah, and it worked out for them in the beginning, but unfortunately, they didn't. Unfortunately, they did lose that game, but this time it's a lot different.
Then Reckless went to farm the bottom lane, and they all got picked off at the same time, which obviously wasn't quite towards the plan. But they have a bigger gold lead. Well, they have the gold lead, which is what they didn't have even last time. Anyway, we see that Youngbuck here, again, just going to make sure that this bottom lane doesn't get pushed too far out. We're going to see the Dragon spawning in a second. Copenhagen Wolves, again, have it timed literally down to the second, and they're going to go in there and pick up another one.
And it looks like TCM won't be able to respond to this, won't be able to stop it, and that is a lot of gold that's really accruing for Copenhagen Wolves. You even see JWoww came in from the side to try to stop it, or maybe just to see if it was there, but TCM going to respond. They're going to push the small turret here, and they should be able to take it for free.
Yeah, they need to be careful of those grasping roots, but they're dodged, and that will be that outer turret. So they're actually matched here now on turrets, funnily enough. All outer turrets of the game down and out of action. Neither team really got the grasp when it comes to ward control, but we have had those oracles coming in as well, so hard to keep a full track on that one. Unlimited obviously has had that one running here for quite a little while as well. We now see the Blade of the Rune King in there for Reckless, like we said before. And the Infinity Edge, good timing there from Matroko, picked it up just as we're talking about it.
Yeah, so they're pretty much going to be even in items right now, and I think Matroko's going to be able to do a little bit more damage, assuming it's just a head-on-head fight and there's no poke really involved. And right now, Barney, he doesn't even have boots at this point, which is really hurting him quite a bit. The Saint Rootador coming in there to steal it, but okay, Belgian Beast was able to pick it up here, and just like we thought, it looks like a team fight's going to break out here really soon, and Limited does have that Oracle still. He's going to be clearing out all his vision, and they just want to keep dancing around this Baron.
And they're going to start it here. They know that they've gone back from this one. Twitch is decently close. We're going to see the Stan United actually coming there from Youngbuck anyway, up towards the Baron. Look how quickly it goes down. That is not even close for TCM getting in from this one, and they're actually going to set up a trap, and there, wow, he goes straight into the middle here. Belgian Beast uses ulti on himself, uses that Zhonya's, dodges the strangle throws, dives straight after as JWoww dives into the back of them. Are they going to be able to finish him off there? It's a double kill for Reckless, who's just waiting to get out the backside of things here. Matrocco falling pretty low from that one. Youngbuck being focused down, but they need to probably just run away from this. Unlimited chasing in, the hook not actually landing. There's a stealth away from Matrocco, and Copenhagen Wolves don't lose a single man, and they pick up Baron and 2 kills.
But look how low the Wolves are after that fight. If TCM maybe was a little bit more grouped up for it, they might have won that fight flat out. And that was a great job by Belgian Beast using his whole combo just to kind of stall long enough for JWoww to get in there and put a little bit of pressure down, but still, doesn't matter. So, Copenhagen Wolves with that Baron, we bind up quite a few more items here, and Stan United will be down for Shen, so they're not going to be able to push that well, but they're going to be able to push here for some more turrets.
Yeah, the funny thing is, if Belgian Beast's ultimate had actually been used to lock someone else up, they could have maybe got the 1 kill there that would have started the snowball in the fight. But it's all ifs and buts, and easy for us to say when we've got vision of the Baron pit, which is not something that Belgian Beast had the luxury of in that one. So we are approaching that 10,000 gold lead now for the Copenhagen Wolves, still tied up on the towers. We can see the CS lead, especially 50 in that mid lane, 30 between the 2 AD carries. Starting to get a little bit out of hand here for the Wolves.
Unlimited, it feels like he's had an Oracle this entire game so far. At least for the last 10 minutes he's had one. Actually 15 minutes he's been able to have one. So I'm going to see if how many Wolves are going to go for the final push. I mean, they're playing it very, very slow, Joe. And I mean, we can understand why with what's at stake in this game.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to play it like a tutorial style. Just try to make sure Youngbuck keeps slow pushing, wait for that ultimate to be available, and then they just want to start pushing middle, really force TCM to make the move.
Yeah, play it the safe way. I mean, they've got that Baron buff, which automatically now makes it more safe anyways. Youngbuck goes in towards JWoww, who's now got that Black Cleaver added in. So he's going to be at that point where this is where he started to shine last game, just before that Black Cleaver was actually done. That's where he started picking up kills, and we'll see if he can kind of hit that point in this game as well. We see the Aegis being built up already for Xin Zhao as well. On the other side, not got up there quite just yet for the Copenhagen Wolves as they come down to this inner bottom turret. They are pushing pretty aggressively through this one. The turret, as I said before, down to less than half HP. Belgian Beast going to go in as well. Ultimate's on himself. Tidal Wave comes down. There's the shutdown as Nami picks up the kill onto Evelyn. Youngbuck's right in the middle. Belgian Beast gets shut down. That will be a 1-for-1. The rest of Wolves pretty healthy. Not quite the same story over by TCM. JWoww already down to half, but Matrocco's at full HP with Naruto only taking a bit of damage. It's set up, but Matrocco getting caught out there. Reckless now on a killing spree. Tower going to go down. Double kill for Reckless, and this is going to be the push that could and probably should result in Inhibitor taken down for the Wolves as Reckless continues through. He gets the triple. Not sure that they can quite get the quadra there onto JWoww, but they are going to take the inhib.
Yeah, great job by Copenhagen Wolves in there. It was actually a very good effort by Belgian Beast to get into the middle of that and really set the fight up. But unfortunately, I mean, yeah, you get the kill into Shook, but you forget about Reckless, who's so strong. You forget about Cowtard, who's 3-0-9 right now, and it looks like they're just going to finish the game, Joe.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one here. A couple of seconds for Belgian Beast to come up, but they're just going to hammer away. There's a taunt onto Belgian Beast to stop him actually getting involved with that one as they keep focusing it down. Cowtard and Youngbuck hammering away, and that will be the Copenhagen Wolves picking up game 2. We're going into game 3 to decide who will pick up the tournament here in Tenerife, and that $30,000 and the spot in the promotion tournament for the next season of the LCS.
I think we both have to agree the Wolves look so much more confident, so much more relaxed in that game, even though there's a lot on the line considering they were 1 loss away from being out of it. But Reckless, who's finally able to get going, finished off 6-1-5. Cowtard, who played phenomenal, 3-0-10. And then even Shook, who was finally able to be impactful in this game, going 4-1-4.
Told you, game number 2 is where Shook really shines. And, you know, Cowtard got that first blood, really helping things out to get going there. Solid play from the Copenhagen Wolves. Not quite the happy pictures here from TCM like after game 1, but it's the same scenario. They've got to get their back on the horse and get in for game number 3. We're going to head over though to Demon and Freak to break down everything from game 2.
Thank you very much, Joe and Jason. So, a great performance this time around from the Copenhagen Wolves. Solid play as well, honestly. They didn't look like they were faltering that game at all, despite the fact TCM's great performance in game one. They kind of seemed a little unsure of the team playing this match.
It was interesting because it all snowballed off of a level 1 deficit.
Yes,
you look back at the last game, and it was, okay, the Karthus did really well 1v1, actually won a couple of duels, got the early double kill with the Requiem, and Belgian Beast just kind of exploded, and he made everything happen. He shut down Coutard, and it was just kind of a horrible experience for Copenhagen Wolves. This time around, though, the level 1 team fight went the Wolves' favor, and Coutard actually got the first blood there. They also got the kill onto the enemy jungler, Narutorador, which meant they got 3-1 on buffs. Shook was level 4 when Narutorador was level 2, and so he got to camp that lane better, and he actually kept his top turret alive, while his bottom lane actually killed the TCM lower turret. So they had a kill lead, they had a gold lead, a buff lead, and a turret kill lead, and all of those let them snowball the game.
And when it came to the Baron fights, which we're going to look at in just a moment, it was a little lapsadaisical from TCM. They kind of weren't quite on the same page.
It was interesting because basically Copenhagen Wolves did a good job of getting rid of all the vision, and TCM are like, oh crap, they're going for this. And it's an interesting move because Belgian Beast can buy over 5 seconds of time by self-casting his ultimate and using Zonius, and he's like, I'm going to keep them in place, please show up. And that was kind of the game plan here. Unfortunately, they weren't all like in the same place, so it was like this sort of slow grind as they all come in, and he attempts to stop the Baron, or at least kill them after the Baron. We can put that up on your screen here. It's a pretty interesting fight. All right, so let's look at right now the positions, of course. You can look at the mini-map, and so here's Belgian Beast. He wants to go in, and all of Wolves are right here, and he's going to try to lock them up. But look at the rest of his team. He's got Twitch just behind him, and then way down here is Kha'Zix, and then way down here is Nami, and then way over here is Narutorador on the Xin Zhao. So they've got a long time to go until they're actually into the fight. So let's roll the clip out at half speed, and Belgian Beast actually wastes his root right here. He self-casts the ultimate, buys some time. Twist tries to show up, but the Stranglethorns actually keep him from joining the fight either. He gets one attack off, and unfortunately gets knocked in the air. There's the Zonius, and now the team shows up. But Belgian Beast already wasted his root, so he can't actually keep them in place anymore. And Matraco, unfortunately, because no one else is there to defend him, gets hit up here by Young Buck and doesn't get to do much damage. We'll play it out. Watch what Matraco gets to do. He tries to go forward, deals some damage. Randuin comes off, does a pretty good job of some of this. But unfortunately, JWoww comes in after his teammate's already dead. They're not hitting the same targets as Twitch, so he doesn't get many resets. And so Copenhagen Wolves get to burst him down. And at this point, just watch Young Buck. He pretty much can't die right here. Takes a couple of shots in the face. The crit is 150 damage from Matraco. It's a very small number right there, so he gets out of that one, and you just kind of get the rest of the cleanup here, and the team fight sort of ends, and Copenhagen Wolves get a Baron for very little lost right there. And so, nice attempted engage. They almost got the cleanup, but because they were too staggered, they couldn't do enough damage.
Yeah, it wasn't quite to be for them. So it does mean, of course, we are going to be going to game 3. So who do you favor, though, after seeing a really strong performance from TCM in game 1, and a really strong performance from Wolves in game 2?
I think that if TCM doesn't throw away the level 1 quite as hard, they'll have a much better time at the early game. I think also Reckless not being on Tristana is a better choice, because then he can't dive in and die accidentally quite as much. So both those things getting changed, Reckless playing Ezreal and TCM playing a better level 1, it's just going to be a really close one. I can't call it.
Well, we're going to go to break, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3, we'll be right back.
everybody, to game number 3 of the grand final here of the Challenger tournament in the lovely sunny Tenerife. Not quite as sunny today, but we've got some great games coming your way, so no one really cares about the weather anyway, because we're all inside. Or some of you might be lucky enough to be sat outside and watching as well. That would be cool. But just we're moving into game 3 here once again. TCM, obviously, after winning game number 1 on the red side, couldn't replicate the same on the blue side, but now they go back over to the red side, and maybe that brings some luck to them.
It might. I mean, we've had teams talk to us about how much more comfortable they are on blue side or red side, and that might be them being more comfortable on the red side. But one thing that really differed between game 1 and 2 was the level 1 action, where we saw Copenhagen Wolves invade, and they actually got first blood over to Coutard, which actually gave him such a huge advantage because his opponent Belgian Beast did flash right away, so he had free farm. He didn't even die in that last game, and it really kind of snowballed for him. But TCM, this is that moment. It's the 3rd game. It's such a big prize for this. It's so much on the stake, or so much at stake. Are they going to go for something crazy?
Now we can see there that even the Spanish people here are warm, which gives us absolutely no chance as guys from the likes of England, who, you know, this kind of temperature just does not exist for us, which is why we all come to Tenerife on holiday and get burnt in the first few hours of being there. You can see there Reckless on your screen. Strong performance here. Certainly a more solid performance on that Ezreal in game number 2. Interested to see whether he actually sticks with that here for game number 3 or ends up going back over towards his Tristana pick, which was almost the opposite way around yesterday when they won that game 2-0. There's Youngbuck looking as calm and collected as ever here for the Wolves.
I mean, yeah, both these teams have a lot of experience of being on the stage and having it all on the line. It just comes down to who can out-strategize the other, who can outplay the other. And Reckless, yeah, I'm trying to think, what AD carry might he actually play this game? Tristana wasn't convincing in game 1. His Ezreal in game 2 was actually pretty convincing, even though he builds it completely different than for most Ezreal players. Maybe he'll use something else for a 3rd time, because obviously we haven't seen him hit 3 games just yet since they 2-0'd ESC Icy Box, but he's got to know, like, the pressure's on me right now, and this is actually good preparation for a lot of things to come for him and for the team.
Well, you can see there's the warmth in here. All the players like, oh, get this sweat away from me. Can't be doing with that one. But we are going to be getting underway here in just a little while with the bans and the picks. Interesting to see whether that Lissandra gets through. Honestly, was good for Belgian Beast, but I think his Karthus was stronger. Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it might be due to the double kill he got early on. Yeah, okay. It's always situational saying that, right? When he got the double kill firing, into the fog of war and got that second one. So we'll see. Actually, they're coming really fast here. Elise, Draven, Karthus. So no Karthus. Lee Sin, Twist of Fate, Nunu. They're all back out. Then we see the Thresh being picked up first of all here by Copenhagen Wolves, and TCM saying, I'm gonna steal your Zyra. Yeah, so that's really ballsy for Wolves to take Thresh so early on, when to me, Zyra was really more impactful in the game. So they're gonna lose out on that. We're gonna see if that will be support or actually maybe middle lane, but with Lissandra locked in, most likely going to be on Belgian Beast yet again, and he might have finally an easier time on this champion in this game, where he won't have to pop the flash at level 1, and his opponent won't have that early kill against him. And his Lissandra, I mean, it wasn't terrible. His engages, I really liked it. They're really aggressive. I mean, you saw him flash it into engage sometimes. You saw the Baron pick, we just went in straight into the middle of the team and used it. He actually played a phenomenal Lissandra, but whether or not he's going to be able to do that again and maybe have it turn out a little bit differently is up to him. Well, we're going to find out. They need it, because this is the grand final. It's game number 3 of a best of 3. If there's a time to shine, then it's today and now in this game, in this final one. So let's see then what a Copenhagen Wolves going to go for. Would never have guessed that here, that an Evelyn would be picked up once again, and it looks like they'll also take the Shen again for Youngbuck. And again, we say it all the time, why change a winning formula? Yeah, no reason not to, or there's no reason to. And Coutard, though, he's not going to have his Iris. I really want to know, what is he going to go back to with this? And I'm trying to think back to the spring promotion tournament back in February, I believe it was January. And I think he played maybe a little bit of Ahri. It's a long time to think about. It's a lot of games to think that in now. But I mean, that might be a champion up his alley. Gives him that mobility to get away from Lissandra if he needs to. But honestly, he's going to have to come up big for his team here, because he's not playing that comfort champion he really likes. I think Oriana he played a lot of, which, with Evelyn and Shen diving in there, maybe he'll go for as well. Let's have a look on that one. Either way, Kazik's in again for JWoww, and Matroko is sticking by the rat. Yeah, 3rd time for this series, and
It's been working out quite well. I mean, he's had some really good position, and with every time TCM makes their lineup, it's all about 3 really heavy damage targets. And the thing is, he's always been able to sit in the back, and I don't even believe he's been out of position even once in most of these fights, and he's never usually the first to go down either. So he's very confident in that. It's just all about maybe getting a little bit of an earlier or a better start, or maybe his teammates getting a little bit of a better start.
So, Copenhagen Wolves having a bit of a discussion here. And we saw earlier on Reckless actually the one with the notebook here, so he does a lot tactically here for this Copenhagen Wolves sides, and it looks like we could be seeing a Morgana coming out here for Coutard.
That is going to be really strong. So we've only seen that once in LCS, and that was on Froggen back in Moscow. And it worked out really well for him. I mean, people kind of forget how Morgana works. She's still very strong, and not to mention, Froggen said to me that with the 3.8 patch, you can start with a Doran's Ring, start with a health pot or 2, and then really be a dominating force in the lane. So it's pretty much going to counteract the Lissandra. So you can pretty much put that Black Shield either on, obviously, Reckless, onto Shook, or onto himself, and then keep himself alive.
Well, let's have a look then what TCM are going to round off their lineup with. They hung with Jarvan in game 1, but ended up in the end going with... Why do I not have this in my brain anymore, Jason? Who did they have in the jungle in game 1?
Oh, it was in last game. I can't remember.
It was Nocturne. Cheers, Freak. Good job we got Freak over there, was paying attention to what we're saying during the course of the games. Yeah, when they were hovering on the Jarvan, then they switched it to Nocturne last second. This time around, though, they're going to be playing Jarvan. Okay,
so he's pretty much trying to control Coutard here with that ultimate to make sure he can't get to the middle of his team and use it. So if he uses it well, it can work out very well for his team. However, if he goes full I'm Jarvan, I'm helping mode, then he's going to lock his team in there with the Morgana ultimate and pretty much get them killed. So hopefully we'll be able to do the former of those two. And I'm really excited to see what's exactly going to happen here, because Coutard, it's all about those bindings. If you can land one, that means Shook has a very easy kill or a very easy gank.
So let's talk about momentum here as well, because it does happen it does swing in a best of 3 like this. TCM, good start. We saw them, they were jumped up, cheered, hugging each other, smiling, laughing after game number 1. None of that, though, after game number 2. But you saw the Copenhagen Wolves, they weren't laughing, smiling, joking, hugging after game 2 that they've just won. They know that there's still a longer game to go, but they're in that better frame of mind, I'd say, after winning that second game, coming into the third and final game. You can see there a lot of fingernail biting going on over on the TCM side. I think nerves are running high with this one.
Yeah, so I'm thinking momentum, and considering TCM lost to him last weekend at Gfinity, like that first game was like revenge for them. They're like, yes, we finally beat them. It gives them that spark of energy, but then to lose to them right after in the next map, it's got to really hurt for them. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to push past that and just, you know what, all right, guys, new game, it's all down to this map, forget about that one, and let's just come back really hard here. But I don't know, Copenhagen Wolves, with the experience that Reckless has, being at IPL 5 in front of the best teams in the world, in front of the crowd that it was in front of, he has the experience to say to his team, guys, calm down, let's just get focused, let's get in the right mindset and just win this game.
So, going to be getting in here in just a second to this one. TCM looking for that performance that won them game number 1. Couldn't quite replicate it for game 2. Well, there's certainly plenty of time from this one.
Still looks like a Spanish Nif.
A little bit. I'll give you a half for that one for Naruto, who holds the key around his neck. Hopefully it's the key to victory for TCM this time around, as we do jump into game scoreline 1-1 in this best of 3. As Coutard talking about the skins there coming in for this one. Doesn't matter about the skin, Coutard, you've got to pull out of the game here for this Morgana.
Yes, he does. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, especially with what's on the line here. But both teams I'm going to go ahead and take the question before you even ask me. Level 1, what do we got to see happen here? So Copenhagen Wolves, with that Dark Binding, they could set up a perfect taunt or Shadow Dash and then just blow up someone. But right now, with the way that TCM's setting up, they're not going to give them that opportunity. They're not going to push into the jungle of Copenhagen Wolves. And as you see, for them, they're just sitting on their own side of the jungle. So both teams, it looks like they just want that good start. They don't want to go for anything crazy just yet.
I wonder what they're going to do in terms of pink wards here, because we had this big discussion last time around. Obviously, things kind of switch as to where you need those pinks as Copenhagen Wolves get rid of the first one there. Obviously, that top side of the map, you can ward in the jungle and pretty much stop them coming through any ward in the river and stop them coming up the river or that Evelyn with one single pink ward. But the bottom side then opens up this way around. Plus, he can come through the lane as well, so it's going to be really hard to call again from TCM as to where they put those wards and how many of them they go down, and to depend on how Shook's going to get started with this game. Looks like, as I kind of expected for the third game of a best of 3, that we won't see too much action at level 1, but I could be proved wrong here. Wolves moving up towards blue.
Yeah, Shook looks like he wants to go for an invade here, and he might pull this one off and limit. They're just going to walk straight in, so it looks like they're just going to ward and walk away. And I don't know, TCM did spot them because they do have a ward down there. Actually, yeah, they did have a ward in the river, just making sure, and it looks like Copenhagen Wolves are going to catch them off guard. It looks like they will be to steal this blue away.
Yeah, blue gone. You can see that Jarvan is already trudging across the map. Shook, with the help of his teammates there, with the help of that bottom lane, he's actually got that down really quickly as Youngbuck puts a ward down. He's going to spot Naruto, and the question is now, will he be able to stop that blue from actually going away? Because if they can secure both blues and the red, that would be massive. And look at this, Belgian Beast is going to get pushed onto already. Where is the binding? Kautard not actually got it at this point, and Belgian Beast still, though, forced to flash.
And the thing is, this is the third game in a row that Naruto has had a tough time at level 1. They've been able to pressure him and really able to punish him quite a bit, and he's got to be able to do a lot here. Actually, might get his red stolen away too. This would be terrible if he can't be able to hold on to it. Shook, he's going to get caught.
Yeah, he's going to get spotted from this one. There's a dark binding, actually flashing by and missing. Belgian Beast, though, is still at level 1. He's going to be taking a lot of damage coming out. There's a flashing. Shook's underneath the tower. He's turned this one around. That's a lot of damage with Ignite coming down. Dark binding's going to save him for now, but there's JWoww. First blood. Scumbag Naruto steals it with the flag, but there is a flash from Kautard. They're going to try and chase him. Now they go on towards Youngbuck. He gets locked up by Belgian Beast. He's going down, and Naruto makes it 2 kills in as many seconds, and TCM defend their red and pick up the kills, and JWoww is now chasing on towards Kautard. I don't think he's got enough to kill him with that dark binding off cooldown, but a brilliant play from TCM.
I mean, they used the cockiness of Copenhagen Wolves against them. They knew they lost their own blue. They knew Naruto was only level 1, and the thing was, JWoww was level 1, Naruto was level 1, Belgian Beast was level 1 against 2 people who are level 2, and they still came out victorious in that. And Naruto, it was a scumbag move to take away the blue, but I'm sure he's happy because now he can be able to clear the jungle a little bit quicker. Now Wolves, Shook particularly, he's a little bit behind. But however, he does have his own buffs to take, so he's not going to be as far behind as he would if Naruto was able to counter jungle those.
Well, he has them now. We'll see if he actually still has them once he gets around to that red side of the map. And now it was almost a replay of what happened to Shook in that game before, baited again into flashing underneath the turret, gets ignited up, and then becomes just an easy kill for TCM. So they've got off to a perfect start, but can they turn that around into, you know, it's always hard to, a perfect start into a win. It's not always a given.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially with just how this game goes, when one team can catch you off guard in the jungle, especially in Evelyn, who always has that stealth mechanic to use against you. And you started talking about this a little bit before, the pink wards, like how many do you actually buy to kind of counter Evelyn early game? And right now, Barney hasn't been able to obviously be an assist of anywhere just yet, but he already has a couple pink wards picked up, and I think he's going to do the same thing he did last time. Like, he's got to make sure his lanes have an easier time, but with the 2 assists going to JWoww and the Belgian Beast, they're going to be able to buy pink wards themselves.
Yep, getting that vision high. One on the ramp there to protect the entry to that top side of the jungle. JWoww with his 2 assists, got a Doran's Blade Crystalline Flask in there as well. And you know what, running those double rejuve beads for now. We'll see if he can outlast JWoww in that top lane there. Bang even on the CS. If you look down the AD carries, Reckless actually got the slight edge on that front.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind this is the first time that these teams have gone into quote-unquote standard lanes where it's going to be Youngbuck versus JWoww, and of course Reckless Unlimited versus Matraco and Barney D. So we're going to see who can just pretty much outclass the other right now, because usually the Wolves would get that first turret with their dual lane, and obviously not going to be able to do it this time. Well, for now. At least as early as last time.
Not at this stage of things. Mid lane, Lissandra, you can see just picking up that Ruby Crystal. Gonna need to be a little bit careful still, though, of Kautard's Morgana, as we see Shook headed up around the corner. Obviously, Belgian Beast doesn't have flash. Had to use that one a little bit earlier on, That's the opportunity really for Shook to get in, but he's not really tried to force that, and I think by the time he comes around again, that flash will be available for Belgian Beast.
Yeah, and Belgium, he's played it very smart. Like, he's sitting behind minions, so it's very hard for Kautar to land that Dark Binding for Shook to go in, because Shook obviously doesn't have his flash available anymore, and Belgium, luckily for him, does have that another escape mechanism on that champion. So it's very hard to really lock down right now, and Shook, we talked about it in the first game, like he wasn't very effective. In the second game, he was a lot more present, a lot more around the map, really providing some kills and really making some things happen. But this one, he tried to start off with that yet again. He was shut down, and I'm worried. Will he be able to get back in this? Will he be able to get the Wolves fed where they need to?
Shook coming down into this bottom lane now as well. We can see Matroco and Barnady playing this one relatively passive. Not really coming up past that halfway mark. There's a pink ward down, which has been spotted, by the way. Unlimited did manage to hit it once, so they know that that pink ward's on the bottom side, and in the end, it looks like they may try and close in for a 3-man gank, possibly. Actually, Evelyn's headed up in towards there for that blue buff down, and then he's going to walk away.
Yeah, since Shook took that blue at level 1, he obviously knows when it's exactly going to be up, so it looks like he wants to contest it yet again, and the smite should be up, I'd say, about time before we do see the engage happen. But here it is. Belgium is kind of getting caught, but that's the Sancha. You have that other escape mechanism. You don't need to use that smite right away, and it's very hard to lock him down if you don't land that Dark Binding.
And now Shook gonna try and steal in there. Yeah, that pink wall coming down. I think they actually spotted that one there, so they're certainly going to see Kautar coming around for this one. There's an Uterodor. He quickly smites up to get that one away from him. And there is some damage coming from Reckless. There's a Lantern coming down as well. And Uterodor says, nope, I'm sliding away from this one. Got Barney D there for a bit of cover as well. Grasping Roots would have helped keep him safe either way. And TCM managed to hold on.
Yeah, even though it didn't go over to Belgian Beast, it's still a win for them either way, or for the Wolves either way, because they made sure it didn't go over to him. Yeah, it went to Naritador, but you make it so Kautar, who should be able to pick up his own blue here unless we see an invade come out, to make him stronger in that lane, or at least more present.
That'll certainly help things out from him as well. Got a bit from that Doran's Ring, obviously the Crystalline Flask in there as well for the sustain. His top lane, in the last game, to be honest, wasn't much of an interesting game to watch once they actually got, you know, head-to-head. But the thing is, Youngbuck had a lead pretty much the entire time over JWoww. And now he doesn't at all. He's 20 CS behind almost.
Yeah, so it looks like JWoww's been really just controlling that lane. He went for an early Doran's Blade. So he's just going for a little bit of extra damage here just to kind of punish Youngbuck as much as possible. And Shook, because he got shut down earlier on, JWoww feels more confident in being able to push up into his lane and also more able to buy a couple more pink wards. So now we have a level 6 Naritador versus a level 5 Shook. And we might see some ganks come in. And Youngbuck getting very low, but JWoww, he always takes that barrier for some reason. This is the 3rd game in a row on that Kha'Zix. And with it Ignite, he might have been able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, maybe. But then died somewhere else where when the barrier would have helped him stay alive. So I think half a dozen, 6 of one, half of a dozen of the other. So Shook here, going to be doing that blue off Morgana, going to come across. Actually, we will see Naruto coming across there. He's a little bit too slow to actually get involved in the action, and that will go over to Kautar in there. But Naruto not finished there. He wants a piece of Shook.
Yeah, he might even be able to counter jungle Evelyn a little bit here too, but great job by JWoww. As you can see on the minimap, he pushed that lane up. He was able to pretty much make it so Youngbuck misses out on quite a bit of CS and levels, and he comes back to lane with that Hex Drinker. So he's going to be able to sustain the damage that Youngbuck can apply to him, or at least the harass. And right now, Naritador, he's looking for that avenue, that opportunity to really make a gank happen.
So Reckless going exactly the same path as before. BF Sword, Berserker Greaves, probably end up going for the Cutlass next of all, and then to Infinity Edge. We've seen him do that every time up until now. Hex Drinker there, now the Giant spell added in for Youngbuck as well, so that's going to give him a bit more stay-putting power, stay-ability in the top lane.
Stay-ability. Going back to the words. Yeah, I mean,
make them up as we go along.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to keep him in lane quite a bit. It gives him the extra mana regen to harass Youngbuck quite a bit, but he did pick up a Giant spell, so he's going to be able to sustain it a little bit easier. And right now, look what we have. Naritador, he's going to sneak into this bush here. And Kautar, he doesn't know it's going to happen just yet, but he does have his black shield, so he should be able to block it.
Well, he's got Shook coming in there for this one. They're actually going to go towards Belgian Beast. Kautar actually getting knocked down. His ultimate does go off there, lands the Dark Binding, but they're not quite in range to really put down any more than that. And It was a little bit of a strange fight. Ultis and a lot of summoners burnt across, especially for Belgium Beast. Used everything there. And in the end, again, no fights resulting from that one. TCM stay in the lead 2-0.
Yeah, so a gank attempt for Nerutador turns out into a counter gank for him, trying to stop Shook from getting the kill. And look how much damage came out of Wolves there, too, onto Belgium, where Nerutador just unfortunately couldn't hurt them too bad here. But Kautar with the blue buff, going to be able to really keep pushing this lane up. And a nice Dark Bounty is going to land on the Belgium Beast, so he has to think about potentially backing away now. Yeah,
ticking down pretty quickly now from Kautar. That Tormented Soil can become a little bit annoying, especially once the Dark Binding obviously lands on top of you. Easy ticks away. Let's have a look down the CS once again. And Reckless, and I think this is the first time really in the 3 games that this early on in the game that he's had such a big advantage for it. 116 to 96 right now, as we are going to be seeing the Dragon started off for the first time. It's actually hammering away on Shook right now, who does have his smite, and they are going to take it. Wolves picking that one up. TCM nowhere near it.
Yeah, very smart, because they knew that Kautar made Belgian Beast back away. So like, all right, we can do Dragon here. Let's go take it, get some free gold. And they're down 2 kills, but they pretty much have that gold tied up exactly just like we saw in game number 1.
So, next thing here, Jarvan towards middle. Kautar, no ultimate. As I said, that just came off cooldown. Does have his flash available, though. Didn't use that earlier on. Are they going to go for a 2-man dive onto a Shen underneath the tower? That's always a dangerous thing to try. Well, TCM may just do it. They may be looking for those risky plays that can come with high reward, but at the same time, massive failure as well if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and that would give Young Buck the ability to get really fed, where you'd have that Sunfire kick down. We have Shook coming up towards his top side, though. Try to go for a kill on JWoww. Nerutador, he's in the vicinity, so he might be able to make a counter gank happen here if JWoww can kite them long enough. But Shook's still being shut down quite a bit in terms of these ganks. Looks like they're going to go in here on this taunt very soon.
And there is a taunt actually coming in. JWoww did jump away, but the taunt had already landed onto him, so he'll walk back in their direction. Can they get away from this one? Hate Spike's coming out there. Youngbuck trying his best to put the damage. The shield from the Hex Drinker comes out, and now they turn it around. Shook is going to go down here. Nerutador on a killing spree as Youngbuck tries to get away, but here comes Belgium Beast. Youngbuck not going to get away from this. They pop everything on top of him. What a turnaround again for TCM, resulting in another double kill.
Yeah, great job by them, and we can go back to what we talked about with JWoww, taking Ignite over Barrier, or Barrier over Ignite, and right there, that Barrier saved him so much.
Told you.
And Nerutador, being in the vicinity, was able to turn that around. They get a turret as well, so now that gold lead they completely get in favor of themselves, and it looks like they're not done just yet. They're pushing that top inner turret.
Yep, they're going to keep going. Kautar is actually coming across for this one. And TCM, just after that, I was really talking about the possibility of that one going down his side. Enough's enough here, guys. Let's back away from this one. That leaves Nerutador on 3-0-1 now. And looking very strong after his last round of purchases. See, 4,100 to 2,800 from the jungle. That's massive as, well, Bonnie D did get hooked there, but right underneath the tower, safe.
That's a nice pull, though, but here comes Shook trying to go into the bottom lane. He will try to take it the blue, actually, here, which they've been trying to control quite a bit of this game. But right now, Nerutador is coming down, so is JWoww, and this is actually a fight that TCM wants.
Yeah, spotting him in there as Kautar going to jump in there, not quite getting the knock-off as he throws the ulti. That will go off, and he has to flash away, but here comes Belgium Beast from the side. Can he get in there? Kautar trying his best to get away, but he's walked into the Dragon Pit, which is a dead end, unfortunately, without that flash available anymore, and that will be another one for Nerutador.
So they get up 5-0 right now. Nerutador 4-0-1. He has almost his Aegis completed right now. TCM with JWoww getting that top lane down, having 5 assists in every kill of this game so far. They're actually going to push this middle turret, get even more gold for themselves, and Shook actually might get caught.
Oh, they're going to go straight in on top of him here. Half of his health already gone from this one. Can he escape? Nope. They all jump in at once, and that was a very quick death for him. Youngbuck come back to just try and defend this middle lane, but honestly, I'm not sure that he can. I'm not sure that they can hold on to this. So they're scared a little bit of that taunt coming in, and the rest of the team are actually going in. And in the end, TCM just decide, you know what, let's back away. We've got enough from this one. Oh, there's a blue buff available for JWoww as well.
I think that was all due to that pink ward that we saw over towards the red buff. They were able to use that, see when he was coming in, pretty much counter that, kill him, go up 0-6 in kills, and then get some damage onto the turret. And then more importantly, steal away that blue buff from Kautar. So they've been able to lock down the enemy blue this time, but they still have theirs available, which Belgium Beast is currently heading for to take.
So another thing that we talk about is kill distribution. 5 out of the 6 right now on Jarvan, which makes him a beastly champion coming out of the jungle. He's almost 2,000 gold ahead right now. But is he going to come back to haunt them later on? They're all stacked on that one man.
It's very tricky, I think, with the jungler. So it makes obviously your damage dealers can't do too much. We haven't seen Matraco get any assists or anything just yet. But the thing is, because Narutador is going for that early runic bulwark, well, not early, it's just because he has so much gold he's able to buy it so early, it pretty much shuts down Cowtard quite a bit. So it actually works out quite well for them. It's just all about, can JWoww do the damage that he needs to? Can Belgian Beast do it? And with the amount of assists they have so far, they can.
See that ping's coming down on towards this bottom lane. The turret was almost finished off by the Copenhagen Wolves. And it's only 2,000 gold difference right now. That's because the Wolves have had such great control of this Dragon once again.
It looks like Belgium will be able to get his own blue. So, all right, Dragon will be up in a couple of minutes here. And it looks like Belgium was heading down towards bottom because their turret is very low right now. But luckily for Wolves, they were able to get the middle turret by Cowtard pushing it. And just like we were saying before, Reckless going same exact item build, and I think that Cowtard, he might be forced into a Zhonya's as his first item on this Morgana. So get into middle team, pop your ultimate, pop the Zhonya's, because JWoww is pretty strong as well as Narutador. Youngbuck pushed up pretty far. He's not able to split push like he was last game. But here we see an engage middle here on the Cowtard.
Oh, he's going to get ulted up. Cataclysm is down. He's going to get his ulti running as we see. Actually, Belgian Beast goes down there towards Cowtard. Now they turn on towards Narutador. He's got that big bonus on his head, let's not forget. But he's also Jarvan, and he slides away, uses flash in there as well. He keeps that at 5-0-1 scoreline, but now the Copenhagen Wolves with just over 10 seconds until Dragon come up, they've got that positional advantage.
Yes, they do, and this is much needed for them because they're already down quite a bit of gold right now. And the thing was, Cowtard, who, was 0-1, decent farm, was able to pretty much 1v1 Belgian Beast right off of that. So that gives a really good sign for the Wolves, gives them a lot of hopes. And that Dragon will go down, but in the meantime, JWoww's pushing middle, trying to go for their turret.
And that is that Dragon taken. So look at the gold. Wolves are ahead. After all that. Second Dragon of the game going in for them. Cowtard looked as though he may want to try and get in on towards JWoww, who's pretty much the assist king right now at 0-0-6. On the other side, the AD carries and the support 0-0-0 across the board. A little bit quiet down in that bottom lane. Just been farming away. Reckless a little bit better than Matraco, we should probably point out, at 20 CS difference. But it's TCM right now that have been picking up all the kills. Copenhagen Wolves staying in nicely with a lot of those turrets and dragons. We are going to see Cowtard here. Going to get maybe knocked up in the air. Yes, the Stranglethorns actually lands. Belgian Beast is going to get hooked himself in there as well. He goes pretty low as Matraco takes down Cowtard. This could actually be really good as well for TCM as they manage to pick up a 3-for-1 right now. Going to keep pushing for it. Get the turret down as well. It leaves just Youngbuck and Reckless. Reckless was nowhere near, and they've traded the mid laner for the jungler mid and support in that scenario.
And Matraco, sorry, that was Narutador picking up another kill for himself, so now he's 6-0-3, and JWoww picking up 1 kill and those 2 assists, so he's getting so much stronger, and TCM just pretty much out-positioning right there because they knew, our bottom turret's dead, theirs is available, but right now we could just catch him off guard by pushing middle lane and get the turret, and now they're pushing top here. Turret's still pretty much fully healthy, so not gonna be able to get that one down, but still gives them a lot of gold that they need and a lot of momentum, a lot of energy in their team. They're like, guys, we can do this, we can win this game.
Just saw that Youngbuck actually interrupting JWoww, who doesn't actually have much mana left, enough to actually get away. As Naruto says, I want to go home, I want to spend up all this cash that I've managed to get myself, which will bring them up to that runic bulwark here at just less than 20 minutes into the game. What else have we seen picked up? Last Whisper now done for JWoww as well. That's only going to make him stronger. Now, just a single kill, but those 8 assists really helping out his game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been taking, I think, another 5 minutes for him to normally have this kind of item build, which anyone who builds armor against him isn't going to be able to survive too long. And which, considering he wants to kill Cowtard, wants to kill Reckless, he's going to be shredding through them. And he's kind of lost his CS lead that he had in the beginning, but that's all due to him, roaming around. Once that top turret dropped, he started joining in for some fights, and TCM, they're trying to take advantage of the situation right now where they have the stronger teamfight composition currently. And they do have oracles on both supports, so they're trying to gain that vision control.
Yeah. As we'd expect, you know, after this 20-minute mark, maybe sometimes a little bit later, as was the case in game 1, I believe, around about 25, I think we saw those first oracles coming down, but that'll certainly be a bit of a battle from there. And Barney, not wanting to face check, decides to use his plants just to see what was going on around those brushes, and ironically doesn't walk in, so not going to be able to clear out the ward. There's a blue buff coming over for Coutard now. He does have that Zhonya's ready for the next fight, but how, and this is another question here, we saw it nicely done by TCM in that first game. They waited and had a lot of fights to win them the game, but how good are they going to be at setting those fights up this time around?
Well, this comes down to the vision and the ability to see where the fights, or where they want to make the fights happen. As a taunt comes out of Youngbuck, but it's a great flash out of Barney to get out of it.
Yeah, they're not done just yet as the dark binding comes away. There is Belgium Beast off to the side, and saw that big shield over Unlimited and decides, nope, not going to go, not going to follow the Claw of Doom in for that one and rain down death all over Copenhagen Wolves. Save that for a little bit later.
Thing is, we look back at game number 2, and Copenhagen Wolves didn't start fighting until Reckless had that Infinity Edge done and the Blade of the Rune King. Right now, he actually built the Blade of the Rune King first, so it looks like they don't necessarily want to start fighting here. They want to keep farming up, and Matraco, he's being left all alone here. He's down 20 CS, but he's going to get a much-needed turret for TCM to keep their advantage up.
Yeah, Bloodthirst, the last whisper, and is it? Turret down. JWoww actually getting caught here by the Dark Binder. You see the death sentence just come flying through the wall there. Didn't quite land on the target that he wanted. That'd be interesting fight. Matraco versus Reckless 1v1 at the bottom. I don't think neither of them really want to be taking that kind of duel at this point of the game, and they'll just let each other farm things up. Blue buff going to go over to Belgian Beast as well. He must have a decent amount of cash to spend here. Almost 1,600 gold when he goes back. Need to see the large rod going to come in there surely towards that first Zhonya.
I think when that Zhonya's does get completed, or even maybe right before it, they might definitely go in for these fights. Or even when Matraco gets that QSS done, because then that'll mean Coutard won't be able to lock him up. He won't be hit by a taunt, won't be hit by a hook. So he's going to have that free reign. You'll be able to sit in the back of the fight and just hammer away with that spray and pray going on. And there it comes, the Music Large Rod. So now, Belgian Beast, he has a lot of damage. He's not level 16 just yet, which might be another thing they kind of want to wait for, because an AP mid laner can get 16 before the opponent, that level 3 ultimate is just going to hurt so much more. But in the meantime, still, Reckless just farming away. Sitting on 1,400 gold, 262 farm. If they don't pretty much do something to him, if they don't force some fights where he has to, really participate, then you just keep farming to the point where he can't be dealt with.
Infinity Edge has been completed now by Reckless, so let's see if that is the signal once again that the Copenhagen Wolves are going to become a little bit more active when it comes to searching out those fights. In terms of turrets, it's currently 3 for 2 for TCM. Obviously the full ring of the outer circle taken down by them already in this game. Unlimited with the Oracle burning once again. He's going to be clearing out on the top side of Baron. There's actually one inside of the pit there, but JWoww was lurking, and I think right now with that last whisper in there, he could actually probably just take down Unlimited if he gets caught out unlucky.
Yeah, probably very easy. And what the Oracle and Barney do is able to clear up the wards at this dragon, and they do have the timer on, so they're going to be able to pick up their first dragon of the game, but at what cost? Youngbuck's still pushing top lane, going for that turret. JWoww's going to be hit up there to stop it, but the rest of Copenhagen Wolves are coming up towards this top side.
Yeah, Youngbuck going to be pressured down. Oh, they're going to get in towards JWoww. You can see that he's actually just started to run away. They're all going to go over a ward, and he's going to go, oh, wow, good job of that. He actually did start to move away from that one. Now TCM need to react to this. They're going to lose this turret. They can't keep that one from going down, but at least stop that push going any further than just that outer turret. And as I say that, they're taking a real long time here, and Copenhagen Wolves actually starting to push further up.
Yeah, it looks like there's some indecision within the team as Matraco just didn't start heading up there. He wanted to keep pushing middle, and it looks like he will finally do that, but Wolves, they're just going to back away instead. They're going to play it safe here, and I was actually curious. Could TCM have just rushed down middle while they saw Copenhagen Wolves towards the top side on that first turret? Could they have been able to take an inhibitor or at least force the Wolves to back? And obviously we're not going to be able to find out here, but no kills going down off of that, and only one turret.
Both teams so very worried here about making that false move. 25 minutes in, probably not just one false move that's going to cost you the game in that moment, but certainly the swing of gold could come into it. It's 2,800 the difference here. A slower game, I think we can safely say, and to be expected. It's the third and final game of the best of 3, $30,000 on the line, plus that spot in the promotion tournament for Season 4 of the LCS. So definitely a lot on the line, not just the money or the pride here for these players. more about future, to be honest.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I mean, it's about making what you love to do as your job, and right now only 8 teams can really say that in Europe, 8 teams in North America, and they're all fighting for that opportunity. But they still have at least one more map to go here, and then of course a whole promotion tournament to play for that. And items are still coming in. Belgian Beast does have that Zhonya's Hourglass now done. And we see the QSS will be coming out very soon from Matraco, but on the other side of that, not really much finished up lately, as Youngbuck is going for that Renwit's Omen that he's typically been doing as his second major item.
So, more Oracle clearing. And it's been very much a tug-of-war game between TCM and Copenhagen Wolves on that front. Every single game we've seen this, and now one team's made that decision very quickly, I think. It's like, okay, Wolves are gone, and then they start Baron instantly. No messing around from that one. And TCM, they might try and lure them in. Yeah, they're going to start off the Baron from this one. Shen is down in the bottom lane, but Youngbuck has stand united.
But here comes Copenhagen Wolves. They know something's going on. They're going to be walking over Warch here. They need to put something down. That Baron's already at half-life, and this could be a major team fight breaking out here, Joe.
Oh, down to 2,000 health on this one as we see the Dark Binding coming through. Stranglethorn's going to knock them up, but Morgana is in the middle. But look at that, the ultimate not really doing what they needed to do. The Baron was picked up by TCM, but can they finish off? There's the ultimate running for Matraco, but this is not going the way that TCM wanted it to. Barney going to get pushed off on his own towards that Tribush as the hook lands. He's going to get taken out. Unlimited gets that kill, and that will be 3 men down so far here for TCM. JWoww and Matraco do get away. They did pick up the Baron, but they've lost 3-0 there.
And Barney D, though, that was funny. It was a funny, perfect play out of him. He actually ran the opposite way from versus team. He even used his flash to get over that wall just to make sure, hey guys, come kill me, I have an Oracle, and he kept his carries alive. You know, that was actually perfectly what you mentioned. JWoww and Matraco both alive with that Baron. It still makes them a very strong force in these team fights. But still, how strong do Wolves get off of that? I mean, Kautar, he hit the first charge of his ultimate, didn't land the second proc of it. Everyone got out of range of it, and they still won that fight. What would have happened if it was a little bit different?
Yeah, that's the scary thing, I think, from TCM. And now the fact is they've got a gold lead. They made that play for Baron, but they lost the fight after it, and that, I think, is going to bring a lot of doubt into their mind as to whether they're actually at a point at this stage where they are far enough ahead to be fighting an experienced team like Copenhagen Wolves is. So it could actually drag out this game that little bit longer here because of the fact that TCM now might have some more doubts in their mind.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because if we look back, you know, into the LCS right now, the summer split of LCS, and we talk about quite a bit how the newer teams that came into the split, they play like there's no tomorrow. They play like it's just a scrim. They don't play like it's LCS in terms of playing very defensive, very hesitant, really wanting to rethink their thoughts. And right now, both these teams are doing this. And if one team just got flat out aggressive, I wonder if they'd be able to pick up the win with the other team not expecting that. Obviously, we're probably not going to find that one out because of what's on the line in this game. Yeah. Item builds, I mean, the teams are only going to get stronger, and I'm trying to think who will be better late game. And I think it all comes down to the ability of TCM. Can they blow up Shook or can they blow up Reckless in time? Because Kautard obviously has his Zonias to escape, but if they get all onto one person, like Reckless, who doesn't have a GA, who hasn't been able to, or hasn't built it actually in this best of 3 or in the games yesterday, or Shook, who hasn't done that either, then they should be able to kill them and maybe win those fights.
Well, the Vinians pushing down this Baron that they'd lost 3 men to actually secure. Obviously only on 2 of them right now. I'm interested to see what they're actually going to be able to do with this in the long run, whether they'll be able to take out more turrets. They're certainly putting pressure on positional-wise here onto that mid lane.
Yeah, the thing is they can't, well, they haven't been able to split push because they just don't do that. I mean, JWoww, he pretty much can 1v1 most people at this point, maybe not Youngbuck anymore because he's just so tanky and Youngbuck will be able to run away, but they're not trying to go for that. They're actually going for this middle turret here, and we do see the engagement of Belgium, but he gets pulled!
Coming in, that was amazing from Unlimited, hooked him as he came down. Gonna have to use the Zhonya's, but he's dead when he comes back up. Does manage to lock them in position. The turret went down, but Copenhagen Wolves are gonna keep chasing from this one. Barney D is in all kinds of trouble here as Youngbuck gets in on top of him. They can keep pushing from this one now, the Wolves. There are 2 men down, and Copenhagen Wolves have full HP.
And there's your answer off that Baron. Are they going to make anything happen? They got 2 turrets now because Matraco just booked it down to this bottom lane, but now Copenhagen Wolves are just rushing down middle, and with 20 seconds left on 2 members of TCM, they might be able to take an inhibitor turret.
Matraco's going to keep going. JWoww is on the side here, which is not a position that he can really do anything from against a 5-man Copenhagen Wolves team. There's 10 seconds for Belgium and Barney D to come back up. And the Wolves are backing away from this despite having a numbers advantage. And Matroko's gonna take this inner turret down, especially now that Coutard gets his recall cancelled. They've got to deal with it, so they're going to lose the inhibitor. The top inner is being hammered away at as well by the minions.
And Matroko, he could probably keep going right now because the rest of TCM did stop them from backing away, but unfortunately for him, he does just start to back away, but still, getting 3 turrets off of that Baron. They lost 1 turret themselves and lost 2 members. I mean, that is honestly a great trade for TCM right now, because now Matroko, you have that threat of him just backdooring your bottom inhibitor.
And not to mention the fact a Dragon is going to go their way as well. That now brings them to 4,000 gold in the lead. Still doesn't sound like all that much. Half an hour into this one. There is the inhibitor just cleared out just to make sure that that one doesn't get snuck through. Obviously, the top lane was pushed out there as well. The inner turret did survive that whole encounter, so not all bad, but I think Copenhagen Wolves could have maybe done a little bit more than that if they'd have really put on the pressure.
Yeah, and I was watching the turret go down, and Joe, it was dropping very slowly. They don't seem to have a strong team or a quick team of taking turrets down. All they really have is Reckless, where Coutard, he has a decent amount of AP right now, but he's not very strong at taking these turrets down. So they were a little bit slow, and maybe if they were a little bit faster, they could have kept going. But then Matraka, he would have been able to pick up Inhibitor himself, and with the location of the inhibitors going down, I think TCM would have gotten out ahead in that one because of the threat of Baron buff.
So, Copenhagen Wolves pushing back here up this mid lane. Half an hour into the game, and a 4,000 gold lead stands for TCM. If you're just joining us, this is the 3rd and final game of this best-of-3 grand final from the Challenger tournament. Tied at 1-1, with TCM picking up the victory in the first game on the red side. Maybe their lucky colour here today. We're going to find out about that one.
What is the colour? Everyone here's sunburned.
That's true as well. If we were all blue, I'd be wondering as well. That would be not the best colour for us all. And, well, Copenhagen Wolves Unlimited actually setting up somewhat of a 1-man Thresh hook trap inside of the Baron pit right now. As Barney D comes across, and, well, Unlimited about half a mile away from actually landing that one onto Barney D, who's dodging around. Not the easiest one to hit with boots and mobility on as well, though.
Yeah,
to be fair to him.
And the thing was, that last pull, he landed over towards the side of their base,
that was
middle.
Incredible.
Yeah, it stopped Belgian Beast from doing anything. He obviously got his ultimate off on himself, but it didn't matter. It was too late. He was overcommitted, and the rest of TCM just like, all right, no, you're dead. We're leaving you. But right now, Unlimited, he might get caught here. He does have that Oracle, but he's going to flash over that wall. Should be fine. And now, with Baron coming up in about 30 seconds, both these teams are fighting for that position, fighting for that vision, and fighting for the chance to win this game.
Yeah, and that 6-1-3 is a real jar man at this stage of things. You don't want to get involved with him. A flash away from Unlimited. It's pretty much, I think, needed there. There's no way he was getting around. He could have probably walked top, but then he's kind of cutting himself off even worse from his team. Get rid of the flash, and all is good. Here we go. Belgian Beast coming over. They're going to go on towards Coutard. Is he going to survive the burst through? Actually, he does Zonya's at the very last second, but he does go down afterwards. Young Buck's in the middle of them. He's going to use all he can to stay alive in this, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Reckless, though, is at the back. Finally, they get onto him. He's going to get away from the knock-up and goes in towards JWoww, who's going to have that GA pop, but Reckless now is the last man alive around there. Shook is completely away in that middle lane, and they only, look at the health from TCM, very low, but they only lost 1 man.
Yeah, that was a great fight because they had that vision control. They were standing right on top of War, and they went straight for that engage, and Coutard, the Zonians didn't keep him alive long enough. He unfortunately did die in Reckless, though. I think I have to say, he really turned that fight around with the help of Shook when they used the ultimates together, and then they really tried to pick him off one by one. They pretty much forced them to back away because Baron is now live, and TCM, they didn't feel comfortable enough to take the Baron right after that because they were so low on health.
Can't let Reckless do that in the middle of a team fight. I mean, the fact is that Youngbuck was in the middle of them, and he was the one taking pretty much everything from them once Coutard had gone down, and that's just not the way to do it. I think if Reckless would have been focused there, that would have been a lot more one-sided in favor of TCM. I mean, he's hitting hard. Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruin King, Phantom Dancer, moving up now towards that last Whisper as well. Like, you need to shut that guy out of the fight.
Yeah, you really do. And because he's Ezreal, he's so mobile. He has the ability to escape from you. Not to mention, with that Blade of the Rune King, he's really hard to lock down. But look at TCM, they're set up in the same position again. And Limited, he might go down.
Yeah, he's going to be dead. Didn't take much time for it to happen either. All pretty much collapsing straight on top of him. But he has to get wards out there. They need vision in this one. So Unlimited is kind of bound in this one that he needs vision, he needs wards, but he needs his team there with him at the same time. Otherwise, they're going to be getting caught out as they go into this one once again. Full combos coming down. There is Kautark using the Zhonya. Going to stun the team, but it's going to be enough to get through. Reckless is still there. Again, they're focusing Youngbuck, but the tank is now down, and they decide, you know what, forget Reckless. We've lost one man. Let's go for Baron.
And that was a 4-for-1. They should be easily able to get the Baron off this. They have a bottom inhibitor to take for free. Reckless looks like he won't stick around to try to steal it away. Just going to go back to farming up. And TCM, they are looking very solid to finish this game out.
Well, it's the second Baron of the game. Look at those spawn timers now approaching 40 seconds at this point for Youngbuck. So it's getting tight now for the Copenhagen Wolves. TCM doing a fantastic job of holding this one out. They sat at an 8,000 gold lead after that second Baron here of game number 3. If you look at the AD carries there's a big difference in farm. Same on the kills though. And it's going to be interesting to see whether, I mean, they did it again there. They completely ignored Reckless in the fight and just went for Youngbuck.
Yeah, the difference is between these two AD carries is the fact that Matrako can sit so far in the back and hit so many targets at once. He can hit multiple targets where, unfortunately for Reckless, he can only do that to one person. Obviously, you can, auto attack one, hit another one with a Mystic Shot, but not the same amount of damage that Matrako can do. And even though he's behind in farm, he's still doing more damage than his counterpart. And right now, with this Baron buff, TCM is going to have so much pain that Wolves, they're going to have a hard time holding on. They have to defend that inhibitor because if they lose that, they're bound to lose another one.
Blue buff going over here towards Belgium.
That would have been cool if he actually took that over the wall and take it at the same time.
All good. He's going to be going home and spending a chunk of cash that I get. He's got, yep, and it's going to be a Void Staff coming out for him. So there's a lot of pain about to come their way. Another Dragon as well, why not? While it's there, you might as well take it home. There's a lot of wards come out in the meantime here, and I was talking about Unlimited and his need to, he got caught out before that fight happened.
Right.
He needed to get those wards out, and he's used this time here to literally cover both sides of the map with wards and just hope that they don't get taken away again.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, I believe Barnady does have an Oracle in hand. Yes, he does have the eye above his head, so if anything, yes, he's going to lose them, but it gives them vision of where they were. So then they're not going to get ganked in their own jungle, and they can keep that prevented. But right now, TCM, they're barreling down bottom lane here, and I almost said Kautar, but Copenhagen Wolves, they need to defend this, and how they're going to do it, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, Dark Binding would be a good start. Probably not onto Naruto Adore, though. And they keep going through. Youngbuck here taking a little bit of damage. Inhibitor, of course, open for the taking, and Matrako says, I'm just going to get straight in there. Dark Binding comes in, actually uses a Quicksilver Sash to get away as Belgian Beast goes in there. He's taking a lot of damage, got hooked in once again, but they're going to go. Reckless taking a ton of damage there, but Shen going to go over to him. Kautark uses Zhonya's ultimate, not going to mean anything though, as Youngbuck tries to taunt them into that turret once again. But TCM, they've got away without dying here, and they're going to have that Baron regen by the time they get around to this mid lane.
And while that protect the Reckless composition coming out of the Wolves, you saw right when the Sandra went in, he got that giant spell shield, that giant black shield to pretty much mitigate every single bit of damage. He didn't get stunned, didn't get locked down, and then you had the Shen ultimate come in right behind that to give him another giant shield. So he was pretty much cared for the entire fight, but unfortunately, Shook did go down. He didn't even get the ultimate off, it looks like. And now with that inhibitor being down, TCM can go back by, pick up the buffs away from Copenhagen Wolves, and then push another lane.
I think they're going to go pushing top lane. Makes most sense. Bottom lane inhibitor is down. Those super minions will be doing the work for them soon enough. And they can create the pressure of a split on the two furthest lanes apart from one another. But they've got plenty of gold to spend, and that's the key thing right now. We saw, actually, Matrako. He got hit by the Dark Binding, even though he's quite far back in the team. He was so scared that they were going to jump on the QSS straight away from that one and walked back out.
All it really takes, though, I mean, if you look at this, is that one Dark Bind to land. Copenhagen Wolves, even though they're down this much right now, almost 10,000 gold at this point, if they land that one Dark Binding onto that right target, they can just train him down. He will get blown up, and that will give them a really nice fight, where if they combo the rest of the stuff onto Reckless, keeping him alive, they can win these fights. So Matrako, that was a very, very smart play out of him, and all they need to do is just replicate that yet again, but do it when his Quicksilver Sash is down.
Belgian Beast just spotted by a ward there. Probably not going to take too much thinking from the Wolves as to where TCM are going to come from. With this top lane now pushing through. In a turret, I expect them almost to just say, you know what, we're going to leave that one alone here. We're not going to defend it. They do spot that ward in there as Barney D comes around the side. He needs to be careful. He's not exactly a very tanky champion at this stage. He's got that Kindle gem in there as well for a little bit extra, but honestly, you just get absolutely destroyed by Reckless if he gets caught out of position. They've taken the inner turret. They're going to go for inhib turret number 2.
This is the real question. Are they actually going to go for it? Or are they going to play it safe and back away for the next Baron? Because it will be up in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. And I mean, with what's at stake, that would be the smart move for them, but they're feeling confident. They're feeling like they have the advantage. They're still sticking up here, and it looks like they really want to go for it.
Well, I think if they get the opening before Baron comes up, then they'll go for it. If not, they'll quite happily take Baron again and come back a little bit later on for that. You can see that Reckless drawn away by the super minions. That's an opportunity. Kautar actually getting hit here. Oh, and look at the spray and pray going through. We see the Zhonya's Hourglass being used. Belgian Beast is right in on top of them. Stranglethorns knocks up pretty much the entire team as JWoww goes on towards Shook. And without Reckless, who's only just getting into the back of the fight now, they surely can't win this one. They go on towards Reckless. Shen going to try and save him. He's going to fail. That's not going to happen. And this is going to be TCM taking down the Copenhagen Wolves to win the Challenger tournament here in Tenerife. Youngbuck tried to get out in the end. They're still playing a little bit there to finish off the Nexus, but TCM, what a victory. And you can see here how much that means to them, and apparently that was the key to the victory around Naruto-Do's neck.
Just so well done. I mean, they kept their cool and composure throughout the entirety of the series. You saw how happy they were after that first game, cheering, hugging, celebrating, and then they lost the second game. They looked so down on themselves, but then to come back in the third one, pretty much forgetting about that, getting their revenge yet again against the Wolves, that gets them one step closer to being into the Season 4 LCS.
Brilliant, brilliant performance, and so happy about it as well. It's great to see teams who, you know, they're generally so thrilled that this has happened to them. And as you said, $30,000, and they're going to be going to the promotion tournament. So congratulations to TCM. We're going to head over to Demon and Freak, though, to break down that intense Game 3.
Fantastic performance by TCM, and honestly, from the very start, it looked like they were in control. You saw the 2 kills, you saw what it means to these guys. They're very happy, and honestly, if you just look at some of these guys, they all tried in the summer split, the summer promotion tournament. They were all there. A number of them in Wizards, Matroco and Naruto especially here in their Spanish homeland. You know, they have friends and family sitting by watching them play here, so really means a lot to them, and especially when they even consider themselves not the favorites for this. They considered the Wolves to be the favorites. The Wolves are going to win DreamHack Summer. They went to win Gfinity, and they came into this as the big favorites. But Reckless couldn't put the team on his shoulders this time around. He was focused so heavily by TCM, and it worked well.
It was really, really well played, honestly. You look at the CW lineup, and they've really only got one damage threat there. They got Morgana and Shen, and Evelyn from the jungle falls off after mid-game. As she spikes really hard in mid-game, you get to the late-game team fights, her damage starts to fall a little bit, so you just have an Ezreal who builds for damage. And honestly, what happens, though, is the other members have to be so good at crowd control, and Kautar has to land really good Morgana ultimates or the team falters. And when you consider the level 1 where Naruto got huge and started out like 6-0, got to rush a Runic Bulwark, then build a Randwin's Omen afterwards, he was too tanky to deal with for anyone there. Got to tank all the damage, give his team magic resist to survive the Evelyn ultimate, Morgana ultimate, and they can wipe out team fights.
And it took Copenhagen Wolves so long to get that Runic Bulwark up. Belgian Beast was just suicidal, diving in there every time. He's like, I'm coming in, and my ulti's going to be following. You're going to have to do something to deal with it. They had to use so many shields on Reckless, and so many times he was just having to get out the way, wasn't laying down the damage, so the rest of his team would die, and he'd just be the one escaping out the back.
Exactly. They could really even team fight both ways. Sometimes they did dive Reckless, and they had to take the Black Shield, and he had a barrier, he had the Shen ultimate, and that left the rest of his team open because they're all running back defending him, and Twitch has a field day, and he just destroys people. Other times, they're like, well, we can't get to Reckless. He's near a wall. There was a fight by the blue buff where they know Reckless can jump walls and diving won't be useful, and they'll get caught by Kautar's ultimate. So they're like, well, we'll just kill the front line. We're tanky. We've got Runic Bulwark. You're not going to break through us. And Reckless has to get through the tanky Jarvan first, which you're not going to do. So they even got to fight both ways because they're gold lead.
And that was the problem. The front line, the Shen, he couldn't stand up to him at the end. Youngbuck, he just wasn't tanky enough because there was so many damage threats.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a Zyra who just is going to knock you in place, knock you into the air, throw a bunch of damage output there. Lissandra did really well, and they're all area of effect damage dealers. So even if they're not focusing the tank, that tank is still losing a lot of health. And because Shen had built Sunfire Cape and Randuin's Omen as his first 2 items, because he's fighting a Kha'Zix, he's got no MR. And again, he's not the one. He built Aegis as his 3rd item. Evelyn built damage. Aegis came in at 26 or 36 minutes into that game, so no one had the magic resist to deal with a Lissandra and a Zyra just putting out base damages.
So let's check out the replay. It was really towards the end of the game, honestly. It was one of the last fights, and TCM starting to get full control at the base.
Yeah, we'll get it on your screen, and I want to point out how valuable it is to get vision control outside of the enemy base. I want to point something out. Look at the Wolves' vision. Now, Cowtard has just been hit by a Grasping Roots from Zyra, whom they can't see. That's so important. Barney D right here starts the fight in Cowtard. He wants to be able to Black Shield himself, pop his ultimate, and then Zhonya's and lock the team up. This doesn't happen here. We'll play the clip out, watch what happens. So he gets rooted up, goes oh crap, pops Spell Shield, and then look at this. Matraco pops his ulti right now, saying we can chunk out Cowtard right now. Now, no one's in range of the Morgana ultimate. He has to Zhonya's without ulting, which is such a risk for them. Play the clip out, watch what happens, takes a bunch of pain. The initiation comes in, has to Zhonya's right now to dodge some damage. Belgian Beast, though, he starts the fight anyway. Reckless is here, and again, no Cowtard ulti immediately pops down. So here we go, it's just a 4v5 at this point. The explosion comes out there and JWoww is just getting resets, running over everybody because the crowd control and the damage from the mid laner is just not here. There's Richardor, he is soloing Reckless. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, Reckless is pretty big, but he wastes all the time of the AD carry, whereas, oh look, Matraco, oh yeah, he's getting free damage in the back line. The rest of the Wolves are dead right here. Finally they get to clean up on a Reckless. Yeah, he gets the Shen ultimate at this point. Yeah, he kills the Richardor, but it's too late. They ward down the front line too quickly. The gold lead was too much for them, and the initiation that they had there to get rid of Cowtard at the start, that was huge.
Yeah, so fantastic performance overall. TCM Gaming, who would have thought? Certainly not maybe the Copenhagen Wolves, that's for sure, because they are going to be going through to the promotion tournament, the spring promotion tournament. It gives them a good seeding as well, remember, just like we saw with Lille. And remember back in Lille, it was Meteor Makers and Alternate that we saw going through. And look how they're doing right now in the LCS. Yep. So we could be seeing TCM in the LCS. They've got a long way to go yet. There's a bit of promotion games to get there, so they're not quite done yet.
And they got a few months to go. It's going to be, I believe, in December at the end of this year. So you will see them before 2013 is done. They're going to put on the best show they can. And they put on a show like this. Good chance for it.
It's a very good chance for them. And of course, hopefully we will be going over to the stage in just a moment. We're waiting for the teams to stand by. Of course, there's prize money up for grabs for these teams. It was $30,000 between these teams. So TCM are not going to go home empty-handed. It's not just getting a place in that promotion series qualifier. They do, of course, take a big chunk of change from them. And we're going to see over on Shox on the main stage, who is standing by with TCM for an interview.
Thank you very much. Naruto, congratulations. What a win here. Let's start by talking about first the applause. Let's start by talking about that last game because you guys were ahead and then they almost came back in the game. How did you react against that?
Bueno, antes que nada, felicitarte por esa pedazo de partida otra vez. Preguntarte por esta última partida que al principio parecía que estaba todo muy bien, luego no se sabe por qué, pero parecía que el equipo enemigo estuvo a punto de remontar y al final pues consiguieron terminar la partida. ¿Cómo fue eso?
So basically we had the advantage at that point. We felt like we could win easily win the game, and we wanted to get more advantage with objectives like Dragon and Baron, and we took the vision, we got like Oracle and stuff, and then they got noticed that we were doing Baron and they went to contest it, and that was a bit too late, but at the end they arrived to fight us, and we were a bit in position and we were like a bit split, and they just went in and like got 3 kills, but we knew that was worth it because we got the Baron at the end, and we just kept with the advantage, and at the end a snowball and we won the game anyways.
You can say it in Spanish for your Spanish fans as well.
So, básicamente, nosotros teníamos la ventaja en el varón. En ese momento de la partida creíamos que podíamos ganar la partida fácilmente y decidimos coger Oracle, o sea, el elixir y limpiar toda la visión y decir, bueno, lo hacemos rápido y a la que vengan les engaguemos con el varón y les ganamos. Lo que pasa es que vinieron antes de tiempo, nos cogieron el varón. fuera de posición, estamos un poco separados, nos cogieron, nos mataron a 3, pero nosotros teníamos el varón 2 personas y nosotros creíamos que un varón vale más que 3 personas en nuestro equipo y decimos, bueno, no pasa nada, seguimos con los objetivos, con dragones y con más objetivos y seguimos enumerando la partida, ¿no? Hasta que ganamos la partida igualmente.
Right, and then you guys banned out Nunu, Lee Sin, and TF 3 times. You didn't ban out any AD carries, you didn't ban out Shook's Evelyn, so what was the strategy? Because you've been able to really shut them down.
Pues eso, han baneado siempre lo mismo, Nunu, Lee Sin y Twisted Fate. No han ido directamente, yo que sé, a por Reckless o a quitarle la Evelyn a Shook. ¿Por qué? ¿Ha sido algún tipo de estrategia o cómo ha surgido?
So they have like too much champions to ban. Like Reckless is super strong. You all know how strong Reckless is actually, and you know how Shook's Lee Sin is, how OP Nunu is. So at the end, we didn't know exactly what to ban, but we were like, there are too many champs to ban. We are gonna just make their jungler play unconfident because like Shook Evelyn is good of course, but like he doesn't feel so confident offline, and we were like thinking, I feel confident to facing him as Evelyn, just get ping wards and play defensive, and I can contest him whole early game, and then we will be stronger. And for the other pick, we all think like TF is super strong, and we don't want to let him open to a TF player like Coulthard. And for Nunu is super OP, like Nunu is the most OP champion actually, so we didn't want to let him open, even with all the OP champions that they can play with, even Reckless is so good with so many champions, we focused on those champions. So, básicamente hay muchos champions OP para banear, como por ejemplo todos sabemos lo bien que juega Reckless, todos sabemos lo fuerte que es el Sin de Suke L2. En verdad hay muchos campeones que no podemos banear todos los campeones, solo hay 3 héroes para banear. Entonces nosotros nos centramos exclusivamente en debilitar la jungla de Suk, debilitar su Lee Sin, debilitar su Nunu, los picks que se sienten más fuertes, con los que puede invadir sin ningún problema y sentirse más cómodo en mi jungla. Decidimos quitarle esos 2, quitar TF porque es un campeón muy fuerte que nadie quiere tener en contra un jugador de TF que te puede hacer un combo en cualquier momento de la partida, te pueden no volear muy fácil. Decidimos quitar ese campeón, mantener a Reckless a raya, que cogiese Evelyn, coger pings, mantener a raya, y me sentía suficientemente confiado conmigo mismo para jugar contra él con Evelyn y luego ser más fuerte que él en teamfight y el late game como ha sido en la partida. Y con respecto a Nunu, todos sabemos lo fuerte que es Nunu. Todo el mundo ha jugado a Nunu, sabe cómo es, todo el mundo juega a LoL. Y no queríamos para nada tener el equipo contrario por eso. Y básicamente pues y con todos los campeones que Reckless puede jugar y todos los campeones que pueden jugar fuerte como el Malphite de Joneback o el Sen de Joneback, nosotros preferimos banear esos 3 y ya ir a teamfight con él fuertes como Cartus y demás.
All right, so this means you have a chance to qualify for Season 4 with your team, and all these people here are behind you. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Con el tema de la LCS, bueno, ahora tienen ya un puesto para poder intentar clasificarse ya en la temporada 4. ¿Hay algo que le quieras decir además a todos estos fans en este caso?
And you can do that in Spanish, of course.
Yo simplemente vine aquí queriendo representar a mi país, vine queriendo defender la jungla española, no quería que nadie fuera de España invadiese aquí y defendí con todo lo que tuve.
Hey, you can join your team. Give it up once again for TCM Gaming. All right, thank you very much, guys. You can go off the stage. Thank you very much and congratulations. Now, we've already seen a ton of great League of Legends action, and the games are only going to get better. The pros are on their way, and they are going to be slugging it out all day.
Ya hemos visto muchísimas y muy buenas partidas de League of Legends, y los siguientes serán aún mejores. Los jugadores profesionales están ya preparándose y estarán luchando todo el día.
So, you guys, ¿están listos? All right. Our LCS matchups start off with Fnatic versus Gambit, followed by SK and Ninjas in Pajamas. After that, EG takes on MYM in the third slot, and we're going to close things out with Alternate versus Lemon Dogs. And now we want to hear what you guys have to say. And our question today is, what champion do you expect to see banned the most in the coming weeks, and why? We'll be picking 5 winners to read on the air, and if we pick yours, you get a G510S gaming keyboard from our friends at Logitech. All you need to do is follow us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS.
Ahora, claro está, queremos escuchar lo que los tenéis que decir. La pregunta en este caso sería, ¿qué campeón esperáis que sea el más baneado en las próximas semanas y por qué? Escogeremos 5 preguntas para leer en directo. Si seleccionamos la tuya, te llevarás directamente un teclado gaming G5 10S de nuestros amigos de Logitech. Tan solo tendrás que seguirnos en LOL Esports y utilizar el hashtag LCS.
And don't forget to vote for who you think will win today's matchups. Go on to lolesports.com, click on schedule and make your picks.
No olviden también votar por los equipos que creéis que ganarán los partidos de hoy. Haced clic en Matches y escoged a vuestros favoritos.
Now, yesterday, Fnatic and Xpeke gave the home crowd what it wanted with a convincing win over MYN. But they'll have to pull out all the stops to beat Gambit. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Next match coming up soon.
Ocelote. He's a fantastic main player.
My favorite team is Evil Geniuses. I really love that team play. We love Peque. We don't have too much opportunities to meet LOL players. This is a great opportunity to meet him.
I am Team.
I love Fnatic. I really love the LCS being here in Tenerife, and I'm really happy with this. I'm so excited.
Welcome back to the last day of the LCS in Tenerife. This week, we've already seen the standings change back and forth more times than Udir, and we still have a full day of matches to come.
Bienvenidos de nuevo al último día de la LCS en Tenerife. Esta semana ya hemos podido ver cómo la clasificación ha estado moviéndose más veces que Udir, y aún tenemos por venir un día entero de partido.
So we'll be starting off with Fnatic versus Gambit. Later on, you'll be watching SK take on Ninjas in Pajamas, followed by EG versus MYM of third, and finally, Alternate versus Lemon Dogs. But first, help me welcome the teams for the first LCS match of the day. On the blue side, coming off a crowd-pleasing win yesterday, put your hands together for Fnatic! On the red side, currently sharing first place. Let's hear it for Gambit. We'll see them play in a few minutes, but first I'll pass you to our commentators who will catch us up with what's been going on in the league. For the English stream, it's D-Man and Freak, and Quinton y Gilligan for the Spanish.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Welcome to the final day of the European LCS here in beautiful Tenerife. We've got 4 great games in store for you today.
But before we get into those matches, I want to recap the action so far this weekend. We're actually pretty much back where we started at the beginning of the week. If you lost on day 1, you won on day 2. And, well, that was good news for the Spanish crowd because all the Spaniards lost day 1. And then all the Spaniards won yesterday, so it at least, you know, they got the cheer for their favorite players, at least yesterday.
They got a little bit of a cheer. So let's take a look at the very familiar standings. Aranea and Alternate are on top once again. They are tied with Gambit for first place.
And just 1 game behind them, Fnatic, Lemon Dogs, and Ninjas in Pajamas have a 3-way tie for third. And just below them by 2 games are Meet Your Makers, Evil Geniuses, and SK Gaming, all tied at 6th.
And of course, that could all change today. Our very first game has the potential to shake things up straight away. It is going to be Fnatic versus Gambit. It's a monster.
It is a monster. These were the teams to watch all throughout the spring split. The spring playoffs themselves were a nail-biter, a 3-2 victory for Fnatic. Very, very narrow there. And so far in the summer split, these teams have only met once, but history's repeating itself. Fnatic is 1-0 up on Gambit in this split.
Oxygen tanks were required for that game as well, I can tell you. Let's take a look at the rosters, though. It is going to be blue side for Fnatic today, and it does mean that Soaz, he will be starting off in that top. Cyanide, the jungler. Peke, very popular here. Eke Peki, I believe he's known as. Ekis Peki, I'm not too sure, probably butchering the pronunciation. Pushu is the AD carry, and Yellowstar as the support.
Meanwhile, on the red side is Gambit Gaming, Darian in the top lane, Diamond and Jungle, Alex Itch, the mid lane carry, Ganja the AD carry, and of course Darker the support.
And you guys at home, you've been voting for who you believe is going to win today. So before we get going, let's check out who do they think it will be, Freak.
It's a very, very close one, 54% towards Gambit. And honestly, when you look at the standings, they're 1 win above, and you say, okay, yeah, they're 1 win higher, 54%. But remember that historically Fnatic has gotten the better of these guys, at least as far as 2013 is considered.
Yeah.
So there's kind of an edge one way or the other.
And they're technically 1-0 up as well. Remember, of course, you guys at home, you can get over to lolesports.com. We are on the final day, so another 4 matches today to be voting on. And don't forget, of course, you can vote for anything that happens across all the weeks as well. There's a lot of North American and European matches to go next week.
Go vote for week 9, the final game. Just go for it. You can rest your you can try it right now. But either way, we'll see.
Yeah, yesterday, of course, we did see Fnatic. They did pick up a very important win over Meet Your Makers. It was a big confidence boost for them. The team desperately needed it. And they also kept them in touch with the top of the table.
Yeah, so Fnatic has always been a team that, at least I've celebrated for their really good solo lanes, and that Meet Your Makers game was no exception. Soaz went 7-1-13 on Jace, and it was just true Fnatic fashion. He actually teleported in to kill the Nexus at the very end. Peke on your screen right there went 8-1-14 as Lissandra. He was even in a 1v2 lane to start, so to carry from there is impressive. He only died at the very last push of the game. And also I've got to give props to Yellow Star, the new support. He brought out a new champion this time in Nami and went 3-0-14 in that game. So if all those guys put up similar performances, honestly, I like Fnatic's chances here to win.
Yeah, Gambit on your screen there. They are at the top of the standings, joint with Alternate, and now they're going to be looking to try and cement that position with a victory here. They will also want revenge for the opening game of the summer season at DreamHack, the very first one where they lost to Fnatic, and it was a bit of a shocker straight away. However, of course, yesterday they had a very rough performance, and against SK Gaming, they're going to have to focus today.
And it really seems that Gambit have a tough time if they lose the early game. Think back about all their upset losses, Lemon Dogs and SK Gaming within the past week and a half, and it was early ganks by the opposing jungler or clutch Thresh hooks in lane that snowballed the game out of Gambit's control. So to fix that, in my opinion, I want to see Diamond on an early game champion, Udyr, Jarvan, Lee Sin, things like that, or at least show up to lanes with good crowd control, because if they get something early there, then they can kind of snowball past that, outthink their opponents. But you think about that loss to SK, it was Jungle Evelyn with his lanes as Malphite and Zed, who don't really have any hard CC early on. There's no ganks to be had, and so they give up the early game.
So I'm looking back at the previous time they met, which, like we said, was the first match at DreamHack, and the bans, honestly, are probably going to be fairly similar. From Fnatic, it was Evelyn, Shen, and Jace, so we could possibly see them again. Of course, this time they are blue side, so it tends to be different which way you get and ban. Gambit banned out Nunu, Twisted Fate, and Jarvan, so again, actually fairly similar bans. We could be seeing similar things.
These are champions you tend to respect on both sides. You look at Alex Ich, he did have a respectable Master Yi game. We even saw it come out at MLG Anaheim from Dignitas, and that pulled some respect bans as well. But the thing about a Master Yi pick is it only really works in compositions where you snowball ahead. Master Yi only has one mode, and that is kill more things. If you're behind or your team is behind, you don't get to do much. And if your opponents are very well controlled and don't overextend or never get caught, you don't get to snowball ahead as you don't get the resets, you don't kill off the fights. Or if you fight like a really tanky composition or one that split pushes a lot, you never get those fights. You never have the option to play the real blow your face off AP Master Yi.
And what do we want to see Diamond on? You talk about how you want to see him on an aggressive early game champion, something he can control, or the other lanes need CC. What are we expecting from him this time?
Basically, it really depends on the bans from Fnatic, because he's picked Evelyn every time it's been available and has just gone for it. Anytime it wasn't banned, he's gone for that champion. However, Fnatic can play that into their sort of wheelhouse. If Twisted Fate and Shen and these early CC champions are removed, they can let them go Evelyn and be like, I dare you to counter gank because we just don't really care too much. And when you've got guys like Peke who are such good players as assassins and as split pushers, Kha'Zix, we did see him today in the Challenger finals, but we don't see it in the LCS quite so much anymore. Zed's still a possibility, Kasten's still a possibility. He can snowball ahead that way, be a split pusher, and try to outdo Alex Ich. But as long as he's not getting camped early on by Diamond, he'll probably have a great game.
So we are just waiting for a machine to be swapped around, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are just tuning in, wondering why the game has not got underway, I don't think it's Darian. Darian simply just stood up. It was a Fnatic. I think it was Soaz, his PC, that they are just sorting out. Constantine just behind them there, or Groove was his Counter-Strike tag, as he was back in WCG 2005. He attended as a CS manager, so he's well aware. He's the coach, of course, of Gambit, and has been since pretty much the creation of Moscow 5, as far as I'm aware. He's been there the whole time, so definitely a guiding hand for all of Gambit. Meanwhile, Fnatic, they of course have Harry in the background. He's going to be lingering there. I think that's who we just got a shot off, strolling on past.
And it's so important to have good management and coaches in for the team in general. You look at how Ninjas in Pajamas have really skyrocketed up of late, and it was Deficio having to be the de facto leader and the manager keeping everything together. And now that he's had that weight off his shoulders because of the Ninjas in Pajamas organization holding him up, he's exploded as an amazing support player, right? Deficio's been coming into his own amazingly well and helping hold the team up and being part of that almost unstoppable Defrizio lane. And when you look at teams like Fnatic and Gambit that have really good backing from the organization side, the players get to focus on practice, focus on refining their own skills, and it's no wonder these two teams are in the top 3.
And let's talk about the league itself at the moment, because we've only got 3 weeks left, 3 game weeks, and that equates to, what, 8 matches next week, 12 matches the week after, and then 20 in the final week 9. That's not a great deal of matches, just, what, 40 matches overall.
44 counting the 4 we have here.
44 in counting the 4 we have here. These standings are so close together. You just look at it, it's 10-7, 10-7 for the top 2, 9-8 for then the next 3. So they could all be top by the end of today.
Yes.
Any of those players. And then if you look behind that, it's just 7-10. So those 3 all within a clump, just 1 week could turn that around.
Yeah, at the end of the day, could have a 4-way tie for first place, or we could have, the 3rd and 6th place teams get a lot closer as well. And this is the really cool thing about the European LCS is, just think about yesterday. Number 1 team, Gambit Gaming at the time, lost to 8th place SK Gaming convincingly. And
that's the second time SK had done that as well, because they did the same to Alternate a few weeks ago.
Exactly. These teams, you have to respect every single one of them. A 3-game switch between the two doesn't mean much at all. And you compare that to the North American side, where actually even that switching up, you had Velocity Esports have a 2-0 week as the far and away last place team. Something that's getting a lot closer. I mean, compared to the European spring split, where you had a pretty obvious top 2, a pretty obvious next 2, and then the bottom 4 fighting for positions. Now it is really everyone together, and even as you just seen in this week, all the teams have gone 1-1. Right? You had a first and last place. Every team has gone 1-1 so far. Maybe they stretch out a little bit towards the end, but even still, up until the last week, I would be surprised if any team were counted out before week 9.
Yeah, no perfect weeks, and of course that Super Week's going to pile so much pressure on these teams. 5 matches for every single team that week. So Cyanide there, it's been having a tricky time in the jungle, if all's told. So as in the top lane, he's been pretty vocal as well in that top lane lately. Not happy about his Shen performance, not happy about having to play Shen at all, it seems. So
I feel like it's a common trend where the top laner, and this is sort of how top lane breeds its players though, it's this sort of like Wild West wasteland where you've got to scrap and fight all the time, and it breeds these like hardened like players who just want to fight all the time and play aggressive champions that brawl a lot. And Shen is not as much that play style. He's a more reserved sort of, I'm a tank, I initiate for the team, and it's not how these players have sort of bred themselves. So they sort of prefer these more fighting heavy champions, and so it's like, well, yes, I'm gonna of course play for my team and fulfill the role that we need, but they're just more comfortable on these high-fighting champions.
We'll see what champions they do go with. Just to remind you, the picks last time that they had, Malphite, Xin Zhao, Ezreal, Master Yi, Fiddlesticks. Not sure we're going to see quite the same. Xin Zhao is possibly for Diamond. That was Gambit's team, but Kha'Zix, Varus, Volibear, Janna, and Elise. Obviously, this was back when N-Rated was there as well, so he was the Janna player. Elise is still a strong top laner for SOAS and has been an incredibly strong jungler, as we've seen for pretty much most of the teams these days.
Yeah,
Dexter in particular.
And it's interesting because she's one of those really highly sought after picks in the European LCS. You've got about 4 to 6 champions that are in like more than 2/3 of champion selects. They're banned or picked a heck of a lot of the time. And most of those champions are actually at about 50% win rate. Twisted Fate is like +1 wins over losses, that even though he's so heavily sought after, he's actually pretty much a wash as far as power goes. Elise is the one that stands out as an actually very high win rate among those sought after champions. And we've seen it kind of more and more be one of those go-to first picks. And we've got players like SOAS who can crush with that champion. It's a ban I expect to see here from Gambit.
Absolutely. So picks and bans should be getting underway in just a few moments. We're just waiting for the teams to sort it out and get ready to go. You can see packed house here in Tenerife. We are at the Tenerife LAN party. It's a Comic-Con on the side as well. It's a 1,600 person LAN as well. It's one of the biggest in the islands, certainly in the islands. I think one of the biggest maybe in Spain as well. And we heard from Aaron just the other day. He's like absolutely loving it here. He's like, I'm going to tell all my friends to come over here. There's a pool down the side. I mean, it's perfect, really set up. You got a great big pool. In fact, 3 great big pools, to be fair. You can come up, play games, have yourselves a drink.
Walk for 5 minutes.
Walk for 5 minutes. You're in accommodation. I mean, I don't know what more a gamer could ask for. Well, maybe the sunshine's a bit scary for gamers. I don't know, but
you can choose. You've got a nice.
It's scary for
right
us.
here.
I mean, I'm just thinking of all the players that have got burnt. I've just actually read a tweet from Freeze saying Sun 1, Freeze 0. I'm absolutely burnt to a crisp.
Well, when you consider his screen name, it's an obvious hard counter. Right, fire beats ice. 100, like that's a double damage attribute right there. He's probably gonna tag up his NIP water after this day.
So here we go. Picks and bans going through. Udyr being taken away and Shen. So again, Diamond Prox being targeted along with Darian, Nunu, and Xerath being taken away. We did see Peke running that the other day, and it worked out okay for him. But that was in day 1 when they lost.
It's interesting. I'm surprised to see the Xerath ban come out. Nunu, I'm not surprised by. It is a Cyanide champ. He does pretty well with that one. He's one of the junglers that I actually trust to be on Nunu and excel with that one. So I like that ban choice. The Udyr and Shen bans I like as well because, again, you limit a lot of Darian's top lane options that synergize with jungle Eve. And that's the thing. I really think that if you run Eve, you need a CC lane to gank for, or it's pretty useless here. So if he goes back for the Malphite or goes for something like Aatrox, Aatrox can work. Actually, he's got the knock-up and slow, but I expect Gambit to go Evelynn, and Fnatic to be okay with that.
Well, Cassidy and Jace the final bans, which does leave a number of options open. Honestly, Gambit actually normally go for Sona, so Fnatic might be thinking of this and thinking, okay, they're going to lock Sona in, but what else could they take? Twisted Fate is available. They're going to go for Elise. Okay. I don't think Gambit will go for TF.
It's interesting because I thought with the Cassidy ban, he's one of the characteristic counters to TF that you ban Cassidy and you look at the Evelynn there, or sorry, the Elise there. But because Gambit had to respect the Jace from Soaz, they give up the Elise, and that's a good first pick there that you do have to be worried about. I still think TF is a likely pickup here for Peke because he's just removed some of the major counters there. However, Gambit, I like them going for Thresh here. I know they picked a lot of Sona. That's been really popular. But if they're still on that Evelynn hype train for the Diamond Jungle, picking up a CC lane for the bottom to take down Pushu and Yellowstar makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, of course, Gambit tend generally to go with that Sona. So this does interest me. Misfortune, that's been a pick for Genja. That's very popular in the spring, and that has Thresh locked in. So we're not going to see Sona this time around. And as you mentioned, Twisted Fate available. Lots of his counters taken out. This could be a perfect pick for the backdoor master.
And it just depends if Peke is comfortable fighting against a Zed. Because that is a champion Alex will happily bring out. You can outplay a Zed with TF. You can go for the early Zonias. You can get some early armor in there and be okay. Double Thorin's Ring, Seeker's Arm Guard. You tend to be okay in the duels. Then you can try to outroam the man, but it's always a bit of a risk. You know that's available, and one of the core champions there that Alex will play. So the Misfortune Thresh lane is cool. It's a bit of a return to form for Gambit. They can easily go for more area of effect crowd control with this lineup. They could run the Malphite back in. They could run the Jarvan in there as well and set up all kinds of fun things. And with Fnatic going for this bottom lane here, they're going to be happy to go heads up. Honestly, the all-in potential is decent from Thresh MF. So Yellowstar will have to dodge some hooks, but the poke from Varus Sona is so strong that they can wear down the bottom lane from Gambit and win as long as they can dodge skill shots.
So interesting. I think both teams are trying to bait themselves into Misfortune here. And I believe he's still 100% pick ban rate. So this could be the first time that he could go through, maybe not get chosen, or will it be the final choices? Gambit, of course, about to make their picks. What will we see from the jungle from Diamond this time?
Well, Gambit has the luxury of last pick, so they can wait to see a mid laner, they can wait to see a jungler, and this is what they're going to do. I like the Aatrox, I like this a lot. So there we go, Evelynn in there, and both of her lanes so far have CC. She can actually follow up with her teammates, and that's really big. And they've also saved their mid laner as a counter pick for TF, or to pick TF if they don't care about Peke's pick right here. So this is actually a nice setup for Gambit. And again, the Aatrox for Darian fits his playstyle very well. Last time he went double Bloodthirster, exploded people with damage output there, and if you still took him down, he just revived and didn't care, and that's a good setup for him. So it's Fnatic to make some choices. They get to, of course, know what the top lane is. It's going to be Soaz versus Darien and at the Elise versus Aatrox, but they've got to choose their mid laner blind.
And it's definitely giving them choices that they're having to discuss here. You can see there's a lot of focus on the players at the moment. Darker almost fallen asleep. He's ready and waiting to go. In the bottom there, Lissandra would be an interesting pick. This could, of course, mean that Elise would be the jungler for Cyanide. We haven't talked about Jarvan either. Jarvan being available. That could switch things around. This means Twisted Fate is not going to get selected. It will get let through. Will Alex Hitch go for it? Will he take it? Is it the right choice for him? Hi, Medinger.
Unlikely choice here in the mid lane. I'd love to see it. I mean, every once in a while, like every week or two, we see a champion we didn't think would come out show up there. Back in the spring split, Xerath shows up, and we're like, oh, the first day that Aatrox is available, Darien goes for it, and we're like, oh, wow, yeah, he's going for it. Lissandra ended up being huge when she finally came around. Europe has run her so many times. So, you know, again, I don't think it's really Heimerdinger here, but I'll talk about the Fnatic 2 picks here because they now have really, really good hard engage, and all their lanes are quite strong for ganks. Elise, I keep getting the names wrong. Elise is a very good early game jungler. This is something that's so strong. If you can do a lot of early game damage against Gambit, that's cool. There we go. Galio's back. This is one of his old guard champions, but I want to finish my thought on Fnatic real quick. Elise has so many good early game ganks here. She can set up with the Kennen, she can set up with the Lissandra, she can even set up for Sona Varus. All those lanes are gankable.
So, interesting setup. I'm waiting to see which way Fnatic are going to switch these lanes. Peke, of course, went massive yesterday on Lissandra, so he could be staying on this champion, but we have seen Soaz running it as well. Kennen, of course, is another champion that both of them play, so wait to see. Of course, the time is going to tick down for a long time, but what do we see from the Fnatic side here? Because there's a lot of area effect, a lot of CC as well as Gambit. This is actually, both teams are going to clash pretty hard.
This is really interesting because both teams only have the one node, which is all in. Fnatic has a little bit more poke, but I want to talk about one specific interaction that's really scary here on for Gambit fans out here. So Soaz, generally speaking, can start his ultimate and then dive in. So the taunt from Alex Hitch's Galio won't stop him from ulting it. Will, however, probably stop him from using Zhonya's. However, even while taunted, Slicing Maelstrom will still go out and shoot out some damage, and Soaz on Kennen is likely to stun Alex out of his Idol of Durand, is likely to stop the channel on the Galio ultimate early and free his team from taunting. However, while that is still going on, you've got the Misfortune bullet time coming through, you've got free time for Darien and Aatrox to go mental. The entire team from Fnatic is likely to get hit by Evelyn's ultimate as well, so there's an obvious sort of press R wombo combo on both sides, and it just kind of depends on how early Alex gets stunned, how crazy can Darien and Pushu go, and then how much damage is Genji's bullet time deal.
We shall see, because this game has definitely got some interesting picks in it, that's for sure. And you got excited about the fact that you wanted Diamond for the CC. You wanted to see this coming out from them, and it seems that Gambit wanted it themselves as well. Both these teams fighting to stay up the top of the ladder. Gambit currently are sat in that position at 10 and 7. Fnatic, if they win here, will actually tie with Gambit. They'll both be on 10 and 8. So Gambit, the pressure is on them. Fnatic just trying to stay in toast. Fnatic, of course, were the spring season #1 team. They won the playoffs as well. So they managed to beat out Gambit both times. And historically, so far in the LCS, Gambit have been the worse off against Fnatic. It's looking like Genji's going to have to use that strut passive of Misfortune to get out of there already. So they do know that Fnatic are all stacked in this top lane.
And that's really convenient for him, using the champion who runs faster than anyone else to scout out one of those brushes and see where Fnatic goes. They've stymied one of the big aggression paths here for Fnatic. They've only got 1 minute left now to get to a buff before it spawns, and their top lane push just got stopped. If they go towards the bottom, there's already wards in place here for Gambit. Fnatic are not likely to succeed with an invade at this point.
Fnatic are going as one still, though, heading down towards the bottom lane. We do see Fnatic. Are they going to go towards it? They just showed themselves on that ward, so they know exactly where they are, but they're all still stacked. They have no vision down this bottom lane, so they've no idea where the Gambit have gone for full invade themselves.
Well, we'll see, and that's kind of the issue when Fnatic goes for that sort of hardcore stack on one side and gets spotted out. They lose all the ward coverage they were looking for, and and this means that they have to be the defensive team. They put a defensive ward down on their red buff. You're seeing Soaz actually is throwing shurikens randomly around because he doesn't know if people are lurking around in his jungle because of that darkness, and is like, is someone there? No, okay, I can go to the bottom lane. But look at what Fnatic are doing though. They're actually, because they saw Genja run to the top lane, they expect him to stay there and want to fight that 2v2.
Yeah, they are taking Pushu and Yellowstar up there. It seems it will be a 2v2 setup, which means, of course, it will be Soaz up against Darian in that bottom lane. Diamond's going to be starting at blue. We also saw Cyanide starting at his own blue, so mirror match for both junglers. Seems like they're going to take the same routes at the opposite ends of the jungle. We do see Darian on Aatrox. We've seen him on this before. They did take victory last time he was on it. Where do you stand on this as a lineup? Actually, tell a lie, because the Yellowstar is going to get hooked in. Very much aggressive from Darker straight away, putting the Ignite down on towards him and taking a lot of damage off Yellowstar early on. They want to keep the pressure on towards him, but Pushu wasn't too worried about that.
As long as he doesn't take another arrow or another hook for a while, he's got another health potion and the biscuit to get back to full. So Fnatic are still okay in this lane, and they will keep trying to poke out. It's just up to how well sustained can Darker be before the junglers start messing around with this lane.
We will see. And speaking of junglers messing around with the lane, Diamond already up here. Going to try and sneak his way, and he's going to get... No, he's not going to get spotted because he's stealthed up just in the right time before those minions came around. Yellowstar has actually gone a long way away from this one. They might quickly go aggressive on Pushu. Diamond's already got himself in that second layer of bushes, stacked up with the double buff. This could be very much early aggression. Darker coming out, maybe forcing them back.
They need a hook or a flash flay, though, because they can't just force the kill without burning something. There goes the hook, and it lands!
The hook lands straight in there. There's the flay. Pushu has to flash away from this one. Is there going to be enough damage? One more shot. Yes, it will be. Genja picks up first blood.
So there we go. The skill shots land here from Darker, and that is huge. Getting the CC makes the Evelynn ganks work. Great job there by Gambit.
So back to this bottom lane. We can see Darian actually very low, getting stunned out there already by Soaz, putting some serious punishment on him. Already starting to develop a CS lead. How do we look towards this lane? Because it's not a lane we've seen a great deal of in the LCS. We've only seen so far Aatrox played once, and it was by Darian. They did win out that lane. But this time again, he's up against Soaz, the effectively #1 top laner.
Yeah, so of course you can see a 23-10 minion kill lead, because right now Darian can't really deal with a ranged matchup. This is one of Kennen's strengths, is bullying melee champions out. Darian can try to auto attack and sustain back up, but the problem is he's still against a ranged champion who does out DPS his sustain. Whenever Soaz lets up though, it is very easy for Darian to top back off.
Of course, you can see this lane in the moment in that top is being bullied because there's no flash or barrier available for Pushu anymore, so expect to see Darker and Genja being much more aggressive. Diamond has snuck himself in towards his bottom lane though. Kennen of Soaz has just returned. He's got himself a second Doran's Blade, so expect to see maybe he's going to go a little bit more aggressive. He hasn't got anything to check towards that. May well get spotted out here. He's going to dive in. They're going to catch on towards him. Is it enough damage though? No, it's not. So as just quickly lightning surges away, and you can see he's got a 75% win rate, but he has been bullied out of his turret by now for Darian and Diamond.
And because the Bloodwell, he's got enough tankiness to dive the turret, which means Soaz has to sit towards the back, wait for a minion wave to just produce enough damage to tank through the turret line, and then he'll be okay, especially with Cyanide waiting to counter gank. Thing is, they won't dive at this point.
And Cyanide's actually waiting off in the wings. He's not showing himself, so they actually want, it seems, Darian or Diamond to put some pressure down. We saw teleport just used there from Alex. Something we didn't actually touch on, the fact that both mid laners do have teleport.
And this is interesting that Alex actually chose to waste that teleport now just to keep up in his lane right here. He doesn't expect any hardcore ganks in from Cyanide that he needs to counter gank, because Alex will hit 6 soon, and then Idol of Durand plus teleport is such a good counter gank tool. The fact that that is down can actually be a little bit dangerous for Gambit.
Yeah, and Peke, he took a long time to get going on the Sandra last time around, but once he got going, boy did he get going. I think he ended up with an 817, I believe it was, you said, the stats in the opening show. Very much a strong performance on his first Lysandra, and you can see it's got a very strong win ratio as well, 81.3%. Yes. No surprises there. It was heavily used by Fronlord at the opening few weeks, and since then has been pretty much one of the main focuses in here in Europe.
And look at the wards that just came out here. They pink warded the river, but not this brush. They do not know Diamond is here. Darker, if he lands a hook, can get another kill.
Remember, Flash is down. Oh, the hook not quite landed on Yellowstar. Pushy this time, going aggressive. Oh, Yellowstar might just face check straight on towards him. He does go in there. He hasn't got the hook back available. He'll be back in a moment. Can he get away from this one? Yes, he does. He flashes. The Ignite is running. He should be safe, though. And this time, Gambit don't be successful.
Yeah, there's no summoner spell, or no flash, I should say, up for Darker. If he could have flash played Yellow Star, it would have guaranteed them a kill. And you just saw, without any CC landing, how much damage they got to put down. Imagine what would have happened to Yellow Star if that hook landed. Thankful for Fnatic that he did dodge that. And I want to also point out, though, the gold right here. Actually, hold on, Pekka's going to find Diamond.
He's going to find him. Is he going to be able to catch on towards him with that Claw of Doom as he goes in? He will catch him down. He's going to get a Chain of Corruption. No, tell lies, not Chain of Corruption. He has it at level 6. I don't know what it was, but he managed to get stunned up nicely, and Pekka picks up that kill.
Absolutely beautiful right there, and dodges the hook. That's important as well. And he used the mechanics of Lissandra so well. That Ice Claw works like flash. If you hit it in the middle of a wall, you'll go to the nearest edge of the wall. Was only powered through the Baron Pit, but still popped out the other side, cut off the retreat, stunned him up, easy kill.
Fnatic actually 4-man grouped up there. We are seeing the teleport coming out from Pekka, so that's been used in full vision of Alex, so he's going to know the timer on that. It's got about half the time left on that, which is 90 seconds around about left on his timer, because it's
123 right now.
123 seconds left on that timer, so keep your eyes peeled on when that's available and see whether Alex Hitch does go for any ganks. This bottom lane though, Soaz big advantage continuing to be built here, despite the fact he got bullied out a little bit by Diamond. We do see them, Diamond actually taking the blue buff for himself again and heading down towards this bottom lane. I think he's just simply going to hold off the turret though while Darian goes back.
I actually want to point out something from Soaz, though. So, assuming he survives this gank, which might not happen, he's got a longsword. Against Galio, he's going to stack him hard. Never mind, he's getting ganked.
He's going to go in. He's got a full life force as well. He has got his ultimate available. We can see Diamond trying to get on towards it. Has Soaz got enough to turn this one around? He goes aggressive. He gets Diamond down, but he pays for the life. And now Darker in the top there. He gets caught out. Now Genja's going to be the focus target. Cyanide switches, lands the cocoon beautifully on towards him. Genja's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get taken down just on the turret here. One more shot will do it. It is going to be another kill, and it's Cyanide that takes it. So suddenly Fnatic get 3 kills and Gambit just get the 1.
Absolutely beautiful play right there. The early ganks from Cyanide are so important for them, and now Darren's getting flanked by Peke. But he's going for minions.
He's going for minions instead. Didn't really fancy going straight diving in there. Of course, the teleport's still not available for Alex, but he had left that mid lane, so he was aware that possibly he could have had visitors.
So now I want to talk about Soaz. Look at his build. Double Doran's Blade into a longsword into what's going to be Blade of the Ruined King. Of course, Galio scales off of buying a bunch of magic resist, and he wants to just tank magic damage and be like, haha, I'm invincible to your double AP comp. Well, Soaz went for AD Kennen. He's attack damage Kennen, so good luck being Galio against that. Awesome choice right there, so as to be like, oh, I'll just go attack damage runes and masteries and buy attack damage items. Ha
Cast is straight against him. Freak's happy with that one. And you may have noticed, by the way, Peke has switched lanes, though, it seems, and so has going in towards that mid lane. As you mentioned, attack damage going up against Alex Hitch, and Alex is going to have to start stacking himself and defending. A little bit different from this one, but let's see whether it works out for him. Darian continuing to build that passive back up. Well, the timer on it's not available just yet, I don't think. Darian, though, taking a lot of damage. Peke is just going to, I think they're going to change lanes again. Nope, he's just going to hang around and keep Darian guessing. He's Darian with the blue buff, remember, because he goes
jump across the wall and jump Darian right here. You can all in it with no blood well.
Let's see if he does. That Claw of Doom is going to be ready. He's just lingering, waiting for him to step and basically take himself too far away from safety. There it is, surely no flash, no ignite available. Soaz comes in just at the right time. They lock him up. He comes around. It's almost certainly going to be a kill. Who's going to be the one that takes it? Alex teleports in. Is it going to be enough, though? He can turn it back around here. He's going to get stunned up. Peke throws out a bit of damage. It's not going to be enough. Alex does back away from that one, but Darian went down to Soaz.
Absolutely great play there. The Bloodwell was still down, and so they knew they could hold on to this one. Peke already had a pink ward in that brush, so we knew no one could see him, and he said, Soaz, come down from the lane. Waited until Soaz was in range, and then comboed out. And because Lissandra can CC you for over 2.5 seconds, that was enough time to say, look, I'll keep him locked up. That'll be enough time for you to come in from the fog of war, and Alex is going to have a hard time defending this one.
Alex is going to get engaged upon. It's going to be Peke that picks up the kill as well. Soaz tanked out the turret beautifully there. He will escape with his life. Peke very low. We do see Diamond actually collapsing in towards him, and Darian, though, as it is, has happened in the bottom lane. He's going to try and teleport back. Is he going to get by in time? I don't think he is. No, he gets taken down. Darian comes in. Now Cyanide's in trouble. He's going to try and repel. Fail flash. Repels away. He's got nowhere to go. He's just going to drop straight down. down, and it's going to be Diamond that picks up the kill.
That was absolutely massive there for Gambit. They got shut, well, kind of minor shutdown gold because he was only 2-0 right there. But getting those two is huge, and now suddenly all that terrible laning that Darien had, being down in minions, getting picked on so much, he just picked up 2 kills. He's sitting on 1,000 gold right now and just left base.
Well, Diamond, he's trying to solo the dragon out. I think he kind of needs a little bit of help here. I'm not too sure. My historical facts are not too strong, but I'm pretty sure Evelyn can't solo it just yet at level 8. And sure enough, he does have to back away from that one because Soaz, well, he just bullied Darien away from that lane again.
And I want to point out one thing by Diamond, actually. This is the second time I've seen him go Spirit Stone into Doran's Ring. We normally see them go for the early Spirit of the Elder Lizard, and we do still see that from Diamond, but this is the only player I've seen. Oh, goodbye, Yellow Star.
Oh, he does throw out the crescendo. Is it going to be enough? No teleport coming in though from Pekka. He comes in. Genja goes down. Darko now in trouble. There's no way escaping for this one. It's going to be a kill, and it's going to be a double for Pushu.
That is massive for Fnatic. A 3-1-2 Varus now is going to make life easy for Fnatic towards the end game because he's going to scale really, really well. Soaz going to have a hard time killing Darien with the Bloodwell, but he's always a threat. He's got ulti.
It's going to turn that Slicing Maelstrom down. Almost certainly going to force that Bloodwell to go. He's just going to run away from that passive. Diamond Proc's going to try and get in. He's got his Fists of Fury ready. Can he catch on towards the backside of Soaz? Yes, he can. And it's a kill for Diamond.
Yeah, Soaz unfortunately tried to all in on Darien, but didn't know Diamond was coming nearby, and so burned all of his cooldowns, a lot of his CC, the Lightning Rush and all of that, and then had no escape tools for a very fast running Evelyn who flashed after him. So good job there, Diamond, to realize, you know, they might just try to jump Darien who's got no health. Good read.
Well, BF Sword being picked up by both Darien and Genja, so Genja with that standard triple Doran's Blade. But meanwhile, Pushu, he's got himself that Bloodthirster already complete. We do see Enter the Dragon from Gambit. They're getting on towards it. Diamond Prox should be taking this one down. He has got that smite to secure it, and sure enough, he takes it.
So there we go, and I want to point out another item build as well by Gambit, the triple Mercury Treads early in the game by their jungler, their mid laner, and their top laner. They know that what Fnatic wants to do is lock them down in crowd control. Every single one of them has a stun or root, and most of them hit more than one target. These guys will be stunned at a team fight, and they say, look, we can get more damage, but I'd rather be stunned for 35% less time. That will let me do more damage and survive the fight.
I'm looking across the board, Peke, he's starting to get rolling. This could be a scary time for Gambit, of course, because Alex Idge has yet been able to put any presence on the map, honestly. We saw him teleport down to the bottom, but it was simply a case of defensive moves and then had to just back away. Well, Peke, he's been roaming around the map, picking up kills, picking up assists, and he's becoming a bit of a problem for Gambit.
And he's rushing for the Zhonya's Hourglass, which is going to make him so incredibly hard to deal with. We just saw in the Challenger Finals how difficult that was to deal with the Zhonya's self-ult Lissandra, and it's going to be the case here as well. Peke rushing for that item, can just get in the middle of the Gambit team, start out fights, and basically ignore counterattack, especially when you consider that he's going to ignore some of Galio's damage and pretty much all of Genji's ultimate as well.
Fnatic are doing what they do best here. Soaz just off the side. He's going to get the stun on towards Darien. He put the Slicing Maelstrom down and force him away. He doesn't have his Bloodwell available just yet, so he would have been very vulnerable there. And immediately Soaz took him down to half health. We can see the damage that he's already pulling out. That Blade of the Rune King not quite completed yet. Piercing arrow on towards Diamond. That did a fair bit of damage as well from Pushy with that Bloodthirster now complete. And, well, Fnatic are doing what they do best. They've got the split push going. Soaz is causing all manner of problems for Darien.
Yes, that is Soaz just with a categorically good matchup here. Got to pick him late in the order, realize, yep, this is who I want to play here. It's a long-range bully. It's going to be really fun for me. And got to pick that after revealing the Aatrox and knew that would be a good 1v1 for him. And has seeked him out for most of this game. Soaz for I would say 80% of this game has been against Darien in lane and is building a lead because of that. Now, you talked about the Bloodthirster and the Piercing Arrow a second ago. I want to get on that as well, is because these two teams are so burst-based of, you know, get the AoE lockdown and we'll clean up from there. Both these AD carries are going for the sort of caster build, the early Bloodthirster to shoot out the Piercing Arrow or the Hail of Arrows, or to shoot out the bullet time and then say, well, you're all at no health, and we can clean up easily from that point on.
Absolutely, trying to drill them down as much as possible. And Alex, it's going to be vital in trying to position that Idler Duran, trying to flash in, get that ulti off and try and disrupt Pushu as much as possible. And maybe, just maybe, if he can lock up Soaz and Peke at the same time. But I'm not too sure. Of course, we did see yesterday number of champions, especially on Evil Geniuses, they were clumped together. It was Frog and Yellow Pete were clumping together. You would assume that Fnatic are not going to fall for that. They would have seen that yesterday and thinking, that's what we got to be careful of, guys. Once soon as that Galio got locked in, but Galio doesn't get played very often in the LCS, so the element of surprise could still be there.
It really can be, because Gambit can actually flood into fights really, really well. Imagine if Darker lands a Q, tosses a Lantern, and pulls Alex Ich into the team. You don't get to react to that. You just get taunted by the Galio ultimate, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for Fnatic to deal with. It's hard to produce that sort of setup, but if it happens, there's not much counterplay.
Yeah, funnily enough, I actually did mention the whole Syndra and Thresh thing going on, and they were like, yeah, that's great, but how do you actually get that to work in a fight? It's like
with a Galio.
Yeah.
Syndra, Galio, Thresh, it's the new combo. You can put
Launch
Galio anywhere you want. Not ever going to happen.
It would be a very well orchestrated fight.
Solo queue, I'm sorry.
Highlight reels for the rest of the year, I think, would be from that one. It'd be move of the year that we sometimes see from various fights. Fight of the year. But in this case, it is going to be Soaz backing off. He's going to get himself some more items. Play the Rune King has been completed by him. Cyanide as well. He's going for that AP champion, effectively, with the Haunting Guys and Sorcerer's Boots in there. He's got that magic pen. Needs to just build himself up some more damage.
And that's going to be the case here. It's now time for the teams to explode outwards in terms of damage output. Mercury Treads on those who wanted it are done. Uh-oh, Soaz.
Soaz getting baited into it by Darker there. Pulls out the slicing Maelstrom. Is it going to be enough to turn it around? He does get Darker down. Can he Lightning Surge away from this one? Flashes out. Diamond, though, flashes back in. Does manage to catch on towards him. Speaking of the Idler, Duran wasn't quite able to post it down there. Pake turns around. Alex Ich just drops like a stone. And now Diamond getting focused on Cyanide. He's going to have Cocoon back available in a moment. He used it very early on. There it is. Lands on towards Diamond. Piercing arrow, not quite long enough to reach on towards him. The little spiders are going to do their work, and they're just chomping down the heels of Diamond Prox. And sure enough, Peke picks himself up yet another kill.
Great play right there, and unfortunately for Alex Ich, he's just biting off a little bit more than he can chew every time. He's getting they're jumping on him so fast. Fnatic are immediately turning over and saying, Alex, we have to get rid of your health bar fast so you don't ult us out. We've seen actually twice now him get assaulted on and then be too afraid to ult himself. I actually want to look at Alex's skill order because he is leaving Bulwark to only 1 point, so it's only 30 armor MR. He's relying on the Q and E to wave through. He's got a good minion kill result, or good minion kills because of it, but he has not a lot of tankiness, so Fnatic can burst him out for the next 2 levels. And then Alex is going to start getting tankier with Bulwark. Then it gets a little bit more difficult for Fnatic to kill him off.
Well, Peke is going aggressive here on Darien. Darien trying to force himself to get away from that one. Soaz, of course, was coming in from behind. And this time he does escape. Peke, though, at 4-1-3. Went big yesterday. Soaz joining him as well. This time around is 3-3-1, though. Picked himself up 3 kills. The supports, let's talk about those. Yellow Star, of course, one of the newest supports. He's already got that Ruby Sidestone completed with the boots. Neither supports have gone for those GP10 items. And Darker, well, Darker's been caught out a couple of times already.
And actually right here, Diamond accidentally stole the blue buff. It will help him actually clear the dragon a bit faster than if Alex Ich had it, but as far as the next team fight, within the next 3 minutes, it's actually going to be a little bit worse for Gambit just because of the lower cooldowns on Alex. Though, the dragon pickup, really, really good for them. The pink ward's coming down, as well as, I mean, really just the vision control is so good for them here.
So Gambit do keep themselves in terms of gold. You can see once the second dragon they've taken, it is just 2,000 gold between the two teams. Not too big. 11-7 in kills is certainly a higher kill ratio than maybe you sometimes see from the LCS games. Of course, though, they're saying that, we saw some pretty mental matches at the end of the day yesterday with around about, I think I worked it out, it was 96 kills between the 2 games that yourself and Joe covered in those 2 matches. It was pretty wild. But as it stands, it's Fnatic slightly in the driving seat with their 2-tower advantage and that little gold advantage. This middle turret is not long with the world either. I feel that once Pushu gets back here, they could take this.
Unless Alex can get there in time to defend it, because the wave through, they don't even need minions, screw it, backdooring it. They realized that Gambit still did not show anyone up yet, and they said, all right, we can face tank this, Darian's alone. And I've got to commend, though, as you mentioned, the 2-turret kill lead for Fnatic. They've done a very good job of defending turrets always. They've been in a 2v2 lane and a 1v1 lane, so there's never been like this lopsided 2-on-1 where the turret falls down when a jungler shows up, and they've always responded well to Alex's split pushing or to Darian's split pushing. That Fnatic have kind of repeatedly been drawn back into the laning phase, but then still gotten to get in there for team fights. They've been able to deal with these split pushes and lane against them, and then still make things happen. It's a really good play.
So we'll see how it works out between the AD carries as well, because Genja is finally off in a separate lane on his own, which he likes to do quite often, which is honestly what the AD carries technically should be doing. But Pushu, he's more involved and he's been with his team. You can see he's got the kills, 3-1-3. Piercing arrow landing on Darien, just has to make the point that he is always sticking around with the rest of his team. He's not going off solo missions. He is sticking around with them, which Genja yesterday certainly fell foul off. He was pretty much not involved for a good half an hour of that game.
Yes, and that's kind of what happens, though. That's Genja's playstyle. He's this sort of, like, sniper, long-range, play with the team AD carry, and you know, he didn't get ganked, he didn't die in lane, and when he's on the losing team, he doesn't have much of an impact. He's not one of the players like you sort of see with Reckless, who tries to make all the openings and jump in and start fights out. But Diamond is the one that he's looking for a gank right here.
Diamond coming around the backside, teleport going to come in. That's Alex Izzo will be joining the party. Comes straight in. Oh, gets crescendo, locked up straight away. Peke just off the side as well. He is a bit of a big boss right now. Can he take him down? Pulls out the Sonya's Hourglass, slicing Maelstrom on towards Darien. He's going to get forced into the Bloodwell. Will it be quick enough? Peke does go down to Genja. As I mentioned, he does come back in towards it. Alex X has still got Flash and ulti available. Hasn't used STLR, he just used it a minute ago.
Yeah.
So ignore what I'm talking about. It's complete rubbish, and it's a 1-for-0 to Gambit.
And they have map control to take down a turret as well. Dragon's dead, they've picked that one up, so this middle turret is likely to be theirs unless Fnatic can wave clear very, very well. And that's the forced engage that Gambit can pull out. Evelynn into a teleporting Galio. They forced the crescendo to only land a one champion, but Soaz, he's looking a little bit antsy. They might go for this.
They do manage to take the tower down though, Gambit. That's the first one of the game, but Pushu continuing to keep pressure on. He wants to wind up that piercing arrow, maybe get some damage down. The rest of the team are closing in. You can see Soaz pincer move from that side, and Cyanide continues to keep the pressure on. That Spider not going to find its home though. The Darker will back off. So Gambit, while they've all backed off, we see Fnatic, they're all getting in position. They may well try and take something from this while Gambit all back away.
This is the hallmark of a good team, that even though they lost a couple champions there and Pucci doesn't have much mana, they don't have many ultimates, they still know that they can fight very well, and they know that the catch potential of Gambit is now mostly gone. So they can keep the lanes pushed, they can keep the vision in their favor, they can make sure they know exactly what Gambit's going for, maybe do a little bit of counter jungling, and get, again, the lanes pushed out and keep vision control that way. And that's Fnatic knowing what they can get away with and continuing to be aggressive, because they are still the team with a 1,000 gold lead, and they've got a big window where Alex Ich still has 52 seconds on his ultimate.
And they have good ward coverage around that blue buff as well. They just lost the 2 wards that they had in there. We do see Yellowstar coming out, just getting a ward back down that river. Peke's just pushed that top lane. 3 members of Gambit are going up to deal with that one. While Fnatic, they were just getting in position to come around that mid lane. So Gambit at the moment having to be reactive rather than proactive against Fnatic. They're trying to keep them at bay. Darien did use his passive in that last fight as well, so it's the only reason it went to a 1-1. Cyanide putting that pink ward down, he will clear out. This is actually Baron coverage maybe they're going to start doing.
And one thing I like also about what Darien's doing is he went after one item into Aegis. This was actually a weakness we saw from Copenhagen Wolves when they ran Evelynn jungle, is the Aegis came out so late from them because their Shen, their top laner, spent a lot of time buying for himself and then transitioning out. Darien here has already gone Bloodthirster into Runic Bulwark by 24 minutes. 24-minute Runic Bulwark is actually faster than you see it from a lot of junglers, so by splitting the burden, by making sure Darien picks it up pretty quickly, they allow their team fight to be very strong.
Well, Soaz goes engaging on towards Alex Teach, puts the slicing Maelstrom out. Is it going to be enough to slow him down? Alex is dropping very heavily here, forced to flash away from that one. That's going to take it away from his team fight potential for a period of time. That is down now. So that was a very good engagement from Soaz.
That's really, really good from Soaz there. Good reflexes by Alex to put the Bulwark on to himself. The W that blocks a bunch of damage by giving armor and MR. It helped them sustain through Soaz's ultimate. And again, this is still an attack damage Soaz. He's actually building towards an Infinity Edge, so he's gonna be putting out damage you don't expect from a Kennen though. You saw his follow-up after the ulti was still so high, forcing that flash out of Alex, forcing him to run away, even though he's got Sunfire Cape, because Soaz will put out very good DPS.
Well, it will be the return of the Dragon, and Fnatic are ready for this one. Diamond Prox is going to come around. He has taken the last 2, so he wants it, and I don't think he's going to get it, or will he? Because the rest of Gambit have come around and Fnatic stepped away. Peke, of course, off in that top lane, has got teleport available should they go for it.
It's interesting because while there's no flash for Alex Ich, there's no ultimate for Soaz. Theoretically, the team fight would be a bit stronger for Gambit. Problem is they're actually far away. If Fnatic had forced the issue, there would have been no Alex Ich and no Diamond, but because they didn't have much vision, and because they didn't have the presence of mind to be like, well, we're down an ultimate, this is scary. They let it go, and that's a good pickup for Gambit.
And while it was a 2,000 gold advantage for Fnatic, at one point you can see that's already shrunk down to around about 500 gold. Darker now with those ping wards. The ping battle has begun in that bush, it seems, because that's the second one we've seen going down there. Gambit keeping control of their own jungle and have kept control of that dragon. That was their third one of the game.
There's an interesting trade-off here, though, because Yellow Star has actually the Oracle's Elixir on himself. So he should theoretically be more efficient at sweeping out wards if he doesn't have to spend too much more money and can sort of just accrue a little bit off of killing the wards out himself, whereas now Darker has picked up his own. He'd been using pink wards before that, and he's actually got a bit of an item lead as well, thanks to picking up a kill, thanks to the extra little bit of dragon control. He's 200 gold richer than Yellow Star is. So now the ward war gets even more interesting because wards are even easier to kill.
Absolutely, and Peke, this is what Fnatic do so well. Whether it be Peke or Soaz, they'll always keep on split pushing. They'll always keep pressure in one of the lanes that the opposition, they have to deal with it. And the teams that have managed to figure out and beat Fnatic are the ones that have sort of been veterans at this and dealt with it for a long time. Diamond again was trying to sneak around the side there. He's forced to back away. Fnatic didn't want to fall for this one, and it seems now they're happy to follow up the push and pressure that Peke has put in that top lane.
Well, they've got positional advantage over this top turret. LCS can maybe wave clear, but Fnatic will be to this turret before the rest of Gambit is. They could potentially run this down, but they risk the ulti out from Galio.
Cyanode's hanging around the side there. Does get the cocoon down on Genja. Throws down a bit of damage as well. The rest of Fnatic react to that one, of course, with Soaz going AD as well. Double AD on those turrets will be burning them down very quickly.
They'll get absolutely evaporated, so that is something that Gambit has to consider, that the split push threats are incredibly strong. Peke, he's got teleport, he's got a lot of ability power by going Death Cap, Zhonya's Hourglass, so it's difficult to deal with, and he might go in here.
We're going to say they're not backing up from this one. They're going to go in, slicing Maelstrom. Oh, instantly interrupted. Alex Ich doesn't manage to catch his ultimate down. Darien does slam himself down there. His Bloodwell is available. He's going to come back, but the rest of the team going to try and help him out there. Bullet time comes out from Genja. Oh, takes Fnatic very, very low. Diamond tries to flash in crescendo instantly from Yellow Star. That was all the mana he had, though. Is he going to have enough to escape here? So is he's trying to back off, but he's in the bush. He's going to go. Nobody's checking the push.
Oh, Soaz makes it out, and that's what Naruto should have done a few hours back. Decided to run instead of recalling. So the 1-for-0, they got the cancel on Alex Ich. His ulti is down for a good amount of time. That's a nice window for Fnatic, but they need some health. Peke picked up home guard, and he's teleporting.
He's teleporting because he believes that they were going for Baron. He was a little bit worried about that. We already saw Pushu hanging around. Darker might get caught out here. He has got the Oracle available. Diamond not really in range to help him out. You can see he's just off the side. The rest of Gambit are going to react. Soaz coming in as well. There's a hell of a lot of damage on towards Diamond. He does manage to hook onto Soaz. Soaz tries to get away. There's the teleport from Alex Ich. Is he going to have enough to close down on Peke? Sure as damn it, he will. And that is going to be Gambit picking themselves up another kill. Peke goes down.
Good teleport in by Alex, helping that one get turned around. Fnatic bought off a little bit more than they could chew. Couldn't quite have the damage they needed. Peke just now got his ulti back up from cooldown, and unfortunately he found the high health Darker and not the low health Diamond, so it's not that easy to burst down a support who's got about 650 health worth of items.
It is a real game of death right now between these two teams. They are setting themselves up 3-1 in turrets, 12-9 in kills, and honestly, you couldn't split it in team fights. It's just 300 gold between them now. Gambit clawed their way right back into this one with all those dragons they continually keep picking up. They always have very good timers on it. The blue buff themselves, so once they can, Gambit have full control of their jungle, and honestly, they're actually starting to ward in towards Fnatic's.
This is really Gambit feeling a little bit more comfortable right now, that even though they've lost control of turrets, generally speaking, they've lost more ganks early on. Because they've fueled so much gold from the dragon kills, they've been able to hold up into the game, and then because they've controlled the jungle so well, they kind of feel more comfortable running around the map. Dragon is kind of the thing that you see as a team that's more comfortable in their own skin, running around and making plays, and that's Gambit right here. And especially when you consider that Alex Ich now, with the distortion enchant on his boots, will lower the cooldown of both his flash and his teleport, so he can keep opening up these fights, can keep making these engagements, and surprising Fnatic.
Fnatic are doing a fantastic job of keeping these outer turrets defended. Every single time some little push comes out there, you can see the bottom and top turret still managed to remain almost 100% healthy as well. They've not even come close. Darker, though, has picked himself up his Oracle, and he is continuing to clear out those wards. And in terms of Baron vision, it's Gambit that have the better at the moment. Fnatic really don't have Well, they have one ward at the moment on the map, which is down in that bottom tri-bush.
And Yellow Star's without his Oracles right now. He bought Boots of Mobility instead of buying up another Oracles. He doesn't have a lot of money because his team hasn't picked up globals or team fight wins in a while, and those are really the main sources of support gold income now that most competitive supports don't run GP10 quints, and they haven't really been picking up many Philosopher's Stones either, so he can't afford to constantly Oracles, and he's been forced to go pink ward, which Darker just keeps clearing out.
Well, down the bottom, we're seeing Soaz going aggressive on towards Alex Ich. Pushu is just off the side. Chain of Corruption does land. Alex Ich is going to surely go down. Yes, he does. Pushu picks up the kill. The rest of Gambit came round to try and collapse in towards him, but they have to back away. Cyanide comes in towards the bush, catches a glimpse of the rest of Gambit. They could keep on pushing here. Fnatic have positional advantage. The Claw of Doom comes across, and Diamond just to use his ultimate to try and jump across there, escape out of the way. Peke almost locked him up.
And they're going to probably get the turret for this one as well. There's still no Alex Ich for another 30 seconds, no flash, no TP. Has his ulti though, which means he will be a little scary later on, but there's finally some global gold for Fnatic, as well as the kill picked up, which they need. Yellowstar needs to get ward control back, because if they can't spot out Diamond, if they can't spot Alex that's jumping over a wall, or Darker hooking someone out, and this dragon is so important as well, now that freaking Yellowstar can pick up an Oracles again, this is really big for Fnatic.
Yeah, that was the first dragon of the game for Fnatic as well. Peke defending off that mid lane. As you mentioned, that will give him a good chunk of gold, and sure enough, there is the Oracle popping into place. It gives them a 2,500 gold lead back over Gambit. They had that lead at one point, they let it slip. This time around though, Gambit, can they hold onto it, or will Gambit manage to get back into the game once again?
Well, there's an interesting thing that's going to hold Gambit down now is Cyanide has finally finished what he considered his main build. Sork Shoes, Haunting Guys, Spirit of the Ancient Golem is now going for the utility items, right? Because Cyanide went early damage, but Soaz needed some too. No one had the Aegis Burden. No one could have bought that. Now it's finally here for Fnatic. Now in a team fight, they'll do a little bit better surviving Diamond and Alex's burst. And as soon as Runic Bulwark comes through as well, when you look at this build, there's no magic pen, no percent magic pen from these casters. So that's going to be a huge pickup.
And Soaz as well, almost got that last Whisper completed, chasing it down. Or will he go Phantom Dancer, actually? He could go Phantom Dancer first. Who knows? With that pickaxe in there and the Zeal. But Yellowstar, with that Oracle that he's just picked up, just acquired, does clear out the Baron buff wards. Peke defending off, saying, we want a ward in this tri-bush. Yellowstar saying, I can do that. I can go one better. I think I'm going to try and squeeze one further up the lane. They're waiting to see if Genja's going to go for this, because Peke will dive on him, and Genja's like, spider senses are tingling. I'm backing away from this one.
Genja's very good at knowing when ganks are coming his way. That's why he has so few deaths in games where his team is losing. That's why he had that 0-1-1 Varus game just yesterday, because he knew when things were coming. He could back out very successfully. Unfortunately, he couldn't get involved in the team fights because they were so hard to battle in general. But Diamond, he's actually running into Yellowstar. Yellowstar, I don't think he actually saw them because the Oracle's detection is actually pretty small.
Yeah, I don't think he spotted them out there. Put a ward a little further up the lane now because he's aware that somebody's coming. It is Alex Ich that's gone up the lane, actually. Peke's right next to him. But just in that jungle area, around the back of the Baron pit, Darker is like, I want this ward, but I could do with a little bit of protection here. I don't feel too confident in that. And he does manage to clear it out still. Lingering in the death bush. Gambit want to get some wards in this back of the Baron pit, but they're almost certain the Fnatic are there. Yeah, you can see Darian starts it off, makes the Baron attack Soaz.
Yeah, that's one of the best ways to get a team to not camp in the Baron pit. Just aggro it from across the wall and back off. Fnatic won't sit there and hold it, so he gets to sort of build a little bit of protection that way and let him ward that. But that little curved brush you just saw Darker sweep out, that's Thresh's favorite brush. You can hook that from across in the Baron pit, you can hook it from over in the red buff, and anytime a support has to face check that and sweep that ward out, you give the option to collapse on them, and every once in a while you see a game turn because of a ward into that brush.
Fnatic are thinking, we don't want to play this tactical dance just yet. Peke cleared out the top wave to keep it pushing, keeping somebody busy in that top lane. He's thinking, I could take Diamond down, actually. Let's have a look around these golems. Oh, he's getting collapsed on towards Darian coming around. He has got vision of this one. Pushu is just off the side there. Cyanide had actually started the Baron off. The Baron down to half health, by the way. They are going to have to back away from this one. Darian just off the side is stood on top of a ward. They're going to see if they can land that piercing arrow. They do manage to get that damage down on him. Darian actually got no Bloodwell built up at all. Does have to jump away in towards the golems. Peke is going to follow it through. He's going to drop him down. Is it going to be enough? The Zhonya's Hourglass comes out. Will he manage to get back in there? Crescendo comes back on towards him. We see Pushu coming around. He takes down Darker. Pekka. That's going to get a second. That's going to be Darian going down. Bullet time just about defending off the rest of Gambit, but Alex is taken very low. That bullet, oh, the piercing arrow nearly landed. Diamond getting caught by the hail of arrows. He has to back away, and Fnatic once again coming out on top. It was a 2-for-1 trade though. Peke went down.
And Soaz was dropped incredibly low, but because he's AD Ken and he has lifesteal in his build, went back to full health by chucking down the top wave. They could go for Baron. They've got 2 AD carries.
They may well do that. They're going to come around the side. Is there a ward in there? There is one at the back, which Yellowstar will be able to spot out, but you can see the fact that Soaz and Pushu were in there. They'd already taken it pretty low before that exchange began, with Cyanide tanking it out. Cyanide will be making his way back. You can see him coming across the mini-map right now, so they will have Smite available. But Diamond
doesn't have
is
flash.
also closing in, but yeah, as you mentioned, doesn't have flash, and he's going to have to really hot-foot it in those stilettos to try and get in there. Not going to happen. It's going to be Fnatic's Baron.
That was awesome by Fnatic right there. They had pink wards on both walking entrances towards the Baron pit. If you come from the top, we'll see you. If you come from the bottom, we'll see you. And we know your flash is down because you used it in that fight. Said, there's no way Diamond steals this unless Darker hooks Lanterns over, and we'll see that coming too because there's ward coverage on the other side of the wall. So even though Cyanide didn't even make it into the Baron pit before it went down, or did at the very end right there, they had the control. They knew they had the control to take that one down. No worries about Smite.
And that means there's a 5,000 gold lead almost building up here for Fnatic. But more importantly, with that Baron, Gambit are facing a aggressive Fnatic here. They're looking to go aggressive straight away on towards Alex in the bottom lane. It's Peke that goes in there, tries to pop himself down. The ultimate comes out. Peke just drops him. Soaz comes in with the finishing blow.
And as you start outscaling a Galio, especially when Peke has a Void Staff completed, you can't defend against all this damage. Alex went for a Death Cap to try to actually deal damage and get his team snowballed ahead. He doesn't have that anymore. He simply has to he built damage. He's not very tanky. You can explode that man, and we've seen that time and again in this game.
And it looks like Fnatic are going to rotate around, put some damage actually. Soaz tanking the turret a little bit, throwing some shurikens on towards that inhibitor turret. The whole 5 members of Fnatic now coming around towards this inhibitor turret. Can they force it down though? Can they siege down Gambit? They often hold out these turrets very well, but already look at how much damage has gone on that turret. It's gone already. Cocoon lands on Diamond, piercing arrow follows it through, and he just gets dropped. We'd see the bullet time doing work there, but Darker gets straight taken down. He tried to hook himself in and throw the box down, but it wasn't enough. Fnatic just have a lot of damage right now.
But they've got to run away from Alex Itch. They know it's so scary to have a Galio jump on you and pull your whole team in, because when you've got 2 to 3 members below half HP, a Death Cap Galio will wipe them off the map. So Fnatic very safely run back. They're waiting for Yellowstar to heal them up. They're waiting for lifesteal from Soaz and Pushu. And now they can consider going back in, but even still, they can just play the measured aggression. They can take the free dragon. Soaz a little overextended, but he's going to be okay, I think.
He should just about get away from that one. While the Cyanide takes the dragon out, Pushu's going to come around and help him out. And they will secure their second dragon of the game. And again, that gold lead, it continues to stretch. All this global gold, all this global experience is starting to be collected now by Fnatic. They're 5-1 up in turrets, and now it's 2-3 in dragons.
They've played so amazingly here, controlling their lanes almost the entire game. And it's so good by them that even though they're not often hardcore engaging under turrets, because they're strangling all the options from Gambit, because they're saying you can't push top, you can't push bottom, you can't dive in here, you can't dive in there, removing all the openings, Fnatic has to fight on their terms because Gambit they can't force the issue.
And from my experience, I don't like Alex Itch on these sort of champions. I like him on full-out aggressive champions, like Peke's on right now. He can be the man that sets up the kills, starts things off, because generally they read the game so well. These mid laners, they are killers, Peke and Alex. Alex isn't really a man to just play the team game and help set up a kill. He has to be the one that starts it all off, which technically he is, but yeah, Fnatic are just bullying him down every time he comes close.
Exactly. If Alex weren't behind this game, if he hadn't maybe burned teleport at like level 5 and been unable to counter gank, normally that is a playmaking champion. This is one of his old great champions from Season 2, actually. He used to run it a lot, and it was very effective. It was very effective on Galio. He could bully out his lane, he could shove it constantly, and make plays with teleport ganks. Unfortunately, he never found them because it's been on cooldown half the game, and then when he does show up, he gets bursted out.
And he manages to go, and Soaz is there. The standard seems to be how it's working. The final inner turret of the game for Fnatic. They are going to come around. Those turrets are dropping incredibly quickly with Pushu and Soaz, both being heavy AD hitters right now. And honestly, that every member of Fnatic can actually hit from range, so nobody has to be in melee range to try and take that down. So the exposed inhibitor seems to be the next target for Fnatic, and Gambit, they're really unsure of how to defend this one.
They're not going to be able to. The inhibitor, you have to give it up. When you're behind like that and the turret's already gone, you can't fight with a 9,000 gold deficit unless you get a miracle initiation. That miracle team fight could still exist here for Gambit. Remember, there's really only one true tank here on Fnatic. If they manage to actually catch Peke and Soaz in the Gallia ult without it being cancelled early on by slicing Maelstrom, they could just explode them. The problem is they've not found that situation, especially when they get poked out like that from Pushu.
And I think they're trying to bait out Darker to say, come on, hook one of us, you know you want to do it. Instead, it could be the Chain of Corruption lands in there. Darian tries to launch himself in. Alex is not there, he was at the base. He's back on the fountain, he's teleporting out right now. Finally, he's going to join the fight, but again, he's too late to the party. And Fnatic just simply hadn't invited him, they're going to back away.
And they are going to be forced away, and Diamond's going to find Peke, forces Zhonya's, he's gone.
Zhonya's comes out, yeah, oh, he's going to try and flash away. It turns it back around on Diamond, but this time he is going to get picked up. The heal wasn't quite enough. Genja comes in, but now he's in trouble. Guardian Angel gets popped there. Soaz, can he get the last hit? No, because there's Idler the Duran. Alex H finally gets himself a kill on the board. It's 19-13. It's still not over with.
And there you go. There's the miracle fight they needed. Diamond just beelined for Pushu and got rid of him immediately. The bullet time came across and kept the rest of Fnatic from doing anything. Dropped their health bars so low. Yeah, Alex was late to the party, but he showed up when it counted and got the cleanups there. That was huge for Gambit.
So Gambit with an inhibitor down are continuing to keep on pushing through this mid lane. Still 3 members of Fnatic down. I'm not too sure whether Gambit have it in them to take the inhibitor down. They will back away from this one, but they are not done and dusted yet. That engage wasn't the cleanest, wasn't the greatest, but still they got kills. Alex wasn't even there for the start of that fight.
It's because they can dive in and not be punished doing it. Darian dove in, also helped kill off Pushu, lost his Bloodwell for it. But when you consider the Fnatic lineup being pretty bursty early on and then relying on AD carries to clean up, well, one of the AD carries got dropped immediately. That was Pushu. He got killed off, so he can't kill off Darian after the Bloodwell ends. You look what happened to Peke. He got pretty much isolated out, was forced to Zhonya's away. Diamond picked up at the end right there. Soaz can't fight without a tank line in front of him. He had to run away from that one. If no one's left to kill off Darian, he can be that second guy in, take a bunch of damage and say, that wasn't a kill, I don't care.
And Peke, we see him picking up that Guardian Angels this time around, so he's going to relive and revive for the fight once again. Genja's GA did actually get burnt in that last fight as well, so it's important to note that cooldown is going to be off for a while. Darian didn't get touched, so I don't believe, so his Bloodwell will be back available. Baron's going to be up in 4 seconds. Gambit are not in any way, shape or form ready to fight for this.
And Fnatic have total ward control of it as well, and that's just that's reaping what they have sown this game. They've taken control. Okay, that push in the mid lane didn't quite work. Gambit got a good turnaround, but Gambit didn't take ward control off of that one. They didn't go and get wards everywhere and sweep everything away. Yellow Star got to rebuy and Oracles. The wards were down in the jungle anyway. They get that one for free because Gambit, unfortunately, went for a push instead of for vision control, and so the Baron was available.
So Fnatic now with that Baron. Peke pushing the top wave along. Remember, there's super minions coming in the bottom lane, and Fnatic 4 members in this mid turret, and there's not a great deal of hit points left on that inhibitor. It will go down very quickly. Peke free hitting that top turret. Somebody's going to have to deal with it. Genja's having to deal with the super minions right now. They are in trouble here. Gambit once again being forced back into their base. There goes the turret. That's the second one to fall. Peke meanwhile on that top lane. Now he's going to rotate round. They want the inhib.
This is so good for Fnatic, and I think Soaz learned some lessons from the All-Star game where the 1v1 matches were all about playing casters at 80 carries, but Darian gets caught.
Darian gets caught out, and the Bloodwell's not going to be there. Crescendo comes out. Alex is just trying to prop his ultimate down, but instantly gets turned around, stunned out beautifully by Soaz. This really is Fnatic in full control right now. 21-13. Second inhibitor goes down. Third one is exposed, completely invisible. There's no way that's going to happen. They're going to take that down. The Nexus turrets will be the next target, and Fnatic look like they're going to take another victory over Gambit here. This will take it to 2-0 over them, and more importantly, it will tie them in the second place with Gambit in that top as they try and pad out their KDA. Fnatic are the winners once again over Gambit.
Beautiful game there by Fnatic. All of the lanes performed excellently. A couple of good ganks did come in there for a Gambit. They got Diamond off to a pretty good early lead. A couple of double kills came through. A couple of fights were really great there, but you can hear the crowd chanting for Peke. He definitely held up right there. 6'5" and 9, a lot of death, but he was a big playmaker there. He was kind of the lone mage and made those initiations happen. Fnatic, well-deserved win.
Yeah, he was the real Bruce Lee versus Chuck Norris there. Game of Death 2 as Peke fought Alexic and absolutely destroyed him in mid. 1-6-5 Alex ended. You don't often see stats like that from Alexic, but it was all about Peke. And honestly, you could say it was all about Pushu because he went 9-8 at the end there. Obviously, it was all about Soaz and Peke setting up the kills, and cleanup crew came through. Alexic having to stand up and say thanks for the beating you just gave us. We're going to go over to Joe and Jason to take us through exactly how it all worked.
Thanks a lot, guys. And Jason, a scrappy game for a lot of it there. We kind of struggled to find a replay that contained a full-on team fight because there was a lot of skirmish going on. And just give us your thoughts on that one. I mean, we heard it there at the end. Peke, not the most impressive score on paper, but what he actually did, making plays for the teams, was a major role in that victory.
Yeah, it wasn't really about team fighting them head-to-head. It was just about killing them off one by one, which Peke set up many times. Not to mention Pushu with his ultimates. I don't think he missed even one during the entire game. It was just phenomenal, which you see quite a few AD carries, unfortunately, just can't seem to land. And because of that, like, they ended up snowballing that game where Gambit, they got the first blood. They got the early kill. They had Genja really far ahead in his lane, but then they couldn't hold on to it.
So we're going to go into our replay then from this one. It was one of the only team fights that really happened, and it wasn't a full 5-on-5 either.
Yeah, it was almost a turning point for Gambit. It's about 41.5 minutes in. It's 18-10 in favor of Fnatic, and the gold lead about 10,000. But let's get the replay on your screen and just show you exactly what happened here. And it was when Gambit finally turned around one fight in the end. And it was all due to Darien actually getting the really strong engage onto Pushu, who pretty much set up this fight. But we'll get the replay on your screen very shortly. And you know, it's a little bit disappointing because, as Freak was saying, you know, Gambit, off of that kill, they didn't really get anything done with it. Yes, they pushed down middle. Yes, they got a turret, but they didn't ward up. They didn't really prevent Fnatic from getting the Baron right off of that, and they didn't stop that because that, in the end, turned it around for Fnatic to just pretty much push through their entire base.
Yeah, we'll jump into that replay in just a moment, but first of all, you know, that is Gambit, the team that were top of the league coming in today, tied with Alternate. Fnatic really closing that gap out once again. It's incredible what we're experiencing here in the LCS, and I think Freak mentioned it there, that there's probably no one that can be counted out, probably right until the last week of the LCS Summer Split. It's crazy.
I mean, if you imagine, if it stays this close to the last week when we have a super week, so every team's playing 5 games, if you're within a 5-game split of all of each other, anything could happen that last week. And right now, I believe if Lemondogs do win their game today, we're going to potentially have a 4-way tie for first. That is ridiculous.
It doesn't. Well, it makes a lot of sense because, and at the same time doesn't make any sense to me as well, because we're over halfway through a season, you know. Most of the time you'll see, after half a season, a definite split. We saw it in the summer split as well, that, you know, a definite bottom half and top half where you were always talking about 4th and 3rd could switch maybe with 1st and 2nd if they have a good run, and similar on the bottom half of that where maybe the 4th and 5th could interchange. Well, that was about it. And this time around, it honestly is the top team at this point could end up last, and the last team right now could end up winning the entire thing. And it's so great to see that Europe right now is just, you can't separate these teams. They're beating each other on a weekly basis.
You really can't write a story better than what we're seeing right now. I mean, just imagine, any of these teams can win the playoffs, but having them this close the entirety of the season is just something I never really expected to, because, you know, the new teams coming in, in your head, you're thinking, there's no way they can compete with the Spring Split LCS teams. They've been having 12 weeks of this, 28 games each, preparing and playing against the best in Europe. But then they come in and they're like, hey, guys, you know, there's some other teams out there besides you guys that are really good. And they showed everyone up. And I really can't wait till we get a week in, or just further in, until things really come down to the line where teams are going to show their true colors of whether or not they're a really great team or just an okay team.
Yeah, and I'm really wondering if we're going to find an example of, you know, Alternate at the start, even MYM at the first week, you know, 5 wins without a loss. I think that if we actually have one team that does that, that could be the team that then goes on to win. Because right now, no team has been able to really string win after win after win together.
I think the only one I can think of, though, is NIP. 7-2. That is a huge streak. I mean, you're definitely right. Like, it's just constant back and forth. Like you're saying, top beat bottom, bottom beats top, week in, week out. And NFP, I think, is the only team in my head that's actually had a decent win streak coming into this. And right now, I believe they're actually sitting at second place or tied for second place. So we'll see if they'll be able to come through the things. And just imagine, like for NIP, just the Cinderella story back in the spring split. You know, start off terribly, end up coming back, end up getting back into the summer split, and then just to go on into the World Playoffs, you know, potentially, that's really big.
So let's have a look back then and get that replay on your screen now so we can have a bit of a highlight from the Gambit versus Fnatic game. And this is that team fight that we were talking about 41 minutes in.
Yeah, so let's just kind of refresh your memory here. So it's 18-10 in favor of Fnatic. It's about 10,000 goal lead in favor of them as well. And it's the one fight that Gambit was finally able to really get back into things because they just kept getting picked off one by one. And we're going to see Darren. He's going to go for the engage on a Pushu here because of Diamond getting the nice initiate on top of that. And the thing was, Pushu, he uses ult on the Diamond, so Darren's like, all right, I can finally get in there. I can finally sit there without getting fully CC'd and do some damage, which he ends up doing. They end up bursting Pushu down, but Darren, he ends up getting dropped into his passive. But the thing is, look at Genja's bullet time right behind this. He's like, oh no, Darren's really low. I got to save him here, and he pops the bullet time right on top of him, so then no one on Fnatic can go and save him here. So he ends up getting back up, staying alive. And then, of course, Gambit ends up just tasting him down. XPK eventually does die, so as eventually does die on top of that. Or obviously, XPK did take Diamond down before that happened, but it was just a little unfortunate. Like, they had that moment to finally get back into it, but they just did that little bit of an oomph, like that little extra, you know, maybe one ward, maybe getting out of their base in time to stop the Baron would have changed things around.
Maybe a bit more from Galio there. Obviously, Alex not having the best of times, I think we can say, with Galio. Nice to see him coming out, though. As Freak rightly pointed out, there was a big champion for him earlier on in League of Legends back to Season 2. So we're going to head over to Shox then, who's standing up on the main stage with the man himself, XPK.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Peke, once again. Your second victory here in Tenerife. Tell us about the picks of Gambit. They went for Aatrox, seen him before, but the Galio pick for you must have been annoying in mid lane with all that magic resist. How did you deal with that?
Antes de nada, felicitarte por esta victoria. La pregunta sería, ¿nos podrías hablar un poquito de lo que vienen siendo los picks que han tenido, vamos, en este caso los enemigos Gambit? Hemos visto a Aatrox, que es un pick no muy usual tampoco, pero a la vez hemos visto a Galio, algo que es aún más inusual. Cuéntanos algo.
Sí. Yeah, first in English. Yeah, the picks we did were pretty much what we aimed for. Like, we were not sure what I was going to play mid lane, but Lissandra is a safe pick. If not, I would play something else. And yeah, when we did the first picks, we had Elise. That's what we wanted to first pick. Then we had Sona and Barrows, which gives you a lot of CC on the team fights, and that's all we... After having those three picks, we could pick whatever we wanted, but we tried to go for a really hard team fight setup with Ken and Lissandra. And they last picked Galio. Galio kind of annoyed us a bit. Like, we knew it. Like, they picked Galio and then we picked Kennen because we were not prepared for it. And then we realized we had too much AP, so us just went AD. And instead of running triple AP kind of with the jungle, we decided to run double AD. So Galio was forced to go Sunfire first. He was not so useful. He had almost no damage at first. And yeah, he was split pushing, but he couldn't split put against Kennen at all. And yeah, I don't know, it surprised us a bit, but the longer the game went, the more confident we were that our picks were better and Galio wasn't going to be a problem. Y ahora lo mismo en español, a ver si me acuerdo de todo. Sí, la idea que teníamos era de piquear primero a Elise. Una vez que hemos pillado a Elise, no han cogido Sona, creíamos que iban a jugar Sona. Entonces nos han dejado abiertos Sona y Varus, que está muy bien. Ya teniendo Sona, Varus, Elise, tienes un montón de CC en las peleas, un montón de daño y ya puedes piquear lo que quieras. Entonces, después ya piqueamos Lissandra, que viene bien siempre, y Kennen, pensando ir a P. Pero como tenían Galio, al final, en el último segundo, se cambió las runas y las maestrías y se puso de AD, que va mucho mejor contra Galio y Galio se queda un poco inútil.
Tell us how important this win is against Gambit, who is shared in the first place and being in the middle of the summer split.
Háblanos de la importancia que tiene esta victoria, porque Gambit ahora mismo se encuentra primero y bueno, están ahí luchando por este split de verano.
I think now we are not first, but we are tied with Gambit. Alternate is first. I think we're tied with Gambit in second place right now. Yeah, I don't know, it means a lot every win because all the teams are, at the end it's going to be, the difference is going to be about 1-2 games, I think. It's not going to be more. So every game we can win is going to be really important at the end of the season for the seeding. Sí, eso. Que está muy bien ganar a Gambit aquí, y sobre todo porque está en Tenerife y con españoles, a más gusto todavía. Y bueno, que ahora ya por lo menos nos ponemos empatados con ellos y si Alternate pierde ya estaríamos todos empatados los primeros, lo que nos pone en un buen lugar, aunque estemos muy igualados.
Finally, tell us about that badge on your shirt.
Háblanos sobre, bueno, la pegatina o lo que tienes ahí en el pecho.
A fan gave it to me and I don't know, thank you, I guess it worked, it gave me luck. Y eso, muchas gracias a la que me lo ha dado, me ha dado suerte y al final ha funcionado.
Some final words for the crowd here at the end of those 3 days. Is there anything else you want to say?
No, que muchas gracias otra vez. Es asombroso el apoyo aquí de la gente y que da mucho gusto escucharos hablar a todos y chillar.
Muchas gracias, Peque. Now, yesterday, the Lemon Dogs stopped NIP in their tracks, but they'll need to pick up steam in a hurry if they want to beat SK, who are coming off an upset victory over Gambit. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
Let me think. Lucky Charm. my scarves, which right now I don't wear any. Not a lucky charm or whatever. I just use them because I love them. I don't have any lucky charm or anything like that.
Sometimes when I play a game before an LCS match, I'm like, if I win this game, I win the LCS match. I have a lucky charm from my girlfriend. It's like a little panda plushie. Sometimes I put it on the table if it's an important match. Sometimes I just keep it in my bag.
I need to have a shirt like this under my player shirt. I'm not sure why, but it just makes me feel really comfortable.
I don't believe in luck, so I don't have anything like that. I call it a motivation charm, you know, which is this watch my parents gave me. They were saving money for this watch, and I was so happy when they gave me, imagine. And every time I play, I look at it and remember my family, my dog, my bro, my parents. And more than a lucky charm is a motivation charm.
Welcome back to the LCS and our temporary home in the Canary Islands, and the teams for our next match are ready to go.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a nuestra casa temporal en las Islas Canarias. Los equipos están ya listos para jugar el partido.
First off, on the blue side, put your hands together one last time for Ocelot and SK Gaming. And on the red side, give it up for Ninjas in Pajamas. Now that the players are set, let's head back to our commentators, D-Man and Freak for the English stream, Gilligan y Ocho for the Spanish.
Thank you very much, Sox. You just saw the teams there on stage, and here in Tenerife, it is certainly very hot, or a little bit humid, I think it's safe to say. But this is a big game for both of these teams, looking to end Week 6 with a victory. So let's check out the lineups.
Now on the blue side, it is SK Gaming with Kevin in the top lane, Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot, the mid laner, Candy Panda, and Nif, AD carry and support.
And the NIP roster that's honestly becoming very familiar. It's full of stars: Extinct, Maluna, Bjergsen, Freeze, and Deficio as support. So before we get underway, let's check to see who you guys at home, the community, think will win this one. Who's going to have the better of them?
Well, it's going to be, I think, a very close matchup. However, the community doesn't really think quite as much. They're 61-39, the lead towards Ninjas in Pajamas. Certainly, they're higher in the standings, but as we just saw yesterday, SK got a very convincing win over Gambit, as NIP had a pretty rough match themselves.
And don't forget, you can also go over to lollysports.com, where you can vote for the rest of today's games, and of course next week's games as well. There's a lot of things on there. Check the VODs, the match stats, everything, all under one roof. So, SK Gaming are currently tied for last place. Not a position that anyone really wants to be in, but they are working hard to get out of that position in their win against Gambit yesterday. It was a big, big win, and we just saw Fnatic doing the same thing. Gives them a lot of motivation. You could feel how badly they wanted it. Every move they looked like it was thought out, and honestly, they maybe were a little too safe in their play.
It's true. They don't quite know how to close out games. They're still having issues finding the right decisions to make, but they are making progress. They are, of course, closing out some of their games, and also have identified that they need to find something other than neutral buffs and dragons to create fights over. They can take those all the time, but they don't always get the team fight in the middle of the map that they want, so they can kind of push forward afterwards. So in the meantime, they're hedging their bets. They're picking late game champions like Vayne on Candy Panda, Karthus on Ocelot. He tried Xerath as well to try to siege people away from their own turret. So maybe if they can't outmaneuver their opponents, they can at least outscale them, and it's worked somewhat. So, however, this all hinges on Hercubot. He's got to land some great ganks, or for Nif to land some great hooks, so they can win the early lanes and then just start playing the win game.
Yeah, and of course, NIP, on the other hand, they had a great few weeks since the making of their roster changes. However, yesterday's defeat still shows they're far from being perfect.
It's true, and this is a team that, I mean, Ninjas in Pajamas in general, as long as the organization has been around, is a team that you applaud for their individual skill. They're probably the most individually talented team in Europe, in my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but that's my thought on it. And they normally have an amazing laning phase. You never see Bjergsen, Defrizio, or Extinct lose their lanes, but as you saw against Lemon Dogs, they had it figured out. Bjergsen never got rolling, and Lemon Dogs took a huge early advantage with a bunch of dragons and turrets. So, you know, Ninjas in Pajamas, though, they still have really good team fighting. As you saw even from that game, they can still team fight from behind, but they have to make sure they don't get the game out of reach.
And for today's featured matchup, of course, we're going to be looking at the top laners because Kevin and Extinct have been magnificent for both of their teams.
Yeah, so they have a really different approach to the top lane, which I find very interesting. They share a few. They share a few important. Yeah, wow, my brain's not working. They share a few important picks like Shen, Elise, and Kennen, but the similarities kind of stop there because Kevin has been a top laner for freaking ever. I mean, he was a mid laner for like, what, a month on SK Gaming when Ocelot was like, I'm switching to top lane.
No, I'm not.
And that didn't happen. So he's basically always been a top laner, which means that he brings in bruisers like Renekton and Aurelia into the lineup. And when you saw SK's win over Gambit, that was Kevin's Renekton going 5-1-14, helping to carry that game. Extinct, though, is a converted mid laner. He plays casters a lot more, so Elise and Kennen are actually more sort of necessary in that champion pool, and I wouldn't be surprised to see like Ryze or Lissandra out of him this game as well. Now, as far as the game is concerned, though, on a whole, both these players have a pretty similar impact. They tend to carry a good amount, so if they fight 1v1, it's a really important lane to keep track of.
Well, we are in front of a fairly busy crowd here. There is, of course, many things going on here. 1,600 people in the LAN event. Comic-Con going on the side, as well as the LCS that is happening right here on your screens. Ninjas in pajamas, looking like they're ready. There's Freeze. He's a little bit red, isn't he?
He looks a little melted.
He wasn't lying when he said he got a bit sunburnt. Looks like he's definitely taken a bit of a hit. Bjergsen, no, it looks like he's kept himself out of it. Kept his cool, I think you could say. Unlike Freeze.
Unlike Freeze. Oh, well. Of course, you know, maybe the coldness has kind of radiated out and kept his teammates a little bit safe.
Looks like a little bit red as well. Looks like the NIP team have all been out there. And in fact, Ocelot said to us yesterday, he's like, what is wrong with you English people? I've been out in the sun all morning and I've not even burned. I was like, yeah, you live in Madrid. It's slightly different temperature than back in the UK. So Candy Panda alongside him just talked about the plushie he always has there, that little panda that his girlfriend gave him to him. And it's interesting that a lot of gamers do have things like this. I remember way back with Fatality with his little tiger, and
remember that?
Actually to the point where Too Good stole it once and he wouldn't even play until it was back on his desk. There's a story that Too Good, I'm sure, will tell the world. He's told it many, many times. We're into picks and bans though. Kassadin and Draven being removed, so they don't want to see Freeze on Draven. No surprise there. Twisted Fate and Karthus being banned out. Remember, Twisted Fate got through in the last match and nobody picked him, the first time I recall in the European LCS.
So here we go. These bans, of course, make a ton of sense for these guys. You can't let Freeze have Draven, and the Karthus being dropped away from Ocelot removes one of those champions they had used to carry out through the late game. So NIP are aware of the types of things that scare them, the Bjergsen and Kassadin. Of course, again, there are a lot of respect bans here, which means a lot of the sort of mandatory picks, the guys like Nunu and Elise and Kennen, and I'm forgetting another one that's really important as well, have slipped through so far. So it's something that you need to consider now.
Maybe
Fresh, the big one.
Stoner.
Yeah.
Lissandra has been very big, actually, and just seeing Elise being banned out, no surprise. Their Vayne first pick?
That's very...
No.
It's a possibility because it's a champion that Freeze would be happy to play, and they want to make sure they get one of those endgame carries, make sure that one doesn't get stolen out.
Interesting.
I'm thinking of other carry mages, and I feel like denying a Ryze. Like, I don't remember Ocelot playing it a lot, but if you're a professional mid laner, you've got to know how to play Ryze, and that's kind of the only other super hardcore AP carry I can think of right now, and it's something that's, you've got Bjergsen and Extinct in your team.
Well, I mean, that was a clear plan from SK, because that was instantly put in and locked off. They knew from the picks and bans that was what they were having. Leaves a lot of things open for NIP, which is why NIP seem a little bit dazed and confused after that. They're like, well, what?
Well, you can see a Varus and maybe even a Thresh like this come through here. They're good bully lanes for Vayne. It's hard to thrive in a lane that outranges you and pokes very hard, so I wouldn't be surprised to see like Sona come out if they have to 2v2 that one. However, if SK can hide their Vayne into a 2v1, then she'll get to scale for free, and then NIP could say, okay, well, can we outpush you? Can we kill your turret really fast? And that could be really powerful as well.
Well, Pusher was in the last game, so they're not going to outdo him.
They can't push
played
you
well
this
as
game.
well.
He's on Fnatic.
Well, of course, it is Orianna. That means Bjergsen will be on seemingly his main champion these days.
And Orianna is so powerful for them. It actually is a champion that can help lock up the Vayne in general, and he's been able to win his lane with Orianna a number of times in a row. I remember him 1v1ing Pharrell Lord with Ahri this weekend and crushing him in minion score. But SK, though, with those picks coming through early on, and of course that was a champion that NIP could also have denied from Ocelot. He's a big Orianna player. They give up Nunu, and Blood Boiling a Vayne, you don't necessarily even need a mage to carry, you just need a Blood Boiled Vayne, and you could have enough damage. So SK could potentially play Protect the Candy Panda, and it'll work out.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be Herky Bot in the jungle with Nunu. Long gone are the days of support Nunu. It does mean Nami could be selected, and this opens up a world of opportunity and puns, I believe.
There is. Well, right now it's not going to be here just yet. So
almost.
It's the Lissandra, and Kevin has played Lissandra once, so it's not a guaranteed pick right here. Lissandra versus Orianna, I feel like Bjergsen would win that heads up, so we'll see if that ends up being the real matchup here. But it gives the team hard engage. It's not a hard carry, though, so we'll see if it's a different form here. But it does give them the ability to dive turrets if SK gets ahead. They can start fights under turrets. Ocelot can take some early turret aggro, then self-cast R, and then and swap aggro.
You say Ocelot, but Kevin's played Lissandra as well.
Or Kevin, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is actually still keeping options open for SK, keeping NIP guessing which way this is going. Looks like Caitlyn's the fallback for Freeze, so you're going to have to go with that one, which honestly he didn't play it. He didn't really go with the right item choice that you were talking about yesterday when he was up against the Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, he went for this weird Blade of the Ruin King, like he went Blade of the Ruin King Phantom, I guess I've seen Blade of the Ruin King Phantom Dancer Caitlyn, which was a little interesting.
Mundo locked in.
Let's talk about Mundo instead.
Showing his face.
And Mundo I actually like a lot for running out of Vayne, because Vayne does a lot of like max health damage and hurts you off, and tries to pin his tongue down, but the problem is Mundo regenerates so much and keeps running around and kind of refuses to be shut down. He can keep Kevin hitting him and just survive throughout the entire battle, so that's a good thing right there, just a meat wall to throw into his way.
Well, we saw MVP Ozone running Mundo this morning. It was Hom, I believe, in that top lane, so it's definitely being used in the Korean OGN scene. So maybe the European scene are looking towards it. We did see it last week, I believe, in the top lane. I'm trying to think who played it.
I don't remember.
Or was that OGN as well? I see that many games. They all bleed into one. I'm pretty sure it was the OGN. So this may be the first EU LCS. But Jace, look at this. How has Jace managed to get through to the 7th pick? So this could be Ocelot or Kevin once again, and it looks like it will be Nif on Nami.
And this is a good champion pool here for SK. This is a good setup because it actually gives them the late game hyperscaling that they've always sort of wanted. That first pick for Kevin the Vayne, sure, that's wonderful. But now with Jace to poke things out and try to get NIP off their turrets, which is what they tried to do with Xerath earlier this week, actually back on Thursday. But they also have the Lissandra to also facilitate dives they want. Facilitate, Nami can come in off the back of that one with her tidal wave, and the team can flood through. SK have a good way of closing out games here, which is valuable.
Not final pick. Will it be Fizz? Not sure on that one. Deficio hanging around. We have seen a Fizz so far in the mid lane, but and we've seen Orianna in the top lane actually as well.
It's true. So the thing is, there's nothing he's really going to assassinate all that well. I feel like he wouldn't have the best matchup against any of these guys. So there we go. It's going to be the Diana, and Diana works really well as a ball delivery champion. It's a champion that Extinct would know, being a former mid laner. It's one of the champions you've got to know as a mid laner, especially throughout the end of Season 2. And she can dive in, start a fight, and Candy Panda is not going to have fun in this game anymore.
This is definitely a different setup from NIP, though. The fact that they've thrown Diana out. It's the first Diana we've seen in the summer split for the LCS. The first Mundo, I believe, in the summer split. So immediately changing things up. But I guess against SK, they are really hyper late game. I mean, they are going to be so strong late game if NIP don't deal with him early.
Yes, NIP's comp is meat wall hard engage. It is, we're going to run our faces into you, and you're all going to be, I mean, you've got the Orianna ball into Diana's Moonfall as well, so you're all stuck there. The box comes out, and there just will be the DPS that you need, and the team will tank through it. You've got the shield from Diana, the shield from Bjergsen's Orianna, the regeneration from Mundo. Deficio can throw a shield down as well on Thresh. Meanwhile, Freeze and Bjergsen are on the back line, free of any assault right here. And if you're Candy Panda, you're just sad. If you're the Jace, you're just sad. So I like this NIP combo, hardcore engage, which is going to stop SK from getting to that end game section.
And you can see that everyone back in their seats, ready and waiting for this matchup. Standing room only here in Tenerife, or Tenerife if you're English. If you're Spanish, the Spanish are all been like, it's Tenerife. It's like, well, we're English, so not for us, I'm afraid.
We're technically correct.
We're technically correct. Ocelot,
Ocelote.
Ocelota, as his proper pronunciation there with his scarf on. As always, focused on the game as it just loads up. Just transfixing, expecting to see how he's going to do with Jace. Dropping the hammer on Bjergsen, I think that's probably what he's imagining there. That's what he's hoping. So Kevin will be on Lissandra in that top lane. We'll see how that works out against a Diana.
And we got to look at the lane match because NIP wants to fight the 2-on-2. Nami Vayne doesn't have the best time against Thresh Kate. They're outranged. There's not a lot of sustain, and NIP's all-in is really good. So if they get that 2-on-2, Deficio is just going to fish for hooks. He's probably going to catch one of them at some point, and he's going to reel in a really big catch.
Well, we'll see how that works out. Level 1 fights generally don't happen too often here in the LCS. We did see in the Challenger Series, look at that for a stat. Thresh, 100% win rate, 5 games played as well. That is a very good stat to have. Maybe, just maybe, that's why he chose to go for Thresh over Nami.
It's definitely a powerful champion here, and it creates a lot of opportunities. Actually, I remember there's one of the games he had like #1 or the #2 kills on his team on Thresh because he just happens to be, they ignore him, they don't go for him right away. He gets a bunch of souls and starts just hitting you over the head with his hooks, and he starts to be a pretty decent DPS threat, so it's something to be considered. SK though running right through a ward means they're I don't think they can like get a 3-for-1 buff trade. Ooh, Hercubot, because of that ward, could potentially try to like flash steal the blue though.
We'll see whether they do or not. We'll see whether anything's going to come around from that one. Of course, could consume rather than smite, so he's got a number of options available. We'll see which way he starts. Looks like he's going to be starting off at the red buff, and the same for Maluno on Mundo.
Yeah, so I want to actually point out a situation here because SK have actually warded the exit from Maluno's red to SK's blue, so they will see if Mundo goes for a steal right here. I'm actually going to make sure that that ward, it actually won't quite spot the route in if he goes all the way around to the left of Baron Pit, but there's a good chance that SK, because of the early jungle power of Nunu, could get a 3-for-1 buff trade just by outplaying Maluno here.
We'll see which way he goes. Looks like it's going to be the duo lane in towards the top as well, so that would mean that Freeze and Deficio, or Defricio as they've become known, will be up in a 2v1 against Kevin on Lissandra, but I don't think Kevin's going to be worrying too much about that. He's got a lot of range, he's going to be farming out no problem on the turret.
It's much better for SK Gaming here, and actually they're going to spot Mundo going through the ward though, so now unfortunately for SK, NIP have the numbers advantage. They've got Deficio down here, so they will be able to go 2-for-2 on buffs because of their lane swap.
Yeah, he does take that with the smite, Maluno, so he's double buffed up already. Hercubot will be taking away blue buff of his own. He's taking that one with a consume and smite. It quickly drops. We'll see whether they go for any gank zone. Maluno's going to take away the wolf, so he's not done yet. But it looks like Hercubot, he's going to go possibly on towards the tower here, maybe try and dive him towards Extinct.
This is standard timing right here. Extinct is still level 1, does not have any good defensive tools, didn't learn the shield, so they're going to get this turret basically for free, and Extinct won't get any XP. The longer they deny Diana, the longer she's useless right here. She needs 6 to do anything in a team fight, and so proxying this wave, keeping her from being in XP range, this is exactly what SK wants.
SK doing a fantastic job at that. We can see Kevin also backed off, so both NIP and SK doing the exact same thing. It will be that very early 3-minute tower, as it's often been known as. And, well, SK may just actually hold it a longer. No, they're going to have to take it down because NIP have already taken this one.
That's a very, very smart move. However, there's a little bit of greed coming in here from the Diana. Extinct's trying to get a little bit into XP range. You can see him just lurking around in the shadows. And SK, though, they're not putting enough damage on the turret to have it fall right away, which means it's denying the next minion wave, or at least part of it right here as they clean up this one. So now it's, okay, how much can Extinct freeze, and how much pressure can NIP put on this turret?
Can they keep going with the push? That's the question. Kevin trying his best. He's got level 2, though. He's managed to get 1 CS. Meanwhile, SK Gaming are trying to do the same thing. They're trying to catch the Aqua Prison on towards Extinct. He just backs away from this one, but this turret, it's already down to half health. They're going to continue pushing here. Maluno taken down a little bit low, though, so they're going to have to give up after this wave.
NIP's making a lot more progress, but no one from SK they're finally rotating away. This is the trade. SK is going for Dragon to sacrifice their secondary turret. I'm surprised, actually, that NAP aren't just going for that turret kill. SK is going to get the better deal here.
I think this moment they realized that NIP were backing away. They're like, they're stepping away from this one. We've got free reign of it. Go for that Dragon. Very nicely played from SK Gaming in the opening 5 minutes.
That's so strange. NIP could have taken that secondary turret down. They were afraid, though, of the MAS from SK that it was going to counter-gank them and turn a bunch of kills around, but I think that's a missed opportunity right here. So we've got to recount the other lanes, though. We've seen, okay, turrets have gone down, Dragon pick up, the AD carries got free farm. So the mid lane is something that I care about. It's Ocelot versus Bjergsen. I said early on that Bjergsen normally did very, very well on Orianna, but right now he's holding an equal minion kill sort of score right here against Ocelot. He's gone back to buy, he's going to have a lot of mana to spend, but ultimately it's just a close lane right here.
It's a very close lane between the two tops as well, because they both get themselves just joining up to 10 CS. Junglers, of course, didn't really take a great deal of their own jungle. It was all about pushing, and we'll see how that's helped out or not helped out, as the case may be, for the junglers, because they wouldn't have got a great deal of gold from doing that, although everybody universally got the gold from the tower. And of course for SK from that Dragon, which will help out the supports. You can see that Niv actually building up towards he's going for a side stone first, but potentially going to go Philo Stone.
Nif is one of the only players I've seen actually reliably get a Philosopher's Stone, even on like tanky champions like Thresh, who aren't going to use the regen all that much. So Nif having some extra gold throughout this game will help them actually play the Vision game later on. That Philo Stone will eventually pay for an Oracle's itself, and that's very, very valuable.
So Extinct up against Kevin in this top lane. He's going to get himself a nice chunky wave. Oh, look at that Maluna just lingering out there, but Cyanide's there as well. We see Ocelot, though, teleporting the bottom lane. They're going in for freeze. Can he manage to drop the hammer? Barrier comes out. Hammers him back in there. Aqua Prison not quite going to land, but Ocelot's close enough. He picks up first blood. It's actually Candy Panda, sorry, that got the final bolt in there, and now they're on towards Deficio. Can the Aqua Prison come back out? It's still on cooldown just at the moment. One more shot should do it. Ocelot gets it. That's the second kill.
Absolutely beautiful right there. When the turret's gone like that, it opens up the ability to dive for a very long time. And when you have the slow and haste from Nami, you have the acceleration gate from Ocelot, also the flash knockback that he did there as well to put Freeze back into his team. That's a scary thing to be in. You don't always want to be against two champions with your turret dead, because things like that happen a lot.
And Nif continuing off where he left from yesterday. No surprise in 23 KDA yesterday. They played magnificently well against Gambit Gaming, and starting off 0-0-2 is a very good start for him. He could certainly go back and complete that side stone, maybe even just go towards the Philo Stone early on to start getting that gold ticking. Candy Panda and Nif, though, they're sticking around in this bottom lane. They're both hit level 5 there. And we can see just 3 and 4 for Deficio and Freeze. So this is already starting to be pressure on NIP.
And this is the real risk, though, is that Candy Panda is scaling up now into the end game. He dodged having to fight a 2v2 lane for a very long time. And now that he's got some sustain in his build, he's got the double Doran's Blade, he's got 1,300 gold, so he can afford a Vamp Scepter whenever he wants it. Candy Panda's no longer going to get shoved out of lane, and he'll keep scaling.
And we do see Ocelot actually being engaged upon by Bjergsen, already using the shockwave on Ocelot there. We just got it off camera. Ocelot's going to purposely back away from this one, doesn't want another command attack onto him, and keeps those balls at bay.
So Maluno now, right now, is going to just keep control over his jungle, but you can see the SKers, you know, they're a little bit around right there, but the pink ward control from NIP still lets them take this one pretty much for free. Bjergsen should be okay to take the blue buff and keep control. And Bjergsen we normally see on Orianna, even though he's got Ignite here, he does have kill potential. He tends to wave clear a lot and go and take Wraiths over and over and try to snowball a big minion kill lead. So right now, Bjergsen is up 7 minions. That might expand really fast.
Well, let's look at this top lane. Extinct actually just backing off from Kevin. It's kind of the highlighted matchup. We haven't had a chance to really look at it because they were kept separate for so long that they're both simply just playing the farming game right now.
But they're now on double Dorans on both sides. Pretty equal levels, pretty equal experience, and so they can finally fight for themselves. The weird thing, though, is that because Kevin's turret is dead, that lane is actually pushed pretty far down the lane, which means Extinct is going to be alone here.
He just stood there, and Hercubot's like, well, fine, I'm going to run up and put an Ice Blast in your face, throw off the absolute zero, but the defensive ball comes out from Bjergsen. The rest of NIP do come around in defensive duties. It is a 3-on-3 in this mid lane. I don't think they're going to pursue it any further.
They won't be able to, so a good escape right there. The the command dissonance there from Orianna helping both to haste him away and actually slow down any pursuers as well. But I was talking about how alone that top lane is going to be. Extinct makes his way back in, has still very limited ward control, and if Kevin can freeze this successfully, it's going to be very hard for Extinct to make his way in and get good farm.
Well, there is a CS advantage built up for Freeze because he did wipe out that wave and clear it, shove it back on. Candy Panda, of course, will buffer that straight back up because you can see him just down that bottom. So that gap in the CS will close itself in just a few moments. And honestly, that's actually good news for Candy Panda. You talked about how he's effectively not had to deal with that 2v1 lane. He's kept himself in there. So often, so many games, we see a Vayne just become the ultimate killing machine towards the end.
It's a real possibility for this to happen because he's got a team that can set him up for success. The Blood Boil, the crowd control available from his support and his top laner here, it gives a lot of options. You can see when Candy Panda's on Vayne, he's a 15 KDA. 3/4 of the games he plays Vayne, he wins. And honestly, that is both SK reliably finding an endgame composition and Candy Panda being so proficient at running around in team fights, dodging skill shots, and just excelling. And it's something we're likely to see in this game as well.
Of course, the problems that have plagued SK Gaming is simply how to finish those games off. They often start out so well in the lane phase, which they have done here. Again, got themselves 1,000+ gold advantage, and it looks like they're going to go for Dragon once again. But Maluno is close. They're fishing to see if they can find anything here, as SK Gaming have 5 members fully in defense. NIP can't fight for this one once again.
And that's because the lanes are pushed and SK holds 1,000 gold lead. They're just stronger right there. Extinct stuck also because Extinct is stuck on one side of the map, whereas Kevin had already pulled himself over as well. And SK are prioritizing these big map objectives. Kevin pushed lane as hard as he could, got back in time for Dragon. Then he's going to get there right as it reaches the turret and not lose any progress.
So Seeker's Arm Guard coming out from Bjergsen. First major item, I guess you could say. Will he go straight for Zhonya's? I don't think he will. I think he's merely defensive against the Ocelot's aggression that he's been putting down. He's got the double long swords. We do see Candy Panda condemned onto Freeze, but already 90 caliber net just got him away from that.
And I'm actually surprised that Freeze isn't playing Officer Caitlyn, because then he could at least yell Freeze, and it would be so thematic. But not the case this time around. Ocelot gonna 1v1 Bjergsen some more, and you're seeing the minion kill lead for Bjergsen actually grow. He's been able to, now granted Ocelot's been running around for ganks a little bit more, but Bjergsen becoming a hardcore carry, when you get a couple hundred ability power on Orianna, she gets real scary, and that's gonna be one of the sort of endgame hopefuls for NIP.
Maluna takes another snowball in the back. Certainly not something you'd find here in Tenerife, that's for sure. Unless Jason's maybe put them in the fridge again. That's a joke for another time, though. But Maluna getting caught in the Aqua Prison and then surfs the wave. He doesn't get away with it. Candy Panda with the final bolt in the coffin.
That's rough right there. Good kill, pick up the CC. Just chain right there enough to make the damage happen. And even though Candy Panda doesn't have a lot of damage items yet, it's just enough there when the team locks him in place. A early game Mundo, just that's the thing that you can kill early on in the game, but it's going to get harder as time goes on.
And Extinct's thinking about it. Look, he started walking down and he's like, oh, wait a minute. 2 of them have gone missing here. This is not a good move. I should probably back away from this one. SK Gaming putting pressure on that mid turret. Extinct this time will come around as soon as he catches vision of all members of SK. And SK Gaming wisely just back away and head off to their lanes, dispersing Candy Panda down to the bottom, Kevin up to the top. Got them source boots now as well as Extinct, and the farming between these two, it stayed pretty even so far. We may see Extinct going a little bit aggressive onto Kevin. No, Kevin's just going to step away from this one, doesn't really want to engage just yet.
I'm a little surprised that Extinct actually went for early Sorcerer's Shoes. It does give him some movement speed, which can help him escape in these weird gank scenarios and whatnot, but the fact that he's gone full squishy despite being one of his team's core initiators, delaying Zhonya's, delaying Abyssal Scepter, all these durability items he would normally need as Diana. I want to see if that pays off for him, if he can actually assassinate the Vayne, which seems to be his goal right here because of the Magic Pen build, or if he's going to get blown up in fights and not do much when he engages.
Well, the mid lane is where, Ocelot and Bjergsen's run away with the CS the few times he has played Orianna. He struggled though yesterday against the Lemon Dogs, and today Ocelot is certainly keeping him in check. It's just a 6 CS difference so far, 7 CS, sorry. And in terms of the AD carries, it's still very, very tight between them, but you can see 1,000 gold advantage for Candy Panda.
That's what happens when you have 2 kills, an assist, and a dragon lead as well. So that's paying off well for Candy Panda. And the funny thing is, SK are happy to, even though they're the team in lead by 3,000 gold, they're the team that's kind of happy to wait around for a while. They're waiting for Ocelot's tier to stack up and turn into Muramana. They're waiting for Kevin to be a big burst caster and probably get his Zonias at some point so that he can hardcore engage and not get killed. And they're saying, look, Candy Pen, at the very least, we're going to wait till you have Blade of the Ruin King so that you can really become crazy and outplay people in team fights. But, of course, in the meantime, you might as well get some ganks on. Hercubot looks for the top lane.
Well, Hercubot's looking for the top lane. Kevin's trying to bait him in there. Wasn't really working out. Maybe he's going to go aggressive. Maluna's just coming in from the side. Absolute Zero is going to get dropped off there. Extinct gets frozen up. Is it going to be enough? The Ignite should take him down. Yes, it does. Now they're onto Maluna. Teleport comes in. Ocelot joins the party. Is it going to be enough? They've got minions there. We do see Bjergsen trying to make his way up through there. They have got vision coverage just past the ward in the Triber, so they know that Bjergsen's going to be off the side. It's going to be the turret, surely, for SK Gaming.
It's very likely there. And what you saw was the risk of not running Mercury Treads against a team that likes to crowd control you for a living. Shane slowed, locked in place, stunned afterwards, couldn't get away from it. That's rough for Extinct. He's picking up a Negatron Cloak now, and NIP? No, they're not going to get this.
They're not going to get this, but look at this in the mid lane. Candy Panda's got himself a wave, and he's got free time to just burn down that turret, and he's going to put a lot of damage on there before anyone gets close. Freeze is the nearest member. He's going to come down, but I think Candy Panda's taking it.
That's going to be one more attack to go, and Candy Panda left to run away. Very good pickup there. SK managing to split up the opposition and capitalizing off of a simple jungle gank. Hercubot saying, well, I got nothing better to do. I might as well go try to kill a top laner. Found it, and then said, wait, well, now we can capitalize. Now we're going to get out of turret. Screw it. Yeah, I might as well. It's free. And that's so good for SK to make those adaptations. They don't need to make this much pressure, but when the options are there, they're happy to take it.
Absolutely piling on the early pressure. 4.8 thousand gold lead now over NIP early on. That's a big chunk of change just coming into 16 minutes. We're going to see Candy Panda wiping out that bottom wave as well. He's got that Blade of the Ruin King complete, so he's just getting all the free farm he can handle right now. He's keeping up with Freeze in terms of farming, keeping up with a Caitlyn. That is not good news for Freeze.
And especially when you consider it's actually a 1,400 gold lead, not just a equal minion score, because his team is excelling so much. So you're gonna have the break point of the first big item already done here for Candy Panda. He's already got Blade of the Ruin King, has got enough money for Xerxes or most of his Zeal, or sorry, a completed Zeal if he wanted to. Whereas Freeze is sitting on like, well, I got a BF sword and 300 gold. So I'll see you in 2K when I've got my Infinity Edge.
See you in a while, Crocodile, but it's not working out for him. You can see, actually, Kevin nearly got that Zhonya's Hourglass completed as well. Oh, Freeze using the barrier there. He thought he was going to get more aggression from Candy Panda. Instead, all he simply did was condemn him on the wall and back away from that one. So barrier almost wasted.
And now NIP are tired of losing. They're grouping up to contest this dragon. They knew the timer. They're waiting around. You can see the ball being used for some extra map vision right there. But the poke is here from SK. Candy Panda is being safe enough to not get caught. If SK plays this right, they should still keep dragon control, even though NIP doesn't want to give it up.
Bjergsen's going to have to land himself a good Shock Blast, but he gets caught out by the wave. Aqua Prison comes back in there. Shock Blast, the Shock Wave does come in, but Ocelot's about to drop the hammer on Bjergsen. There it is, the final Shock Blast in the back. Now we're going to see the bolts landing on towards the backside of Maluna. He's forced to back away, and you can see, and Candy Panda really wants to find blood. Freeze forced to back away, and SK Gaming in full control now, taking another dragon.
That was safety in numbers for SK Gaming. They actually stayed grouped up, whereas NAP was kind of spread around somewhere in the lane, somewhere near blue buff. Poor Bjergsen was off on the left-hand side alone. And when you're like that, when you're so spread out, you can just initiate off with Nami and pick up free kills. Kevin in a duel with this thing.
Kevin's going to go in there. Has he got enough right now? I'm not too sure he has. Instead, Kevin just zips away from that one. He's like, I don't know what you're looking at. We do see the Deficio getting caught out here. Candy Panda's maybe gone a little too deep. Uses that barrier, but look at the damage from Freeze. Comes back in, pops the Absolute Zero. Aqua Prison not going to land. Freeze has to flash away from that one. Candy Panda saved by Nif.
That was a narrow fight, though. Candy Panda took a lot of damage early on there, and it was Hercubot actually face-tanking the Thresh hook that saved Candy Panda there. That would have been the death if it landed. So you've got to realize that even though he's really big on Vayne, you've still got to be a little bit careful in some of these fights. And actually, just like last game we saw this, he rushed the Quicksilver Sash again, Candy Panda. He's so afraid of getting caught out and getting bursted by mages. He's rushed an early defensive item.
Very early defensive item. Blue buff going across towards Bjergsen. He's actually struggling out to build anything right now, Bjergsen. He's kind of split focus, split targeted. The lane phase, I think he was hoping that would last a little bit longer. It's been a fairly short lane phase for both of these teams, and it's SK that obviously been creating the chaos.
So Bjergsen's going for a Merlin Omicron next. He wants the cooldown reduction to get more shields out, to get shockwaves more frequently, and keep them all moving around, and that's all well and fine. We've actually seen him go Doran's Ring into tier a lot. It means he's got a freaking ton of mana and can farm forever, which is, again, the thing he wants to do. 183 minions on the losing team in 19 minutes is a good clip right there. So he's trying to farm up. He's set himself up to just keep the gold coming in. But the problem is he's got nothing really completed here, so his power spike is still yet to come.
So the Morel Nomicon was completed by him. Candy Panda's going to start off the blue. That's going to be given across to Ocelot in just a moment, who's slowly stepping over, who's just completed as well in Muramana. Oh, that didn't work. hit the back lizards, comes around, drops the hammer on them. So blue buff now, and Ocelot with that big power spike item with the brutalizer on there as well. He's going to come around and defend out this mid lane. The Aqua Prison actually getting blown out there, and instead the Dark Passage had to be taken by Bjergsen straight to safety.
And here comes the real fun, because the Siege game is going to be pretty easy for SK Gaming. The Muramana, Brutalizer, and cooldown boots already done here for Ocelot. So he's going to just toss out Shock Blast, have a crap ton of mana to sit behind, and Kevin can wait in the wings looking for an engagement whenever NIP gets too low.
And we've seen it so many times. Lysandra coming out from the jungle and causing chaos. Maluna throwing out that chopper, trying to find him. Or big meat cleaver, as I think it was referred to yesterday by Joe. And when you got to show your Mundo faces,
gotta hold one up.
Be careful what you hold up, though, that's for sure. SK Gaming, they are looking very strong in this one. It's around about a 6,000 gold lead for them. 5-0 in kills and 3-1 in turrets. Maluna takes himself the wolves, or more importantly, Bjergsen takes the wolves.
Ocelot stole those.
Did he steal those with the Shock Blast?
Yeah, he did.
Sneaky little... Not going to say that, because he'll get in trouble for it.
Sneaky little Piltovian.
But look at the top lane. We see 280 carries once again, continuing to keep that farm going. 164 to 167 between both 80 carries. Still very close. You could surely give it right now to Candy Panda in a duel, though.
It's very, very likely. Vayne is one of the best champions for dueling a champion, or especially dueling an AD carry, especially Caitlyn, who has very few clutch tools against someone who chases that well. Only Draven really stands a chance here, and so Candy's going to have a very good time. If he ever gets into a duel, I guess honestly almost any of them will probably win that fight.
And it seems to be working well. SK Gaming have taken advantage of that wave that he's pushed there, looking to maybe push on towards it. They've got a wave pushed in this mid lane as well with Kevin, Ocelot and Nif and Herkybot, here. Meanwhile, up the top lane, Candy Panda's keeping two of them busy, so it's actually a 4-on-3 in the mid lane at the moment. Freeze was there with Maluno. He's continuing to farm. He's quite happy to stay in this lane while the rest of SK push to the mid.
And the siege will work pretty well for SK, but there's a big minion wave on the bottom side of the map that no one's cleaning up and will eventually reach the SK turret. SK should get that going the other way to pull another NIP member off the map. However, because Candy Panda is so good 1v1, you're seeing him pull a lot of attention.
And of course, you're going to see the blood boil on towards Ocelot. He'll actually be able to chug down that turret fairly fast. Instead, they're keeping the siege going. They're keeping the shock blast landing on towards Bjergsen, forcing him back for a short while there. Kevin's got some great wave clear as well, throwing out that claw. So he's having no problems keeping the siege going. Herkybot goes up. He's going about ready to put the blood boil on Candy Panda. They've tried to bait this one out. They're going to go towards Extinct. They do manage to get the 3 prongs on towards him. Those silver bolts firing off, but Candy Panda's forced to back away with that. Has to use the condemn on Extinct there. And now Freeze tries to go aggressive. Ace in the hole is going to be available. No mana. No mana, indeed. And you see the teleport from Ocelot just simply playing defensively. And I think SK Gaming may well have to back away from this one. There's good lifesteal for Candy Panda, so they may stick around.
Yeah, Scumbag also is actually stealing away a lot of these minions here that Candy would love to lifesteal, but now this ball scares them. Candy would die to a shockwave combo there, even with his magic resist. And you're right, actually, this actually might just be enough to stop SK from sieging, unless they can find a minion wave advantage. That bottom lane already reset off the SK turret. It's actually pushing now back towards NIP. If SK has the foresight, they can actually force something from this minion wave aggression.
Well, they've been sitting on a lot of gold because they've been sieging for a long period of time there. So certainly Candy Panda can see he's built up 1,400 gold. Ocelot's sitting on nearly 1,600 as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them backing off. The shock blast still coming out just to keep those minions off that mid lane turret and keep NIP at bay.
So, okay, a couple of them gotten back, a couple of them still have not right there. 1,700 gold on Ocelot, who is sitting there in the mid lane. 1,400 here on Candy Panda, who's also waiting around. These guys could complete important items right here. It's very close to Last Whisper for Ocelot. Zeal is already available if he needs it for Candy Panda. These are important power spikes. However, they're waiting around because even without buying, they're more powerful. Blue buff is up, Dragon is up, and these are things that SK cannot leave open to NIP. They need to hold on to these, take them away to snowball the game even more forward.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They steal away the blue, they're stealing away the dragon, keeping that gold sliding in their direction. And you can see now it's up to 7,000 gold. Big advantage built up for SK Gaming. They did the same thing to Gambit. They closed out that game. They are looking to do the same towards NIP, who have been on a charge the last few weeks. But here in Tenerife, it is not going well for them. They lost the Ninjas in Pajamas, to Lemon Dogs yesterday. And right now, if they lose this game, it is going to bring SK Gaming right back into the mix.
Exactly, it will. So let's see if these guys can do it. SK looking to get towards the top of the standings. They don't want to be that team tied for last. They want to be the team at least in the top 4. They can have it by the end of this week or next.
You heard Peke say in the interview afterwards, he's saying, I think it's just going to be like 1 or 2 games between all of the teams to come the end of the season that's going to decide who wins, who loses. And that's why he's saying every single win, no matter where it is, who it's against, is so important right now.
It's a very real possibility. And you can see SK, even though they were down and out for quite a while there, and NIP had such a good charge, as you mentioned, they're still holding on, and they're kind of finding their identity a little bit more. They're finding what they needed to do all along and pushing their games forward here. So SK grabbing up their buffs, getting ready to sort of make their next move here. This was always the issue for these guys, was what do we do when the outer turrets are down and no one fights us at Dragon? We get a 7,000 gold lead because we're up 2 turrets and we're up some farm and we're up Dragons, but now what? We can't risk Baron in a 5v5. We're not that far ahead. You guys aren't stopping us when we steal your blue buff. We're getting some gold, but this has always been the difficult part for SK. We'll see if the Jace Siege and the Lissandra Initiate is enough, or if they have to keep laning and just waiting until they're too big to fall.
Well, they're doing exactly as they did in the top lane. Oh, Maluna going aggressive on towards Nif there, forcing the flash out from him actually. Hercubot is going to get aggressed on. He gets pulled in the Shock Blast and the I can remember Sunfire, I can never remember the damn name of it. Maluna though, he's going to get turned around and Kevin just blocks him off. And again, a lot of ultimates used there by Ninjas in Pajamas to try and catch on towards SK Gaming. They were desperate to get a kill. Moonfall, that's the damn word I was looking for.
So 3 ultis burned there, 3 big cooldown ultis burned by NIP. SK burned only 2, so they theoretically have the stronger team fight as long as their health is high enough. The thing is, they fought that battle without Candy Panda. Candy Panda was split pushing the bottom side of the map the entire time and got a free turret off this. It's a very smart move by SK. Candy's so big, he can win any duel, so he's the split pusher now for SK, and that's working for him.
And look at Hercubot, he's straight in the face of Extinct there. Absolute Zero's going to go off, they're going to turn back around in this one, they're going to lock him up. He tries to go aggressive, Kevin pops out the Zhonya's Hourglass, and he is safe. And wow, just like that, Ocelot picks himself up a kill. Candy Panda going looking for a kill of his own on towards Maluna there. Maluna just backs off, and he continues to farm out the wave. SK Gaming taking big advantages here.
They got a kill, they got a turret, but they have very low health bars, so in order to not risk getting jumped on and losing something like Baron, they're going to recall back. Home guards picked up for Kevin just to get him back and farming waves again and back into the mix more quickly, and that's absolutely fine for them. They can spend that 500 gold and just get themselves into the mix some more. So the siege still continuing, the split push still happening here for Candy Panda. As long as he has ward coverage, and he does if you check out that jungle to his left, he's going to be safe here.
Well, Bjergsen has built that Seraph's Embrace up now, has finally got that stacked out. He needs to start getting some more damage there, though, because as you just saw, that Shock Blast, it didn't do a great deal to Hercubot. He got Shock Blast, he got Moonfall, is the word I was looking for, and he still survived no problem. Just turned around, threw out those Ice Blasts of his own, and just walked away.
Exactly. This game is a little bit too early for NIP's liking. Bjergsen hasn't completed his huge AP items just yet. He's got the Seraph's Embrace finally, but here comes a duel with Candy Panda and Extinct.
Oh, he used the Condemn, but he did manage to pin him on a wall, but I don't think it really matters. Oh, he's juked him! He juked him! Candy Panda's like, son of a... Oh, he's got away.
Yeah, but he still manages to burn the flash away from that one, so Candy Panda, obviously the stronger member right here, cannot be trifled with. And that is always a huge risk now, because what does NIP do to stop him? Bjergsen's going to get all his abilities tumbled. Extinct was supposed to be the duelist here, going early Magic Pen, Abyssal Scepter, a lot of burst damage. He can't do it either, so the siege continues. The turrets keep falling down. SK continue to strangle the map, and now I want to check if Nif has oracles, and he does for the next minute or so. They've blacked out vision around Baron. They could bait around that as well.
You know what it seems to me? SK Gaming have looked at what Fnatic have been doing and said, okay, we're going to do that. They've beaten Fnatic the last 2 games with essentially what's been working for SK Gaming, and they seem to be doing it nicely. Their split push is working, the 4-man drive up that mid lane, they're keeping the objectives flowing, and now they're at 5-1 in turrets, both outer and inner turrets going down. This middle one is not long left in the world either, that's pretty much gone as well. SK Gaming are keeping the pressure on so well at the moment, and Candy Panda, you can see him just off on his own. He's so confident on Vayne now, so strong that he's just happy to duel against Extinct, but as soon as Maluna comes in, he may be in trouble. He gets the ace in the hole on him. Maluna's going to try and land that chopper. No, just out of range.
And now Candy Panda can lifesteal back up, but that was close right there. Extinct was fighting him just outside of his own turret, which kept Candy Panda from actually fighting back. And so Extinct got to put out some burst, use the W, use the Q, use the R, and then back out and do it again. And Candy Panda didn't have enough minions to lifesteal off, so he kept trying. However, SK are still making headway. That mid turret is falling over. SK's team comp is still working right here, and they refuse to get caught. And if they ever find someone from NIP, they get hard engaged because of Kevin.
The moment the ping went down and said, Bjergsen's here, we can take this turret, no problem. Candy Panda rolls himself in there, or effectively tumbles himself in there and picks it up. So let's have a look at the item builds. Ocelot, he's just got himself a Black Cleaver going in there. Aegis of the Legion finally being picked up by Maluno. He's a long way behind on that Runic Bulwark. Phantom Dancer, though, just been picked up by Candy Panda. So now he's got a lot of attack speed to go with that damage.
That's so important now. He's got the real sort of 2 core Vayne damage items, a lot of attack speed to get both the Blade of the Ruin King % health damage, but also the Vayne Silver Bolts % health damage going in there. So he's going to be able to break through most of these targets fairly successfully, and even just with Red Elixir running, he's still got 186 damage. It's decent base damage here, so he'll actually be able to even the crits are not too bad here. And now the Vision War, right? They'd been winning it for a while. SK try to start Baron.
Well, and they have very quick Baron clearance, remember, with the fact that Candy Panda and Ocelot are both on AD champions. With that Blood Boil, they should take this down no time. Maluna's coming around. They still haven't even got close to checking it. There goes the Baron.
So there we go, another big advantage. And every single time, NIP does not contest them on this. They don't try to even dare start a team fight because they know SK are ahead. NIP are waiting, hoping that someone slips up. SK keeps trying to not overextend, but tries to find something. Will you fight us here? Will you fight us there? Will you try to stop Baron? No, the answer is always no. They're never stopped anywhere. And so they keep taking advantages and growing their gold lead and waiting for NIP to actually team fight them.
And it doesn't seem like it's going to happen, and it's going to be another Dragon for SK Gaming. We see Candy Panda down the bottom. He's going to shove the bottom lane in. We've just seen the top wave pushed up by Ocelot. The mid wave will be the next focus, the target, where we see actually Bjergsen going very deep there, and they're going to try and cut him off. You can see Ocelot, he's already making routes across there, as is Kevin. They want to catch him out there. He's going to be able to back away in time, though, and that will be another Dragon for SK Gaming.
And there we go, undisputed control of the neutral objectives. Only 1 turret's ever fallen for these guys as well. You can see 5 dragons right there. You look at the gold lead, 13,000. Imagine those 5 dragons went the other way. It would be an incredibly close game, despite how much SK has been strangling the map. So the fact that they are relentlessly controlling that dragon, never letting up on turrets, except just the one time, which, you know, not a huge deal right there. And that was because of the 2-on-1 lane, mind you. After 4 minutes in the game, SK have not let NIP do anything.
Absolutely, they've locked them down every step of the way. And again, we see Candy Panda, he's pushed that bottom wave on. SK Gaming on both inhibitor turrets right now, seeing which one they can poke and prod and seeing where the pressure will finally buckle on Ninjas in Pajamas.
And the thing is, they don't have long-range turret damage, so they're always in danger of Extinct and Bjergsen starting a fight on them, which is why turrets are hard to kill for these guys. They've gotta, if they want to actually start a team under the turret, it's got to be a big risk with Kevin diving in. If they slowly wear the turret down, it'll take a while, but they can do it because of Baron regen.
Well, that bottom wave has been pushed out by Freeze, so the mid turret is where they're going to focus on. Remember, they have the Baron, like you say, so they have certainly plenty of time to siege on this one. A lot of damage, but the poke's not doing what it should be doing. Oh, that did, though. Bjergsen took a big shot to the face there from Ocelot, and now they're going to step up on that one. Candy Panda does get caught by Extinct there. They don't go aggressive, but they do on towards Bjergsen. Bjergsen taken down in a second by Kevin there, and that's going to be Candy Panda picking another one from Maluna. Deficio manages to land the hook. The ace in the hole comes out, but it's not going to stop Candy Panda and the rest of SK Gaming. They're going to take down the first inhibitor turret. The inhibitor will follow, and SK Gaming are in full control. They may even try and finish the game here.
Great job by Kevin there, focused onto Bjergsen, stunned him, prevented Serap's Embrace from coming out, prevented the Shockwave from coming out, prevented Bjergsen from flashing away as well. Good engagement there, kept tossing out the Ice Claw, kept saying, I'm not going in, I'm not going in, found one when he could jump on Bjergsen and ended the game off of it.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. SK Gaming, they beat Gambit yesterday and they beat Ninjas in Pajamas today. Ocelot in front of his home crowd has taken SK Gaming to another fantastic victory, and really you cannot discount the amazing play that Candy Panda put throughout that game.
Every single member of that team played perfectly. Again, aside from the 3-minute turret kill that was a simple 3-on-1 lane setup, nothing was given up by SK. Not a buff steal if you don't count level 1 2-2, which doesn't count. Not a kill, not a turret past that one. They actually started controlling NIP's buffs pretty soon, and that is how you play an immaculate early to mid-game snowball. They got an early lead, they ganked the bottom lane when the turret was dead and got a double kill off into Freezio, and they snowballed that off. Kevin held his lane against Extinct, actually built an eventual 80 minion kill lead there. Ocelot held up against Bjergsen, kept up in minions there, and the team, as a team, controlled everything.
Absolute brilliant performance, and more importantly, a 34-minute win for SK Gaming. Of course, our analysis, Joe and Jason, are standing by, ready and waiting to take us through that pretty much one-sided match.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Demon. SK Gaming, 34 minutes. They dragged it out a little bit longer. They took everything though. I mean, this is a performance from SK that was pretty much flawless the entire game.
That was actually one of their faster wins, now that I think about it. I mean, they played against Fnatic. It was like 63 minutes long against them for their victory. But yeah, it was a little bit weird because it was really reminiscent of what we saw Lemon Dogs versus Gambit last week, where Lemon Dogs, no, it was this week, sorry. They pushed the 2 middle turrets right away, backed off, did nothing. And Gambit just took advantage of that, took Dragon, then just kept taking a little bit by little, and then eventually stronger than them because all the lanes were, or the middle lane was pushed up so far, no one could really farm in that lane except Gambit.
Yeah, and we saw, I mean, the Dragon control obviously was a massive factor in that game. Yeah. 5 Dragons they took by the end of it. I think the last one they may have not needed. That was after they'd done the Baron, but they went back there. They wanted to keep control. And SK have this weekend played a lot safer. We noticed that in their first win against Gambit, where they had this lead, they had the possibility to maybe go and fight, to maybe go and push, but they were very, very cautious about it. And for me, that's a team that have had a very big talk about this before, because SK, they've said it themselves, we've said it time and time again, they have problems closing out games. It doesn't seem to matter how big the lead is even for them, that they have some kind of inbuilt problem with finishing off games. And I think that's where this caution has come from the chats from Ocelot and the rest of the team, that better safe than sorry. We only need to pick up wins. It doesn't matter if it's in 20 minutes or whether it's in 200 minutes.
Hopefully not 200 minutes ever. But yeah, I mean, you saw their hesitation quite a bit in that game. They had like a 10,000 goal lead, and they had 3 or 4 people grouped up middle, and yet they still didn't want to push that turret down when they had a clear advantage. To me, it's something they need to work on, but picking up these wins right now is the most crucial thing.
Yeah, and leading up into that as well was just perfect control from SK Gaming. Fantastic performance from them. They'll be happy to take their win here in our final day in Tenerife. We're going to go over to the stage where Shox is waiting for an interview.
Thank you very much, Ocelot. Congratulations. Another victory in front of the home crowd. Let's talk a little about the picks and bans, maybe starting with the first pick, Vayne, a very risky first pick. Tell us why.
Bueno, antes que nada felicitarte por otra victoria más aquí en España, en tu casa. El tema de picks, esa Vayne que podría haber sido un poquito, digamos, arriesgada. Háblanos de ese primer pick.
Well, Candy Panda, as everybody knows, along Div, that bot lane is crazily good, And Vayne is a hero that requires a lot of mechanical skills, and Candy Panda has them. So why not just first pick it, So I totally have all my trust in my players, and especially Candy Panda, And his Vayne is just sick, as you saw. Every single game he plays Vayne, he's so dangerous. Ahora en español. No, tranquilos. Entonces, vamos a ver. Ayer estuve hablando con Candy Panda y tal. Esto no lo he dicho en inglés, pero bueno. Ayer estuve hablando con Candy Panda y tal, y le dije, ¿y por qué no piques a Vayne mucho antes? Tienen la habilidad mecánica para usarla perfecto. Y dice, pues sí, no mala idea. Y eso hemos hecho hoy y ha ido perfecto. Todo el mundo en el equipo sabe que Candy Panda tiene una habilidad mecánica impresionante. Y ¿por qué no piquear Vaine, que depende de eso, como primer pick? Lo hace perfecto, ¿por qué no?
And secondly, it must feel good that they banned out your Karthus after you did really well with them yesterday. So you played Jace, a champion we don't see you on often. So how did that lane matchup go?
Bueno, tienes que sentirte orgulloso por el hecho de que te han baneado a Karthus cuando el anterior día lo había jugado perfecto y, vamos, ha sido así. Ahora has piqueado Jace, un campeón que, bueno, no te hemos visto tanto hablar con él. De hecho, yo personalmente diría que nunca la LCS. Háblanos un poquito de ese pick.
When I saw the Karthus ban, I smiled a bit. And on the other hand, I said, oh, shit. You know, I know I shouldn't say that. But, when I see the Karthus ban, I mean, that's the last thing I expect, you know. Everybody knows that my Karthus, I mean, it's just from the past, you know. It was really, really bad. I kind of trained it a little bit, and it kind of fits me right now more because I earned some courage to engage. So it's good that they banned him. And of course, about the Jace pick, nothing else to say than I didn't train a single game with him. This was the first game in like ages I played with him, so it wasn't too bad, I guess. So I don't know. And now in Spanish, sobre Karthus, me parece un poco, bueno, sonreí un poco cuando lo banearon, porque es un héroe que nunca se me ha dado bien y pasa que pues, ayer por lo que sea lo jugué bastante bien, con 3 o 4 partidas que las jugué en casa y nada, pues muy feliz de que lo baneen, pero cuando lo banearon sí que dije un poco, cago en la leche, a ver qué hago ahora. Porque luego picaron a Oriana y dije, madre mía, me han quitado todos los héroes. Pero luego pillé a Jace, parece ser que lo juego bien, que me he dado cuenta hoy, vaya.
Now, Ose, después de 3 días de LCS, cuéntanos sobre tu experiencia en España.
Should I go already with English? I mean, English and Spanish?
You can do both or just Spanish. You can choose.
Okay. Well, this is the last game we're going to play right here in Tenerife. All of my team along me, like, we are so happy playing here. This people is really awesome. And, yeah, honestly, I'm so proud of being Spanish right now, you know. And of course, every single time we get a kill or something, you guys go crazy. I know there's a lot of SK Army and OZ Army. I know that, YOLO. And I'm honestly really happy. I hope LCS comes back to Spain, which I think it will eventually because you guys are awesome and everything was perfect. So nothing else to add. And now in Spanish, yo creo que todos me habéis entendido que somos la leche y que sigues así todos. ¿Qué más? Para mí es el apoyo que nos dais a SK y a mí con los Celote War Army, que es que de verdad me parece, vamos, no tengo palabras, de verdad. Sois los putos amos.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Now there is still time to send us your answers to today's Twitter question. What champion do you expect to see banned the most in the coming weeks and while? We'll be reading our favorite tweets later on in the show, so hit us up at LOLesports, #LCS.
Aún hay tiempo para poder enviarnos vuestras respuestas a nuestra pregunta de Twitter de hoy. ¿Qué campeón esperas que sea el más baneado de todos en las próximas semanas y por qué? Leeremos nuestras 5 respuestas favoritas más tarde en el show. Así que recuerda escribirnos a LOLesports utilizando el #LCS.
Now we have to take a short break, but when we come back, Snoopy returns to the jungle for EG. Will it be enough to put them over the top, or will MYM make him wish he stayed on the sidelines? Welcome back. We're just about to see the return of Snoopy to the jungle in our next match between Evil Geniuses and MYM.
Bienvenidos una vez más. Estamos ahora a punto de volver a ver a Snoopy en la jungla en este siguiente partido que enfrentará a EG, Evil Geniuses, contra Million Makers.
But before we get to that, we've got some special guests. So let me send you over to D-Man and Freak, who are sitting with N-Rated, and on the Spanish desk, Quentin will have a chat with Mithy.
Hey guys, welcome back to Tenerife for week 6 of the LCS European Summer Split. Joining me, of course, is N-Rated, as you just heard Shock say. The first half of the day, what can we expect from our final 2 games? So, first up, it's going to be EG facing off against Million Makers. This is a team you are now part of, N-Rated.
Yes, I'm
What are we expecting to see here? Because Snoopy's back in the jungle.
I think we will see a really extraordinary match, at least I hope so. From my point of view, I think right now EG is a little bit stronger. Just team-wise and practice-wise, we put a lot of effort into all matches. We kind of know what MYM plays, we kind of know what to expect, and I just hope we're going to do a really great show for the fans out there. We are by far a really solid lineup, and if they play like I expect them to play, they will win. They will definitely win.
So what is it that you've brought to the camp that they didn't have before? What expertise have you brought in? Now, I know you and Crepo have always been very outspoken about various things, so it was no surprise to me, but obviously the people at home won't really know this.
Okay, first of all, I really like every one of them, and we were good friends, and they respect me as a player and my opinions, so it was really easy for me to come into the team and just bring up my part for it. I came to the team and I just had a different point of view. I came from another team, and those guys were 5 guys playing together for almost over a year. Yeah, like they played together for over a year, so they had kind of the same view on the game, and I just came in and I had a fresh view on the game as well. I'm able to read the game, and I just brought up some new stuff on the table that they didn't even think about. Like at this point it was really refreshing for them, and I helped them to find decisions that they can do and rather go for new objectives instead of like stalling games out or trying to get gold advantage only. I think that's really important.
So tell me how practice goes, because you've got not only 2 junglers to swap in and out, but also you're there in a coaching aspect. Do you like say, guys, let's work on this and then let's go play a game, or does the game end, you're like, guys, here's what you should have done, here's some adaptations? How does practice go?
Okay, with the 2 junglers, it's going to be like that. We're going to swap the junglers like over and over again. That means in a week, we possibly take one day, just one jungler, and the other day the other jungle, and according to that, we just have the possibility to play with 2 different jungles, and we stay in shape with 2 jungles. According, like the practice that we put up, I sit behind this, someone, depends who, and I just look how he plays and how they react, and I hear the calls. I'm on TeamSpeak. I don't necessarily call anything myself, but I sit behind and I see how the communication goes, and especially in terms of communication, I can make them step up their game very hard.
In these short few days you've been with the team, have you seen obvious progress from EG?
Yes, I did. A lot.
Would you be able to share any things you guys have worked upon?
For example, I saw communication-wise that they were lacking focus targets, focus calls, so I made sure they understand that this is a really high important point that they need to work on.
Nice.
Well, it's good to see. It's good to see. So, in terms of the league, obviously it's all very close right now. Is there any teams out there that you think they're clearly going to make it to World Finals? Because it seems to me that everyone's beaten everyone. I mean, I'm looking at the win percentages. The highest is Alternate right now at 59% win rate. That's not massive. The lowest at 41% win rate. So there's not a lot of space between these teams. Is there anyone out there that you're saying, okay, these guys are a step above right now, they're just not showing it?
I think no one has an edge on anyone right now in European LCS. They're very clutch. Everyone is close together. You see it in the games that are actually played right now. They're very close together. Every score says that, and I think everyone has a slight advantage in terms of team play against other teams. It depends, teams against teams. Just play style wise, you can counter each other. Right now, I think almost any team in European LCS can make it to Worlds if they practice properly and prepare for those matches in the playoffs. It's really important to get first to sixth just to have this spot in the playoffs, but after that you cannot really predict who can go.
Well, we're just 3 weeks left, of course, so we are talking about champions today, so it takes us nicely onto the Twitter question of the day, where we're asking what sort of champions they're expected to see banned out heavily and reasons why. So let's get on to the first one. The first response came from that guy Branch. I expect Elise to be the most banned champion over the next few weeks. Elise, as she's great in team fights and does tons of damage.
Yeah, Elise, a very nice champion. I mean, she offers a lot to the table. She has a lot of burst, a lot of potential. She has max life damage, which means she's scaling really good into late game. She can go tanky, she can offer a lot of CC with Relies or just simply the Cocoon. She's mobile, she can jump the carries in the back line. She can basically disengage herself by rappel up. She has a lot. She has a lot to offer, and I think right now she's probably the most contested hero.
I remember actually, I think it was Taipei Assassins that got shown it when we were there for season 2, and I remember Stanley seeing it and just like, oh my god, I absolutely love this champion.
I actually have a follow-up question for you on the Elise point. How much of champ select goes into the fact that she can jungle or top lane, or is it just she's Elise, she's great, and it's just an added bonus?
That is more of a matchup-wise. I think, like, depending on the enemy jungle, if he mains Elise, it's probably a huge threat and you would ban it. Same for top lane. Like, someone that really mains Elise and has a huge impact with Elise on the game is definitely a threat for any team.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next question. Tuskalal says Nunu will be banned, the most because with Nunu you can control the jungle buffs and deny XP from the enemy jungler.
Nunu has a lot of potential as well. I mean, simply the speed of makes hyper carry just so much stronger. The consume that is going to be nerfed in the next patch 3.9. I think even with those nerfs, he still has so much on the table to do. Those buffs that he gets from the neutral creeps basically help him to do a lot more than other junglers do. He's tanky and he slows. He has a lot of CC, and he simply has the ability to control team fights, which makes him a really extremely strong pick if someone is able to use that kit efficient.
Okay, the next question, of course, was from Dele Lucian. I think it is Aatrox, because he is one of those champions that can hyper carry a game if he gets an early lead. We've seen Darian running it a few times. It's the second time today. What will work out from this time, though?
Well, this time it might not have worked. I think the champion overall, the kit is really strong as well. He has a slow, he has a repositioning spell, which is actually a stun as well. And he has a lot of potential. Like, as soon as he gets items and he gets going, I don't see a reason why he would not carry a team. I think the kit itself is strong, but no one has really found the place for Aatrox yet. And I think with some small tweaks in team play and if the way you play him out, I think he can be really strong. Right now I don't see the presence of him and a necessary ban, but I think he has a lot of spells and a lot of abilities to offer it, simply to make him a hyper carry.
Okay. Yeah, definitely can be very, very strong. We'll see him mature as the season goes on. Next one up, the final hero says Twisted Fate as usual. His global presence can be devastating, especially when top is teleport, complete map control.
TF, what else do you have to say? Because global presence is like unbeatable. His passive gives a gold lead to your team just passive by being there, and he has a stun, he has a lot of poke, he has wave clear, he has a split push ability, he has a global ultimate. Like, the kit itself is really strong, and I think it's a highly contested pick against anyone that mains him. Like, any team that plays TF is a threat if you have TF on your team.
And I believe it's a champion that Morello's already talked about maybe changing, but that's going to be a long way off there yet, so we'll see when that comes out. The ASDPL, I don't know how he meant to pronounce that something, but he says, I expect Corki to have a comeback after his buffs. It helped him out immensely in the laning phase. I'd be surprised to see him banned, though.
Corki against some matchups can be good against rather passive heroes, and he has a lot of poke to offer for laning phase. I think there is his place, and I see the place definitely going on, but I think overall the kit is not strong enough compared to other hyper carries. He just falls off too hard at a certain point.
Right. And of course, Corki, we saw him for a while. We'll see if he picks up a little bit, but I think you're right. He won't be the sort of mandatory AD carry that we saw him last year. So guys, congratulations to the winners. The guys that we read out there, we're going to send you a Logitech G510S gaming keyboard, and we'll get in contact with you via Twitter. So keep your eye out for @LOL Esports talking to you, because free stuff.
Well, it has been a great day and a great trip, and thank you very much, by the way, Unrated. We didn't say that before we finished off there. We just leave you to it. But it's not over yet, guys, because we've got even more matches to come. A little later, we'll be seeing the co-leaders alternate. They're not co-leaders anymore. They are joint leaders. They are all on their own up the top there, because Gambit lost a game once again. And this time, they're going to try and extract revenge for their last defeat at the hands of the Lemon Dogs. But first, of course, it is going to be Evil Geniuses against against Meet Your Makers. They're going to see if they can fight back from last place, and I guess you're going to be hoping they're going to do that as well.
I hope so.
You hope so. Hopefully we are, though. Going to go over to Shox, who will be standing by with the teams in just a moment. Doesn't sound like they're ready yet because I can hear still Spanish going on in my ears, so we get more time to talk to you, which is great. I want to talk about Shaka. That's what I want to talk about. Or not, it seems. I'm not going to get to talk about Shaka. What's it straight one-word opinion of him?
Very aggressive, very young, but he will be good.
But he will be good. Let's go over to Shox, who is standing by with the teams.
Thanks very much. Now, we've already seen some great matches today, and before we go on, I just have one question. ¿Quieren más? All right, let me welcome the next two teams. First off, on the blue side, give it up for Evil Geniuses. And on the red side, keep going for Meet Your Makers. Okay, the players are in place. Let's head over to Joe and Jason for the English stream and Ocho y Quinten for the Spanish.
Thanks a lot, Shox, and welcome back, ladies and gents, for Game 3 in our final day here in Tenerife. We're about to get into the action as EG take on Meet Your Makers. Everything, as we already know right now in the tables, is ridiculously close, so every game matters as such. Let's get into the lineups here and have a look, first of all, at Evil Geniuses. On the blue side, we have Wicked, Snoopy, Froggen, Yellow Pete, and Crepo.
And of course, on the red side for Meet Your Makers, we're going to have Coupon in that top lane, Makati in the jungle, Charu as the mid laner, and Mackler and Libic as AD carry support.
So the odds are in this game that Charu is going to pick Teleport. We managed to talk to both teams about what the effect one man and his favorite spell can have on the game.
Chizaru pretty much in every single game will run Teleport on whatever mid champion he has.
Teleport is really dangerous spell because if you want to play aggression, I can punish for it.
It's really annoying to play against Teleport. It's always in the back of your mind, I need to watch for this Teleport. And that's one thing that differs him from other players. He's just kind of focused, and it works for them though. It does work for them.
Well, let's have a look at what you guys think these teams are going to be matching up like. Jason, how's the vote looking?
Currently, 65% of the vote is actually in favor of Evil Geniuses, which, with Shacker coming to the team, it seems like there's a new life. We saw Meet Your Makers. They won on day 1, lost on game 2. I'd say it's about right.
Well, let's have a look at the two sides then. Day 1 in Tenerife ended, of course, in two very convincing wins for both of these teams, but day 2 saw Evil Genius get taken out by Alternate. Their new jungler was a very big part of that victory on day 1, but today, Snoopy is back for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Shacker, he did do a good job, but maybe Evil Geniuses is thinking that this aggression won't be an asset against a team like Meet Your Makers. They kind of play a little bit more passive. Now Shacker goes in there with guns blazing, they'll just shoot him down. And that might frustrate him. On the other hand, Snoopy can be as patient as anybody, and they know he can beat Meet Your Makers just like he did last week.
Well, Meet Your Makers on the other side had a massive win against SK on day 1, but fell hard to Fnatic yesterday.
Yeah, they had so many comfort champions. They had Vayne, Orianna, Zyra, but unfortunately, things just really went sour at that level 1 where they lost out on 3 kills. They had the problems of inconsistency in the past, and this game would be massive to add to their wins.
Yeah, as I said before, because the league table right now is so close, every game is so important. It's not, you know, the likes where you look at from last season, for example, Fnatic versus Gambit, that was always going to be a deciding game. Right now, in the summer split, every game could be a possible decider as we move forward. See that, some of the players on your screen?
And we can look back at this, like, a couple of weeks from now and be like, remember that game back at Tenerife? That could have got them into the playoffs, kind of thing, kind of situation right now.
Yeah, and that's a really exciting thing about the European LCS. And now only 3 weeks to go after this one. There's going to be a super week in there as well, and that's going to be a big test for them. But for now, final day here in Tenerife, 2 more games to go. So now all counts at this point. And there is Snoopy, of course, the man who pretty much said, you know, I got a subs bench, we'll bring in Shaka, we'll see what we can do with that new jungler. They went 1 for 1 with him, and he's going to come back here against Meet Your Makers. And we should talk about that because MYM themselves have a fairly similar jungler to Snoopy in the form of Makata, and I'm just wondering whether matching that with Snoopy is the best idea, or whether, you know, putting someone so aggressive like Shaka in there might be able to throw MYM off the game, because they were a team who loved the control, and I think Shaka's a man who could possibly break that with his aggression. But we're going to get into the bans and the picks, and they're coming thick and fast, or thick and thin, as some other people like to say. So let's get into them. Shen, Elise, and Vayne banned out here for EG. Zach, and, well, the third one's going to come here in a second.
I'm waiting for you to guess it right now. Could be quite a few different champions, obviously. I mean, we know Frogging played a lot of different things like Jace. Still left open right now. We saw him used by Ocelot yesterday, or just earlier today. What am I talking about yesterday? Just in the game previously, and did really well on him, but it's not going to be the final ban.
Twisted Fate will be, though. And Malphite locked in here for Wicked. We saw him yesterday playing that Renekton again. He was practicing that for pretty much the whole day before it, and he said to me, Zach, Renekton, Malphite, my 3 champions right now. Zach, of course, banned out for this one, deciding to go for Malphite as their first pick.
That moment when the enemy team bans out Zach, Renekton, Malphite, what he's going to play is going to blow everyone's mind.
I think the days of just banning out Wicked are a little bit over now, though. That's the problem. You know, it was always ban Irelia against EG, but obviously that's not quite the same anymore. So what are Meet Your Makers going to go for here, first of all? You know, you look at the likes of Elise being banned out, of Shen being banned out. They're 2 champions which Meet Your Makers love to play. Makata with Shen in the jungle. We've seen Kubon in the top lane. Elise, of course, is Kubon's most picked champion in the top lane, so it's going to have to be something different this time around. It seems like they want to get the support in there, and the Lissandra that came through.
Okay, so it looks like Kubon will potentially be playing that Lissandra. Charu has picked Orianna both games over this weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that. Oh, I thought that was locked in already. Oh, the color of the screen messed me up. I was like, oh my god, Karma. But no, it doesn't get locked in. But the whole Lissandra Nami combo, it's going to be very interesting to see how that necessarily works out. I mean, obviously, Lissandra can go in, follow that up with that Nami tidal wave, and it kind of keeps you CC'd for quite a while. But I was thinking maybe even Jace's, if you pair Orianna up with Malphite, we've seen how strong that ball delivery system can be. But with Jace left open, Froggen, he's looking for that one.
Yeah, I mean, Anivia and Lux, 2 champions, which everyone knows Froggen for. He's not won a single game out of 5 with them. However, Jace, he's got a 100% win ratio with, and we've seen in that last game how Ocelot brought Jace to the table. And I was actually talking to Hercubot outside, and he said, Ocelot hasn't played Jace in any scrims for about a month. So, you know, that was an interesting fact to come out of the SK camp, but it worked for them. And Froggen is a man who, as I said, 2 games played so far with Jace, won them both. They're going to take Jarvan the 4th as well, which is Snoopy's most picked jungler so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan overall is just a very strong jungler. It gives you the opportunity when you're not very aggressive to play aggressive because of the options to go in through different paths, obviously with the flag toss Q combo. I can't remember even the letters that they stand for. So he's going to be playing that one. I'm curious to see how well he's going to be ganking, because in terms of other lanes right now, there's no real CC for him to get like a guaranteed kind of gank off, or how Meat Makers is going to respond to having this Jarvan picked up. And it looks like Charu's going to go for like one of his comfort champions. I mean, Ahri, Orianna, it's going to be one of those 2 usually.
Yeah, you're exactly right with that. I mean, Twisted Fate, Ahri, and Orianna are basically the 3 champions that he's gone to throughout the summer split right now. Seems like it will be that Ahri, and of course running teleport. We heard a little bit about that. Super Saiyan, just annoying to play against. And I can quite well imagine that it is. Makata here hovering over Nautilus, that's another big favorite of his.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I remember back in the promotion term, he played a lot of Shen, and then he started bringing Nautilus back to the table, and it really worked out well. But he hasn't done anything in my head that really wows me or amazes me with it. But I'm curious to see if this game he might make that happen, because he has so many different lanes to visit. I mean, you have a Charm out of Ahri, you have the Lockdown out of Lissandra, you have the Bubble out of Nami, not to mention the Speed Up. Like, you pretty much have some guaranteed lanes that you can gank and pull something amazing out of his hat. So I'm really want to see how well that works out. Also, Charu with the Ahri, the teleport, it can be, yeah, just like you said, very, very annoying. And we've seen him work with that really well. And as you see on EG's side, we already have those champions locked in.
Yeah, Varus and Thresh going to be locked in. So Crepo once again bringing this Thresh to the table, not being super amazing for him, I think we can safely say here in the summer split. Played 5 games, won 2 of them, and similar can be said for Yellow Pete. He's played a lot of Varus, but not really got the win ratio with that one as well. However, you know, we know what those 2 can bring to the table, both in the early and the late game.
Yeah, Crepo, he's not looking like the Thresh Prince like he did last split, and it just kind of, I'm not sure exactly why, but the whole combo they have going on within their team, you know, the Malphite Initiate, follow the Cataclysm, Chain of Corruption, they're not going to be able to escape that one, even throwing the box on top of that. So you're hoping to really control them, really lock them down. The downside is you already have Lissandra and Ari picked. So they're going to be able to escape from you pretty much right away. So it's kind of tough. But if Evil Geniuses gets the ball rolling very early on, if Froggen has the game on this Jace that he's had in the past, then he can completely destroy Chara middle.
And speaking of being able to get away, Tristana locked in here. They were actually hovering over Ezreal for a little while, but Tristana going to come out here for Makler, and that's another champion similar to, you know, the Vayne and the Kog'Maw that we used to see him running a lot, as more in the last week or so come back into his champion pool as Meet Your Makers have really looked towards late game and how they can control that one. Tristana going to offer similar here.
Yeah, definitely. And not to mention the ultimate on Tristana. You have an escape yourself, but then you have a second one paired in with the explosive shot to knock whoever away, most likely Jace or even Malphite to stop the attack speed slow. But as we already are seeing on both sides right now, so we have a teleport on Meet Your Maker side, we have a teleport on EG side, and Wicked, I still haven't fully figured out his use of teleport. You know, there's like, in my head, there's like two kinds. There's one that likes to be really aggressive early on, likes to provide some ganks, and there's one, the other style is to use it late game, just to kind of go for some split pushing. So, Wicked, I really want to see, how are you going to use this teleport? He's used it over this weekend and done fairly well, but it's going to come down to, like, can you help shut down these other lanes? Can you help get Froggen and Yellow Pete rolling?
Well, one thing that we have to say before we get into this game is happy birthday to Makata. He's actually turning 25 here today. A little bit older than Shaka turned on Thursday. Just a few years difference on that one. Actually, 8 years between them. That sounds pretty incredible, to be honest. But yeah, there's a man on your screen, birthday boy. And a win here today would certainly be a nice present for him.
Yes, it would. And if only his team can help him get that, that'd be like, all right, there's your birthday present. We don't have to buy you anything. We're happy with that one. But he's got a lot of work cut out for him, because Evil Geniuses, with Shaka coming to the team, they have a new life within them. And it's all about, can he kind of break their spirits maybe in this game? And with Snoopy in the lineup, I mean, he wants to show everyone that he's still valid. Like, he's still valuable and an asset to Evil Geniuses, and this is his game to prove it.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of pressure on Snoopy's shoulders. I mean, he's got big, broad Scottish shoulders with a lot of experience behind him. He's no stranger to high-pressure scenarios, but certainly will be feeling it in this one. So we're in-game EG versus Meet Your Makers. Our penultimate game of Week 6 here in Tenerife. Let's see how things are going to go down. And some of the items at the start there, Doran Shield start coming out there for Charu. So he wants to be able to basically protect himself in this early game up against the Jace.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of mid laners building this item as their first kind of thing, just to kind of deal with the early game harass that a lot of AD carries or a lot of range champions can use middle lane. So it's going to work out for him quite well. It's going to build into a little bit of AP after that, obviously, but it's all about that transition. Can you withstand this harass that Froggen can put out against you within the first 6 levels, and then be able to turn it around right after that?
So from the early start from this one, it looks like we possibly could be seeing a late invade from EG. Both the duo lane and Wicked are in the bottom side. As I say that, Wicked is actually going to be teleporting back. So we are certainly going to be seeing something a little bit different here, I think, from EG, as Jace is in that top lane right now as well.
Okay, so...
No, he's coming back down.
Yeah,
it's going to be all normal. I'll just take all that back.
It looks like he was just holding on to it for vision right there. Wicked will be going top lane, but with the position of Meet Your Makers, it looks like Tristana and Nami will be his opponent up there, and it's going to be a little bit tough for him to deal with, but I was thinking the same thing. With the ward coverage that Evil Geniuses currently have down, there is a possibility of invading, but it looks like they're not going to go for that. And actually, we're going to see LP and Crepo take these double golems. So we're going to try to get that early level advantage against Koob on bottom and maybe pressure against this. Because if he gets hooked, that's a lot of damage he's going to be forced to take.
Well, Snoopy going to have the help here. That was a little bit early there from Froggen. Not quite timing it down with the Shock Blast to get the start off, but, you know, it's about style points or something similar to that, possibly. Wicked there just went to the top lane. He's like, nope. Gonna have to walk round from that one, sadly, as Nami in the brush there to give him a bit of harassment. Makata on the other side starting off on his blue buff. Kuban's gonna have to come back here because Makata doesn't want to have to use that smite and go too low with this one. He will hit level 2 with that. So we're gonna get 2v1 lanes here with Tristana and Nami against Malphite, who we've just seen there bubbled up, and in that bottom lane, Lissandra versus Varus Thresh.
So looking at how these lanes are kind of going to match up in terms of that top and bottom, I think that Meet Your Makers has the advantage in this situation, because just in terms of wave clear, where if you shove a giant wave at Kuban, his Q can just get through every single one of them, do quite a bit of damage, and he should be able to clear the waves with that whole combo that he has with that QW. But Wicked, on the other hand, he can be harassed quite a bit from range by the E out of Tristana, not to mention Nami is using her auto attacks and the bubbles. So I think Evil Geniuses, they kind of want to get out of this laning phase fast, maybe take that turret down relatively quick, or maybe just give Froggen that chance to get really strong.
So Snoopy right now is counter jungling. Not something that we say too often when we talk about Snoopy, that has to be said here. He's going to be smiting away that Wraith, and actually is going to be dropping back down here. So they may end up trying to push this turret for a 3-man gang, because Snoopy comes around in towards his Tribush.
Oh, this is going to be very bad for Kuban. He's going to have to back away, or he's going to take the death here.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one here. He is only just hit level 2. Will they be able to escape this one? The Ice Claw comes out, but First Blood will already land. Charu tried to get down there with a teleport, but he was just too slow. And that early impact on the game from Snoopy working out brilliantly for EG.
And one thing that was really bad for Charu is the fact that he did go for that, and now he might die here.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful. Look at Snoopy, level 3, gonna slide in there, takes a turret aggro, exhaust goes down, double kill, technically coming out here for Yellow Pete, has to flash away from the turret. I'm not sure if he needed barrier as well after that, but better safe than sorry. 2 kills in less than 2 minutes in this bottom lane. Snoopy doing the work.
And Joe, there's something that we completely forgot about or didn't even mention. The fact of having a competing jungler in your own team might make you play better. It's like, oh, maybe he can teach me something that I didn't know. I can teach him something, and the fact that he's doing good means I have to step up and play well. And right now, with how Snoopy's been going, he's been really stepping up.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, look at traditional sports. The roster is not just the men on the on the field. You know, yeah, a football team that's having 11 guys will often have a 30-man squad, and that's the thing. It's all about competition, not just against opposite numbers, but within the team as well. And this could certainly bring out the best from both Shaka and Snoopy with this arrangement that they've got going on. So far, certainly working out in this game. Snoopy got 2 assists to his name. He's got a level over Makata. Charu's now having problems because he spent time in that bottom lane, died in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Froggen was farming to his heart's content in this mid lane.
And the thing is, Yellow Pete, who we never see get kills early on or never see play super aggressive, has the opportunity to do it now. He has those 2 kills, he has that Bilge Water Cutlass, and now Kuban sitting at level 2, he's going to be hurting quite a bit. I'm curious, is Snoopy going to gank him even more? As we do see him put a ward down where Makata is going to be walking over. And right now, I mean, EG, they're looking like a completely different team. Just from yesterday, just from Shaka on the team and then having Snoopy in the team, they look like 2 completely different lineups.
And there you see the statistic for Snoopy. Jarvan, the 4-5 picks with a 60% win ratio. I chose to ignore that one.
So bad. 2 different lineups. Duh, they have another guy.
As EG coming in there onto that one. Kuban having the protection of Makata, funnily enough, who's got a level on him right now. That's the solo lane who's lower than the jungler here for Meet Your Makers. Certainly not in the best of positions from this start. And we've said it time and time again that the MYM are a team that if they don't get control of a game, more so than other teams, they really struggle when it moves into the mid and late game.
Yeah, they have, and I talked to their manager about that a little bit, and he said they're actually trying to work on changing their strategy up, trying to adapt it a little bit more, because they realize we can't count on this every single time. And, you know, I've seen a little hints here and there of Meet Your Makers doing that, but, you know, 6 weeks in, you got to make that change quick, or you're just not going to be able to get into the playoffs, where Meet Your Makers started off week number 1 in 2nd place and have now fallen down to the bottom.
Snoopy there coming up to this top lane, and well, they actually backed away from that one. He's going to catch sight of Makata here doing those wraiths as he does put the ping down. Not sure that they'd really be able to grab a kill on him, but Kuban in the bottom lane, he is finished off here. Not quite sure if there was a hook involved in that one, just the fact of the positioning. I would assume that Crepo hooked him in there for the kill, and that leaves Yellow Pete at 3-0-0. Got the Cutlass in there, got himself a Doran's blade. They're flying high right now.
And the thing is, even with these kills, he's keeping up and surpassing right now Macro and CS, but here comes Snoopy on a Charu.
That one was a little bit strange there. Snoopy actually getting charmed in towards the turret. Didn't quite get the knock-up, and Charu was able to back away, but, you know, it's pressure. That's all that they need to be putting down right now is, again, Froggen putting damage on Charu. Are they going to go wandering for this one? Look at this bottom lane. The turret is already down to less than half HP. Let's have a look at the mid lane as Charu was just trying to get back. I think Froggen gave him another shock blast there just to stop that one from happening as the first turret of the game goes down. 7.5 minutes in. EG 3-0 up in kills, 10.8 to 7.9 thousand gold. They look like a different team.
With a different lineup. But they do have like a 3,000 gold lead here, 7.5 minutes in. That's such a strong start. And now they're even counter jungling with their bottom lane because of how they set up these lanes. And they're going to take this away, and that's going to hurt Charu even more, who's already having such a tough time.
Well, we know where they're going next here. Meet Your Makers nowhere near the vicinity of Dragon, and EG are going to say thank you very much. That's going to be even more gold for us, and Meet Your Makers can't do a sausage about that one. Top lane, bit of a push coming in there as well. Wicked. That's a very English term, sorry.
Like, I've never heard of that before.
Wicked in the top lane, 33-9 in the lead. And he's not really doing anything. He's Malphite, he's got a chain vest, and he's just last hitting where he can underneath his turret. Makler himself is ahead in CS, but he's 3 kills behind that of Yellow Pete. So far, the plan working out as EG send their double lane to the middle.
And it looks like Yellow Pete will have his Blade of the Rune King done whenever he does decide to back away. Charo is going to return to lane here, dodge a hook barely, but does have that Phoenix Codex, does have that Doran's Ring, so he has a little bit of ability power. But Makati, he's having a tough time here. He's level 6. I mean, he's trying to farm up red, and not really a lot's happening currently for them.
And look at that. We saw Livic having to come down to defend this middle lane. He knows that Tristan's going to be fine up there at the top and can leave him alone to quite happily farm things away from that stage. So let's have a look at some early items because of this crazy start, less than 10 minutes in, with so much happening, we've got some items coming in already. That T already stacking up for Frog, and he's got the Brutalizer in as well, and we can see what that's doing to Charo, who himself, Phoenix Codex, that shield start, got the ring in there as well as the Boots of Speed.
The thing is, look, yeah, so we look at these items, and right now Yellow PE has pretty much 2,000 gold. Yeah, he does have 2,000 gold when he decides to go back with those Boots of Speed. It's really going to help out quite a bit. And you look at the level difference just between these top laners of Wicked. He's level 8 to Kuban, who's level 5. And even in CS, Wicked is actually like right on the heels of Makler in terms of that when he's in a 1v2 lane. That is just ridiculous.
Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff here. As we see lots of wards going down, Meteor Makers themselves throwing a lot there. They realize that they need to keep control as Wicked here might be in a bit of trouble. He's just going to try and dodge away from the ball as he goes straight in there. Actually uses, in the end, that flash to get away from it. Didn't want to even risk anything in that top lane.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't have that Unstoppable Force available since he did use it a little bit earlier. But right now, Evil Geniuses, with that first turret down, with that first turret, or Dragon in their favor, they're starting to roam around a little bit. As you're seeing Yellow Pete and Crepo, they're grouping up middle. They want to apply some pressure here, and because of that, Makati, he just has to sit middle and kind of absorb this experience. He cannot gank top lane. He cannot stop Wicked from farming up.
He needs to stay there. There's 4 men coming in from Evil Geniuses. They have to defend this turret. They can't afford to let a mid turret go down this early on. Can see that both Tristana and Nami are coming down from this top side of things. EG going to be pressing on that poke damage already coming out from Jace, causing them a few issues. Now this is a great start for EG. We know them as a team that generally struggle to switch that early game lead to the mid game and finish things off before 45-50 minutes. And I'm wondering if this has changed so much from what we're used to seeing from them, how having the likes of N-Rated in there, he mentioned calls were a big thing that he's changed on his first few days here with a lineup, and the calls from what we can see from the outside so far look great as Charu comes in on the backside with a teleport. Crepo thrashes away as him, he gets charmed in there, but honestly Charu can't do all that much about that one. The hook doesn't quite land onto him, and EG just putting down damage left, right and center with a shock blast with that piercing arrow.
The thing is, you heard Enrita talking earlier when Demon and Freak were interviewing him. He said that he feels really good for this game. He feels very confident that they know what to do to beat them, and EG, they show nothing but that right now, but here comes an engage out of Meet Your Makers, and if anything, that was just a deterrent trying to keep them away from their own turret.
Depth charge, but he can't follow it through. He's already been poked so low here by both Jace and Varus that they may have to just relinquish full control, and there we see it again. Shock Blast going straight through the pack, hitting Kuban, who's already down to half HP, and this is just a matter of time before EG surely siege straight through and take turret number 2.
And the important thing is right now, Evil Geniuses, they're out-leveling MYM. As you do see, the Chain Corruption just barely... Oh, Charo just dodged it pretty much. It wasn't even a miss. It was just Charo being a little bit quicker. But we're seeing EG, they're pretty much higher levels, they're higher farm, they have better items, and with them grouped up like this, Meet Your Makers doesn't have the opportunity to get Kuban farmed up to get some items. They don't have the opportunity for Charo to kind of get ahead at all. And it's such a fantastic job by EG.
Well, as you can see, we do have a small pause from this one. We'll see if we can figure out exactly what the problem seems to be. MYM, admin not really talking to them, so doesn't seem to be a problem there. Seems more likely with Crepo there on the end, just judging by what we're seeing. Of course, we'll be right on top of this one just to make sure that everything gets fixed up here quickly. And a pause in the game for EG. probably not what they were wanting, just with the fact that they're doing so well right now. It gives Meteor Makers, you know, a chance to think, not talk, because they're not allowed to actually talk during these pauses. Well, certainly they shouldn't be talking, certainly about the game. I think they're allowed to talk about the weather, but not about the game.
Well, hopefully they're not, because Froggen's probably like had enough with that, with the sunburn that he currently has on him right now. But yeah, I mean, I like how you pointed out, this is not the position EG wants to be in terms of a pause coming out, because the momentum you get, like the opportunity of making it so Meteor Makers can't sit there and regroup and think, what do we need to do next? Now they at least have the opportunity to think about it, and they can talk about it when the game starts back up. So it's a little bit of a hindrance to Evil Geniuses, but maybe on the other side, it gives them that opportunity as well to say, all right, we have a second to slow down. Where do we want to go next?
So it does seem to be with Crepo. Apparently he's got some issues with his game right now. Has already left the game, so he should be coming back in here in just a second. What would it be for an EG game without a pause? Just going to throw that one out there again.
I don't think it would be EG.
I'm not sure what it is that seems to affect them. It's the electricity running through their bodies or something. I don't know what
Maybe
it is.
The game's like, whoa, we're not used to EG being this far ahead this early. We need to, something's got to be wrong.
Let's do a pause. But no, obviously they just seem to be a little bit unlucky on that front, but they're on top of it. Crepo is reconnecting to the game, so we should be getting things back underway. Gives us a little bit of time to retake stock of the game, and I'll run you through that here with the goal first of all. 4,000 that they have in the lead at 12 minutes 11 seconds in, 3-0 in kills, 1-0 up in turrets. That may well be 2 here shortly. Of course, they were sieging up on the outer middle turret.
You know, I'm trying to think back. What initially caused all this to break out? And obviously, most people say, oh, Snoopy, you know, he ganked bottom, got 2 kills. But the one thing that I noticed right off the bat was, did you see, remember Makati was taking his blue buff, Kuban came up, helped him out, obviously, in the beginning, then he went to lane, and then he's like, wait, I need to go back and help him more. So he went back, helped him even more. And the thing was, Snoopy had both his buffs and was already in position to gank by the time Makati got his red buff. And I'm not sure exactly what kind of caused that in the beginning, because Makati was very slow with his blue, but that is really unfortunate, and that kind of might have been the catalyst to this whole thing, because he might have gone bottom and just to make sure to protect Kuban, and in the end it might have just snowballed out of their favor.
Well, we can look at it a different way as well. The fact that Kuban left, came back to help out with the blue because he realized that Makati was maybe getting a bit low for the rest of his path on that first run. And with that, Kuban actually got to the lane later, didn't hit level 2 until Snoopy was right on top of him. You saw him try to get out with the claw, but it was too late. If he'd have hit level 2 a little bit earlier than that, he would have had the claw still available.
Yeah, very true. And I mean, hindsight's always 20/20, but that's how like intricate this game can be just from the get-go. One smallest thing, like the butterfly effect, can set off an entire chain of events that can put you behind or obviously put you ahead, which currently Evil Geniuses are right now. And I gotta give him credit. I mean, we never see dives like that. And it was funny because we talked to Froggen when we first got here, and he said, we were like, you know, tell us about Shocker. And he says, he dives. He actually bought him goggles at the mall the other day to give to him as a present, like welcome into the team, because he likes to dive quite a bit. And Snoopy kind of took a page out of his book.
Did he get goggles as well?
There were pink goggles. Froggen didn't get any though.
That would be, I think Froggen should have picked up some sunscreen while they were at it there as well. You see the EG guys there. Spirits seem high in the team, that's for sure. The Wicked.
He's not doing his drumming that he normally does.
Yeah, he's usually drumming, impatient to get things back underway. Apparently Crepo is now reconnecting to the game once again, so we shouldn't be too far away from going live once again here in our 3rd game of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, we still have another game coming up right after this. Of course, it will be Alternate versus Lemon Dogs. And with Alternate at the top of the table, well, not top of the table anymore, but with Lemon Dogs approaching the top of the table, it's such a big game for them to win when the standings are still this close currently.
Yeah, the strange thing is, and probably the great thing here as well, is that if these games go a certain way, we could have a 5-team tie at the top of the league. Like, that is strange. Five out of 8 teams at the top of the table.
You imagine it like shouldn't happen, but that's just how good each team is. That's how each day can really affect how you play in terms of one day you can beat a team that you normally couldn't beat or whatever. But looks like the game
it could only be a 4-team tie now because NIP of course lost their last game. They were the one cog in this whole thing that could have made it 5. So 4 teams. I'll be corrected on that one as we go through the day. But we are back in game, and as we can see, Evil Geniuses still hanging around here. for this middle outer turret. They're just ignoring the other lanes. Let's take mid.
Yeah, and they should be able to take it for free because remember, Mikata, he used his depth charge a little bit earlier on. I believe it's still on cooldown, even though you see it off cooldown currently. But actually, it might be up either way. I'm pretty sure it is on cooldown currently, though. But anyways, so Evil Geniuses, after taking the blue buff away from Nature Makers, they're actually heading bottom right now, and they might be able to get an inner turret. They're setting up to pretty much stop this wave from coming and to go for a push here.
So some of the differences that we've seen from other teams, they've given up early turrets, but on the other side of things, they've been able to pick up kills or get in there for dragons as well, and that's what's kept these games equal. Right now, EG have the turrets, they have the dragons, and they have the kills.
Yeah, that was the problem Lemondogs had versus Gambit. That was the problem NIP had versus SK, is they can take those turrets, but what do you do after that? And if you don't keep that aggression rolling, if you don't keep that pressure, if you take your foot off the pedal for 1 second, the other team finally gets their hand in the crack to really kind of get their grip.
Wicked right now is up in this top lane. As Charu gonna come across here? Is he gonna go for the charm on this one? Wicked is, I don't know, he's got that Giant's belt in there, he's got boots of speed. I don't see Charu being able to really lock him down from that one, and as such, just lets him walk away from that. Not easy to remove the rock from the top lane.
Yeah, especially without an ignite. I mean, you kind of need that to kill a Malphite, and he obviously doesn't have the damage just yet, but he does have Sork boots, so he has a little bit of penetration, but Evil Genius says, where are they going to go after this? They just got all this aggression, they get all of this gold, they have quite a few items completed with the Manamune done for Frog, and his damage is really going to be amplified quite soon. And it looks like Nature Makers, they kind of want to set up for Dragon here.
5 seconds for Dragon to come up. EG have taken the last couple, but MYM signaling here that they actually want to get in there for this one, but didn't quite work out for them in the end. We see them putting some wards there and actually backing away from that. And I don't think they can really challenge. I mean, we've got Yellow Pete, who's already got that Blade of the Ruin King in there, finishes a Sunfire Cape on Wicked. There's that Manamune already done for Froggen as well. And I don't think they can actually compete with them right now if it were to come to a 5-on-5 encounter down by the Dragon.
The thing is, Avaris, even if you didn't have 3 kills over this Tristana right now, would be stronger. As we do see a pole land onto Makata right here, and they're actually going to go in for it.
Chain of Corruption coming in there as well. Makata's a dead man. Snoopy will pick up that one, and they are going to go back towards the Dragon. I can assure you it is there, and that'll be finished off here in just a little while, and that's going to bring EG's lead even bigger at this point. Charu is pushing the top lane. There's the Dragon, he's back, and he's going to get smited down. That will be 21 to 16,500 gold. Charu did take that turret.
Yeah, so he's got something out of nothing here, and Charu actually needs to be a little bit careful. He just has his ultimate, does have his flash, so he should be able to escape this.
Yeah, no real problem for him. Wicked, I think, was just trying to bully him around a bit as Kubon. Half health taken there from the Shock Blast from Wicked. That is dangerous times for Kubon, who is behind. Triple Doran's Ring, that's a telltale sign that he's struggling right now.
Exactly, and it's definitely not something you want to build. You need to go towards those bigger items, especially that Zhonya's, when you're not the initiate for your team, but you're pretty damn close to it for them, and you kind of need the backup of your team. But then again, to me, like Lissandra, once she falls behind, if she can't all of a sudden just spike up and farm, she kind of stays behind. The Tristana I was trying to touch on earlier is that even without these 3 kills, Yellow Pete would still be stronger than Tristana at this point in the game, just because Varus does more damage in this Trist, but can't compete, obviously, as the game goes into that late game phase.
He's going to try, though, at 3-0-1 if those kills keep racking up for him. Makler heading the CS ever so slightly. Got himself that BF sword and a Vamp Scepter in there, as Froggen will once again be getting this blue buff. So, 16.5 minutes, let's call it, into this game. We can see a lot of wards down still. A couple of pinks from EG on the bottom side. Crepo, you just saw him putting some down around that Baron area as well. And right now, Yellow Pete and Charu going head-to-head. Piercing Arrow did connect onto Charu there and took him low, but using his ultimate to just dash away from any danger.
Still ultimate down for him. Yellow Pete, his was just coming up. He didn't even get to use it right there. And they're going to go back to pushing bottom. They're going for like a tri-lane split, or a tri-lane push here, as they just have Snoopy Frog in middle. They have, obviously, as you see, Yellow Pete and Crepo bottom, and then Wicked, who is a big raw, can't be moved in that top lane.
And he's trudging his way down. I always find that Malphite walks a little bit like Wicked as well. Got this kind of swag thing going on.
He looks like he's out of control of his arms.
The beast of a man that he is. And he's just going to go Like I said, trotting on down to the bottom lane. Inner turret going to be taking some pressure. There's actually 2 waves of minions coming up from this one as that piercing arrow just clips Charu on his way away from that one. As here comes the chain of corruption. Snoopy diving into the middle. The boxer's down. Wicked gets one. Oh, what a cataclysm. Makata does manage to get himself out. Kuban trapped in there. Froggen going to go down. So that's a 1-for-1 right now. EG decide to disengage and get out.
Yeah, that was all Lipic right there. With the cataclysm coming in from Snoopy, he knocked them pretty much all up and pretty much stopped that engage from keeping to get out of their hands, and that's exactly what they needed. They defended the turret, they got 1 kill, they're starting to claw their way back in a little bit, and then more importantly, that kill went over to Kuban, who needed it desperately.
Yeah, and they need more kills right now. That's the thing. Like, just these 1-for-1 trades is something that Meteor Makers probably not unhappy about, depending on obviously where they're getting spread around. As we said, Kuban fell behind early on, died twice early on after that level 3 kill, and the kill straight afterwards from Yellow Pete and Crepo teaming up there, forced to go into that triple Doran's ring. So any extra cash that he can get at this stage of the game is a massive help to him.
Yeah, and the problem is that I don't think, unless Evil Geniuses makes a big mistake in terms of just gets caught out by, or one person gets caught out completely, I don't think Meteor Makers can really get these kills in a 5-on-5 fight as long as Evil Geniuses plays the fight how they want to. But then again, I mean, anything can really happen. We've seen some big plays come out of both teams here, and Froggen, he's trying to go for Charu. I don't know if he can pick up the kill, since Charu does have his ultimate available.
Oh, he's going to burst him down to a third of his health. There is the ultimate use, but Froggen's going to have that acceleration gate up soon here. We see Charu go over the side, not quite landing that shock blast. That may just throw Froggen off here in terms of positioning. Yep. That sneaky fox, being as sneaky as a fox as you'd expect, getting around, and Froggen just headed back from that one. Charu does escape with his life, but you see the danger there. Massive burst. EG now going in for another turret.
Yeah, the damage is done. They got him out of lane, but still in the meantime, Mackler, he's pushing middle right here, and they're pretty much making Evil Geniuses trade 1-for-1 in turrets. You do have a teleport coming in from Wicked. He's trying to get behind someone, and he actually, I don't think he was, no, he was spotted as pings are coming down onto him, but they're not stopping. They're going for this turret as well.
Mackler's taken the outer middle turret, but he's going to have to move here because they need to try and defend the inner turret on that top lane. They've actually backed off knowing that Mackler isn't going to be there anytime soon. EG will take this one. Can't really call it for free because they've lost their outer middle turret as well, as MYM just sit on the steps, and they're going to ping down because Mackler's still going.
And he doesn't really have any items built up, but still, you see the damage coming out of that Tristan, taking it down to about half health here. Evil Geniuses, actually, we do see pings from Meteor Makers going on in Baron, not sure exactly where EG is going, and you can tell just from the ward coverage that EG has in the jungle of Meteor Makers on that top side, where MYM, they boarded bottom just to stop that push onto the bottom inner turret, but then Evil Geniuses said, hey, we'll just switch it up, we'll go top lane, and you won't really have anything prepared for that.
So, Muramana is now stacked up for Wicked. That's 20 minutes into the game right now. Not for Wicked, sorry, for Froggen. Wicked got that Negatron cloak. I was kind of looking looking in 2 places at once, threw my brain off. And that will be turned into a Spirit Visage on this trip home. And we can compare him with Kuban, 125 to 83 CS. That is phenomenal from Wicked.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we can't really compare them because Wicked's so far ahead at this point. And the thing is, we saw Wicked, I believe it was in day number 1, when he outfarmed his top laner quite heavily. He had the highest CS in the game in that one, and he's been doing a phenomenal job, even though he's made it very vocal that he doesn't, he plays Malphite to go with the team composition of Evil Geniuses, but he's really been practicing it quite a bit, and he's been doing phenomenally with it.
And that's the thing, it's not always the champion that you maybe enjoy playing the most that fits best to your team composition. Sometimes you got to take one for the team. We can see that 75% pick and win ratio, or kicks and win ratio, as we are actually showing you. But EG now coming down towards Dragon, which is now going to be live. Although, Meteor Makers, they're coming in as well. They might want to challenge here.
And this is going to be a very deciding move for MYM if they do end up going for this. Like, this could be a huge comeback for them, or it could be the huge downfall that might end up losing them this game, because they don't want to get engaged upon. And the thing is, Wicked, he has his ultimate available. You look at where Yellow Pete is on the other side of that Dragon Pit. He's trying to get positioned to make a Chain of Corruption land. Crepo, if you land the hook on anyone, you know you can blow them up, as long as Froggen comes down to help.
He's just pushing that wave out. He doesn't want anything going back onto their side of the map. And it's just a case of who makes a false move here. It's probably going to be a false move. Charu's actually gone, and EG is saying, look guys, they've pushed down to the middle lane. We've complete control of the jungle right now. We've got a positional advantage. Let's go for it.
Yeah, and they should be able to take this. Crepo's actually still behind them right now, clearing out some warriors just to make it so Charu can't teleport in behind him. But here comes Meteor Makers. And EG, they just disengage.
They went in for Crepo there. They're going to come in a bit split from this one. Varus and Jace are in the wrong position for this fight. Wicked, though, right at the front of them. We see Froggen going on towards Libic. There's a chain of corruption coming onto Makata. Froggen flashes away. Crepo getting caught here by Charu, but he lands the hook. That is a dead Charu right now. The Snoopy turns off the Cataclysm, and they turn and burn and try and pick up Meet Your Makers.
And right now, Charu's used 3 of his 9 lives, and they're going to push onto this turret. The thing is, he's behind. He's a little bit behind. His items are really strong right now because he has that DFG, but him alone cannot burst anyone down. He needs the help of Kuban. He needs that control of Kuban that he provides into these fights, as well as Libic. And right now, Evil Genius is looking very strong to take an inhibitor turret at 22.5 minutes, or 23 minutes.
Yeah, and Libic is dead. He's just got hooked in there. Froggen dives in on top of him. This inhib turret is a goner. There's no way they're saving that one. EG do decide to back off as they throw another shock blast out there. And I hate to break it to you, Jason, but it's cats that have 9 lives. Ari has 9 tails.
That is true. Thank you, Joe, for that. I was going to say history lesson. I'm like, wait, that's not right. But anyways, Evil Geniuses, they're going to go for Dragon right off of that. That will be the 3rd of their game, and they're going to be back with quite a bit of gold. I mean, Froggen, 2,000 gold. You see Snoopy, 1,200 gold. You look at Yellow Pete, 1,400 gold, and even Crepo sitting on, well, he was sitting on 1,000 gold as he already bought up some items here, and they're only going to come back even stronger, and they have an open inhibitor to contest.
Yellow Pete going to get himself some extra farm down here at the bottom. 2 last whispers in there. We can say what armor when we talk about that. Yeah, this is dangerous for Yellow Pete. Actually manages to avoid quite a lot as the DFG comes down. Yellow Pete trying his best. He's already used that barrier. Charu actually underneath the tower, and look at the damage he's managed to do on them. Snoopy comes in but can't quite finish off. Not got the damage for that. And Yellow Pete, I tell you what, 2v1 there against Alessandra and an Ari with a DFG. He actually did really well.
I think if his ultimate was available at that time, because it came up right as he died, he would have actually won that. But now Mackler going head-to-head against Froggen here.
Yeah, and Mackler is going to use his barrier from this one. Froggen going low, but he's surviving the minions here, hammering on him. But he is going to stay alive from that one he had. Well, he's got 30 HP right now, so it must have been down to about 15 after that fight. Very, very close encounter.
That Doran's blade and 6% life still saved his life. Great job by him. Just keep attacking. And Mackler, though, he has a lot of CS, 186 right now, pretty much even with Froggen, but he doesn't have the same score as him, and he was still almost able to kill Froggen. That just shows how strong Mackler is as a player. I mean, he flashed out of that shock blast and how strong his champion currently is.
So, things gonna calm down here for a second. I mean, an action-packed first 25 minutes, 8-2 in kills, approaching 10,000 gold lead right now. They're about 300-400 gold off of that that mark right now, as Froggen here is going to spot himself a Kuban. Is he going to go for this one? Not many people there. I think he's pinging there to Crepo to check with wards that if anyone's actually around that corner, and here is Kuban. He's recalling, but he's not. Oh, he's missed the shock blast. He's going to get locked down as well, and Froggen, he's going to feel that he's made a bit of a dirt from that one, but Wicked won't make the same mistake, and Froggen's second shock blast hits the mark. Here come the rest of Meet Your Makers, though, but it's only Wicked caught out of position, and he doesn't care. EG are at the backside here. Are they going to go for the fight? The tidal wave comes across. Wicked is going to go down. Crepo starts to walk away as the shock blast forces Meet Your Makers off, and that ends in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for them, but Yellow Pete was bottom. He was pushing this lane up. If he was there, they could have won that fight pretty easily, but he should be able to take this bottom inner turret and give them a little bit of extra gold, so that one death that Wicked took for the team is going to end up working out for them.
And that's why I think EG stood there but didn't really do too much whilst Wicked was being hammered away on. They wanted to make sure that Meet Your Makers stayed away from this bottom lane as quickly as possible. They were kind of like, do we do damage? Do we run away from this one? But they stuck there. They stopped Meet Your Makers from being able to instantly recall after that one and stop it. Pete doing quite a good bit of damage down onto that bottom turret. And here comes Froggen once again. Rest of EG are there. Makata caught in the middle of no man's land. He's flung around all over the place. Snoopy finishes off. Here comes Wicked with the teleport as well.
I think for the entirety that he was alive right there, he didn't have control of his champion for half a second or even quarter of a second. And with that kill, they're going to go in for this inhibitor.
And I can't really see Meet Your Makers being able to hold on to it either. You can see how fast it's going down with Yellow Pete and Froggen hammering away on that one, and that is the first inhib of the game. 26 minutes 45 seconds in, and there is that 10,000 gold lead coming out for Evil Geniuses.
And now what's the next move for them? They have the Baron as a very high potential. I don't believe they actually have an Oracle on them currently. Yes, Crepo actually does, so I'm wrong on that one, but they could actually bait MYM into going towards Baron and picking up a kill here. They're all set up for it perfectly. Charu, look at him. He's actually like suspecting this is going to happen. He's setting up towards that top side in that bush, trying to watch out for it. And right now, Libic, not actually going to spot them. I think he did see them as they left the push, but that was very close.
Oh, shot blast coming through there onto Makata. Wicked and Co get back into the brush. They may very well go for this one. Yellow Peak getting a little bit caught out, gets bubbled. Actually getting ulted here as well. He's in a lot of trouble, but he's still alive, crucially. He's at the back and he's going to be hammering in there. There's the shutdown onto Snoopy, but the rest of them might be in trouble. Box down from Crepo. Froggen is still going in. He goes forward. Libic on this one, who's low. Hit there with a piercing arrow. Froggen now unstoppable. He thought about going for Mackler as well, but then came to his senses. EG back off, and like you said, they could have Baron here.
Yeah, and I mean, they have easily the opportunity to take it with Makati down, with Kuban down, with Libic down. They easily can go for it, but they're going to take the safe route. They're going to back, they're going to go buy up because they have a lot of gold to spend.
They don't need it right now. That's the thing. It would be a nice thing to have in there without a shadow of a doubt, but a necessity here? Probably not, as we see some big items coming in. Runic Bulwark for Snoopy. Locket of the Iron Solari, picked up by Crepos. A few pink wards coming out there. There is the Cutlass for Jace here as well for Frog, and there was a pickaxe picked up as well for Yellow Pete. He's headed straight up towards the Infinity Edge.
And you look over at both these sides in terms of the 80 carries. Yellow Peak compared to Mackler. You have 2 completed items, almost a third with an Infinity Edge as his next item for Yellow Pete, and then Mackler, all he has is that IE. That just shows like how much Yellow Pete's been farming, even though he's down quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit, not that much, but he's been around the map. He has 3 kills, has 6 assists. They have 3 dragons behind them, and they've been just pretty much storing up this gold, using it to their advantage. And right now, EG, just like I said, they're like, we don't need Baron. They're looking for another fight.
They are looking for a fight, and rightly so. Is Snoopy going to catch Mackler out here? Of course, he does have that rocket jump. Probably just going to save it for as long as he can as a piercing arrow comes through. Time to jump, my friend. He does go out. There is the unstoppable force right on the turret. Froggen from the side, securing the kill from distance with his shot blast.
That's sniper right there. I mean, showing why he is 100% win rate on Jace, 2 out of 2 games, sitting at 6-1 and 3 right now. His items are ridiculous. No one can really withstand that damage. And right now, Evil Jace is going to push for this inner turret. They can push for the next one because they have Supermans pushing that middle lane.
And they do decide to back off. There's another dragon opportunity for them. And Ark going to be making sure that they pick up that gold. No chances here for Meet Your Makers. That's what it is all about here. Okay, they probably don't need a dragon at this stage of the game, but better to have it themselves than it to go over the other side. Finished off with ease, and they're going to back off once again. I'm guessing they're sat on another good chunk of gold to spend 1,800 for Frog and 1,300 for Wicked. There's a good 8,900 in there for Yellow Pete as well, so all valuable items going to be coming up once again here.
Wow.
Lots of boots and mobility all over there. And a Shirelia's coming out for Wicked.
Yeah, for Wicked, I'm kind of confused by that one. I mean, I can see how it's obviously going to work out. That cooldown reduction with the Spirit Visage is going to help so he can use his ultimate a lot more. And also gives that extra bit of speed just for that engaged, since that Unstoppable Force is really such a high impact ultimate for their team right now, just to set up the entirety of that fight. And right now, Evil Jace looks like they're just going to push out their lanes and then group up for another fight, or group up for a push here, or maybe even towards Baron, which they currently set out, or maybe just denying the vision. Maybe they just want to make Meet Your Makers have to check this and then force them into a fight.
Well, that's the thing right now. If EG end up luring MYM in, it's going to be very hard for Meet Your Makers to turn and run from it. 2 Blade of the Ruined Kings in there. The Shirelias as well for Evil Geniuses. You don't escape from that.
And the Acceleration Gate on Jace.
And the Acceleration Gate, yeah, that's without even going into the spell that's going to give them a massive speed boost as well.
And yeah, you're exactly right. And MYM, they're pretty much stuck. Like, what's the least bad decision we can make right now in terms of, do we leave the base to go look for Baron? Do we start face checking bushes and potentially walk into an entire team of Evil Geniuses? And EG know this. They're using this to their advantage. They're taking away everything they possibly can from Meet Your Makers, and looks like MYM, this is their move right here.
Oh, Makata starts to come through. He's got a ward down, and look at that. Crepo's actually right in the middle of them here. Snoopy going to dive in there as well. Box goes down. They've killed off Kuban. Charu is going very low from this one as well, and it looks like Meet Your Makers could well start to clear things up. Libic will die. Mackler being focused here as he gets slowed down by the annoyance that is that Malphite. Goes inside the brush. Not going to matter. Yellow Pete finishes that off. That's 4 kills for EG, losing just the support.
And they still have 30 seconds on pretty much everyone for MYM. They can go for the final push here, and it looks like they're going to do it. They're starting to group up for this inhibitor. That's going to go down. They still have they still have 2 super minions with them. They can tank those turrets, and they can finish this game right now,
They can win the game right now. Makata's got 10 seconds. The AD carry not coming up for 30. Charu's pushing the top lane. I think they realize that this one is going to be over as Evil Genius has pushed through here. The Nexus is going to fall, and they take down Meteor Makers, looking like a completely different team to what we're used to seeing out of them. That introduction of Shaka and then Rated to, really back things up from the analysis side of things seems to have worked wonders for EG.
And Joe, now another team making a roster change, even though it's not like a permanent one, it's just the way they trade out, still worked out wonders for them. It's something about that happening, and I believe SK is the only team right now who hasn't made that happen. Actually, no, even Meteor Makers, but Evil Genius is looking completely different. Shaka's showing that even if he's not playing the game, just the presence of him makes everyone else on the team play better.
Yeah, and Snoopy, I've not seen him that happy for a long time there. We said at the start, a lot of pressure on his shoulders after Shaka has played the first 2 games of this weekend, but he played a 3-1-12 job in the 4th at the end of that one, starting the ball rolling with that presence down in the bottom lane as well. So let's head over to Demon and Freak to break down what was a brilliant game from EG.
Thank you very much, Joe and Jason, and a brilliant game it was indeed. Very one-sided, it has to be said, though, for Evil Geniuses. They really took control early on, and actually you saw just the cheering at the end there with the players getting high-fiving. Everybody went to Crepo. They felt Crepo put in a monster performance there. So many times he landed hooks that pulled out vital kills.
It was really impressive. The game would make a bad coin. It was EG heads up the entire time, a one-sided game, as you said. So, and honestly, it was a team performance. Snoopy really snowballed the game ahead as well. He ganked the bottom lane twice without even leaving it. And counter dug right before it. It was funny because they traded buffs around, and he's like, I'm going to steal your wolves, then I'm going to kill Kuban in the top lane, and then Char's going to show up, and I'm just going to kill him as well. And Yellow Pete got huge. Of course, the flays and hooks landing there from Crepo as well. When you've got a snowballed AD carry, that makes it kind of rough to deal with that lineup. And you saw EG just turned the screws that whole game.
And you know, Frog, and eventually on Jace, he's going to become a monster. And
exactly.
It seemed to work out very well. I would say there was 2 kills secured by Cataclysm from Snoopy. I thought, he's padding his stats a little bit here, just saying, guys, don't forget me. I'm still here. I'm still pretty good.
And if you actually kind of spread out kills, that's actually a good thing to do on champions like junglers who don't get quite as much farm as the carry lanes. It allows them to finish the Spirit of the Ancient Golem or finish a Runic Bulwark earlier on, and that allows you to actually get into team fights and be like, look, we're too tanky for you to deal with, really. And that's actually what happened in some of these fights where because MYM had so little farm, whereas EG had a lot, even when people got to the back line, there was no assassination. You saw actually the 1v2 that Yellow Pete had against Charu and Kuban, I think it was, held on for a very long time.
He nearly killed one of them, If he'd have had Chain of Corruption available, his ulti was down at the time, I think he may well have got it 1 or maybe 2.
Yeah, wasn't able to use Ruin King, and if either of those got to be used, it probably would have been enough. So again, getting a farm team, getting a team that's ahead lets you take a lot of battles like that.
So let's go and look at this replay, because this was really all about Wicked and Snoopy completely controlling Charu, kept him out of the fight.
Yeah, so you're going to see the engage on a Yellow Pete, and we talked about being a fed AD carry. Yellow Pete's level 14. Look at the levels here from the rest of the team. Charu's 15. The rest are lower than that. So Yellow Pete actually is able to keep himself alive because it's Makata and Kuban who dive him. And Kuban, by the way, only has Zonya's Hourglass, so it's actually low AP. So we'll start the fight out. Yellow Pete gets caught out, but watch. The rest of the team can't follow up. There's the rest of the team. Wicked jumps up, locks up Charu, and Makata's on the other side of the wall. So is Livik right here. So watch Yellow Pete. Oh, he's safe, by the way. Zonius gets used, puts on Chain of Corruption, walks back out, has the acceleration gate here as well. Livik tries to help, doesn't matter. Look back at the front. All right, well, the jungler just tanked all the damage. Makata got a little bit of gold, not a big deal there. And then everyone who dived just got picked apart. Yellow Pete's still alive, still has lifesteal, and they chase down. And they're going to get the rest, at least one more kill here, and snowball the game forward as Livik gets crushed out. Froggen makes that one happen, but that's basically a gold lead and a well-positioned fight there for Evil Geniuses.
And it was pretty much, I guess you could say, almost the perfect game for Evil Geniuses. We saw it yesterday with SK as well. Actually, we saw it in the SK game that we cast earlier today as well, how well they managed to drive it through. And suddenly we're seeing SK and EG both turning around 2 great wins.
They've had a 2-in-1 week. Going from the bottom of the standings, going 2-in-1. gets you up there, gets you close to where you want to be, and they're very close to challenging first place.
Well, talking about the man that padded his stats, it is going to be Snoopy. He's standing by with Shocks on the stage.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Snoopy, on that victory. Good play from you. It must have been an evil but genius move to have now double junglers on the team. Sorry for that pun. Freak is rubbing off on me. But anyway, how much pressure does it put on you that you're interchangeable in a team as you have two junglers, one in the sub position, and how do you deal with that?
Antes de nada, muchísimas felicidades por haber ganado esta partida. La pregunta viene a ser el hecho de que haya dos junglas en tu equipo. ¿Cómo haces eso? ¿Tienes algún tipo de presión por el hecho de que se te pueda reemplazar en un partido u otro?
I would say it's quite a bit of pressure. You always want to perform. It makes you know that someone always can step into your spot and take that away from you. But you have to realize that Shaker, for example, has a stronger early game, whereas I have a stronger mid to late game. And coming into the game against MIM, I wanted to take we want a late game approach, but just so it worked out, we actually had a really, really strong early game this game as well.
Pues sí que es verdad que ejerce algún tipo de presión el hecho de tener a otra persona y saber que además te puede reemplazar, pero sí que es verdad que hay que digamos, lidiar con esto. Pues Shaker en este caso es un jugador muy bueno en el early, pero sí que es verdad que contra equipos como Midget Makers a veces él siente que debería haber un líder y por tanto a veces se puede mover por ahí.
So maybe some people were surprised that you stepped in here again this weekend. So how does the team come to that decision? Who will play when?
Bueno, está preguntando que ¿cuándo toma el equipo la decisión de elegir a qué jungla en las partidas?
Well, as I was saying, against a team like MIM, we're looking more for a late game comp. We didn't really think we could win the early really, really hard. That's why I stepped in, because I have a bit more experience. I've played against MIM a lot, and I've been with the team for almost 2 years now, so I had a lot more experience going into a mid to late game. It's where Shaker struggles a little bit, and that's why we put me in.
Pues realmente la decisión suele ir para ver a cómo quieren enfocar la partida, hacia mid o late game, como por ejemplo contra Midget Makers, en el cual él además se siente muy experimentado con el jugar contra ellos, además conoce muy bien a su equipo, pero por el contrario Shaker es un jugador muy de early y por tanto puede avanzar mucho contra algunos equipos que podría a lo mejor fallarles este tipo de estrategia.
So how was the experience playing here on the stage in front of the Spanish crowd? Is there anything you want to say to them?
¿Algo que quieras decirle a esta comunidad en España?
Gracias a todos.
Anything else, or?
It's been absolutely awesome in Tenerife, actually. It's an amazing venue. I love the sun. I'm Scottish, so I really don't deal with the sun that well, and I've got burned quite badly over the last couple of days, but it's been a real pleasure to come out here to Spain. I hope we come out here again.
Thank you very much.
Ok, pues básicamente dice que esto le ha encantado, le encanta muchísimo el público que hay, le encanta el sol, aunque sea escocés, se quema muy fácilmente, pero le ha gustado y que espera estar aquí alguna otra vez.
Thank you very much. Now things are getting pretty crowded at the top of the standings. Can Alternate break away and leave Spain as the league's sole leader, or will Lemon Dogs join for first place? It all depends on who wins our last game of the day and the weekend after the break. ready for our final match of the day.
Bienvenidos de nuevo, estamos a punto de llegar al último partido del día, pero antes vamos a fijarnos en uno de los jugadores más nuevos compitiendo en esta liga.
Yes, Spain has produced more than its share of LCS stars, and we caught up with one of the newest ones to talk about how it feels to come back home.
I'm from Gran Canaria, which is like an island like half an hour plane from here. Growing up in the Canary Islands is not a big difference. I feel more at home when I'm here. Yeah, like the weather is nice. I'm used to this weather. I understand the language, of course. The accent is my accent, so yeah, it's really nice to be here. Everyone from outside, you know, from the peninsula can tell, like as soon as they talk to us, they can tell that we're from here. Well, I actually don't like fame that much. I just want to play games and win, hopefully. I actually feel better when I'm not that known because, for example, the other Spanish players, if they go out of the warm-up area, they can't even walk around because of like how passionate the fans are. But for me, I can walk around, maybe get 1 or 2 pictures, but yeah, of course, I have more freedom, so I like it. As soon as I finished school, I went to university in England. I was studying games programming there. I finished my first year, and during that first year, I basically played games all day and went out at night, of course. When I was in summer and I came back here, I asked myself, what am I good at? And there was only one answer, so I got the second offer from Lemon Dogs, and this time I accepted it, and here I am now. I actually didn't even know she was watching after the game. I saw she was there and I was like, if I was happy already, I was like incredibly happy after the game, so yeah.
Really, I can't believe it. Just suddenly one day he came to my house and he told me, Mom, I have to go. And I say, what? I'm going because I'm going to be a professional gamer. You're crazy, you're joking at me. And at the end, everything was true. And I saw the first time in an interview like that, and I say, my God, this is impossible. I'm very proud just because I know he's very happy. His dream came true. So this is the best for a mother, you know?
Touching stuff there, Mithy's story. And we're just about ready for the last match. Excuse me. So, ¿Quieren ver Aranea y Mithy? All right, let's bring out the teams. First up, on the blue side, give it up for Team Alternate. And on the red side, with your local hero, Mithy, give it up for Lemon Dogs. So the teams are ready to go. Let's head over to our commentators, Joe and Jason for the English stream, and Ocho y Quinten en Español.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. And it's our final game, I'm almost sad to say, here in Tenerife, as Alternate take on the Lemon Dogs. So let's have a look at the rosters of both teams, starting with Alternate on the blue side. Not been having the best of times recently there. Of course, Curb in the top lane, Aranea in the jungle, Lord in the mid lane, White Knight the standing AD carry, and Jay Reed the support.
I'm looking at both these teams' pictures, and like Lemon Dogs are so happy, but Alternate's like, But over for the Lemon Dogs side, we have Zoro in that top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck mid lane, and Tabs and Mithy as AD carry and support.
Well, Jason, what do the fans think about this one? Because we've had some pretty close votes here today.
Yeah, we really have. So the fans think, well, 76% of the fans think that Alternate is actually going to win this one out. Yeah, so not as close. But, you know, with how these teams have been playing, I don't know. I think it would be ultimately a lot closer.
Yeah, I think so as well. They're 1-1 overall, so, you know, it's really hard to call every single game here, which is a real problem for me. There's no way that I'm guessing things. But either way, day one in Tenerife is one that both teams will hopefully have already forgotten, not just want to forget from this one. Alternate faced off against an incredible-looking Ninjas in Pajamas and recorded another loss. Yesterday, though, they took on EG and looked like their old selves, and if that's the case here today, it's bad news for Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, I really have to agree. Day one just did not do well to those two teams, but also they did kind of bounce back. I mean, you saw them against Evil Geniuses, showing that they're still really strong front lord in that game. That Lissandra was just ridiculous. He constantly caught Yellow Peak, constantly caught Frog, and over grouped up, and that really set the entirety of those fights. But the thing is, Alternate, with how they look throughout these weeks, they need to be a little bit more consistent.
I think that he's got to draw a ban, this Lissandra. He was before, you know, Front Lord had that week off. He was always getting that for good reason. His Lissandra has been absolutely devastating. But their opponent's Lemon Dogs' woeful performance on day one against a very strong-looking Gambit left them a little bit shell-shocked, I think. They had a chance to even it up yesterday as they took on Ninjas in Pajamas, and everything went wrong that day before. Seemed to go right for them again yesterday, and I just wonder which team's going to turn up here today against Alternate.
That's a really good point because, you know, Lemon Dogs, they had a 10,000 gold lead in that game in the first 15 minutes, but they're really hesitant to finish the things off. They didn't know exactly where to go off the back of that entire lead. Same thing happened with Gambit when they got the first two turrets down. They're like, all right, where do we go from here? And because of that, because that because they didn't know where to go, Gambit took advantage of that completely.
Uncertainty.
It's uncertainty. I knew you had the word I was looking for. See, you complete me, Joe. But anyways, Lemon Dogs, we've seen them. They've changed up their strategy. They've been adapting. They've been doing that extremely well. And I want to know, are they going to continue to keep looking stronger every week? Obviously, you know, they didn't look great yesterday or the day before yesterday, but they're still looking like a really strong team, like a team that really could get first place or really could get into the playoffs and into the World Finals.
And that's the funny thing about Lemon Dogs. They're a team that have lost really lackluster games where they've just not really been part of it. They're also a team that have stomped the likes of Gambit and Alternate already in very quick, very dramatic fashion. That man there on your screen, Dexter, we can all remember his Elise just snowballing out of control to win the game against Gambit earlier on in the season. We got Mithy there, who failed to qualify first of all for the summer split, obviously when he was playing with Matroco in Wizards, but as we heard in that video previously, he did get that offer from Lemon Dogs to come into this one, and he's made a great impact on this team so far.
Yes, he's just an all-around really happy, really energetic guy. It even rubs off on us whenever we talk to him, and when we first saw him in like the practice room in the Clone Studios, he was so excited to be there. I mean, he was there a couple of weeks previously, but he's like, I'm so happy to be here. I'm glad I get to see you guys again. I'm glad I get to participate, and that can really have an impact on a team.
Yeah, fantastic to hear from his mother as well, though, who's obviously really happy at what he's going for. Quite an emotional one. There's Aranea, the jungler. You can see his stats. Lee Sin 2-0-6. He played that one against the Lemon Dogs in week 5.
Yeah, so I mean, we've always known him to have a very strong Lee Sin. So obviously we want to see, might he get it again? Obviously, we've seen him play Elise yesterday, I believe that was, and we know Dexter can play that champion as well. So the bans are really going to be crucial for both these teams, and it's really going to kind of set up who is going to come out the victor here.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of crossovers in this one as well. I mean, Nuke Duck played a lot of Twisted Fate in there. Frelnlord, not quite so much of it, but he was always a Twisted Fate player before, you know, before he stopped playing it somewhat. And, you know, we've had talks about this one for a couple of years now already as to whether that Twisted Fate on Frelnlord really is his strong point. But I think this man here is going to be instrumental today, at least the left one. White Knight, of course, standing in for Creaton, who broke his hand a couple of weeks ago. Now, at the start, I'd say he didn't have the biggest impacts ever, but he's really started to get things rolling after that.
He looks a little bit more comfortable. I mean, you can imagine coming into this when you haven't played in front of a crowd, just to be really scared of what exactly is going to happen and how your team perceives you, how the community perceives you. But it's like now he doesn't care. He's ready to show the world that he's a very strong player. And yesterday he's been able to do it. I mean, he's been showing us week by week that he's getting stronger and stronger. The thing is, will he be enough? Will he be strong enough to carry Alternate into these playoffs?
Wow, that's a question. That's a $1 million question, and probably quite literally as well. So we are going to see Alternate here in a bit of support from their manager, Sig, who been in the alternate organization a long time, was following their teams around. Obviously, he's the manager, so not technically following them around in a weird sort of way, but certainly helping things out. And he is a big part of this alternate team, who we've heard time and time again that they are just a big family, and that's why things seem to work out so well for them.
Yeah, and even this man right here, Kerp, I mean, he's the only member who plays with that trackball mouse. He's done such a great job on these tanky champions like Shen in that top lane, but he's finally been playing some new things. He played Aurelia over in day 1, he played Malphite in day 2, which obviously is still a tanky champion, but he's really shown that he can play a lot of assassins, a lot of DPS champions that you kind of need, how the meta's kind of evolved for the top.
Well, we heard Aranea yesterday after their victory. He'd started to lose his voice, which some would consider not the worst thing in the world, but for his team, you know, he's a very vocal man. He's the one that really gets them fired up and gets the, you know, that turns 1 kill maybe into 10 by the end of it because of the pure enthusiasm and encouragement that he brings through that. We're into the picks and bans anyway, and we can see that Zed here going to be banned out against the Lemon Dogs, a champion which you've already seen Nuke Duck run 3 times.
And we do see a couple of other bans coming in, because I saw the Cassin right there, and I just want to touch on it because it said there's something you usually want to ban, so to me it kind of leads me to believe that Ultimate, they want to pick a champion that Cassin specifically counters. But then they ban out the Twisted Fate right after, so it doesn't make any sense anymore.
Well, they just want to ban Nuke Duck out, is what they want to do by the looks of things. Zed, Cassidy, Twisted Fate, all aimed at Nuke Duck from this one. On the other side, Nunu taken away from Aranea. Shen going to be going out against Kerp, who's like, yes, don't have to play Shen again. You know, he's great with Shen. He's won a lot of games with Shen, but he doesn't want to play Shen. Yeah. Which is a similar scenario to some of the other top laners in the LCS. It's quite a funny occurrence. And Elise will be banned out here as well for the final one of Lemon Dogs.
It's kind of scary knowing that Kerp has only played a handful of champions so far in the split, because we know personally after talking to him, he has a very wide champion pool. He just hasn't been able to reach into that bag and pull other things out. But we do see, as you're saying before, Lissandra needed ban does slip through here. So for Arnold, he's going to be looking very happy right here. But Dexter playing Lee Sin against RNA, who's just really brought it back into the summer split up, or actually just into competitive play in the summer split. It's going to be very hard for him to, I guess, impress or out jungle RNA.
So that's the thing here, why I think we've seen so much aimed at Nuke Duck, because they wanted to play Alessandra, and Forel said, I don't want to play against that, I don't want to play against that, and I don't want to play against that. If we get them out, then I'm happy, and then we get Lissandra first pick, all well and good. That's what's happened here. It's going to be a Varus and, as you said, the Lee Sin pickup here, a champion that both junglers play. Varus, of course, going into the hands of Tabs, joint with Caitlyn for the most played champion that he's played in this summer split as well.
Yeah, and I'm thinking back to the summer promotion series, he played pretty much nothing but Caitlyn except Varus like once or twice, and then ever since then he started playing a lot of Caitlyn, but realized, you know, I need to widen my champion pool, because we have to remember, he was originally an AP mid player from Millennium back in the promotion, or before the promotion series, so he's had to adjust, he's had to adapt and really create a new role for himself.
So Jerry right now is hovering over the Blitzcrank. Thresh is actually available here, which kind of surprises me that Jerry doesn't go that route, but we saw actually yesterday the Blitzcrank in the early to mid game, he wasn't hitting a lot of hooks. He didn't make any clutch grabs in that early game, but when it came to pretty much the last fight of the game, he grabbed one out of the main base through the wall, and that's what won them the game, basically. Or certainly it won them that fight at the start. He's going to go with a Thresh. Again, a very similar champion to be going in with that one. He's won 4 out of 5 games he's played already. Aranea falling back to his almost second jungler here after that Lee Sin, the Hecarim.
Okay, so a little bit surprised they actually don't lock in Orianna with this, because it's been the whole combo they like to run, the Orianna Hecarim. You cannot stop Hecarim from getting to you, then he followed up with that. It's just really great control. And then of course the Thresh, I mean, Thresh and Blitzcrank are one of those champions that you could miss every single pull the entire game until you land that one, and then everyone in the world's like, he's the best Blitzcrank ever. Like, that's how it always turns out for a lot of these champions to have those game changers. And we do see, it looks like Mithy will be playing Fiddlesticks, so it's going to be a good counter, because you can silence Thresh quite a bit. You can silence Lissandra coming in. Not to mention Hecarim, if you do want to fear him, it just kind of depends on how the fight really goes.
So a Rise here, which could end up in the top lane, could end up in that mid lane, and that's something that Lemon Dogs have really gone for here as they wait things out. Caitlyn currently being hovered over for White Knight, and an Urgot, which I'm not going to say anything about just yet.
It's Jerry. He's been proven to be very trolly lately, but you know, the Caitlyn's a very safe pick. You have the range to get away from Fiddlesticks and Ryze. I mean, you don't want to run like a Vayne, which Ryze is a very strong counter to, because you can lock her down. So Caitlyn's going to be very good. It's going to help facilitate what he wants to run this, for this, or the whole composition. But the Fiddlesticks, I don't know. I'm still thinking, like, how is that going to work on their composition? Because right now, they do have the Chain of Corruption with the, Fiddlesticks ultimate kind of combo, but that's about it. I mean, they have the potential to catch someone with Rise, but in the end, it doesn't work out too well. So it looks like, I was like, hey, I said something about that champion a little bit earlier. So it looks like we might actually see Front Load on Orianna this time. And we might have the double AP with the whole Hecarim initiate.
It looks that way. I mean, they switch off to Ezreal there for White Knight. Fizz. So we've seen Nuke play Fizz before. He played it against Fnatic when Peke was playing Twisted Fate. Obviously, Tabs is really the man in this lineup that became the famous Fizz player in the end, but Nuke is going to be running that here against Pharrell and Lord, if I can get it out there. Orianna.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at his masteries real quick, but I'm in his rune page. He's actually going to be running some interesting stuff. I don't want to fully give it away because some people like to keep it a little bit secret, but it's very heavily AP oriented, and he's going to be against obviously the Orianna middle lane, so he has the ability to get in there, do harass, get out before he can be harassed too early on. But the thing is, if he gets shut down early, like a Front Load can really snowball that lane just from the auto attacks, which from Orianna hurts ridiculously, and then of course just the damage you can apply with the ball while the Playful Trickster is on cooldown. Quick shot, we miss you. That's all I can say for that.
He'll be back soon. We do miss him here, especially when it comes down to, I was talking to some of the players yesterday, and Wicked was there, and we were talking about some of the passive names, and he said, honestly, a lot of the players don't even know any of them, and then Snoopy said, no, but Quickshot knows every single one of them. He's like the Bible for these players who, when they're having their little discussions, they ask Quickshot if they don't know anything about it. He's got that on lockdown, and obviously enjoying his time over in North America right now. So, we're going to get into the game. Our final one here in Tenerife. Like I said, a little bit sad for that because the crowd here have been absolutely fantastic. We've had some amazing games. Hopefully this one going to live up to it as well.
Yeah, really hoping so. I mean, the thing is, Lemondogs have a lineup that can really make it exciting just for the Fizz. I mean, that champion alone, but you pair that in with Surprise Party Fiddlesticks. I mean, come on, you know you're in for a good time.
It is going to be a lot of fun here. And there's puns galore for this one as well. I'm already racking them up, ready. And I'll bring them out at a suitable time if they actually get involved.
As long as you make Fig proud.
With that one. I will make him proud for this one. I'm not sure he quite understood my not got a sausage earlier on, though. That was a very English thing to say. So, here we go then into the game. It's Alternate versus Lemondogs, our final game from the LCS Summer Split Week 6 here in the beautiful Tenerife. And are we going to see anything earlier on? Hooks we have in there. We've got that terrible fear that could come out of Fiddlesticks in the early levels as well, Jason.
He's also running 6% cooldown reduction, so he looks like he wants to max that, have the ultimate up as soon as possible, not to mention the fear, which we've seen so many times of teams grouping up, rushing at level 1 into a team that has a Fiddlesticks, and with that fear bouncing around, it just completely shuts them down. So we're going to see how this game's going to go. Lemondogs are actually going for a little bit of an invade here, just to look like to get some wards down. And if anyone knows how to counter a Lee Sin jungle right now, it's going to be Aranea, and he picked Hecarim before the Lee Sin, so we're going to see how he's going to work out this one.
Well, there he is, trotting into position with Curve, who already in that Curve buff bush by the red buff. And they still wait here. They've pushed a little bit further through, but that's a lot of pings.
Oh, but look where Lemondogs is heading right now, though. They're heading straight for that top side. Alternate might be able to catch him here, but it's a grouped up Lemondogs.
It's a Lee Sin. He's just going to throw a Q straight in there and find exactly out where all of them are.
It's on cooldown now. Oh, this is gonna be okay. So he's waiting for it. Let's say this is gonna be a really crucial point. We've seen, with Mitri Makers and Fnatic how crucial it can be at level 1, and here we go.
Oh, Mithy's face checked into that one. Aranea getting feared straight back from that, but Mithy's a dead man. Pharrell and Lord has picked up the first blood here. What a start for Alternate. Is he over though? Nuke Duck on the bottom side there looked like he was trying to get involved, but Alternate will be happy with the hit and run here, getting the first blood for their mid laner.
And that is just so unfortunate because actually no, they're not done. They're going back in here. They want to make something happen.
This is very fitting of the statistic there. The #1 Team KDA in the Summer Split so far, already picking up the first blood in this game after an aggressive start. They're going to be stealing away that red buff as well here for Aranea, who's going to take it without the smite. Getting a little bit low from it as Mithy actually comes into this one, and you can tell Aranea a little bit scared. Please don't come, and then just runs away. Good stuff.
It's really unfortunate too because Mithy, he got a great fear off. Like, it did so much damage to every single member of Alternate, but no one else was there to really collapse in and make the play happen. But Dexter, he's going to go for some counter jungling here. He wants to steal away that red buff, and with Aranea currently at his blue, he might be able to, but he doesn't have smite, so this actually could work against him depending on how fast Aranea is.
So there is Aranea getting that blue buff under wraps. Is anyone going to come over here to check if that blue buff, that red buff is being done by Dexter? Doesn't look like it. Aranea has settled for his Wolves, so we will be seeing Dexter taking away the red. That's going to give them a 2-2 trade at the start of the match.
The thing is, he ran through a ward to get there too, so it's not like he was really sneaky or anything. They know that's happening, and it looks like Aranea is going to let that one go away. He's actually going to back and buy up here, but Dexter, because he's so low, he can't gank either, so both junglers can be relatively inactive here. With these pink wards up here, it's going to be it's going to be a pink ward battle completely, because when you're a Fiddlesticks, you need that bush control. You need to make sure that the other team can't see you if you want to be very effective.
And right now, Alternate are actually keeping Lemondogs pinned to their turret at this stage. Obviously, it makes it harder for Jerry to get a hook and then follow in behind it for the flay afterwards, but still, if they can keep them in there, it means that they've got no control of that brush, as you just mentioned. And they actually have Dexter going to go to his red buff, see that actually part of those of that camp is still there, and reset that one so that they get the timing. Similar story for Aranea down the bottom. For Elnor, who of course did pick up first blood, Doran's ring, boots of speed, fairy charm in there, plus wards and pots. Lovely start for him.
And Nukeduck, he's probably like, come on guys, why'd you have to make this even harder for me in the middle lane? But he should be able to fight his way back. Remember, last time he did play Fizz, he was very inactive for a good majority of the game, but then again, he got one kill and just snowballed really hard from there. So we might see that happen yet again. I wouldn't be surprised if he does play a little bit passive early on. And he does shove this lane up, but it looks like he wants to back potentially and just buy up.
Well, we'll see about that one. He's actually heading towards the bottom, but it will be a recall coming in. We can see the Alternate have also backed away somewhat on this top side of the map. They're trying to bring them out a little bit so that Aranea actually has a chance to get in onto them.
But they should know something's up. I mean, having that lane shoved against you for the first 4 minutes of the game, and then
all of a sudden not.
Yeah, then it's like, all right, you guys can come out. They have to know something's up here, so they have to be very careful. And I don't really think Alternate's really going to be able to make a kill happen here unless Jerry lands a perfect hook, which in the past he's done.
He has done, but they're going to be ready for this one right now as the hook goes out, and close to Tabs, but close doesn't mean anything. As Aranea now going to take a different path. Are they going to push this turret up once again and then try and go in underneath it? Here we go, Aranea coming around the side as the flay goes down on towards Tabs. Is the exhaust going down as well, but he puts the piercing arrow in and they back away.
That fear is so powerful, as you saw right there. It completely stopped Aranea from getting the positional advantage against Tabs and knock him back into the team. Obviously Tabs, well, he did use a flash right there, but he had his barrier still anyways, but that's just how strong it gets. And the thing is, late game, when you max that, I believe around level 9, you can keep an AD carry feared for so long, and especially against an Ezreal. If you silence him, obviously that's not damage he's using, that's a escape mechanism that you take away from him. And right now, Dexter's up towards the top side. Both junglers here to make a play happen.
Oh, they've not seen him. They've not seen Dexter coming into that one as Aranea once again gets feared. Good damage coming in. Tabs and Mithy both low as the hook lands on towards Tabs. Are they going to go for it here? Tabs walks away. As you said, still has that barrier available as they're going on towards Aranea. He gets low, but will get away as well. And crazy stuff on this top side. A lot of damage being exchanged, but no kills.
Yeah, both teams playing very hesitant. They want to make sure that they can lock down this game because, like we were saying before, the standings are just so close at this point. And I think around level 6, look for Nukeduck, who currently has full mana, to potentially go in for a straight-up kill on a frontlord who doesn't have that magic resist built up just yet.
So, it's a close lane, that one right now, in terms of the farm. Bottom, if you compare the two AD carries, well, I say bottom, obviously they're both in the top lane, upside down. 45 to 36 there, so Why Not is getting a good lead from that one.
Yeah, he definitely is, and that's just from the pressure that Arne has been able to apply, but more importantly, it's just the pink wards Jerry's been putting down, keeping the vision away from Mythic, keeping them under their own turret when it's, pretty hard to last hit under there around level 1 and 2. And Nukeduck, I'm really surprised. He's actually ahead in CS. Like for Elnor, you can see he's legitimately scared right now and doesn't want to be too aggressive. He doesn't know where Dexter is currently, but he does have 2 wards, one towards the top side of the river, one towards the bottom to spot him coming in.
And that's the problem. I think that the harassment of just from the auto attacks that you have with Orianna that's very strong means that you're quite close to that Fizz, and that's not something that you specifically want to be doing. They have hit that level 6 now, so we'll see what we get from that one. We're constantly getting in close to him there, and leaves them with that wave going down. Probably going to be about even if Forellenlord doesn't really miss any of that stuff here underneath the turret, which you wouldn't be expecting. Nukeduck actually starting to back away, and that's because the blue buffs are spawning again.
Yeah, should be able to pick that one up, and I mean, to me, I don't know about you, Joe, but I'm looking at this game, I'm just like, there's something gonna happen. Like, it's gonna be jungle interaction or it's gonna be a straight up fight.
I'd imagine so.
Well, Obviously, but you know what I mean? Like, the game's going to get really explosive really quickly, at least with the way I'm looking at it right now, and I'm still waiting for that moment to happen, and I think it really is going to revolve around these middle laners.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, Lee Sin going to be quick in there, Hecarim going to be quick in there, and then you've got, you know, the Shockwave and the Chum the Waters to come out of Fizz as well, and that's just a lot of stuff that can happen really, really quickly. So looking forward to that one. Dexter actually is heading down in towards this bottom lane. There's a ward there though, so even if Zoro pushes it up enough, White Knight and J-Ree are going to spot that one coming a mile away.
Really interesting to see the lane swap happen. I mean, Alternate was winning out in this entirety of the lane swap. Obviously, Kerp was a little bit behind bottom lane, but it wasn't too bad in the end, and now he's going to be a caster top lane against a Fiddlesticks who can silence him, who can fear him. And right now, Jerry's looking for the pull on Zoro, and you can tell the pressure's on. He misses the point-blank hook, but that was a great dodge by Zoro.
And Zoro actually going aggressive on towards this one. He's not scared whatsoever right now with that health crystal. There's no teammate there to actually back him up at this point either, so he's just been purely aggressive with this rise.
He's continuing harassing White Knight down quite a bit. I mean, luckily for him, he does have that build-to-order Cutlass, so he does have that life still to stay in lane. And I think Zoro just realized, yep, there's no way I'm going to be able to burst him down. He does dodge the pull again. Great job by him, and he turns around the fight. Here comes Dexter.
Yeah, Dexter coming in for this one. There is a true shot barrage coming across, but the obvious target here is J-Ree. But here comes Kerp down the bottom. Zoro going to pay for it with his life. And Alternate, they bided their time while that all happened there, while Zoro was being aggressive, while Dexter came in. And then Kerp just making his presence known at that bottom lane, getting them the kill, and not only that, securing them a dragon.
Looks like, yeah, looks like they should be able to pick this one up. Dexter, it's going to be very ballsy to get in there and trying to steal it away, but obviously has potential with that ward right there. Looks like he's just going to commit to farming away, and Alternate taking a very strong lead about 10 minutes into the game, but Lemondogs are trying to react. They're trying to make something happen out of this by trying to take that top turret.
Yeah, trying to get rid of that outer turret. That'll be the first one of the game if they can manage to finish that one off, which they will do. Another wave of minions coming right in there at this very moment. And that will bring them a little bit back when it comes to that gold deficit that they are currently sat on, as Mithy actually going to face check in towards Kerp. Puts the pink ward down just as Kerp puts his ward in there as well. Going to be able to steal that one away. Dexter here chasing onto Pharrell. He's actually 2 levels behind him, and that's a lot of damage that can come out from Pharrell.
Oh, look at Mithy. Look where he currently is. Actually, I was waiting for him to actually ulti in because he is level 6. He does have the ult and exhaust.
He's cancelled his recall.
Oh, he actually might go for it. He is.
He is. He's going to come in from the back here. Pharrell instant flash away. And it was good positioning, but the fact that he cleared that pink ward out, I think Pharrell already had a feeling that that might happen.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. It was a good try on Mithy, and he played Fiddlesticks back. I believe it was in the first week he was here. And unfortunately, it's not working out too well for him right now, but it is just the beginning of the game, and Fiddlesticks, he really only gets stronger. Like, his utility only gets better as the game goes on.
So back towards the buffs. RNA going to get his red. Dexter is doing his red at the same time as well. Going to be recalling from that one. So 10 minutes in, let's take a look at where we are in the game. 1,400 gold is the lead that Alternate have. They're behind by that one turret. They took the first dragon, and they have those 2 kills. One on Kerp, one on Pharrell Lord.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the perfect champions you want to give it over to. We talk about kill distribution. Obviously, it's a little bit early to be talking about it, but the fact that RNA was able to get the kill over to Kerp, and he was able to get that early little bit of a lead, considering he was already down in CS against Zoro, which he'll be up against right now. And that does get him off to a great start, because Kerp, it's going to be up to him to be the initiate.
That one didn't.
No, sorry, I wanted to correct myself right there, because it's not him that's necessarily going to be the initiate, but he's going to be the follow-up to it.
I was kind of wondering why Mithy just did that there. He put a ward down from the Tribush side, got cleared out by the pink straight away, and then he comes around the other corner and puts another one in there, which obviously then was cleared out directly straight off. So obviously just wanted to make sure that Araneo wasn't maybe hiding inside that bush, didn't want a horse coming charging out at you. And look at those AD carries again. We said White Knight had that advantage when they were 2v2 in the top lane. Now they 2v2 in the bottom lane, and he still holds it as well. It's 15 CS that he has.
And also, they should be able to get this damage, this turret relatively low from their damage. And right now, let's take a look at Nukeduck's items, because he's currently winning his lane in terms of CS. He picked up a Sheen, picked up a Blasty Wand, and picked up Boots with the ward on top of that. He just bought up quite a few items here, and Alternate, it looks like they want to lock him down. And the thing is, with a Lissandra, if you can ulti Nukeduck, he's not going to be able to move away from you, so he won't be able to play for Trickster out of anything, and you can just blow him up. So Nukeduck, you have to play amazing here if you want to survive.
Well, the rest of Lemon Dogs need to probably wake up to this one because Alternate have got a 3-man push on the mid lane. Claw comes out and saw Nuduk walking back, said, I don't want to get caught in that one. Didn't come out in the end though, but that is a turret back for Alternate, and it is the middle lane as well.
And you can't really afford to give up turrets like that. I mean, that was just a straight Alternate out-positioning and out-maneuvering Lemon Dogs, and it's a little unfortunate, but Alternate, I mean, they're a great team. We know they are. They've been in a little bit of a slump, and they're just showing right there that they still got it.
Yeah, for sure. And they kind of showed two faces throughout this weekend as well. That win yesterday was certainly a big one for them as Nukeduk actually going in on towards Forellenlord Lord. And of course, yesterday we also saw all 4 Spanish players winning their games. On the first game, all 4 of them lost. Sadly enough, can't happen here today because, well, it's Mithy versus Aranea in this final game of the day. So someone's going to be unlucky on home soil.
Say that now until we have the first draw ever in Legends. And they're like, to prove you wrong, but that's not going to happen. So you're definitely right. And we're going to see which Spaniard, I guess, is a little bit better here. Obviously, they play different roles, but Lemon Dogs responding to that middle turret going down. They grouped up. They're going to be pushing middle here. And honestly, this could be very bad for them. If Alternate gets off the perfect combo with this edge ulti coming in, they could be looking at a couple of deaths.
Yeah, Alternate came around for that one. They were able to defend a lot more successfully than Lemon Dogs could claim after losing their turret there. And that will slow things down here once again. So not quite that action-packed crazy games that we've been seeing throughout most of today, but Alternate, they're building slowly but surely that lead now to 1,400 the difference after getting that turret back.
Looks like Forellenlord's going to keep farming up here in middle. He's built up to that Themes on Holy Grail, so with that little bit of magic resist, he's definitely going to need that against Zoro and Nukeduk combined. And a little bit surprised, not a lot of action coming in from the AD carry supports here from both teams, but Mithy, he's sitting on top of a pink ward of his own. He has that vision cleared out. He has his ultimate available. He could go in here, but I'm not sure if they feel confident enough with Tabs to pick up that kill on the White Knight.
No, I don't think so either, and that's a bit of a danger as well. I mean, the fact is that White Knight is slippery anyway. He's a very slippery character to be getting away from, so we'll have to see.
You know what's very slippery? Is because he's a fish.
Actually, he's a fisherman.
I'm trying to get you to use your puns, Joe, but you're holding them in.
They're for the perfect time, and this wasn't it just yet, Jason. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get that out later. So yeah, backing off there, picking up wraiths as both Forellenlord and Nukeduk have shown in the past that they really like to do. Let's have a look at some of the items here while we've got some seemingly downtime. Themes Unholy Grail in there for Forellenlord. Workings of that Lich Bane already up for Nukeduk on Fizz.
If you notice Aranea as well, I mean, he's built up the 3 parts for his Aegis. And we've talked in the past about teams building a little bit too late, especially against these double AP compositions, and he's delaying his Spirit of the not Spectral Wraith, the other one, Spirit of the Elder Lizard, for this Runic Bulwark very early on, because he wants to make sure his team can survive the damage, considering they have to dive in against Lemon Dogs.
Well, Zoro Zero does have that Rod of Ages now. His tiers also stacking up at the same time, so he's nicely working his way up to that power point. As Mithy and Tabsy, they're actually going north. Zoro Zero would come down, so with that Dragon now live and up for the taking, we may see our first big fight.
Zoro Zero, or it's not Zoro Zero, sorry, Kerp, he does have his teleport available, so he could get involved in the middle of this fight. Lemon Dogs do initiate it here, but Alternate, they don't want to let this one go for free.
Yeah, Aranea just hanging around there on the top side. The piercing arrow comes through and Lemon Dogs pull out the dragon one more time. Dexter starting that one off. Both of them got the smites available as we are going to see Mithy coming from the side. There is Fizz getting involved as well as Tabs gets one. Aranea going to go down. Finally, Kerp gets involved. The ulti is Zoro Zero. Well, he's going to be exhausted. He has to flash away. They go to J-Ree. He's a dead man. Tabs picks that one up for a double kill. And now they back off towards Dragon. Oh, Dexter goes down. He got picked off there. Not quite expecting that one. That's only a 3-for-1, but Lemon Dogs fairly low. They want to get away from Kerp.
He wants to go in there right there, but he can't do that against a Fiddlestick, so they picked up 3 kills. They only lost 1. Fortunately, they didn't get that Dragon, but in the end, they'll take that trade considering they were so far behind, and now they're catch up in gold here, but let's be a little bit careful. They have to get back to that Dragon before Alternate does if they want to be able to take it.
Yeah, surprise party Fiddlestick, certainly a surprise Alternate there, I think, coming off from the side. And when that happens to you, it's kind of a lot of flashing lights and panic for a second or so while you figure out exactly what just happened to you. And that allowed Nukeduk to really get in there on top of them. Some good solid kills being picked up. Don't think Dexter maybe needed to die in the way that he did there at the end, going to the back of that Dragon Pit in range for the men that Alternate still had alive, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. 3-3 now in kills. Alternate, though, still holding a 1,700 gold lead.
And we might see another fight break out around this dragon because both teams are back here. We don't have ultimates available for everyone just yet. Frontload obviously has his available. Nukeduck has his as well. And it's going to come down to like what team feels more confident here. Mythy doesn't have his ultimate, which was so crucial in that last fight. And they're just going to dance around this.
That silence as well, we should probably mention that one. We talked about the fear already and the ultimate from Mythy coming in, but that group silence can be a real pain for Alternate once things start to kick off here, but there's definitely a lot of pressures. We are going to see Aranea, he goes charging out towards Nukeduck, actually going to get knocked up in the air, and they turn around and Lemondog say, go on, you chase the Fizz and we'll try and pick up the Dragon. Not quite got the damage to finish that off quick enough there though.
The thing is, they need Fizz, they need that threat, they need that fish to come in and really kind of save them here, and also now they're going for it here. Mythy does get clawed. And the thing is, they're going to end up resetting it as well. Curve's not in a great position, and they're going to go in.
Yeah, Mythy going very low from this one. He is dead. It's White Knight that picks up that one as well. Zoro using his ulti on himself. Chain of Corruption comes away, but Zoro could actually be in a lot of trouble right now. He's got Curve right there in front of him. Fizz did manage to get one onto Aranea in the end, and they're still coming around. They've got a strange position going on right now as Lemondog's on the blue side of the map, Alternate on the red side, and they try and finally now go up towards that Fizz position. Tabs has still got full HP though.
Yeah, and it looks like Nukeduck, he's just waiting for his ultimate to come off cooldown, but Alternate, they're gonna back away quick enough. And yeah, you're very right. That was a 1-for-2, and that was the most awkward fight I've seen in a long time. But people just spreading out on both sides, fighting on all fronts. And in the end, Lemondog's trying to sneak away Dragon, but they're standing on top of wards and also keep them off of it. This Dragon is really baiting in a lot of fights.
Yep. He's certainly creating a lot of commotion on this bottom lane, rightly so, because this game is so close right now that a Dragon is really either going to give Alternate a big spike or bring Lemondogs right back into it on that front. Jerry here just waiting over the side, and he's going to try and have a go at this. Aranea, he's got his ultimate available, and he's going to go in there. Is he going to be able to steal? No, not quite. Took the lantern out of there. Didn't lose his life at least, but wasn't able to pick it up. Good, solid pickup though for the Lemondogs.
Yeah, very good try by Aranea too. I mean, I was like, how's he going to get in? This is his ultimate. I completely forgot about that Thresh lantern, but Dexter being able to outsmite him right there, was able to save. Aranea didn't even use his smite in the end right there, so he didn't actually get to knock it down, but so great job by Dexter to secure it, because we've seen in past games how important it is to go for the objective and make sure you can take the objective. We've seen too many games where teams can steal it with a piercing arrow, steal it with a howling gale out of Janna in some games in North America, and it's a great job by him to really lock that down.
So back into a more passive farming game we're going by the looks of things. Kerp, compared to Zoro's Rise, currently has a solid CS lead on him. Got a kill advantage as well as with those 4 assists, not died up until now. Currently got the Chalice, the Blasting Wand, and that Negatron Cloak. Looking like he's going to go up to Abyssal Scepter first.
And keep in mind, he was actually behind in CS compared to Zoro, but now he's been able to take a giant lead because he's been non-stop farming. And Kerp, you know, he really excels at that. He's done it on champions like Shen, he does it on Lissandra, and as long as he can keep farming away, which in the past, we've seen so many games where teams forget about Zoro when he's playing Rise, they take like his turret, they leave him alone, he ends up farming up so much that he becomes this dominating force late game, but right now, they're eliminating that possibility, and they're doing a great job of it.
So let's compare the mid lanes. You saw the pings coming down there. I think that was Nukeduck saying to Mythy, get ready, you're going to dive over this wall if they come anywhere near this turret. I'm just waiting inside of that Tribush. No vision of it for Alternate, which kind of tells them that they may not push too far on this one. As Jerry is going to go too far. Here comes Mythy straight over the top. The fear comes in. Jerry's going to try and get away from this, but he will go down to Nukeduck. Rest of the team following in. There is Kerp knocked up in the air. That's going to slow him down, but the claw comes across. There's a shockwave as well, and Lemondogs are being ripped to shreds here on that Tribush area. Dexter falls as well, and that will be a 2-for-1. Good turnaround from Alternate. They might even get number 3. Kerp does chase down Mythy.
And that home guarded teleport out of Kerp completely caught me off guard, but caught Lemondogs off guard. Ridiculous. He was so fast, but unfortunately for him, he was caught by that Fizz ultimate tabs. In the meantime, he's trying to push, he's trying to apply pressure in this middle lane, trying to go for that inner turret, but Frontload's there to stop it. In the meantime, rest of Alternate, they're pushing the bottom inner turret.
Yep, pushing in for that one, and tell you what, Zoro's not escaping this one either. He might take one with him. Nope, not quite. We've done enough damage there with the Ignite as well for Aranea to go down, and that will be 3-2 in turrets, 9-5 in kills, and look at that gold lead, stretching out to 4,000 now.
Yeah, not as big as we've seen in the past with some other games, but that is a very strong lead considering how this game's been going back and forth between Alternate and Lemondogs, especially around that Dragon, which fortunately isn't available this time to lure in some fights. But Lemondogs, they still have a strong fighting chance. Look where their kills are currently. They've got 2 over to Nuke Duck, so he has that extra damage. He has the Lich Bane with that. You look over at Tabs, he does have 2 kills himself. He actually hasn't died just yet, has that Bloodthirster Last Whisper combo, so they have a great separation of kills. But over on Alternate side, they've got 5 on 2 White Knight, which can be a good or bad thing. But then again, luckily for the whole team, they have 2 kills over to Frontlord. They have 2 kills over to Kerp, so they've been able to distribute it quite well, and they're going to have a lot of damage to deal.
Yep, already got that Glacial Shroud, Mura Mana, or Man Immune as it actually is right now. Not stacked up, of course, and that Blade of the Ruin King. So headed straight up in towards Blue Ezreal territory, and now it looks like they want to take down another turret here on the top lane.
Yeah, the thing is, like, whenever they know Mithy's ultimate is not available, they should force fights, because Mithy, I mean, obviously, he's not building AP, but he still does a lot of damage. Fiddlestick's just base numbers are very good on that ultimate, and they just want to make sure that they can fight, or they should fight whenever it isn't available. Alternate right now, they're actually heading towards middle, and Arne, was trying to go for Nuke Duck. They actually might push middle here.
Frellenlord there just getting a little bit cheeky on towards Tabs, but he's got Fizz coming down towards that bottom area. I think he actually went over a pink ward from that, so they know exactly where Nuke Duck is right now, and they may even try to go for something in this mid lane. They need to be careful though. Kerp actually getting isolated from the rest of the team. Can he get away? Rune Prison comes in, uses his ultimate on himself, and they're going to try and get away. He flashes. He survived it.
What? And now Nuke Duck's in trouble.
Yeah, he's in all kinds of trouble. Frellenlord will finish that one off. The box from Jerry really helping. That's now a 5 versus 4. They may be able to get this turret.
They should be able to, definitely. We have Mithy. His ultimate is available, but it'd be a very risky move for him to go in there. He's very close to hitting that level 11, having that rank 2 ultimate, but without Nuke Duck for follow-up, without Zora Zero to really help out, it's going to be very hard for them to pull something around. And you see, Mithy, he invested into an Oracle relatively early on because he knows if he doesn't have control of vision, he's not going to be useful in these fights.
So Alternate have Kerp now pushing that top lane out as well. He's got good wave with him. There's no one in the immediate vicinity. This is going to be that 4th turret picked up for Alternate. And he's just going to escape with that one. Let the minions do his dirty work to finish that one off. But his minion lead is also just getting bigger in there. That Abyssal Scepter now finished off. See what he picks up. Needlessly large rod on his trip home.
And you saw how much Lemondogs committed to killing Kerp alone right there, and they still weren't able to close that one out. He ate the ultimate out of Lee Sin. He ate lockdown out of Zora Zero. He ate a lot of damage just overall. Even the fear and silence out of Mithy. And he still was able to escape. Arne trying to come from the side, deny that blue, but isn't able to. And with the Abyssal, with that Chalice, with the Nuclear Druid coming in for Kerp, I mean, he did quite a bit of damage even before he escaped.
You can see there, though, that Nuke Duck on top of that Lich Bane now has his Zhonya's finished off. So we'll see what he manages to do with this one. Ooh, Jerry getting a bit out of position from that one. Still wants to try and get the hook as they go in. Tab's getting completely caught out of position. Gets feared back in, throws down the Chain of Corruption, but he is going to die from this one. Or is he? They're not following up onto him here. There they go. Kerp coming around the back. Dexter being shredded down. That's 2 kills. Can they get any more? They turn around towards Zora Zero. Mithy trying to get away. Fizz is on the tri-bush, but Alternate don't want it. They want Dragon.
And they're just taking this game step at a time. Kerp did go down, but they don't care. They got those 2 kills. They're going to go for Dragon off this, it looks like, as they're setting up with that Oracle with these wards, and they're just slowly increasing their gold lead over time. And Lemondogs, they need to make some sort of great play happen if they want to have hopes of really trying to force this into a longer game.
Hook almost catching Fisherman Fizz. Be quite an ironic death for him, that, wouldn't it? His Alternate back away. Kerp obviously dying from that last one. We'll see what he brings in next time around. Obviously did pick up that needlessly large rod last time in, and well, that's just the beauty of the Lissandra and the fact that you can cast that ultimate on yourself, because he kind of negated the need for a Zhonya's in that scenario. Even though he was completely isolated, he could lock people down, could do the damage while the rest of his team catch up, and he's not dying.
Yeah, the amount of time you have there is just ridiculous. I mean, if you do get the Zhonya's on top of that, it's like 2.5 seconds or a little bit longer than that, and he's still building up very tanky. He still has a lot of damage, and Fromler even, I'm surprised he invested into his Zhonya's this early on, but obviously he wants to be able to escape that fish coming out of Fizz. He doesn't want to get locked down by that, because if it happens, he's going to get knocked up, he's going to get feared, he's going to get silenced, he's going to get Rune Prison by Zora Zero, so he wants to be able to have that escape mechanism.
So we're just seeing Runic Bulwark now being collected up by Aranea on Hecarim. And that Zhonya's is there for Orianna as well. Got that Haunting Geyser and also got an Elixir here.
Yeah, so it looks like they might want to force something really soon. They do have that Oracle still. They don't really think they have the team to take down Baron quickly, but they might want to force a fight. And, you know, with the cooldown reduction you get from that, with the extra ability power you get, he'll have that max CDR, and he will be really hard to deal with. He'll have quite a bit of damage. I'm just waiting to see exactly where he's going to go, because they're setting up towards this top side. They want to take another inner turret, but Lemondogs, they're walking through their own jungle without any vision.
Yeah, dangerous play. Certainly this top side has gotten on right now as Dexter kind of edging in. There's the hook thrown out by J-Ree, trying to get Zoro Zero. Didn't quite reach him though. He was out of range from that one, but here come Alternate in towards that turret. Actually, Fizz is down on the bottom lane. Kerp has just gone back, and he has teleport available.
Yeah, they could go for this dive very easily.
And he's got Zhonya's now.
Yeah, that'll make it even worse, because now RNA, he's going for the fight here, or at least just to scare them away. They have the damage to take this turret down, and we do have Kerp teleporting in with those home guards, and Lemondogs, this can be very hard for you to really defend, because you still have Nuke Duck bottom lane.
Yeah, Nuke Duck is going to be pushing with that Lich Bane, but honestly, inner for an outer turret, that's not the trade that they're going to want. Question is whether Nuke Duck can actually push that one further. Alternate getting that one. They're going to keep going here.
And looks like Nuke Duck will back away first. The chicken ended up working over in Alternate's favor, and they should be able to get some good damage onto the turret before they go. And J-Ree, with that Oracle, is able to take control of Vision on their side and denied away from Lemondogs, but the same thing on Mithy's side for this. And we could see, honestly, Lemondogs, they can win this fight. All they need is just to lock down one member of Ultimate, maybe dodge the ultimate coming out of Pharrell Nord, and you will have a 5-on-4 fight that you can win.
Well, let's see. Very tense moment in the game, especially for Lemondogs here. They know that a good fight could end up bringing him close. So this one is Mithy going to get in there. Kerp using his ultimate on himself there, which really didn't offer what it should have into that Fizz. Going to use his Zhonya's Hourglass as well. There's a shockwave at the back. Gets 3 of them. Nuke Duck going to die, but look at Alternate being ripped to pieces. Only Kerp survives that one. It's a triple kill coming out for Fizz.
That Earth getting revenge right there. I think it was a triple just from that alone, and that is the damage that Nuke Duck currently has, and all because he's been able to farm this entire game without being stopped at all by RNA, and with his items like a Zhonya's, a Lich Bane, a Void Staff, he just tore through them. And just like we were saying, Lemondogs, just because they're at their inhibitor turret right now, they can easily win these fights as long as they pull it off perfectly, and they just did.
Well, that's the thing, you know, Mithy, when they've got no vision of him, it's easy for him to charge up his ultimate there and just jump straight over the wall. That really got things started. Kerp using the ulti on himself while he's got Zhonya's, not really helping.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate, because if he locked down Nuke Duck, like that's been the whole goal of them the entire time, is that if you hit Nuke Duck, if you pretty much make that Playful Trickster go on cooldown, they're going to burst him down right away, and with his damage gone, you won't see plays like that happen again.
So what comes up next? Baron obviously not really even come into the question at all yet in this game, 30 minutes in. And as I say that, Lemondogs are preparing stuff. They've got that Oracle to clear things out. There's a True Shot Barrage actually going over towards Blue Buff. Nuke Duck gets hit with that one. Rest of the team are coming around here. Nuke Duck needs to be very, very careful. They're going to go into him on this one, but can they lock him out? Nope, not quite. Pharrell Nord just used his Shockwave in the mid lane, which he didn't mean to do.
I'm gonna look at that just to make sure.
I think he planned it in some way, shape, or form. He actually didn't have the range on it. I think he thought he was going to get more from it from now on. So, you know, that Shockwave going to be down for a little while. Not the biggest cooldown in the world, though, so we can forgive him for that one.
It definitely isn't, but that is a key for Lemondogs. Like, maybe we can force something right now, because that's like a part of their whole combo, the whole ball delivery system with that Hecarim, and looks like they're not going to really go for anything just yet, but at least gives them some free time to farm up, get some major items completed, and really kind of make sure to get what they need. Because Zoro, I mean, he's against double AP. They have the Runic Bulwark coming on Dexter. He has a Spirit Visage, so he's going to be extremely tanky against this alternate lineup. And you do see White Knight, though, he has that Iceborne Gauntlet, so he has the ability to kite really easily against Nuke Duck.
Yeah, certainly does. And alternate now fighting for control of this middle area. Mithy just off to the side there with his Fiddlesticks, maybe hoping to catch someone in range to fear them and let the rest of his team actually jump in on top of it. We've got a 5,000 gold lead right now for Alternate, which is not a massive amount. As we saw in that last fight, Lemondogs, if things go well for them, they can win these 5v5s.
Yeah, definitely. And with 15 seconds left on Dragon, that might be the next point of a major team fight breaking out, where if you get Alternate stuck in that pit, you get that ultimate coming out of Fizz to lock them down, you're going to knock them all up. You're going to do a ridiculous amount of damage like we just saw in that previous fight. But Alternate, it looks like they don't necessarily want to go for that. They want to make sure they get they might want to make sure they don't have a mistake like that happen against top lane. They want to make sure they can win these fights flat out because they need this victory.
Oh, Hawk runs through there from J-Re. Max range in towards that bush, even collecting the souls there as well that dropped from the Wraiths earlier on with his lantern. And they now finally do back off and decide, you know what, let's go Dragon. The problem that they have is Lemondogs are going to try and maybe call their bluff here and push middle out.
They're kind of hesitant right now. Looks like they actually will come down towards Dragon, but the thing is, also, they're spread out, out, everywhere.
Yeah, agree with you on that one, Jason. They were spread up and out, but they didn't. They decided not to push down that middle lane here. Alternate picking up the third dragon. They're not going to be punished for that one with positional play out of Lemondogs. Blue buff is going to be picked up here as well for Ellenlord. So let's have a look at some of the other items that have come in here recently. We got the Spirit Visage now done for Rise. On the other side, that Athene's Unholy Grail is going to be started or finished up soon here for Ellenlord. No, for Curb, only Sandra. And as I say that, is going to get finished off. So, extra bit of power on that front. And we'll see if they do decide to battle around this Baron area. And that's the thing right now. These teams sitting into the kind of lull time in the game, which is not particularly entertaining to watch, but at the end of the day, these guys are all super, super close. And one mistake, as we saw earlier on, one great move or one mistake can throw you off your game. And with how close it is, who knows what that's going to cost you actually come the end of these 9 weeks.
Yeah, it's really all about strategy right now. It's also trying to set up an advantageous fight. It's the same thing for Lemondogs, where they're trying to control, really their own jungle. And during this little bit of a lull we're having, I was thinking back to, actually, I'll say that thought for a little bit later, as it looks like Newduck, he potentially wants to go in for engage on the backside here, and if he can catch maybe Kurt, maybe Fromlord, and maybe in White Knight, they can make a play, and he's going to go in here.
Yeah, Dexter going in on towards Kurt. Here comes Fizz from the back, and Mithy's charging up his ultimate. They're going to go in for this one. Jerry actually is going to pull Newduck into that one. He's down to half HP, and not too much damage coming across, but there is Earth coming out. Aranea down to half health, but, well, and not a lot happened, but they're still going for it. Finally, they do dive in, and there is the damage they were looking for. Shockwave comes down, and it's right now going to be a 1-for-1 scenario. A shutdown comes finally in on towards Fizz. Kurt flashes away. Zoro picks that one up. They're still going to keep going. Aranea dies to Tabs. White Knight getting locked up. Can he get away from this one? He's feared. Double kill coming out for Tabs, and that's 4 men down for Alternate.
And just like you were saying, I mean, any team can really win this fight, and if you do lose that fight, you're going to lose a lot more than that. Looks like Lemondogs are actually going to go for Baron off the back of this, but that fight was ridiculous. You saw Newduck, he was weaving in and out. He wanted to go for the fight, and when he knew Fromlord's Zhonya's was down, he decided to go in, but right when he did, right when he landed off of his playful Trickster, Jeremy got an amazing pull on him to just stop him from doing any more damage, and that fight, I mean, it should have been a complete ace for Lemondogs if that hook didn't land out of Jerry, but still, they're going to lose Baron. They lost a lot of gold, a lot of people, which translates to a lot of gold for Lemondogs, and they're going to come back even stronger.
Yeah, they're still behind in gold overall now, though. Well, look at that. 3,000 for Varus to go home and spend. Add into the Bloodthirster last whisper that he's already got here with the Infinity Edge finished off. And White Knight, Tabs 5-1-7, White Knight on the other side 5-2-7. The CS is within 10 of each other. That's such a close matchup right now. We see Quicksilver Sash being picked up by White Knight.
Yeah, this game really can't get any closer at this point. That's some hefty goal for Newduck. He just picked up, clearing out the entire two or three waves grouped up. And right now, I mean, they have Baron. What are they going to do off of it, though? It's all up to that, because we've seen teams earlier on today, even throughout the weekend, they can take Baron, but they don't make big plays happen off of it. And Lemondogs, they need to make sure all their cooldowns are up. They need to make sure they fight in a position where they know they can win it, as you just saw. Looking for that blue one?
Cup.
Okay. Oh, there we go. So he's at the blue, he's got the extra cooldown reduction. He's going to have that max CDR, but I mean, this fight, it was an open area where Lemondogs, I mean, well, both teams in the end want to fight in an enclosed area, but for Lemondogs, going for the engage from the backside with Fizz, you want them grouped up. You want that ultimate to hit multiple people, and yet he only hit one, and that was the tank, and yet they still came out very far ahead.
Look at this, going in now on towards that inner turret. Decent clear coming out. It's a true shot barrage, though, that was used to really achieve that one. The inner turrets are up across the entire map right now for Alternate. So Lemondogs still got quite a lot of work to do to actually get to the position that Alternate are in.
Yeah, they really do. And right now, Jerry, he doesn't have an, actually does have an Oracle on him. So pretty much even if they do have to fall back to their base and Lemon Dogs try to go for a push on the inhibitor turret, they're going to run into the problem of the vision, where Mithy, he wants to have that vision denial to get in there and use that ultimate, wants to be able to see where they are to land the nice Fierce Silence, which he did previously against Lord, but he won't have that ability to. So Lemon Dogs, looks like they might just back away, might just try to split push a little bit.
So, bit of a, a timing Baron there coming in, the fact that they just won a big fight. Obviously, you take Baron straight after that. They're probably not quite feeling confident enough to be doing too much with that one, though. At this stage, we have seen another couple of items coming into this one. Rabadon's Death Cap finished off by Lord. Spirit Visage for Aranea coming out as well. And obviously just before that, the Infinity Edge for Tabz's Varus.
Yeah, so a lot of items being accrued right now. A lot of damage is built up for both these teams, where they have the potential to burst someone down very quickly. But the thing is, also, 2 people with Zhonya's. You have Kerp, who has the ultimate as well on top of that. You have Zhonya's on a Nuke Duck, so you cannot really burst down these targets. And with that QSS on White Knight, he might be able to survive the burst that Nuke Duck can put out, but I'm not 100% sure yet.
I think it's going to be very close. We saw it in that last fight at the top where they didn't quite manage an ace there either, but they got destroyed by Nuke Duck after he came out from that. Zhonya's, he's going to get this blue buff here as well. And in the meantime, Alternate have been just trying to keep this middle wave especially as pushed as hard as they possibly can. The top wave has pushed all the way back to almost mid-map, as has the bottom as well. So that's good news for Alternate. That means that they've got a little bit more time, and for now it's about wasting that Baron buff as much as they can that Lemon Dogs have.
Yeah, exactly. It's what have Lemon Dogs accomplished with that Baron buff. And I mean, you can look at it 2 ways. One, they haven't accomplished anything. But the other side of that is they took it away from Alternate. They prevented Alternate from having the ability to take it. And from that, they got a lot of extra gold. They got a buff that can make it so they could team fight if they need to. And it helps keep them in the game, helps give them a little bit of an edge.
So we're close to 40 minutes into this game now. 5-3 in turret, still in favor of Alternate. We've just seen their Dragon done as well by Lemon Dogs, which will bring that close. But honestly, we're getting to that point in the game where item slots are starting to all be filled up.
Yeah, and we're only 39 minutes in. Usually it takes a little bit longer than this before people get those 6 item builds, but we have a decent amount of kills throughout the game. You have a lot of farm throughout the game, and look at Nuke Duck right now. He finished off the Death Cap. That's just so much damage that he could even burst down RNA, I think, with a full combo, because he doesn't have that much magic resist built up. And it's coming to that point where if you're out of position by a hair, the other team will take advantage of that, and your respawn time will be so long that they can take a lot of objectives on you. They can really knock you out of the game right then.
So, wards down as well on that top side, which is a job that they've done well here, Lemon Dogs. Bottom side is as well, but I saw Alternate just trying to gain a little bit of that vision back from that side. Well, we've come into that point in the game where really neither team dares push too hard.
And it looks like Alternate are the ones to try to go for a fight here. They know where Nuke Duck is, and they wanted to potentially make a play right there, but Nuke Duck, he's done phenomenally well in terms of just positioning. He's gotten behind the entire lineup of Alternate and really forced pincer fight quite a few times, and that's all due to Mithy with his Oracle, but he goes in with his ultimate.
And Fizz is going to be coming from this backside. Nuke Duck is going to get spotted though. Alternate were ready for it this time around. He's going to put his ulti onto Lord, who Zhonya's the entire damage. True Shot Barrage comes across. Nuke Duck actually, is he going to come back in? Jerry's going to die. Aranea dives in. Here comes Nuke Duck from the side. Shockwave comes down from Lord. There's the Zhonya's from Kerp. White Knight still on full health. Lord blown up there by Nuke Duck. He uses his Zhonya's. That's right now a 3-0 here for Lemon Dogs, and they're going to keep going for more. Aranea trying to get away, but you don't get away from Fisherman Fizz. Nuke Duck picks up the double kill, and they can push down and maybe even have that inhibitor away here.
That was just a ridiculous fight because of Nuke Duck alone. He single-handedly won that fight for one reason and one reason only. He just sat in the back. He made 4 members of Alternate focus on him the entire time, and then one member of Alternate would just move up to the front, and the rest of Lemon Dogs would just close in on him. He landed his ultimate on Lord, but he's like, all right, that's fine. You popped your Zhonya's, now you're susceptible to being blown up right away. And they went through with that, coming out with those 4 kills, coming out with an inhibitor. They're looking solid to lock down this game.
The funny thing is from this as well, they knew what Nuke Duck was going to do. The entire time they waited for Nuke Duck to come around the back. They tried to get him out of the fight, but he can make up so much ground there that he's able to get in. Yes, Lord mitigated that entire damage from his ultimate, but you saw that he doesn't even need it to kill Pharrell Lord in the grand scheme of things. He just chased him down, finished that one off, and now finally Lemon Dogs have the gold lead.
And the thing is, I was trying to touch on a point right before that fight broke out, was the fact that Mithy, with his oracles he's been investing in, he cleared all that vision, as you're currently seeing. Like, there was no vision for Ultimate to see Nukeduck coming in from the back, so they didn't get to prepare for the fight until they actually saw him, which they weren't in a position they wanted to fight in. And because of that, I mean, they have a strong chance in this game. Baron's gonna be up in about 5 seconds, but Lemon Dogs, they're already heading over here, and this might be a desperation Baron out of Alternate.
Oh, Ward put down. They know that Alternate are there now, and can't see Alternate really being able to pick this one up or really daring to start off that Baron here too much.
Yeah, there's no way, not with a Fizz who has this much damage. He's sitting at 673 AP right now, and when Baron gives you an magic amplification debuff on you, he will blow you up even easier when he's already doing it quite easily. So now, Lemon Dogs, it's pretty much their game to lose in terms of they can bait out Baron for a long time. They have that middle inhibitor down. Someone on Alternate has to defend against those Nexus turrets. And Lemon Dogs, I mean, with how this game started, I never would have thought that they would have gotten back in this game like that.
Now, doing so well with this one, and Kerp has to be careful. He's got his ultimate, he's got his Zhonya's, but he can't afford to really be using those right now as the claw comes out and he says, no, not a chance. I am not getting involved with that one. You're going to have to come chasing me if you want it. The thing is, he can't leave him alone here.
Yeah, exactly, because he can split push really quickly with that Lich Bane, and right now Arne is trying to make a play happen on this top side, but he's all by himself, and no one can 1v1 Nukeduck anymore. So they have to give up these turrets, and they have to send more than one person at him, but once you do that, that moment that happens, Lemon Dogs will take that Baron buff on you, they will take another turret on you, and they will punish you.
Nukeduck going to be stealing away the red buff here. He's taking it around the corner to a bit more safety. Alternate just push out a little bit just to check what's going on outside of that Baron pit. Nukeduck here is keeping that up, just staying inside of the jungle, holding his position to cause the surprises which have really been in those last two big fights, his real saving grace, and one of the reasons why Lemon Dogs have come out so strong. But look at this, they're grouping up, they're going bomb.
Yeah, they're trying to go for Kerp here. He's smart, he's backing away, so they won't be able to get him, but still, they should be able to get that turret quite easily. And look what Lemon Dogs are doing. I mean, they got the last Baron. They feel pretty confident right now, but they're not going to push their luck. They're not going to try to go for a second one. They don't want to give Alternate that opportunity to steal it away from them, because with that fear, with the Aura on a combo, Dexter won't be able to actually physically smite.
Turret dead in pretty much 2 seconds there as well. And that stopped Alternate from going in for that one. Look at Nukeduck. He is preparing for an assault. Kerp, though, not going to fall for it, though. Not going to go back. Of course, Super Minions were coming down that middle lane. We're at 45 minutes almost of this matchup. And still, it's hard to call. Although those last team fights have looked good for Lemon Dogs, all it takes is bad positioning for Alternate to catch out that Fizz before he can put down all of his damage.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at how this game was going before, where Lemon Dogs, they were on the back foot for the entire time, but one little misstep by Alternate caused them to get back in the game. And with still how strong Alternate is with their whole combo, with how much damage they have, the same thing can happen for them very easily. So we're seeing Nukeduck pick up the dragon because he can. And Alternate, I mean, they're trying to get vision, trying to get control over this Baron pit. Oh, Mithy.
Mithy actually does get the fear down there. Is Nukeduck going to go in for this one? See Pharrell Lord using his Quicksilver Sashes. RNA starts to run around as well. They can't quite get in. Mithy's going to go for this one. Nukeduck coming in from the side. Where's the ultimate coming down? Mithy goes low. Dexter is in. Chain of Corruption goes down. It's a little bit messy as a Shockwave is going to pull tabs out from this. Nukeduck has not done anything just yet, but now he finally gets involved. There's the kill. Kerp tries to get away, but he's nuked by Zoro, and now the chase begins as Nukeduck tries to get in there. Besides, in the end, can't quite chase him down. Let's turn and burn for Baron.
And you saw the amazing ultimate came out of Nukeduck. It wasn't the right target he wanted to hit. I mean, it went on to Kerp, but the fact was, even when Kerp Zhonya's did, it still hit White Knight. It still dropped him low. It still made him play very defensive. And Lemon Dogs, it looks like looks like the rest of Ultimate are trying to go for a steal here. They have to be very careful.
Yeah, there goes Nukeduck, and he's going to come out, pulls off the Zhonyas, and then he's going to bring out the damage. Actually gets away from that one. White Knight, though, joining into it. He's going to have to barrier. They need to try and lock him down. He's doing good damage, but he's going to get finished off. There is the ace for Lemon Dogs, setting up the trap in Baron, and now they can take it.
And they have a giant lead. I mean, they're sitting up 4,000 gold. I say giant at 46 minutes in, but considering they've been down this entire game, that is a huge lead for them. They should be able to easily take this Baron. And honestly, with this gold that they have, I mean, you have right now Tap sitting on 2,000 gold. You have Sorozo sitting on 2,000 gold, 1,000 on Dexter. They can buy up, they can push. And one thing we didn't even touch on was the fact that for Elnor, he invested in a QSS because he realized, like, crap, I can't deal with Mythi's CC. I can't deal with the damage that Nukeduck puts out. I can't deal with being locked down by Chain of Corruption or a Rune Prison.
That was it. He actually he QSS out the fear when that was going on, that first bit of the fight. So that's what he used it for at first, and you could see Nukeduck almost itching to jump on top. He's like, can I throw my ulti yet? Can I do that? No, not just yet. So right now, 23-15, Lemondogs with the kill lead. And Aranea needs to be very careful here. It's a Banshee's Veil now on top of Nukeduck as well. That's going to protect him from, well, it depends, obviously, with the Banshee's Veil. It depends how they go about it. If they don't pop it before they go in, he could survive one of the big chunks, whether that be a shockwave here or just a simple Mystic shot from Ezreal. That depends. And he comes down towards this bottom inhib turret. Top still has an inner turret on it, though.
To me, though, I mean, with the gold that they have, with how late it is in the game, there's no point in really going for that just at all. I mean, considering you have that open inhibitor, which Lemondogs are still very hesitant to go for, because they know how strong Ultimate still is. They want this position. Jerry, it might come up to like a pull that you land that locks someone down, and oh, that actually might have been a decent engage because Mythi was staying right on top of that. The downside for Lemondogs, sorry, Joe, is that you can't ulti easily with Fiddlesticks. You have to bait them into your the back line of your team before you can fully use that, because you can't do it right in their plain view or they're going to interrupt you.
Or somewhere like that, clear out the wards and jumps, surprise, over the wall. That inhibitor still alive somehow, even though a lot of the team actually ended up losing that. You can see that Dexter has picked up double Negatron cloaks. Wants that power now, basically, or not really the power, but the defense right now. Gets hit once again, and that is the inhib back down. So the Super Minion's going to start rolling out once again. Can they take this bottom inhibitor turret as well? It was pushed up a little bit earlier on, and there is Mythi just waiting over the side.
I think this might be the fight coming up that determines how the game's going to go, because now Mythi, he has that position to finally use that ultimate correctly, well, the way he wants to. But also, they do have good poke with White Knight. I mean, with that blue, violet, whatever you want to call it build that he went, he can do a lot of AoE damage. He can do a lot of great escapes. But right now, I mean, you have Nukeduck. He's split off by himself. He's going to split push. He's going to keep this minion wave pushed in. And right now, no one else can deal with it.
Man, Dexter himself so very tanky. That runic bulwark in there. Got Zereth's Embrace. One of the Ancients now in there on Rise, as well as that Void Staff and his Rod of Ages from what feels like an hour ago by now. And it is almost 50 minutes into this game, and we saw after that last fight, over a minute spawn times. One fight is going to decide this one either way. I mean, Alternate themselves, they could push up this middle. A minute is a long time in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it really is. Depending on the outcome of the fight, if they have all 5 members available, they probably could just straight up win it. Even if they just have a couple, if they could take an inhibitor turret and inhibitor and even things out. But here we go. It looks like Mythi, he's set up. He wants to go for that ultimate over the wall. Nukeduck's in position to attack him from the side here, Joe, and this is going to be the fight coming up to end the game.
Mythi getting ready. He's got an elixir burning. Is he going to make the jump over the wall? Just waiting for that perfect moment to get in there. Lemondogs still very, very cautious about this. They've not really done much damage to that turret.
And the thing is, if they're going to fight, they need to do it now because their Baron buff is just ticking away, and we do have it going.
Here we go. They're going to go for it. Mythi getting right in there as we see Dexter go to the back as well. Where is Fizz? He's going to be coming down from the top side, but look at that. Lemondogs forced to run here as they lose Dexter. Aranea gets popped in the air. Mythi manages to pick up that kill. That leaves us at a 1-for-1. Are they going to feel confident enough? Mythi gets pulled in by the shockwave. White Knight going to go for him, but Zoro Zero still at full HP. There is the Zhonya's coming out, and now comes Fizz into the side. Nukeduck will have to Zhonya's. They get another one on towards Jerry. Can they keep going? Nukeduck slowed down by Ezreal as that inhibitor is now going to fall. White Knight and Kerp are the 2 men left standing here. Zoro Zero still healthy, puts another blast down onto White Knight, and they're backing off.
In the meantime, there's an inhibitor actually going down towards this top side. We see Kerp, he was going to teleport in to try to stop their backing, but they're not going to be able to get that inhibitor from those from that mini wave. But what a fight coming out of Lemondogs. Nukeduck sitting so healthy the entire time, and Dexter, he went into the backline, he went in super deep, but the thing was, it didn't matter. He just wanted to get back there to blow some cooldowns out of ulti, to blow those Zhonya's, to get rid of the QSS's, and it worked out flawlessly.
So they head back over back home once again.
Mythy just bought double oracles, so he bought one to use now and bought one to use later, assuming they're going to be outside their base that long.
And then sold it again. Why not? if you buy 2 oracles right now, he might just want to get rid of it at this point. Just thinking, I don't plan to die in this one again, and even if I do, the rest of my team are going to finish the game. Exactly. So let's sell it and get what we can on the wards there. Scimitar picked up as well here for Varus. That is now both AD carries at 6 items. Mid laners in a similar position. Top laners rises there. Not quite too far away is Kerp. And this is just going to be one big massive fight, and then it's going to be over. The question is when?
And the question is what team's going to win it?
Well, yeah.
We don't even know that answer. And right now, Zoro, there's an item he picked up that we didn't talk about too much, and I believe we're going to have a little bit of time while Lemondogs is pushing that top side, is that Will of the Ancients. So he benefits a couple of members of his team. My Mythy, he's going to get extra spell vent from that when he already has it from his W. You do see, oh, he's going to go in for the pull there, but not unfortunately going to hit it. And then also Nuktuk, who has so much burst, when he does do some damage, if he's down to half health, he's going to heal it up almost instantly. And you saw Zoro in that last fight. He was pretty much full health the entire time because of that spell vent. Lemondogs are taking this very slowly. They want to make sure, oh, Mythy.
Yeah, Mythy actually gonna ulti in there. He wanted a party, but he wasn't invited, and they're not able to get over for that one as Kerp dives in. Oh, Tabs is going to get exploded from this one. They got the turret as Nuktuk does bring one back there, but it's Hecarim who got the kill before. Right now, 1v1. There's a shockwave coming out from Ellenlord. He's very low, though. It's going to be Dexter going down, but both Mythy and the rest of the team actually coming in. Nuktuk is going to go on towards Kerp. He'll use his Zhonya's, but he's dead after that. That's a triple kill. Only 2 men left alive. Aranea is running back to base. White Knight is going back to base as well. The super minions, though, are all over these Nexus turrets like a rash. The first one has gone down, and this is going to be a victory for the Lemondogs. An absolutely brilliant game here. Nuktuk actually on the Nexus itself. Zoro Zero actually going for a few more kills from this one as the Nexus finally does get focused down. Lemondogs beat Alternate, and we have that big tie at the top of the table.
And Lemondogs coming back from the brink of a loss, too, because Alternate had control for the entire game, and look at them, they don't even believe that they came back from that, and Nuktuk, completely the MVP as the crowd are saying we are not worthy. And Lemondogs, that has to feel great, especially for Mythy, who even said in the video he doesn't get recognized when he walks around the venue, but to have the crowd treat him like that, that has to feel amazing. That's got to be such a cool feeling for him.
Yeah, that's definitely a Mythy who now has a lot more fans than when he came here at the start of this weekend, obviously from neighboring island Gran Canaria as well. But what a game to end our tournament, or our weekend here in Tenerife. A 54-minute game. It took a while to hit the end, but when we did, my gosh, was it amazing. Let's get over to Demon and Freak, though, to wrap that one up.
Yeah, what a fantastic, fantastic match to end here in Tenerife. Really brilliant performance by both teams. Alternate, they had such a great start, such a great lead. But Lemondogs just turned it around on their heads once again. Yeah. And it was all about, and you know, Mythy, you're talking about him there, he was kind of the start of the fight a number of times, just sort of like distracting. It's like, I'm here, I'm doing a crow storm, I'm going to do everything to distract you, focus me, and then he'd run away, and then the real damage would come.
Yeah, he was the core initiator. You look at their lineup, Varus, Lee Sin, Ryze, and the Fizz. None of those are really going to start the fight easily. It's hard for Lee Sin to get in there. Dexter wasn't all that tanky, so it was on Mythy to wear an Oracle, sweep out the ward, say, I can crow storm over this wall, and I'm going to fear for Ellenlord. And it was an incredible team fight here. Nuktuk having to flank around every time, wait for the ideal time to actually go in, while Tabs and Zoro Zero, as these hardcore carries, just sit there in the back line saying, if you don't deal with us too, we're going to wipe your team out as well.
Absolutely. Fantastic, fantastic performance. Fantastic match. And it's been the end to a great week, honestly. It does, of course, mean that Aranea is the only Spaniard that loses today, unfortunately, but Mythy, he's going to be very happy. As we saw earlier on, his parents were here when he was getting interviewed. They didn't realize how big of a deal it was until they suddenly see him on this big stage in the front of this big crowd, all cheering for him.
And it's such a great feeling to be there in front of a home crowd. The Spaniards going 3-1 today, and do the math, what, 7-4, 7-5 over the weekend. So yeah, home crowd getting to cheer for their players. Mythy himself doing phenomenally as well, and it's great to see games like that and events like this. I love road shows.
Absolutely. So let's take us through the replay, because it was a big fight, and we believe this was the turning point, really, or one of the turning points. There was quite a few of them in there.
Yeah, let's get it on your screen. This is mid-game here, about 20 minutes in, and Lemondogs are down 5,000 gold, and I want to focus on how they get rid of Frellenlord. So Mithy jumps over the wall, he fears him up, but watch how much effort it takes them to kill him. So fear goes off, Frellenlord gets silenced a little bit as well. Look at how well-timed that silence was, by the way. Then Zonia says, okay, sure, the team backs up. Look at that, Lemondogs walks back. They set up for the snipe. The fish comes in. Frellenlord flashes back. Okay, let's just hit Aranea. No, wait, Nuke Duck got exhausted. Guys, we'll back out again. Uh-oh, Curve coming in. No, okay, we'll back out. And then watch this. The jump in, the flash fear into Frellenlord, and the team says go. Nuke Duck dives in there, finds some damage. The beautiful hook that Jason talked about stops him for a little bit, but Frellenlord falls down without getting his shockwave off. The shockwave got canceled out. So the re-engage comes in, and look at this, the back line. Tabs and 0-0. They get away from everyone else. They say, okay, we'll deal with Kerp once Zonia's ends. And here comes the cleanup potential, because this whole time, the squishy range DPS has not been picked out. They flash forward, they land the attacks. The red buff here from Tabs lets them chase down Aranea, and they keep on chasing. And then Mithy comes in, the flash rune prison, gets in range for the Terrify. White Knight gets chunked down as well. And the patience of the Lemondog squad to come in, force the Zonias, back out, come back in, he flashes away, and he got exhausted. All right, we'll back out. And then comes back in and gets rid of him before he can shockwave. It's not even Frellenlord's fault. He was not able to act in that team fight.
And it actually shows that Lemondogs is team focused, that they focused on the targets perfectly. So someone clearly is making very good calls in that team to make that all work. Maybe it was Mithy, because he was the one that was starting it all off. It's like, if landed a fear, go. And everybody piled straight in. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And that, of course, does mean that there is 4 teams tied for first place now.
There
are 4
teams. 4 of them at first place, and with a very narrow margin between them, mind you, because we've got, what, a 9-9 for the 5th place teams right there, where you've got the likes of Ninjas in Pajamas, and then 1 game below that is EG and SK, and 1 game below that is Meteor Makers. The table is still actually very, very close, within 3 to 4 games from first to last, not to mention, of course, that 4-way tie.
Yeah, let's go over to Shoxo. She's on the main stage, hanging by with Mithy.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mithy. What an amazing comeback. How did you pull that off?
Bueno, antes que nada, felicitarte por esta pedazo de victoria. Menudo comeback. La verdad es que no sé cómo decir esa palabra en español. ¿Cómo ha sido eso?
Well, we had a very, very bad early game, as one could see, and I don't know, we just kept calm and went for team fights, and yeah, Fiddle is OP, so it turned out well. Nada, tuvimos un early fatal. Bueno, el early nos salió fatal y nada, estábamos un poquito deprimidos, yo estoy un poquito malo y nada, no tenía muchas ganas de jugar y nada, estábamos todos tranquilos, decidimos ir a por teamfights y nada, Fidel está OP, así que ganamos.
About the picks, were you a little surprised that they didn't lock in Lee Sin instantly? Because that's something that Aranea has been saying, I really want to play it.
El pick de Lee Sin le sorprendió el hecho de que Aranea no lo cogiera, porque hemos visto que ha jugado muchísimo con él y normalmente se le veía baneado.
Normally I actually pay attention to picks and bans, but since I said I was already feeling sick, so I really didn't care. I just wanted to pick my champion. I was actually expecting Jerry to pick Blitzcrank, and I was really looking forward to it because I want to play Alistar against it since it's my favorite champion, and it didn't turn out that way, but it was good anyway. And yeah, the Lee Sin pick, I guess, yeah, Renee plays a good Lee Sin, but I wasn't really afraid of it. And it's fine. So, a ver, ¿qué dije? Un momento, espera. Nada, como ya dije que estoy un poco malo, no le hice mucho caso a los picks y bans, solo quería jugar y terminar la partida lo antes posible. Creía que Jerry iba a jugar Blitzcrank y me hubiese gustado mucho porque me apetecía jugar Alistar, que es mi personaje favorito. No fue así, jugué Fidel y nada, en cuanto a Aranea y Lee Sin, no teníamos mucho miedo y nada. Vamos a ver.
You mentioned you're not feeling that well, so we're going to let you go, but not without letting you say thank you to all the people here.
Eso, dejaremos que te vayas, pero no sin antes decirle algo a este pedazo de público.
Yeah, of course, this is the the first time I'm actually in an event like this, or actually I was in Sweden, but we lost, so this is the first time I actually win in a stage. So it's really amazing, and especially it's even more amazing if my first time is in my hometown. So yeah, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Esta es la primera vez para mí que estoy aquí en Gran Canaria, perdón. Perdón. En Canarias. Perdón, a ver. Es la primera vez que estoy en Tenerife, en Canarias, ¿ok? y nada, es la primera vez que gano. Estuve en Suecia y perdimos. No les hagan caso, no les... Bueno, gracias.
Thanks very much, Mithi, and congratulations once again. Let's go over to our casters one more time to take us through today's matches and take a closer look at the results.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and a great, again, reaction from this crowd there, and I think Mithi was just joking with them there about Gran Canaria and Tenerife. I don't know how the rivalry is there. I guess it's kind of like England and Scotland, but a little bit different. Islands next to each other, who knows? But they seem to be having a lot of fun of it. Let's have a look then at the games that we've seen here today, first of all, before we get into the tables. We started out the day, of course, with Fnatic versus Gambit. Really fun game to watch there as well, with Fnatic coming out on top of that. And then SK picking up their second win this weekend in what was pretty much a flawless victory over NIP.
Yeah, it definitely was. And then following up that was Evo Genius's one-sided aggressive game against Meteor Makers, where they came out victorious, and it really showed the impact Shakers have had on this on the team. And of course, the last game of the day, as you just saw, was Alternate versus Lemon Dogs. It was so back and forth the entire time, but Lemon Dogs, with that fish, came back with the victory, and they made an impact on the standings.
Well, let's have a look at those standings, because right now they are absolutely insane. Look at that, top of the summer split here in Europe. Alternate, Fnatic, Gambit, Lemon Dogs, 10 for 8. Top 4 all tied up. Then you've got Ninjas in Pajamas, who, you know, with a win next week are going to be right up there as well at 9 for 9. Then EG and SK tied at 8 wins, 10 losses. Meet Your Makers at the bottom, but still nowhere near not even close to being out of this one at 7 for 11. Just insane. I never expected this after 6 weeks.
Coming into this week, I was like, all right, well, the standings are pretty close, but there's no way they're going to get closer. They're just going to spread out. We're finally going to see some gaps generate, and boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what we all expect, I think. You know, 3 games for each team this weekend, a chance to separate out some groups in the league table. No,
nope,
not at all. 4-way tie at the top of the table. Just absolutely incredible stuff. And while we've still got a couple of minutes here, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's been watching every game this weekend, and to the people here in Tenerife. It's been brilliant. That's it from me and Jason. So let's head over to Shocks for some final thoughts.
And how close are the standings here in the European LCS? It's going to be a stellar second half of the summer split. But there's, of course, more League of Legends action coming your way when the North American LCS starts Thursday, July 25th at 10 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 1 p.m. Pacific, with 6 games that day, starting with Velocity versus Cloud9 and Dignitas versus TSM, and tons more action. And over here in the European LCS next week, we start on Saturday at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. And we'll be seeing Ninjas in Pajamas versus EG, Gambit versus Fnatic, MYM versus Alternate, and SK versus Lemon Dog. Now, we had an awesome time here in Spain, and on behalf of myself, Joe, Jason, Demon, and Freak, we want to thank you for watching, and a special thanks goes out to my lovely co-host, Edgar Midroid Medina.
Thank you, Shocks. It has been a pleasure to work with all of you. Muchas gracias a todos, de verdad. Ha sido un auténtico placer estar aquí con todos. Son increíbles. Ellos también lo son, ¿vale?
Now, we'll see you next week back in the studio. And to Tenerife, han sido 3 días muy grandes para mí. Soy increíbles. Gracias a todos.